Why should you live better than me? Go away. You stole my happiness. This life should have been mine. Qin Yuqing clutched the fruit knife stuck in her stomach, staring in disbelief at her cousin Qin Shuyao's twisted face. With all her remaining strength, she pulled her cousin close and jumped out of the 8th floor window. The sharp pain in her stomach made Qin Yuqing jolt awake, gasping for breath. In the darkness, she touched her abdomen. Nothing there. When she tried to turn on the light, she realized something was wrong. This wasn't her apartment. The old wooden door and the faint, dim light seeping through told her that much. She pinched her cheek and ran her fingers through the hair hanging over her chest. As her eyes adjusted to the dark, she looked around and confirmed her suspicion. She had been reborn. Voices came from outside the door. Qin Yuqing tiptoed closer, unsure of when she had returned to. Are we really giving that girl the job? It was her aunt, Song Xiaomei. Keep your voice down. The marriage was supposed to be hers. We let Yao Yao take her place. If anyone asks about the job, we'll be exposed. Better to be careful. Song Xiaomei still wanted to keep the job. It paid around 40 or 50 yuan a month, a comfortable income. But thinking ahead, once her daughter married into a military family, she would be an officer's wife and wouldn't need to work. That thought made her feel better. You're right, said Qin Xiongdong. But giving her such a good job in the art troupe is too generous. We could even sell that position for a good price. He didn't want to give it up either, but he knew sometimes you had to sacrifice a little to gain more. Qin Xiongdong squeezed his wife's waist and said, We have to think about our future. If we give her nothing, people will talk. Song Xiaomei nudged him with her elbow and said softly, I know. We can't let others gossip. We'll treat that girl kindly on the surface. Qin Xiongdong reminded her again, if his older brother hadn't died unexpectedly, none of these benefits would have come to them. When she gets married, this house will be ours. And don't let a word slip about the compensation money. This is a critical time. Song Xiaomei nodded. I know. Once life gets better, we should bring Jiaming back. It's been so long he's starting to feel distant from us. Just be patient, Qin Xiongdong said. That girl must never find out about the compensation. Song Xiaomei gave her husband a sharp look. Do you think I'm that careless? I'm saving this money for our son's wedding and to buy a house, so we can live well later. Ouch! Be gentle. Qin Yuqing crouched behind the door, biting her lip hard. Now she understood when she had been reborn, before she got engaged to Gao Xianghua. Everything suddenly made sense. No wonder, in her previous life, when Qin Shuyao stabbed him, she said those strange words. They had secretly exchanged marriage partners behind her back. She was supposed to marry Qin Yuqing. Her father had traded his life for that marriage, yet it ended up benefiting Qin Shuyao. No wonder she had always wondered how Qin Shuyao, just a temporary worker at a textile factory, could marry into the Qin family. The Qin family had a long military background. Qin Yuqing grew up in a military compound and had already become a regiment commander, an ideal match admired by everyone. Normally, Qin Shuyao's life should have been much better than hers. But no one expected the Qin family to fall from power. Their ranks were stripped, and the whole family was sent to the countryside for re-education. Qin Shuyao, afraid of hardship, divorced him. She didn't have to go to the countryside, but no one dared to marry her afterward. It's easy to get used to luxury, but hard to return to a simple life. After living as an officer's wife for a while, she became used to comfort. The little money she had was never enough, and she grew poorer by the day. At first, her uncle's family helped her a bit, but she spent money carelessly and refused to work, always dressing up and doing nothing at home. In the end, her cousin's wife kicked her out, and they cut off all contact. Later, the Qin family was cleared of all charges, but only Qin Yuqing returned, crippled in one leg. His family, it was said, had all died in the countryside. In her previous life, Qin Yuqing had been too naive. She thought her uncle and aunt moved in to take care of her, but they were really after her family's property. In modern terms, they wanted to take everything from an orphan family. By the time she realized it, it was too late to do anything. Her uncle was clever. To outsiders, he seemed perfect. He even arranged her parents' funerals. When news came that her father had died in service, her already weak mother couldn't bear the shock. She ran out in the middle of the night and fell into the river. By the time they pulled her out, it was too late. The sudden loss left Qin Yuqing completely lost. Her uncle's arrival had seemed like a ray of hope. Her aunt was also good at pretending to care, always saying they were doing everything for her sake. To take care of her, the whole family moved into her house. They claimed they didn't want her to suffer, but in the end, they were the ones who benefited. She had never been treated badly with food or clothing, and to outsiders, everything seemed fine. When groceries were bought, everyone in the neighborhood would hear that they were for her. Thinking about it now, it was almost funny. After moving in, that family ate far more than she did. The money spent on food alone could have paid for 2 housekeepers. The job at the art troupe was supposed to be hers, but they claimed it was specially arranged for her. In her past life, she had been deeply grateful and felt guilty toward Qin Shuyao, always giving her the best things. Now that she had another chance, she was determined to make that family face the consequences. As she crouched behind the door, she suddenly remembered the jade pendant her mother had left her. If not for that pendant in her previous life, she would never have lived such a good life. She had nearly lost her life several times. She took the pendant from the bottom of the box, found a sewing needle, and pricked her finger without hesitation. A drop of blood fell onto the jade. A wave of dizziness came over her, and she found herself inside the mysterious space again. Qin Yuqing's heart trembled with joy, the happiness of regaining what was lost. Perhaps her rebirth was connected to this pendant. In her past life, she had triggered it by accident. Back then, after being badly hurt by Gao Xianghua, her blood had accidentally touched the jade. Later, the spring water within the pendant had strengthened her body. When Gao Xianghua tried to hurt her again, she fought back and made him stop for good. With her newfound strength, she finally stood firm in the Gao family. Looking at the stone platform of the spiritual spring, she saw the same cup she had left there, still half filled with the spring water. Qin Yuqing was overjoyed. If the cup was still there, did that mean her other belongings were too? She quickly ran to the storage area, only to find it empty. Even the land she had cultivated was gone. She gave a bitter smile. What was I expecting? Just being alive again is already a blessing. She didn't touch the spring water in the cup. Only 3 drops could be taken each day. It was precious and could save her life in critical moments. The water in the pool, however, she could drink freely. It strengthened her body and eased her fatigue, and no one would notice anything unusual. Qin Yuqing cupped some water in her hands and drank a few sips, careful not to drink too much in case the change became too obvious. She stayed awake all night, thinking about how to live from now on. She would never marry Gao Xianghua again, a man with a violent temper and a family full of trouble. The Gao family was like a pit of fire. Once you fell in, you could never escape. If it hadn't been for the space in her past life, she would never have survived long enough to move into a new home. After thinking it through, she had made up her mind. The first step was to get back her father's compensation money. The second was to keep their current house. As for Qin Xiongdong's family, they could go back to where they came from. P.S. This is my first time writing a story set in this era. I've done some research, but there may still be some mistakes. Please just enjoy the story, and feel free to point out any issues. I'll fix them. Don't forget to comment and add it to your bookshelf. Thank you all for reading. There is a male lead, but he will appear later. Early in the morning, Qin Yuqing was woken up by the loud voice of her cousin outside. Mom, I want to eat meat buns. Song Shumei handed a cup of malted milk to Qin Xingli. All right, I'll buy some meat later. Let's just have noodles with eggs this morning. Qin Yuqing sat in her room and gave a cold smile. Noodles with eggs were already considered Mom, I want to eat meat buns. Song Shumei handed a cup of malted milk to Qin Xingli. All right, I'll buy some meat later. Let's just have noodles with eggs this morning. Qin Yuqing sat in her room and her father used to hand over his earnings whenever he came home. She had never thought much about it, but no matter what, he should have had his own bank book. The compensation money must be there. Suddenly, the The door was flung open, and she heard Qin Shuyao shout, "Mom, I don't want to marry Shen Yuqing." Then came muffled sounds, as if someone had covered her mouth, followed by the noise of someone being dragged away and the door closing. Qin Yuqing's heart tightened. From what she just heard, it seemed Qin Shuyao had also been reborn. That made things interesting. She wanted to see what choices her cousin would make this time. She got dressed and opened the door, as usual. Inside, only Qin Xingli was there, lowering his head as he stirred the noodles. "Good morning, cousin," Qin Yuqing greeted naturally, not wanting anyone to notice anything unusual. After all, she wasn't the only one who had been reborn. Qin Xingli replied casually, showing little warmth toward her. Qin Yuqing didn't bother to be overly friendly either. This cousin of hers lived off others without shame. Even though his family had moved into her house, he acted as if she were the outsider. He often spoke to her coldly and sometimes even mocked her. She glanced at the poached egg in his bowl and smiled faintly. When she walked into the kitchen, she saw 2 bowls of noodles on the stove, one with a poached egg and one without. Usually, Song Xiumei would give the one with the egg to her, saying that her cousins were strong and didn't need it as much. She always felt guilty and would sometimes give Song Xiumei extra money to buy food that her cousins liked. This time, Qin Yuqing used her chopsticks to stir the bowl of noodles without eggs and found 2 fried eggs hidden at the bottom. There were still noodles left in the pot, and when she stirred them, she found 2 more fried eggs buried underneath. After putting everything back as it was, she carried the bowl with the eggs on top and walked out. Only then did Qin Xingli remember the eggs in his bowl. He picked it up and quickly finished eating. Putting down his chopsticks, he said, "I'm leaving. Goodbye, cousin." The warmth in Qin Yuqing's eyes disappeared. They were trying to hide things right in front of her. Inside the room came the sound of quiet sobbing. Qin Yuqing listened while eating, but the voices were too low to make out clearly. She could only catch a few words like "won't marry" and "unlucky." After finishing her noodles, she put down her bowl just like Qin Xingli had. From now on, she decided she wouldn't wash the dishes anymore. She slung her green shoulder bag over her back, knocked on the bedroom door on purpose, and peeked in. "Auntie, I'm heading out."
"Oh,
"Cousin, have you been crying? What happened?" A flicker of panic crossed Song Xiumei's eyes. "It's nothing, just got some dust in her eyes. She'll be fine after a bit." "Cousin, do you want me to help it out?" A flash of irritation passed through Qin Shuyao's eyes. She lowered her head and said impatiently, "No need. I'm going to work now." There was no mistaking that look. Qin Shuyao had lived through this before. Qin Yuqing withdrew her gaze. "All right then, I'll be going. Auntie, I might come home late tonight. I have some files to organize." Song Xiumei cursed silently in her heart, but forced a kind smile. She couldn't afford trouble right now. "All right, come back early if you can." "Okay, Auntie." Qin Yuqing closed the door behind her, walked slowly to the gate, then suddenly turned back. When she opened the door again, she saw Qin Shuyao standing excitedly inside, holding Song Xiumei's hand. Qin Yuqing smiled. "Shuyao, are you planning to watch a movie tonight? Didn't you say you wanted to see one recently?" Song Xiumei hadn't expected her to return so suddenly and stumbled in surprise. "Shuyao's not going. You should hurry along." "Auntie, then I'll really go now." Qin Yuqing walked into the yard, pushed out her bicycle. It was hers to begin with. Qin Shuyao didn't have a bicycle, so she always walked to work. Every time she came home, she would complain pitifully that her feet hurt or had blisters. Her uncle's family treated her very well. Feeling guilty, she gave her bicycle to Qin Shuyao and chose to walk to work herself. In her past life, she had really been too selfless. She hadn't yet gotten the job at the art troupe, but from what her uncle said, it was almost settled. In her previous life, she had joined the troupe and soon after met Gao Xianghua through a blind date. 3 days after meeting, they got engaged under her aunt's arrangement. Now, she was helping Teacher Yu organize some files and documents. The work was easy, but the pay was low, only 12 yuan a month, though it was enough for her to live on. Riding her bicycle, the breeze brushed her face. What used to take half an hour on foot now took only 7 or 8 minutes, even counting the time spent greeting people along the way. Xiaoqing, you're here, said Teacher Yu, who wore black-rimmed glasses and came out of the office holding a book. Qin Yuqing got off her bike. Teacher Yu, I'd like to take a day off today. All right, it's fine. Go take care of your business. Thank you, Teacher Yu. I'll come back as soon as I'm done. Teacher Yu waved her off. He was one of the few people who had truly cared for her in her past life. Back then, he had reminded her to take good care of her house, but she hadn't understood his hidden meaning. When she was injured and hospitalized, it was Teacher Yu who, despite being ill himself, brought her food. She had wanted to repay his kindness, but by the time she was able to, he had already passed away. Today, Qin Yuqing was going to the military district to find out how much compensation her father had received after his death. In her previous life, she had never known the amount. She chose to go to the military district instead of the civil affairs office because she wanted to make the matter more visible. Qin Xiongdong had kept the money for himself, only giving her a martyr's certificate and a small funeral allowance. After the funeral, she hadn't asked about the rest. Qin Xiongdong had mentioned there was less than 50 yuan left. She didn't take it and let him keep it. When she arrived at the military district gate, the guard stopped her. Qin Yuqing explained the situation and showed him her father's medal. The guard examined it and said, "Comrade, please wait a moment. May I take this inside to show the political officer?" Qin Yuqing nodded. Her father had been gone for more than half a year, and she felt uncertain. Fortunately, the person who went to report came back quickly. "Comrade, please come with me." He treated her more warmly than before. In these times, people still showed great respect to the children of martyrs. "Our political commissar is waiting for you inside. The medal is with him." "Thank you." Qin Yuqing waited until the others left before knocking on the door. Hearing a voice from inside, she pushed the door open. A man in his 40s, dressed in a military uniform, sat inside. The medal lay on the table. The man greeted her kindly. "Comrade Qin, please sit down. Are you having any difficulties in life?" Qin Yuqing suddenly remembered that people in this era were usually responsible and sincere. As the daughter of a martyr, she often received special care in certain situations. "Commissar, I came to ask about something." "Go ahead," Song Jiangwo said, looking at the young woman, sensing she had something important to say. Qin Yuqing took out her father's certificate of honor from her bag. His name was clearly written on it, showing she wasn't here to cause trouble. "Commissar, when the news of my father's death came, I was so shocked that I couldn't think clearly. My uncle handled most of the matters. I want to ask if my father left anything for me. And was there any compensation for his sacrifice?" Qin Yuqing thought about it all night. She had no strength and no family to rely on. Fighting alone wouldn't work. She had to use her mind. She truly hadn't received any compensation, so she decided to use this chance to make the issue known and find someone who could help her. Hearing this, Song Jiangwo immediately became serious, not because of what Qin Yuqing said, but because of the name Qin Weiqian. He had been told by higher authorities to take special care of that family. A high-ranking official had even visited back then. "I'll have someone check it right away," he said. He remembered the case, but since more than half a year had passed, he needed to confirm the details. As Song Jiangwo sent someone to investigate, Qin Yuqing asked, "Can I know how my father died?" She only knew he had died saving others, but not the details. From what she had pieced together recently, it seemed he had saved Qin Yuqing's father. Song Jiangwo knew the story well and began to explain. In short, her father had been escorting an important leader when they were attacked by enemy agents. He died while protecting them. He had also saved several people during the mission, but since the details were classified, Song Jiangwo couldn't say more. He sighed and said, "Your father was a true hero of the people." Qin Yuqing lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the teacup. "Yes, I'm proud of him." Her heart ached, but she kept her composure. This was not the time to lose face. She would deal with her sadness on her own. "No wonder you're the child of a hero. You have such strong spirit." Just as Qin Yuqing was thinking of what to say next, there was a knock on the door. "Comrade, here are the documents you asked for." Song Jiangwo took them. glanced through a few pages, then handed them to Qin Yuqing. When she saw the numbers, her mind went blank. 3,500 yuan, an enormous amount for that time. For an ordinary person like her, it was an unimaginable sum. The document clearly listed every source of the money. 500 yuan as funeral assistance, normally only 200, and the extra 300 was collected by her father's comrades. Perhaps it was because her mother had also passed away, she guessed. As for the 3,000 yuan in compensation, 1,000 came from the Shin family and the people her father had saved. Her uncle's family had really gone too far. In a time when most people earned only a few dozen yuan a month, they had dared to take so much. Qin Yuqing didn't need to pretend. Her face showed pure shock. "Sir, this is a lot of money. Will it be given all at once or in parts?" She acted as if she didn't understand, hoping to draw attention to the issue. She couldn't deal with her uncle's family alone, and she had no one she could truly rely on. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come all the way to the military office to put on this act. Knowing her uncle's family, even if she told the truth, they would never return the money. To get it back, she had to make the matter public and force them to face it. It was already distributed. "You didn't know?" Song Jianguo was shocked. This was serious. Where had the money gone? This wasn't a small amount. The child of a fallen hero, the one who truly needed help, hadn't received a thing. Qin Yuqing continued her story, explaining her mother's situation. "After hearing about my father's accident, my mother ran out in the middle of the night and accidentally fell into the river. Losing both parents at once, she hadn't known about the compensation until someone mentioned it recently. I'll look into this right away," Song Jianguo said firmly. "Don't worry, the organization will make sure you get a proper answer." Qin Yuqing had achieved exactly what she wanted, so she stood up and took her leave. Song Jianguo was not like Qin Yuqing. To reach his position, he had to be far more experienced and thoughtful than most people. When he heard that she lived with her uncle's family, he immediately guessed that they were probably the ones causing trouble. Seeing how they bullied a young girl who was left alone made him furious. Noticing the anger on his face, Qin Yuqing continued, "Commissar, I have one more request. Could you give me a couple of days before you finish investigating this matter? I'd like to go home and ask about it first, just in case." She didn't finish her sentence, but Song Jianguo understood. If it turned out to be a misunderstanding, things could get awkward. "All right, I'll wait for your news. If you have any problems, come to me anytime." "Thank you, Commissar." Qin Yuqing thanked him repeatedly before leaving. Now, all that was left was to expose her uncle's family for who they really were. At the moment, they had a perfect image in the neighborhood. Once she tore off their mask of false kindness and brought people from the military district to confront them, they would have no way to defend themselves. Since they liked to make a fuss over small things, Qin Yuqing decided to play along with their game. Leaving the military district, she went straight home. Having a bicycle really made things easier. Instead of going inside, she found a few women chatting and picking vegetables in the alley. "Aunt Wang, have you seen my aunt today? She seemed to have gone out in a hurry. I tried to talk to her, but she didn't even respond." Qin Yuqing lowered her eyes, already guessing that after Qin Xiao's outburst, her aunt must have gone out to discuss what to do next. Another woman added, "She looked so flustered, like she'd lost her mind." Qin Yuqing asked again, "Did you see my cousin?" "She went out with your aunt." Then one of the women asked, "Qing girl, why are you back so early today?" "Oh, I had nothing to do today, so I came home early." Qin Yuqing joined them in picking vegetables. She had done plenty of this kind of work in her previous life. One of the women noticed and said, "You're pretty quick with your hands. Your aunt said you don't know how to do housework." Of course, Qin Yuqing knew that Song Xiaomei had been spreading rumors about her. That was exactly why she came to chat with these women. No matter the time or place, neighborhood women were always powerful when it came to gossip. "Aunt Lu, you must have heard wrong. I do all the housework at home, cooking, washing dishes, everything." Everyone knows how to lie. Even though cooking wasn't her job, she was always the one washing the dishes. If Song Xiaomei didn't want to keep the best food for her own children, the cooking would have been her responsibility too. Qin Yuqing looked up at the sky on purpose. It's already this late. Why hasn't Annie come back with the meat yet? My cousin is still waiting for meat buns. Some people nearby felt a bit jealous. The Chin family could eat meat every few days, while their own families might not have it even once a month. Meat required ration coupons. On the black market, you didn't need coupons, but you needed money, and it was expensive. As soon as she finished speaking, a few women picking vegetables exchanged glances. One of them couldn't help saying, "Yuching, you really love meat, don't you? That's not a good habit for a young girl. It'll be hard to find a husband later. Who would dare marry her?" Being pretty was useless if she was greedy for food. Qin Yuching pretended to be surprised. "Aunt Wong, don't say that. I actually love vegetables the most. When my mother was alive, we mostly ate greens. Look how good I am at cleaning beans. If I didn't eat them often, how could I be this skilled?" The women paused to think. It did make sense. When her mother was alive, they often went shopping together and only bought meat once a month, and even then very carefully. The rumor that Qin Yuching loved meat had only started in the past 6 months. Aunt Lu's eyes narrowed. "Yuching, then why does your aunt buy meat all the time?" Qin Yuching knew it was the right moment. "My uncle and cousin love meat. Uncle's favorite is braised pork, my cousin likes meat buns, and my younger cousin loves stewed ribs." The women frowned. Everyone liked meat, but not everyone could afford it. When the vegetables were almost done, Qin Yuching stood up. "Aunties, I'll go look for my aunt." She pushed her bicycle away, hearing quiet whispers behind her. She knew her plan had worked. After she left, the plump Aunt Lu couldn't hold back. "I think Song Xiaomei's family isn't as simple as they look." Under the old tree, a few women whispered together. "I told you, her parents just passed away. How can she still eat so well?" The thinner Aunt Li lowered her voice. "Haven't you noticed that ever since Song Xiaomei's family moved here, they've all gained weight?" "Not just that," another added. "Their clothes are all new too." Aunt Lu stood up with the vegetables she had just picked. "I'll head back first. My husband will come home for lunch." But in her heart, she decided to keep some distance from Song Xiaomei. They were both clever women. Each knew what the other was thinking. Qin Yuching wandered back to the street. A few words alone weren't enough to bring down her uncle's family. She needed to work carefully, letting the truth spread little by little. She could only act when the time was right. For now, she couldn't waste the space she had. She went to withdraw some money to buy supplies for herself. Her mother's savings book still had a little over 800 yuan. She took out 300 and started a shopping spree. She also had some ration coupons left. Her mother had saved them, hoping to use them when her father returned home. Thinking about it made her sigh. At the supply store, she bought white sugar, brown sugar, malted milk, pastries, and biscuits. Then she saw the freshly steamed buns at the state-run restaurant and bought 20 at once. If she hadn't worried about drawing attention, she would have bought them all. Some people were already unhappy, afraid they wouldn't get any. One person asked, "Young lady, can you really eat that many?" Qin Yuching smiled. "My relatives came to visit. I haven't seen them for months, so I want to treat them well." Hearing that, no one asked further. Everyone had relatives, and it was normal to be generous once in a while. She then packed some cooked food. Thanks to her earlier excuse, no one paid much attention. It was lunchtime, and everyone was hungry. Qin Yuching went to several other shops to buy more food. Each time, she slipped into a quiet corner to store everything in her space. Even if she didn't cook at home, she wouldn't go hungry for half a month. Later, she went to find Zhang Yufei, her best friend from her previous life. Both of them had struggled back then. She arrived at the entrance of the food factory and waited under the old locust tree for Zhang Yufei to finish work. The evening sunlight cast a warm glow on the factory's worn walls, where the slogan "Safety First, Quality Above All" was painted. Qin Yuching suddenly felt nostalgic. It had been years since she'd seen such simple, honest walls and slogans. Workers slowly came out of the gate, pushing bicycles and carrying cloth bags, some tired, some cheerful. Qin Yuching watched them carefully. Her memory was blurry, and she was afraid she might not recognize her friend. She couldn't tell anyone that she had been reborn. It had been more than 20 years since they last met, and her heart was full of emotions. Before long, Zhang Yufei appeared at the factory gate. She was wearing a faded work jacket and carrying a net bag with an aluminum lunchbox inside. When Zhang Yufei saw Qin Yuqing, she froze for a moment, then smiled warmly. "Why are you here?" Zhang Yufei ran over quickly, her voice full of surprise and joy. Her hair was tied in a braid, and the small strands on her forehead were damp with sweat, sticking to her skin. Seeing that bright smile again, Qin Yuqing's eyes grew wet. She pulled Zhang Yufei into a hug. In her previous life, Zhang Yufei had married the wrong person and passed away during childbirth before she even turned 30, leaving behind 4 children. When Qin Yuqing went to see her, she only saw her thin, lifeless body. The baby in her had also not survived. The doctors said they had arrived too late. Her husband's family even blamed her, saying she hadn't left them in air, and took her body home on a cart. At that time, Qin Yuqing's own life was difficult, and she couldn't help much. She only managed to take one last look. "What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Zhang Yufei grabbed Qin Yuqing's hand and looked her over. "I told you that cousin of yours isn't a good person. Did she pick on you again?" Qin Yuqing smiled and gently brushed the hair from Zhang Yufei's forehead. "No, I just missed you and wanted to see you. Are you tired today?" Zhang Yufei shook her head. "It's fine. I'm used to it." Her job was one of the hardest in the workshop, and she was only a temporary worker. Every month, her wages were taken by her family as soon as she got them. Qin Yuqing held her hand. "Come on, let's take a walk by the river." The river wasn't far from the factory, and there weren't many people around at this hour. "Here, have something to drink." Qin Yuqing handed her a bottle of soda. Zhang Yufei's eyes lit up when she saw it, but she didn't take it. "You're wasting money again. You don't earn much, save it." "I'm not thirsty." "Take it. I have more." Qin Yuqing pushed the bottle into her hand. Her lips were dry and cracked, yet she still tried to save every bit she could. Then Qin Yuqing took out a lunchbox from her bag and pulled out a meat bun. "This is for you." "No, I can't take it." As soon as she opened it, the smell of meat filled the air. She swallowed hard. These days, no one could afford to eat meat easily. "Go ahead and eat. It's not for free, though. I need your help with something." "I'll help you, but I don't want your food." Zhang Yufei pushed the bun back. A meat bun wasn't cheap. With the same amount of coarse flour, her whole family could have a meal. "I'm full already. There's only this one left. If I take it home, my uncle's family won't know how to divide it. You can help me finish it." "All right then." Zhang Yufei took the bun, but when she brought it to her mouth, she couldn't bear to eat it. She opened her small aluminum lunchbox, ready to put it inside. Qin Yuqing quickly stopped her. She understood right away. Zhang Yufei wanted to save it for her younger brother. If that brother treated her well, it would be fine. But he only took advantage of her. In her past life, Zhang Yufei's misery had a lot to do with him. She had even married into a family that favored sons over daughters just to get money for his wedding. "Eat it. Look at yourself. You're all skin and bones. Don't tell me you're saving it for your brother again." Zhang Yufei lowered her head shyly. "My mom says I'm a girl, so it's fine if I eat less. My brother's still growing." Well, that was how things were. People valued boys more than girls, and that idea was deeply rooted. Your body is your own. If you wear yourself out, how will you keep working? Even if you take it home, it won't be enough for everyone. Don't always think about others. You should care about yourself too. She wasn't just saying this to Zhang Yufei, it was also a reminder to herself. In her past life, she had been just like Zhang Yufei. Zhang Yufei looked at her for a while before saying softly, "Yuqing, you seem different lately." "Different in a good way or a bad way?" "Of course, in a good way. You look more lively now." Ever since Qin Yuqing's parents had passed away, she had been trapped in grief, showing no interest in anything. She had looked frail and lifeless. Their families used to be close since they lived nearby, but after Qin Yuqing's uncle's family moved in, they saw each other less often. Qin Yuqing remembered why she had come. "If you hear any noise from our house in the next few days, go to the military district and ask for help." It was just a precaution. She was worried her uncle's family might do something desperate. Zhang Yufei took a cautious bite of the bun and looked up nervously. That's fine, but what are you planning to do? She was scared. She had a bad feeling that something might happen to Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing didn't hide anything. She couldn't find anyone she could trust, so she turned to her best friend for help. What? That really happened? Zhang Yufei stood up angrily. I told you their family wasn't good, but you didn't believe me. Zhang Yufei was frustrated with her friend's kindness. Qin Yuqing tugged at her sleeve. Sit down first, don't get upset. I came to ask for your help. You're still smiling? It was too much. She had disliked that family for a long time. Every time she visited Qin Yuqing, her aunt would speak with a mocking tone. If I don't smile, should I cry? At least now I know the truth. Don't worry, leave it to me. If anything happens, I'll call for help right away. Thanks. Let's go home. Zhang Yufei followed her to the bicycle, and her eyes lit up. You got your bike back. She had been too focused on talking earlier to notice it. When she first heard that Qin Yuqing had given the bike to Qin Shuyao, she had felt sorry for her. Not only were industrial coupons hard to get, but bicycles were also expensive. Stop dawdling, get on. I'll take you home. All right then. Zhang Yufei hopped onto the back seat, holding onto Qin Yuqing's clothes. Their homes were close, just a few alleys apart. They parted ways near Zhang Yufei's house. After getting off, Zhang Yufei wiped her mouth, sniffed her clothes to make sure there was no smell of food, and then went home. Seeing that it was still early, Qin Yuqing decided to walk around and see if there was anything to buy. Before she even entered the supply store, she spotted two familiar figures, her aunt and Qin Shuyao. This was her chance. She stood at a distance, quietly counting the time, and when it felt right, she walked quickly into the store. Song Xiaomei didn't notice her. She was still talking nonstop to the people around her. That child has had a hard life. As her aunt, I have to take good care of her. Qin Shuyao copied her tone and told the shop assistant, show me the best face cream. I want to buy it for my cousin. Xiaomei, your family is really kind to your niece, someone nearby said. Song Xiaomei patted her chest proudly. My niece has had a tough life. Of course, I have to treat her well. As she chatted, she continued ordering, we'll take 2 pounds of peach cookies and 2 yuan's worth of white rabbit candies. Then she pointed toward the counter. And bring 2 cans of fruit syrup. People nearby looked on with envy. Those things weren't cheap. Song Xiaomei spent money as if it didn't matter, and everyone was a little jealous. Aunt Zhang spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Xiaomei, that must have cost quite a bit. You're really generous. Qin loves to eat these. As long as she enjoys them, I'm happy no matter how much it costs. But you shouldn't spoil her like that. Everyone knew the prices. That bag of food must have cost at least 10 yuan. A third of a month's salary gone, just like that. Everyone knew the snacks were tasty, but you couldn't treat them as real meals. It was a busy afternoon, and many people heard the conversation. Qin Yuqing, standing behind them, gave a cold smile. She watched the scene with indifference, knowing this was how her reputation had been ruined bit by bit. Aunt, what are you buying? The sudden voice from behind made Song Xiaomei freeze. She hadn't expected Qin Yuqing to appear at that moment. Before she could speak, Aunt Zhang quickly answered, your aunt said you haven't had much appetite lately, so she bought you some treats. Look at all this. You're really lucky, girl. Qin Yuqing looked innocent. My appetite's fine. I even had a bowl of noodles this morning. You should return these. I don't need them. At home, Qin Yuqing had never seen such things. They must have been hidden away by her aunt in her own room. But returning them was out of the question. Song Xiaomei had planned to keep them for a nice dinner that evening. Wanting to end the scene quickly, Song Xiaomei pulled a 1 yuan note from her pocket and stuffed it into Qin Yuqing's hand. Qin, didn't you say you wanted to see a movie? Go on, hurry. She was trying to find an excuse to send her away. If she talked too much, she might slip up. In the past, Qin Yuqing would have obediently left when her aunt said that. But she wasn't the same person anymore. She could tell when someone was trying to get rid of her. Having lived through everything once before, Qin Yuqing wasn't about to let it go this time. She stepped forward, lightly touching the peach pastries on the counter, the packaging rustling. "Aunt, are you going to visit your family?" The women nearby, each carrying a basket of vegetables, immediately began whispering to one another, their expressions full of curiosity. So she was using someone else's name as an excuse. Was she secretly sending gifts to her own family? The things she bought did look like gifts, and the way people looked at Song Xiaomei began to change. Realizing the situation was turning bad, Song Xiaomei quickly grabbed Qin Yuqing's hand. "Qin, I just remembered I left the rice cooking at home. Go back and check it for me. Don't let it burn." Qin Yuqing didn't respond. The shop assistant happened to place the canned food on the counter. Looking at it, Qin Yuqing smiled and said, "Is this for Shuyu? She mentioned the other day that she wanted some canned food. I really envy Shuyu. She has a mother who cares for her." Song Xiaomei's face turned pale, and she gripped the net bag so tightly that her knuckles turned white. This girl had become sharp-tongued, clearly here to make things difficult. Qin Shuyu was already upset. Her mother hadn't believed her, and now seeing Qin Yuqing made her even angrier. She raised her voice, "Cousin, how can you talk about my mother like that? She works so hard to take care of you. What more do you want? Don't you want the canned food, cousin?" Then I must have misunderstood. Qin Yuqing's face remained calm, her tone steady. Qin Shuyu was at a loss for words. Of course, she wanted it, but she couldn't admit it now. "It's my mother who bought it for you. I don't have the right to eat it." Having lived through this once before, Qin Shuyu wouldn't ruin her reputation over something so small. "If you don't want it, cousin, then we shouldn't buy it. I can't afford it on my salary, and I've already given you most of what I have. I appreciate Aunt's kindness, but it would be better to exchange these for grain. That would last longer. If others could act kind and generous, so could she." She had just been too naive before, and rarely went out. Rumors spread easily, but clearing them up was always hard. She glanced at the face cream in Qin Shuyu's hand. "Aunt, I'll pay for the cream for Shuyu, but please return the rest. I don't need them." By repeating that she didn't want the food, Qin Yuqing appeared calm and composed, especially compared to the flustered Shuyu and the uneasy Song Xiaomei. Aunt Zhang, who was watching, pursed her lips. So that's how it is, using Yuqing's name to get what she wants. I knew she couldn't be that generous to her niece. Spending someone else's money so freely, no wonder she always picks the expensive things. As she spoke, she nudged Mrs. Li, who had short hair, and whispered just loud enough for others to hear. That plan was so obvious, I could hear it from down the street. In her heart, Qin Yuqing gave Aunt Zhang a thumbs up. She really knew how to speak her mind. She walked to the counter, took 5 yuan from her pocket and placed it down. "For the face cream." Laughter came from behind. "So the whole family spends someone else's money. People say it's hard to take advantage of others, but you all seem quite good at it." The crowd burst into laughter, and Qin Shuyao's face turned red as she tried to leave. Feeling the time was right, Qin Yuqing sighed. "Aunt, even if my dad left some compensation money, you can't just spend it like this. Why don't you give it to me? I'll keep it safe myself." Qin Yuqing's voice was loud, and the noisy supply store suddenly went silent. She wanted more people to know about the compensation money. The more who knew, the better her chances of getting it back. It was the 1970s, there was no internet or media everywhere. News spread by word of mouth, and crowded places were the best for that. Once people learned that the family had hidden the compensation money, they would start doubting anything Song Xiaomei said. As soon as the words compensation money were spoken, the net bag in Song Xiaomei's hand fell to the ground with a slap. A flash of panic crossed her face. How did this girl know? She looked at her daughter, Qin Shuyao. Could Shuyao have told her? No, imposible. Feeling the stares around her, sweat began to form on her forehead. She was completely flustered. She hadn't expected Qin Yuqing to bring this up in front of so many people. Qin Shuyao also looked at Qin Yuqing, surprise and doubt flickering in her almond-shaped eyes. She began to suspect that Qin Yuqing might have been reborn too. In her previous life, Qin Yuqing had never known about the compensation money, not even until her death. Qin Yuqing's words were like a stone dropped into a calm lake, stirring waves of whispers. By now, many people had gathered in the store. Some who knew the situation remembered that Qin Yuqing's father was a martyr. Aunt Zhang, who had long disliked Song Xiumei for being fake, finally had her chance. Xiumei, is it true that the compensation money for Qingqing's father is with your family? I knew it. No wonder you spend money so freely, it's not even yours. Qin Yuqing looked coldly at Song Xiumei, waiting to see how she would explain. You're talking nonsense. I don't know anything about compensation money. Song Xiumei's voice trembled, and she didn't dare meet Qin Yuqing's eyes. She absolutely couldn't admit it. Seeing things turning bad, Qin Shuyao grabbed her mother's hand and tried to leave. But the crowd watching the scene and those shopping had all gathered together, blocking the way out. She wasn't sure if Qin Yuqing had been reborn, but right now, things were not in their favor. Qin Yuqing wasn't about to let them leave so easily and quickly blocked their way. Aunt, are you saying you don't know about the compensation money? Song Xiumei's face turned pale, her lips trembling so much that she couldn't speak. Qin Shuyao immediately stepped forward. What compensation money? We don't know anything about that. We've always used the money my father and brother earned. Cousin, our family has taken care of you, and now you're turning around to accuse us unfairly. Qin Shuyao stayed calm, lying without hesitation and shifting the blame in just a few words. The crowd began to whisper, everyone saying something different. Qin Yuqing said with a hurt expression, "It's fine if you didn't take it. I've already reported it to the police." No amount of arguing could compare to an official investigation. We didn't take it, what? You called the police? Qin Shuyao looked at Qin Yuqing. Who told you to do that? As soon as she said it, she regretted it. It was as good as admitting guilt. Song Xiumei looked up in panic, disbelief in her eyes. She no longer cared about the people around them. You foolish girl, how could you do something so serious without talking to us first? You, Aunt, Qin Yuqing interrupted calmly. My father was a martyr. His workplace issued compensation according to the rules. Today, I happened to meet one of his former leaders. He told me that my father's compensation had already been sent out, but I never received it. I got worried and reported it to the police right away. I forgot to tell you. When the crowd heard that the police were involved, they started murmuring again. Someone asked, has it been found out yet? Qin Yuqing turned to the person and said, I reported it not long ago. The investigation is still ongoing, but I believe we'll have an answer soon. At that point, Song Xiumei had no desire to stay any longer. She pulled Qin Shuyao and pushed through the crowd. Qin Yuqing didn't stop them, which only made the onlookers think they were guilty. A clerk from the supply store called out from behind, Comrade, your order is ready. Do you still want it? But Song Xiumei was already gone. Qin Yuqing didn't want the clerk's effort to go to waste. I'll take the 2 pounds of peach crisps. At 6 cents a pound, they were still affordable. When she came earlier, they were sold out. If it weren't so crowded now, she would have bought a few more pounds. Behind her, people continued to talk about what had just happened. Someone whispered behind her, seeing how nervous they look, I bet they're the ones hiding it. Aunt Zhang grabbed Qin Yuqing's hand. Qingqing, I don't mean to meddle, but you'd better be careful. Ever since your uncle's family moved in, I could tell they wouldn't be easy to get along with. Everyone nearby was curious, pretending to shop while listening closely. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. I understand. I'll head back now. Qin Yuqing knew Aunt Zhang wasn't really trying to help. Not long ago, Song Xiumei had offended her, and the two didn't get along. Now she was just taking the chance to stir things up. Holding the bag of peach crisps, Qin Yuqing squeezed out of the supply store and let out a long breath. The rumors had already spread. Things would be easier now. She just needed to give her uncle's family some time to figure things out. What she wanted was to catch them all at once. As soon as she left the store, Song Xiumei and her daughter ran a long way. They stopped in an alley, both out of breath. Song Xiumei said, All right, let's rest a bit. You go find your father, and I'll go find your brother. She sent her daughter because her husband's workplace was too far, and without a bicycle, it was hard to get there quickly. Qin Shuyao also knew things were serious now. She had no time to argue. Everything had seemed fine that morning. How had things changed so suddenly? Qin Yuqing hurried to the state-run restaurant before it closed and bought a meal. Seeing the sky darken, she decided to stop by the black market. In her previous life, she had often gone there to make a living, so she knew the place well. As night fell, people began to sneak out. Qin Yuqing bought a basket of eggs but didn't stay to look around. She couldn't linger too long. The black market only got busy later at night, but she couldn't wait that long. Things at home would surely be lively tonight. She needed to get back before the neighbors went to bed. Riding her bicycle home, she noticed that many houses were already dark. In those days, with little entertainment, people went to bed early. When she reached her door, the lights inside were still on. She tried to push the door open, but it wouldn't move. They had locked her out. Bang, bang, bang. She knocked the door and shouted, "Annie, I'm back. Please open the door." Qin Xiangdong glanced over. "Yao Yao, go open it. Don't let her make a scene outside." Unwillingly, Qin Shuyao got up and yanked the door open. "Why are you knocking so loudly? Don't you know everyone's asleep at this hour?" Qin Yuqing didn't bother pretending and snorted. "You never lock the door, so what's going on today?" Her uncle, Qin Xiangdong, worked at a machinery factory. To earn extra credit, he often volunteered for overtime and came home late at night. Her cousin liked to hang out outside too, so they usually left the door unlocked for his convenience. But now that it was her turn, they suddenly started locking it. She knew very well they were afraid she might overhear their secret plans. Qin Shuyu gave a cold snort and turned back to her room. Qin Yuqing parked her bicycle and walked in slowly. As soon as she entered, 6 pairs of eyes turned toward her. If they hadn't shown up, she might have forgotten about those 2 old folks. Qin Xiangdong really knew how to make her life harder. He had brought the 2 elders from the countryside. But judging by how quickly they arrived, they clearly hadn't come from far away. They must have been living nearby, ready to join forces and take advantage of her. "Grandpa, Grandma, what brings you here?" Qin Yuqing asked, pretending not to know. "You're still up? Were you waiting for me?" After she spoke, no one answered. The looks they gave her were cold and resentful, as if she had done something unforgivable. The 6 people at the table exchanged glances. Finally, Grandpa Qin gave a faint grunt in response, while Grandma didn't even look at her. Her grandparents always favored boys over girls. They often called her useless, and if her father hadn't been somewhat capable, she and her mother might have been driven to despair long ago. After learning her mother couldn't have more children, they treated them even worse, even urging her father to remarry. If he hadn't stood firm, she might not even have a home now. Everyone avoided her gaze. Song Shumei forced a stiff smile. "Ching Ching, you're back. Are you hungry?" "I am." "Will you cook for me, Aunt?" The room fell silent again. Song Shumei often used this trick. When Qin Yuqing came home late from work, the Song family had already eaten. They would casually ask if she was hungry, but she usually didn't want to trouble anyone and made her own food. At most, Song Shumei would bring out some pickles to brush her off, showing concern in words but not in action. If Qin Shengli came home late, though, she wouldn't even ask. She'd go straight to the kitchen to cook for him. That was the difference. In the past, Qin Yuqing had been too naive to see through it. But now that things were falling apart, she no longer felt the need to play the obedient one. Qin Xiangdong glared at his wife, annoyed. "Stop wasting time with that nonsense." He cleared his throat. "Ching Ching, I heard your aunt mention some compensation money."
Who told you about it?
They had kept this secret well. How did this girl find out? Just what he feared had happened. He had planned to marry her off soon. Everything was arranged. So, how did she find out now? Qin Yuqing looked at Qin Xiangdong with a faint smile. "I met Commissar Song from the military department on my way home from work today. He told me." Qin Xiangdong felt uneasy. He didn't even ask how Qin Yuqing knew someone from the military. He knew there was no way to hide it anymore. Ordinary people could be fooled, but not those from the military. Luckily, they had already discussed how to handle it. Qin Xiangdong sighed heavily. "This is my fault. I didn't explain things clearly to your aunt." Qin Yuqing raised an eyebrow. So, he was trying to take the blame himself. "Uncle, So there really is compensation money? Where is it? Qin Xiongdong said, I didn't know it was compensation money. I just knew we received some money. Since your parents passed away and can no longer care for the elders, I gave it to your grandparents for their retirement. Once the money was in the old couple's hands, it was no different from being in Qin Xiongdong's. It was just money moving from one hand to another, still his in the end. That was why he had brought the old couple to live with them. Qin Yuqing's face turned cold. Uncle, what do you mean? You know our family cut ties with my grandparents long ago. My father gave them 500 yuan back then, and they agreed to stop contact. They had almost completely severed ties, though it wasn't made official. The older villagers all knew that her grandmother once tried to force her father to have another son, and even abandoned her in the mountains. Fortunately, someone collecting firewood found her and took her to the police. That money was earned with my father's life. What right do you have to decide what to do with it? The old man's face darkened as he shouted, Enough! Wei Qian was my son. What belonged to him belongs to me. You're just a girl. You'll marry into another family one day. What right do you have to claim it? Qin Yuqing stood her ground. It was my father's legacy to me. You took it without a word. That's against the law. The old man slammed the table, his cloudy eyes flashing with anger. Pointing a bony finger at her, he barked, Who do you think you are? How dare a young girl question us? This is not your place to speak. Old Madame Qin joined in sharply, her narrow eyes full of spite. When Wei Qian was alive, he wasn't respectful. Now that he's gone, his daughter still wants to anger us. That money should be our retirement fund. Qin Yuqing trembled with anger, her nails digging into her palms. She glanced at her uncle's family, who all kept their heads down, pretending not to hear. Her cousin Qin Xingli even smiled with glee. Of course he was happy. Half of that money was meant for his wedding. In her past life, his marriage to her cousin-in-law had been a grand affair. A high bride price, fine gifts. Only then did the bride's family agree. Now she realized that without that money, a family of such high status would never have agreed to the match. These people weren't family, they were leeches. In her past life, she had been blind to trust them. Don't forget, she said coldly, 15 years ago, when you forced my father to have a son and threw me into the back mountain, you lost the right to call yourselves elders. My father paid 500 yuan to cut ties, and the village elders witnessed it. Her mother's poor health and frugal life all came from that 500 yuan. Back then, to separate from the family, her father had borrowed money from every comrade he could find just to gather enough. Old man Qin's face darkened. He grabbed the teacup on the table and hurled it at her, unwilling to let anyone, especially a young woman, challenge his authority. Qin Yuqing couldn't dodge in time. Hot water splashed onto her arm, turning it red. The enamel cup rolled across the floor and stopped by the cupboard. You ungrateful girl! The old woman shrieked. If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't have suffered so much. He's gone, and there's no one left to honor him. That money isn't even enough to make up for a loss. If it weren't for your mother stirring up trouble, my son would never have wanted to split the family. Rage surged through Qin Yuqing. Old and new hatred burned together. She kicked over the table, rushed into the kitchen, and grabbed a kitchen knife. She knew she couldn't really hurt anyone. That would make her the one in the wrong. Each swing of the knife landed just short of them, close enough to terrify but not harm. No matter who was near, she brought the blade down beside them. No one was hurt, but everyone was terrified. The people who had been sitting moments ago were now running around the room in panic. Qin Shuyao, the most cunning of them all, saw Qin Yuqing lose control and immediately ran into a room, locking the door behind her, ignoring everyone else's safety. Just as selfish as ever. While Qin Yuqing was shouting to scare them, she yelled, "This is my home. You have no right to come in. Get out." The old woman who had been yelling the loudest was now too frightened to do anything but scream. Qin Xiongdong tried to calm things down, pretending to be kind. "Qing, let's talk this out. Put the knife down first." Qin Yuqing snapped back, "Your whole family should leave too. All you ever do is take advantage of my father. What kind of people are you? So respectful, are you? Then why don't you spend your own money to take care of him? Why didn't you bring him to your house? Hand over the money today, or no one will have peace. Song Xiumei, following Qin Xiao's lead, hurried into the house, pulling Qin Shengli inside with her. Qin Xiangdong looked at the pale, trembling elderly couple. Qing, your grandparents are old. That money. Just think of it as honoring your father on your behalf. Honoring him? Qin Yuqing gave a cold laugh and swung the kitchen knife toward Qin Xiangdong. Uncle, you're really good at passing on responsibilities. You let my late father do the honoring while you, a living man, just stand there doing nothing? The knife brushed past Qin Xiangdong's ear and hit the cabinet. He shuddered in fear. A little closer, and it could have been his head, the closest he had ever been to death. He stopped pretending and quickly hid behind the old woman, pushing her in front of him as a shield. He couldn't risk getting hurt. My child. What a disgrace. The old woman trembled as she cried out, not even sure who she was scolding. Qin Yuqing stood in the middle of the main room, still holding the knife, but not attacking again. This was her home, she didn't want to damage it. Where's the money? Hand it over. If I trade my life for yours, that's a fair deal. If you don't give me the money, we'll all go down together. The argument was so loud that the neighbors, who had already turned off their lights, switched them back on. In those days, there wasn't much entertainment. Any unusual event in the neighborhood became everyone's favorite gossip. People who had gone to the supply store earlier had already spread the news about the Qin family, and now everyone was listening closely to the commotion. Zhang Yufei put on a coat and stood in her yard. Her house was separated from Qin Yuqing's by a narrow alley, only about 20 or 30 meters apart. Yufei, what are you doing standing out here so late? Her mother asked, coming out of her coat and seeing her daughter standing there as if in a trance. Mom, do you hear that? Isn't that coming from Qing's house? Her mother listened carefully. It really did sound like it. It's none of our business. Come inside quickly. Mom, I'm going out to take a look. Zhang Yufei didn't expect things to happen so quickly. She thought it would take a couple of days. Her mother let out a heavy sigh. She was always worrying about other people's business. Qin Yuqing got tired after chasing for a while. Her body was really weak. She decided she must start exercising more. No wonder her husband dared to bully her after they got married. He thought she was too frail to fight back. As she was thinking, she suddenly noticed a suspicious, wet patch on the ground. Frowning in disgust, she followed the trail with her eyes toward the three people in front of her. The sight made her stomach turn. The old man Qin had been so frightened that he had an accident, and the dark fabric of his pants was damp and clinging to his legs, giving off an unpleasant smell. She quietly took a few steps back, feeling disgusted. The three of them no longer looked fierce. Now they stood huddled together like frightened birds. The pale old woman was pushed to the front, trembling so hard that even the flesh on her face shook. The two men in the family hid behind her like scared mice. Qin Yuqing let out a short, mocking laugh at their cowardice. Hand over my father's pension money, and we'll call it even. She brushed the dust off her sleeve. Getting the money back came first. The rest could be dealt with later. Hearing that, Qin Xiangdong trembled all over, his eyes darting nervously. That was a large sum of money. Giving it up felt like cutting off a piece of his own flesh. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Qing, your father was part of the Qin family. It's only fair that the money be divided among us. Qin Yuqing gave a short, cold laugh. She could tell now, Qin Xiangdong had no intention of giving up the money. He was determined to play dirty. Your uncle is right. It should be shared, the old man stammered, trying to back him up. His son was gone, and this was his only chance to get something. If he missed it, there would be no next time. Qin Yuqing slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp as blades as they swept across the three faces. Uncle, I'll give you one day. By tomorrow afternoon, take your whole family and leave this house. She smiled sweetly, but her voice was icy. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh. I won't hesitate to call the police. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Xiangdong's wrinkled face turned red with anger, and a flash of malice appeared in his eyes. She suddenly straightened her back and said firmly, Ching, that's not right. This house also belongs to the Qin family. Your father is gone, so it's only natural for our family to live here. You're about to get married. What right do you have to drive us out? Qin Yuqing set the kitchen knife aside. The old lady had recovered by now and said sharply, "You ungrateful child. This house must go to Xiongdong. It's the family rule passed down from our ancestors. Property always goes to the men, not to the girls." Qin Yuqing gave a cold laugh, her eyes sharp as a blade. The Xiongdong family was crowded into the factory dormitory, far less comfortable than this place. When they first looked for a house, it took a lot of effort. Her father's old comrade had sold them this one. In a few years, the area would be redeveloped, and this small courtyard could be exchanged for 2 or 3 new apartments. When she found out about it back then, she came to ask her uncle's family for just one house, but they threw her out. That was when she finally saw their true, ugly nature. This house, its ownership certificate is in my mother's name, not my father's. It has nothing to do with you. Maybe her father had known his relatives would cause trouble, or maybe he wasn't home when the paperwork was done, so only her mother's name was written on it. She had found the document last night at the bottom of the wardrobe and kept it safe. In her previous life, she had married in a hurry and never found it. Qin Xiongdong was shocked. He hadn't expected this. If that was true, then his plan for the house was ruined. No, he thought there must be another way. The house had to be his. Before he could speak, the old lady cried out, "Heavens above! How could this happen?" The old man, forgetting his earlier embarrassment, glared angrily. Unfilial child. How can the Qin family's property go to a woman? He had dreamed of moving from the countryside to the city, electric lights, shops nearby, everything within reach. How convenient it would be to live here and feel important. Seeing that force wouldn't work, Qin Xiongdong quickly changed his tone. "Ching, we're family after all. Your father is gone, and we're your closest relatives. It's only natural for us to live together. Your aunt can even take good care of you." "Take care of me?" Qin Yuqing interrupted him mockingly. "You rushed to take my father's compensation money and occupy the house right after he passed away, and now you're spreading rumors about me? Is that what you call taking care of me? I don't need your kind of care." Qin Xiongdong didn't expect Qin Yuqing to know about this. He suspected someone was advising her. She used to be so naive. How did she suddenly become so sharp? After thinking it over, he figured it must be that old man Yu. He had told his wife to persuade the girl to quit her job, but she refused. Now things had turned out like this. When the old Mrs. Qin heard that the house didn't belong to her son, she lost her temper. She sat down on the ground, slapped her thighs, and cried loudly, "Oh heavens! The younger generation is bullying their elders. How did our Qin family end up with such a troublemaker?" The night was quiet, and her cries carried far. Qin Yuqing watched her calmly, unmoved by the scene. She decided to save her energy and think about her next move. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door outside. Everyone inside turned to look. "Ching, are you home?" Zhang Yufei stood outside with a few women from the alley, calling out, "If you don't answer, we're coming in." Qin Yuqing's eyes flickered. She put down the kitchen knife, messed up her hair, and lightly slapped her own face twice. The 3 people inside stared at her in confusion. Covering her face, she went to open the door. Qin Xiongdong suddenly realized what she was doing and rushed after her. What are you trying to do?"
Stop.
"Don't go." When Qin Yuqing came in earlier, she had left the door unlatched. She had expected they wouldn't leave easily. Since talking nicely didn't work, she was ready to take another approach. Zhang Yufei gently pushed the door and found it wasn't locked. She turned to the curious women behind her. "Aunties, the door isn't latched." Seeing that the distance was right, Qin Yuqing shouted from the yard, "Help! Someone's trying to hurt me." Aunt Zhang, who had been eager to see what was happening, couldn't hold back anymore. She had been curious ever since she came back from the store. Hearing the shouting, she was the first to rush over. When she heard the door wasn't locked and then heard Qin Yuqing's cry for help, she pushed the door open.
What's going on in the Qin family?
"Why are you arguing so late at night?" As the door opened, she saw Qin Xiongdong holding a knife in one hand and grabbing Qin Yuqing with the other. To anyone watching, it looked like he was about to attack her. Qin Yuqing reached out toward her. "Auntie, help me." Tears rolled down at just the right moment, her collar torn open, and behind her stood Qin Xiongdong, his face full of anger. Aunt Zhang gasped, then a voice broke through the darkness. "Ah, someone's been hurt." The few people who had just squeezed in also saw the shocking scene. Zhang Yufei rushed forward, thrusting the stick in her hand without hesitation, making Qin Xiongdong stumble backward. Two quick-handed women started looking for tools. One grabbed a stone, the other picked up a shovel from behind the door. No one had expected Qin Xiongdong to be this kind of person. He had always seemed so honest. It really proved the old saying true: you can't judge a person by their looks. Qin Xiongdong hurried to explain, stepping back twice. "No, I didn't hurt anyone."
"Huh.
"If you didn't, then why are you holding a kitchen knife?" Qin Xiongdong was truly wronged. He had seen the knife left on the cabinet by Qin Yuqing and, afraid she might use it again, picked it up to keep it away from her. But when Qin Yuqing opened the door and ran out, it caused a huge misunderstanding that he couldn't explain clearly now. Covering her face, Qin Yuqing cried out in fear, "Aunties, please help me. I only asked about the compensation money, but my uncle got angry and tried to scare me with a knife." Qin Xiongdong quickly let go and dropped the knife. "No, please let me explain." "Explain what?" Aunt Zhang stepped back quickly, watching him warily. "We saw it with our own eyes. You were holding the knife." At that moment, Song Xiumei came out of the house in a panic, but she was already too late. When she had gone inside earlier, she had blocked the door with a cabinet, afraid Qin Yuqing might rush in, and that delay cost her time. "It's all a misunderstanding,"
she cried.
"Please, everyone calm down." By now, neighbors had gathered outside after hearing the noise. A quarrel was one thing, but talk of violence was another, and people came running to see what was happening. Taking advantage of the crowd, Qin Yuqing shouted, "Please, someone call the police. My uncle's family is trying to harm me." Someone in the crowd responded, and Zhang Yufei turned to pull that person away quickly. Hearing the words "call the police," Qin Xiongdong's face turned pale. For ordinary people, those two words carried great weight. Song Xiumei panicked too. She didn't know exactly what had happened, but since everyone was blaming her husband, she knew something was wrong.
"Wait.
The child is frightened and talking nonsense. Please don't believe her. This is a family matter. There's no need to call the police." No one believed her. Several people had seen Qin Xiongdong holding a kitchen knife just moments ago. Two elderly people came out of the yard. The old man, Qin, shouted toward the crowd, "This is our family's business. Please don't interfere." He still thought this was like the countryside, where a loud word could calm people down. Aunt Lu snorted coldly. "And who are you?" It wasn't her fault she didn't recognize them. Since Qin Yuqing's family had moved here, this was the first time the old couple had visited. "We're Yuqing's grandparents. We've never seen you before. How do we know you're not pretending?" The old man was speechless. His second son had followed his wife here years ago, cutting ties with the family. Everyone thought he had moved away for good. If it weren't for his second son's death and the eldest bringing them over, they wouldn't have even known he had a house here. Seeing the crowd's doubtful looks, Qin Yuqing realized she couldn't let the old couple make things worse. She dropped to her knees with a thud, crying bitterly. "Uncles and aunties, please help me. I only asked about my father's pension, but they scolded me. My uncle's family even wants me to give up the house. When I refused, they tried to hit me." "Nonsense." Qin Xiongdong trembled with anger. "She's the one who came at us with a knife." Song Xiumei quickly added, "You've got it wrong. It was that girl who tried to hurt us." How could all of us be lying? She had come out late and hadn't seen her husband chasing with a knife, but she didn't need anyone to teach her how to defend him. Aunt Zhang, who was holding the trembling Qin Yuqing, still felt frightened. That knife had been shining under the light. If it had swung down, the girl could have been seriously hurt. Aunt Zhang's fear was real, but Qin Yuqing's trembling was an act. She knew that most onlookers sympathized with the weak. With no one to rely on, she had to use their pity to protect herself. Aunt Zhang, still shaken, spoke sharply, "Xiaomei, we all saw it clearly. It was your husband chasing the girl with the knife." Some people had already doubted the character of Qin Xiangdong's family, who would treat an orphaned girl so kindly for no reason. Song Xiaomei's overly friendly behavior in the neighborhood had always seemed strange. Now, seeing this scene tonight, everyone realized this family was far from simple. The late autumn night wind swept up fallen leaves, making the onlooking neighbors shrink their necks. It was chilly. Looking at Qin Xiangdong's family, people whispered among themselves. They claimed to be taking care of someone, but moving the whole family into another person's home? Who would believe they weren't after the house? If they truly wanted to help, they could visit every few days or have one person stay to keep company. But now, bringing everyone along clearly looked like they were trying to drive the original owner away. Qin Xiangdong was speechless, veins bulging on his forehead. Faced with the evidence, he finally forced out, "I was just trying to scare her." Song Xiaomei quickly added, "It was that girl who started it first. There are so many of us here. Don't you trust what we say? Everyone knows how I usually treat Qingqing." She hoped her good reputation would help her case. Aunt Lu, the plump neighbor, curled her lips and interrupted, "You scare people with a kitchen knife?" Several gossiping women who had seen the scene chimed in. "Exactly. We all saw it. If we hadn't arrived in time, something terrible might have happened." Qin Xiangdong grew furious, stomping his foot.
"You don't know anything."
"That girl was pretending. It's all fake." They had fallen into her trap. That girl had planned it. At that moment, Qin Yuqing began to cry, holding out her arm. "Do you think I could hurt myself on purpose?" When someone had helped her up earlier, she had moved too quickly and accidentally brushed against the knife, cutting her arm slightly. It looked frightening, but the wound wasn't deep. It was just a pity about her cotton blouse. The bright red blood stood out sharply against the white floral fabric. Her tearful words pierced through Qin Xiangdong's last defense. Under the moonlight, everyone saw the red-stained sleeve and gasped. Someone shouted, "What are you waiting for? Take her to the hospital." From the end of the alley came another shout, "The police are here. Officers over here." Someone led the way, the beam of a flashlight sweeping through the narrow alley as footsteps drew closer. Old Qin's face turned pale, frozen in place. The others in the courtyard didn't look much better. How had the police arrived so quickly? By coincidence, Zhang Yufei had just left the alley with a few people when they ran into two patrolling officers. After a quick explanation, the officers immediately followed her back. "It's just up ahead." There were many people gathered at the Qin family's gate, so it was easy to see what was happening without anyone pointing it out. The crowd was noisy. When the police arrived, Qin Yuqing glanced around but didn't see Zhang Yufei. She was probably at the military district. Hearing that the police had come, Song Xiaomei twisted the corner of her clothes nervously, completely at a loss. She tugged on her husband's sleeve. Her voice trembled. "What should we do now?" Qin Xiangdong was also frightened. His throat moved as he swallowed hard. He knew he couldn't explain why he had taken the compensation money without telling Qin Yuqing. He regretted acting on impulse and bringing his parents over. If he had known, he would have just given them some money to keep things quiet. "What can I do? Just don't say anything unnecessary later." Before he could say more, two tall figures stepped into the yard, shining their flashlights directly into Qin Xiangdong's eyes. He instinctively raised his hand to block the light as the crowd began to speak all at once. "Officer, he's the one who raised the kitchen knife and tried to attack someone. We saw it with our own eyes." "The knife fell right there," someone said, pointing to where it lay. "Look at the girl's arm. Those injuries are real." The accusations came at Qin Xiangdong like a hailstorm. Qin Yuqing was pushed forward. Under the moonlight, her thin body trembled slightly. Her head was lowered, her hair messy. She clearly looked like the one who had been wronged. Qin Yuqing. She hadn't even started to act, yet the crowd had already helped her make her case. Qin Xiangdong's heart was pounding. There were too many witnesses. They didn't care about what had happened before, only what they saw. The flashlight beam focused on the kitchen knife. The police frowned. No matter what, the situation looked serious. The older officer, Lao Chen, crouched down and picked up the knife with a handkerchief. The blade glinted coldly in the moonlight, with a few dark red stains on it. His brows furrowed deeply. When he looked up, his gaze was sharp.
Tell me what happened.
On the way here, they had already gathered some information, but they still needed to follow procedure and ask again. Who wants to speak first? As soon as the officer spoke, Qin Xiangdong quickly said, "Officer, it's not what you think. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't try to hurt anyone. I just wanted to put the knife away." He rubbed his hands anxiously, sweat soaking through his shirt. He was telling the truth. Suddenly, Song Xiaomei rushed up to Qin Yuqing, her nails almost digging into her arm. "Qing, say something. Your great-uncle is usually so kind to you. Please explain. This is all a misunderstanding. Your great-uncle shouldn't be taken away. Don't you remember how we helped you?" Qin Yuqing frowned, feeling her wound. She gently pulled away, looked at Song Xiaomei, and withdrew her gaze. "Auntie, I know you mean well, but I can't lie." She then quietly told the police, "I just found out today that my father has a pension. I asked about it and suddenly, my great-uncle's family got angry. They said they found a good match for me and are waiting for me to get married. The house belongs to them." As she spoke, she started to choke up, her thin shoulders trembling. At first, it seemed like she was acting, but thinking about her tragic past, she couldn't help but cry. The crowd became restless. This family was really shameless. A slightly older officer frowned and looked at Qin Xiangdong and his wife. A younger officer asked, "And then what happened?" "I just wanted to get my father's pension back. They didn't want to give it, so we argued and then—" She shivered in fear as she spoke. Aunt Lee spoke up for her. "We heard cries for help outside. When we pushed open the door, we saw him holding a kitchen knife, trying to hurt someone. Officer, look, this arm was cut. It's bleeding now." It was torn open by Song Xiaomei, and the wound, which had just been stopped, started bleeding again. "Li Guixiang, shut up!" Song Xiaomei yelled angrily. She was furious. This was just her man being hurt badly. The older officer wrote quickly in his notebook, his sharp eyes lingering on Qin Xiangdong's pale face. Then he turned to look kindly at Qin Yuqing. "Young girl, you should go to the hospital to get your wound bandaged. I will take him back to the station for questioning." After saying that, he signaled the young officer to come forward and take the people away. Song Xiaomei blocked in front of Qin Xiangdong. "We said it was a misunderstanding. You can't take him." In their view, once someone went to the police station, they would be detained. How would they look to others outside? The elderly couple was frightened by the scene, trembling as they asked, "This is family business. Why are you taking him to the police station?" They were counting on their son to support them in old age. If something went wrong, who else could they rely on? Before they could be taken away, footsteps sounded again outside the alley. More than 10 men in military uniforms crowded into the small courtyard, and the crowd automatically made way. Zhang Yufei's eyes sparkled as she quickly ran to Qin Yuqing. She had just returned in a jeep. This was her first time riding in a car. "Qing, are you okay?" she asked, noticing the red patch on her arm and exclaiming, "You're hurt." Song Jianghua, walking behind, heard this and quickened his steps. Before entering the yard, he heard the girl calling out loudly to report. At this moment, Qin Xiangdong's face was no longer pale, and his legs felt weak. The two police officers didn't expect to disturb the military district personnel. They looked at Qin Yuqing with more curiosity. "Comrade Director Song," said an older police officer from the bureau, recognizing Song Jianghua. "Deputy Zhang, you're here too. Handle the matter first." Song Jianghua directly asked Qin Yuqing, "Comrade Xiao Qin, where are you hurt?" "Director Song, it's nothing serious. I just mentioned the issue of condolence money, which made my uncle's family unhappy." Qin Yuqing clearly understood what was urgent. Since the director personally came, getting back the condolence money was the most important. Song Jianghua, who spent all day in the military camp, had a different aura from the police officers. Standing there, he exuded a sense of authority from within. He raised his hand, and a person in military uniform stepped forward, holding a list. The director has verified that on March 27th, Qin Weiqian's condolence money was fully taken by Qin Xiangdong. Here is his signature. He handed the signed document to the two police officers. The crowd was stunned. It had been nearly half a year, and they had kept this secret from Qin Yuqing. The truth was now clear. Could it be that all their money for groceries and meat was spent extravagantly? No wonder they were so careless with money. Someone from behind shouted, "Taking the money of the deceased shows no conscience." The crowd instantly ignited with suspicion. Song Xiumei, hearing the gossip, turned pale. Qin Yuqing lowered her eyes slightly and said nothing. Song Jianghua saw more and more people gathering and said, "Deputy Liu, take him back first, and let Xiao Wu assist with the investigation. He has evidence. I will take Xiao Qin to the hospital first. Everyone disperse." Before the two police officers could speak, the soldiers brought by Song Jianghua began to clear the crowd. Seeing that someone was about to be taken away, the onlookers realized there was nothing interesting to watch. Currently, I don't know the outcome, but I do know that Qin Xiangdong's family is not good people, and their reputation is completely ruined. The crowd gradually dispersed. Qin Yuqing really needed to bandage her arm, which was bleeding. It was her blood. Over the years, her family struggled to pay off debts. Her mother believed that as long as they didn't starve, it was fine, so she tried to save money wherever she could. Her body was already weak and malnourished. If this continued, no matter how much she ate, she couldn't recover. The police and military worked together to handle the situation, so it was considered under control. Qin Yuqing also relaxed a bit and looked at Zhang Yufei among the crowd, giving her a reassuring gesture. Song Jianghua glanced at Qin Yuqing's arm, which was very pale, and his face grew even more serious. "Go to the hospital quickly," Qin Yuqing nodded. As she followed Song Jianghua out of the hospital, she still heard the old man shouting, "Why are you arresting me? I won't go." After getting into the car, Qin Yuqing started to thank Song Jianghua, saying, "Commissar Song, thank you. I appreciate you coming out so late." She didn't expect things to develop so quickly. She blamed herself for losing her temper with the two old people. Song Jianghua had only finished investigating and gathering evidence in the afternoon. He had planned to come see her tomorrow, but before he even left the military camp, a young girl with a martyr's medal ran to the entrance, asking for help. "This is what I should do. I should have arranged everything earlier. Who would have thought Qin Xiangdong was so cruel, even trying to keep his brother's condolence money for himself? Now that he's been caught, he's resorting to violence to silence people." Seeing the pale face of the young girl, he sighed heavily, understanding why higher authorities had instructed them to take extra care. If they hadn't arrived in time today, who knew what might have happened? "Don't worry, I will make sure this is resolved. No one can take that money away from you." Even the biological uncle wasn't kind. How could such an uncle treat children well? On the way, Song Jianghua asked about Qin Yuqing's life and work. He didn't know that the Shun family had already used connections to find her a job. He was planning to keep an eye out and help her find a proper job as a form of security. "Comrade Qin, what are your plans for the future?" "What plans?" Since her rebirth, Qin Yuqing had already decided. "Commissar Song, I hope you won't laugh at me. After my parents died, I thought clearly. I want to learn a skill to support myself. I want to study medicine." Qin Yuqing knows that the college entrance exam will be restored in 2 years. The art troupe seems to have a good job, but she doesn't like it inside. Social relationships are too troublesome for her. In her past life, she suffered a lot in the art troupe. Studying medicine was also a careful decision she made. In her previous life, she went to the doctor often, and her long illness made her learn a lot about medicine to save money. She has a space where the spiritual spring water can help her. In the future, even if things don't go well, she can live well by working at a rural clinic. She has thought about starting a business, but her status as an only daughter is a big obstacle. Trying to rise up in this era is too difficult for her. Without a proper identity, status, or family background, she relies on outside help to solve problems like her uncle's family. Everyone wants to get rich, but can she really keep the money she earns? The policy opening will take several more years. During this time, she must support herself. She also wants to learn something herself. Starting a small business as a side job could be good. If something unexpected happens, she will have a skill to fall back on. She doesn't crave wealth and fame too much. She just wants a stable and smooth life to enjoy peaceful days. She is just an ordinary person. If her father hadn't sacrificed himself, no one would know her. In her past life, each day felt like a year. She really doesn't want to live that kind of life again. Only those who have truly experienced it understand how precious a peaceful and calm life is. Your idea is good, but do you have any connections? Nowadays, learning a skill, especially medicine, is not easy. Just finding a teacher is troublesome. Qin Yuqing isn't afraid of losing face. She takes the opportunity to ask Comrade Song for help, knowing that once she asks, she might never get the chance to see him again. If he really helps her, she will remember his kindness and repay him if possible. If he doesn't help, there's no loss. She really has no connections. She is just an orphan girl. Comrade, I also want to ask for your help. Can you keep an eye out for a suitable teacher for me? She is currently working with Teacher Yu, but that isn't a long-term solution. In her previous life, their department merged after about 2 years, and Teacher Yu had no place to be assigned. Teacher Yu is also getting old and will retire soon. Okay, I will keep an eye out. Having received his promise, Qin Yuqing breathes a sigh of relief. Thank you, comrade. At the hospital, a nurse takes her to clean her wound. She ends up getting 5 stitches and is given some instructions. Qin Yuqing thinks she doesn't need stitches, but the nurse wants to show off. Come back in 3 days to change the dressing. I remember now. Qin Yuqing took the medicine and obediently sat in the car on the way home. When they reached the alley entrance, Song Jianghua asked Xiao Wu's soldiers to Qin Yuqing back home. The political commissar is already at the door. There's no need. After all the fuss today, Qin Yuqing felt a bit embarrassed, even with her thick skin. Song Jianghua smiled and said, "Hurry back now. If you delay, I'll have to wait a little longer." Qin Yuqing blushed and said, "Thank you, commissar. Please, this comrade me home." The soldier behind them helped with the investigation and accompanied her all the way to her courtyard gate. "Comrade, I won't go inside." "All right. Thank you for your hard work." When the courtyard gate closed, Qin Yuqing saw the figure walking away quickly. She looked up at the sky from the yard. The dark clouds had dispersed, and the moonlight was just right. Tomorrow, she still needed to go to the police station. Once she chased away the troublemakers, she could enjoy a peaceful life. She exhaled and stepped into the house. Seeing the messy living room, she had no energy to tidy up. As she turned back to her room, she suddenly saw the door tightly shut and had a quick idea. The door to Song Xiaomei's room was open, but Qin Xiao's room was tightly closed. She stepped forward and pushed the door. Sure enough, it was locked from inside. Qin Xiao was still inside. She hadn't been taken away by the police. That made sense. She hadn't appeared in this matter from the beginning to the end. Even if it was about the condolence money, no one knew what he was thinking, and no one would do anything to him. All the expenses for food and drinks weren't handled by her. She was just a pure beneficiary. Qin Yuqing knocked the closed door. "Qin Shuyao, I know you're inside. Stop pretending." Qin Shuyao hadn't slept. She kept replaying where she went wrong. It had only been a day since her rebirth, and everything had changed so much. In her previous life, none of this had happened. Her parents and brother had all been taken to the police station. She didn't know who to turn to for help. In her past life, when she married into the Shin family, she would ask Qin Yuqing to handle things. Although that man was cold to her, he always did what he was told. Now, she wasn't married to Qin Yuqing, and she didn't plan to marry him in this life. In her previous life, it was because of him that she gained a bad reputation. Wherever she went, people looked down on her. Why should Qin Yuqing, who married a second-rate man, become a rich woman? This time, she was determined to turn her life around. She now suspected that Qin Yuqing had also been reborn. The two of them had died together. She can be reborn, so why can't Qin Yuqing? Qin Shuyao was biting her finger in a room, thinking over and over. If she was reborn, then Qin Yuqing suddenly changing her personality makes sense. Qin Shuyao, open the door. If you don't, I don't mind kicking it down. Just as Qin Yuqing was thinking about how to pry open the door, it was opened slightly. Qin Shuyao looked at her with a cold face, her red, swollen eyes fixed on Qin Yuqing. Her voice was quiet but full of hatred. What are you trying to do? My parents were harmed and ended up in jail. Qin Yuqing placed her hand on the door frame, a cold smile on her lips. Did I do that? They were greedy. Just so, move out tomorrow. Don't let me see you again. After telling her this, Qin Yuqing decided she wouldn't move out tomorrow. If she didn't, she warned her not to be too polite. Qin Shuyao asked angrily, Are you also reborn? Qin Yuqing slowly turned her head, having already expected this. She didn't expect Qin Shuyao to be so foolish as to ask. She wouldn't admit it because admitting it would complicate things. Right now, fighting superstition strictly is more important. She could handle Qin Shuyao, but it was a bit troublesome. Better to cut it off at the source. She was sure Qin Shuyao wouldn't tell outsiders, and she wouldn't either. You're crazy. What are you talking about? Or maybe it's because your parents went to jail. You're losing your mind. If that's the case, I'll send you to a mental hospital. They have a place for you. After saying this, she turned around and went back to her bedroom, closing the door and locking it quickly and smoothly. Qin Shuyao frowned, standing there. Was she really reborn? Or was her own rebirth causing a butterfly effect? No matter what, the idea of moving out was a big problem for Qin Shuyao. If she had a place to go, she would have moved out long ago. Her father's factory housing was tight, and their family squeezed into a tiny dorm of less than 50 square meters. They couldn't even turn around properly, and even hanging clothes meant brushing against others' arms. If there was more space, she wouldn't have to send her little brother to the countryside. In the dorm, she could only sleep on a makeshift bed made of 3 boxes. Whenever she opened the boxes, she had to redo the bedding. Turning over was hard. Here with Qin Yuqing, although it was a small room, she had her own space and a comfortable bed. Qin Shuyao clenched her lips tightly, her eyes full of unwillingness and more hatred. Why is Qin Yuqing able to live comfortably even after her parents' death? She has memories from her past life and knows she will move into 3 different houses in the future. Of course, she's jealous. She has decided to claim this house. Qin Yuqing returned to her bedroom, but didn't rush to sleep. She took a walk around her space. She drank a small cup of spiritual spring water, but she still hasn't used the 3 drops of high-level spiritual spring water she has daily. She looked at the wound on her arm and sighed. The stitches still need to be removed, but without stitches, her space water can help her heal completely. It's an extra trouble. She wished she had argued with the nurse earlier. She casually grabbed a meat bun, ate it, and then ran around her space a few more times. In the morning, she looked in the mirror. Her body was like a sprout of bean sprouts, and she disliked it herself. Early in the morning, she got up and made herself a bowl of noodles with 2 fried eggs. She glanced at the closed door and sneered. She went to Qin Shuyao's door and knocked. Qin Shuyao, don't pretend to be dead. Today, pack your things and get out. No one answered. Qin Yuqing was eager to leave, planning to come back later to deal with Qin Shuyao. She rode her bike to ask Teacher Yu for leave. When she arrived, Teacher Yu waved her off before she could speak. I already know. You can go now. The news spread quickly. Qin Yuqing sighed to herself, pushed her bike to the door and turned back with a smile. Thank you, Teacher Yu. When I return, I'll show my gratitude. Teacher Yu smiled helplessly on the spot. So much had happened, yet she could still smile. It was truly tough on this girl. It's good she saw things clearly early. She turned around, carrying a hot water kettle, to fetch water from the front yard. The gray-white walls of the police station looked cold and stern in the sunlight. The national emblem gleamed with a metallic shine. Qin Yuqing stood on the steps, instinctively swallowing hard. Her throat felt tight. She had lived 2 lives, but this was her first time here, and she was a little nervous. Suddenly, she bumped into the young police officer from last night. His eyes lit up, and he quickly approached her. Comrade Qin, you're just in time. I was about to find you. Qin Yuqing forced a smile. Comrade, what's the situation now? The young officer saw her nervousness and spoke more gently. Qin, don't be nervous. He smiled and showed a row of neat teeth. My name is Zhou. We conducted a night-long interrogation last night, and the case is basically clear. It seems like they're introducing themselves, knowing each other's names to get closer and calm emotions. Qin Yuqing's tense shoulders relaxed a little, and she steadied her mind. Comrade Zhou, can I still get my money back? She cares about the condolence money. Her great-uncle's family doesn't have much relation to him, so whether he is sentenced or sent to a farm, she doesn't care. This is what I wanted to talk to you about, he said, gesturing for her to follow. Come with me. He took Qin Yuqing into an office, where an older police officer from last night was sitting. Comrade Qin, sit down. Qin Yuqing sat across from him, watching closely so she wouldn't miss any words. Zhou walked to the door and closed it. The older officer then said, Xiangdong Qin has admitted that he took the money. He has 3 savings certificates, and today we will bring him to retrieve them. When the time comes, he will give you everything without missing a penny. Qin Yuqing let out a breath of relief. As long as she could get the money back, that was enough. Zhou cleared his throat. Right now, there's another issue. The 2 elders want to divide the condolence money. This is difficult. Qin Xiangdong's family hasn't behaved well, so they aren't qualified to share the money. But the 2 elderly parents are different. They can still receive a share. Qin Yuqing thought for a moment, then took out a yellowed piece of paper from her bag. This is what I found at home. We moved out 10 years ago. Over the years, we've lost contact with my grandparents. Many villagers in the countryside know about this. Back then, to cut ties with the Qin family, there was a big fuss. They even built a family shrine, but they didn't go through official legal procedures. Last night, while tidying up, Qin Yuqing found this letter of disownment. She wasn't sure if it would work, but she had to try. My grandparents said that if my father paid 500 yuan, they would sever ties. My father already paid, and this is the receipt. The older police officer examined it carefully and even stamped the village seal. Zhou, verify this. If it's true, the condolence money will be handled differently. The 2 elders are not entitled to share the money. Zhou immediately took the disownment letter and photos to verify. Qin Yuqing was asked a few more questions before being released. As she left, she couldn't help but ask, what will my great-uncle and the others be sentenced to? They are cooperative and admit their guilt. It will probably be about 3 years. Your great-aunt and Qin Shengli also concealed information and will be sent to a farm for a year of reform. Qin Yuqing was very happy with this result. With this time, she had enough to change herself. Qin Xiangdong's job at the mechanical factory was basically lost. Without income, their family couldn't afford to be proud, and even for renovations, they would have to spend a lot. Did Qin Shengli do anything? One of the savings certificates was in his name, and saving money separately was also his idea. Qin Yuqing felt the sentence was too light. She didn't know that Qin Xiangdong had taken most of the blame to protect his son. The old man and woman, because of their status, were not formally tried. They were just given a verbal warning and released. They still live in a guest house, arranged temporarily by the police. Now they are being led into the police station. When Qin Yuqing saw them come out, she only glared. She kept asking the accompanying officers, Comrade, when can we leave? The 2 old folks discussed all night. They didn't want the money anymore. They just wanted to go home. The older one wouldn't die easily. They would deal with it later. These 2 old people couldn't be dragged into trouble. Comrade, please be kind and let us go home first. The chickens and land at home are waiting for us. Old Qin pretended to be pitiful, trying to make them feel sorry for him, hoping to go back early. He's too old to go to prison. Last night, he heard everything clearly. Luckily, they didn't take the money. Otherwise, they would have been sent to prison. The older brother was also causing trouble, and now they were dragging their old bones into it.
I don't know about that.
We'll wait for the official notice. Qin Yuqing sneered and walked out of the police station, riding her bicycle back home. If these 2 old folks dared to come again, she would definitely break their legs and throw them into the deep mountains. She checked the time and wasn't in a hurry to go home. She wandered around the street, checking prices, and buying some things that looked nice. After asking around for a while, she found a well-known traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Even before entering, she smelled a faint medicinal aroma. Inside, there weren't many people, and business seemed slow. That made sense. People nowadays tend to tough it out when they're sick. Only when they can't bear it anymore do they seek medical help. As soon as she stepped inside, someone asked, "Miss, do you want to buy medicine or see a doctor?" She looked toward the voice and saw a young figure behind a pile of herbs, probably a young assistant or apprentice. "I want to improve my health." "Wait a moment, I'll go call the master." The young man turned around and ran toward the backyard, his voice still echoing in the air as he called out to someone. Soon, an elderly man with a white beard came out from the inner room. "Miss, over here." Qin Yuqing directly explained her purpose. She believed that spiritual spring water could improve her condition and wanted to see a professional for advice. She sat down at the consultation table, placing her wrist flat on the pulse pillow. The old traditional Chinese doctor, thin and with withered fingers, placed his hand on her pulse points. While feeling her pulse and stroking his beard, he said, "The pulse is thin and weak, and lacks strength when pressed." The old doctor's brow furrowed gradually. He moved his fingers to another position and finally checked her tongue coating. "Miss, you are showing typical signs of deficiency in both qi and blood." Qin Yuqing's heart skipped a beat. She had already known this deep down, similar to what her doctor in her previous life had said. What was different this time was that no one was stopping her from seeking treatment and nourishing herself. She no longer valued anything more than her health. The old doctor withdrew his hand, stroked his white beard, and spoke at length. Some words she didn't understand, but he patiently explained them again. "Can my condition be improved with proper treatment? It's not difficult. You're still young, but you need to pay attention. I'll prescribe you a modified 8-treasure decoction." The old doctor looked up sharply, his eyes bright. "Miss, relying on medicine alone isn't enough. Your nutrition is out of balance. You should eat at least 2 eggs every day. If possible, make some angelica lamb soup. If you continue to be so depleted, it could lead to chronic weakness." Qin Yuqing knew this well. If it weren't for the spiritual spring water nourishing her in her previous life, she would have died long ago. At 30, her body felt like 50. For a while, she had relied on just 3 drops of spiritual spring water to keep her alive. "Ah Chong, go and get the medicine as per the prescription." When Qin Yuqing left the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, she spent just over 10 yuan to buy 8 packs of medicine. No matter when she saw a doctor, it was always expensive, but she always bought good medicine. She glanced at the sky, then went to a state-run restaurant to order 4 dishes, and bought some meat buns and steamed bread. Later, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 bottles of wine. When she returned to her workplace, she just saw Teacher Yu carrying a lunchbox, walking slowly toward the dormitory. "Teacher Yu." Just in time, Qin Yuqing hurriedly jumped off the car, braked with 1 foot, and placed her bicycle against the wall. She quickly grabbed the net bag hanging on the handlebar, filled with braised dishes wrapped in oil paper, and could still smell the aroma of soy sauce meat. She jogged a few steps to catch up with Yu Tianhai, carrying the food, and followed the teacher into the house. Yu Tianhai pushed open the old wooden door of the dormitory and placed the lunchbox on the chipped table. He adjusted his glasses and turned to ask, "How did it go? Is it done?" Qin Yuqing was in a hurry and rode quickly, beads of sweat on her forehead. "Yes, the police told me to wait for news. It should be in the next 2 or 3 days. I bought some snacks for drinking." Qin Yuqing took out the food while speaking. The oil paper crackled softly. She took out steaming soy sauce pork and peanuts, with oil spreading slightly on the paper. 2 aluminum lunchboxes held braised pork and eggplant. Yu Tianhai saw her take out 2 bottles of white wine from her bag. His eyebrows furrowed immediately. "What are you planning? You have some money, and you're spending it recklessly." His voice carried the typical tone of an elder's concern, mixed with some worry. "That meal cost quite a bit. Teacher Yu, look at what you're saying. This is to show respect to you. You can drink these 2 bottles when you have time. Hurry up and put it away." "I don't drink." Yu Tianhai waved his hand and turned to get the thermos. Yu Tianhai usually enjoyed a small drink, but he knew very well what Qin Yuqing was going through. Her parents had just passed away, and her uncle's family was watching her closely. Luckily, the issue with the condolence money had come to light. Don't say that. Qin Yuqing lowered her voice. This wine, consider it my thank you for taking care of me these days. I might need to take a few days off work. Since her parents' death, she had been in a bad state. At first, she often didn't go to work, and even when she did, she seemed distracted. Teacher Yu never scolded her, nor did he deduct her salary. Some things needed to be discussed in advance. In her previous life, she just went along with things. But this time, she didn't want to keep this job. It was just a way to pass time. There's no need to worry about whether you're taking care of me or not. It hasn't affected your work, he said. Qin Yuqing opened a bottle of wine and poured a glass for Yu Tianhai. Teacher Yu, after work, drink less. Yu Tianhai took the glass and felt a wave of emotion. You're a good kid. He drank it all in one gulp and ate 2 peanuts. Whenever you need help, just ask. I don't have much ability, but I know a few people. That's just what I needed to hear from you. Qin Yuqing smiled. But I haven't decided yet. Just tell me when you've made up your mind, Yu Tianhai asked. And what's the situation with your uncle? Any news? Qin Yuqing briefly explained the situation and finally said, the results will be clear in a few days. That's good. Yu Tianhai asked some more details and came up with a plan with Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing stayed for a little while longer, and then Yu Tianhai started to urge her to leave. Let's go, it's getting late. The old man doesn't need you to stay. Looking at the sky, Qin Yuqing stood up. Teacher Yu, take your time drinking. I will be at work on time tomorrow. It's okay if you're a bit late. I haven't had much to do these days. Qin Yuqing rode her bike home. Before reaching the door, she saw someone squatting there. Zhang Yufei patted her bottom and stood up. You're finally back. I was so worried. Qin Yuqing took out her keys and handed them to Zhang Yufei. Zhang Yufei took them and opened the door easily. Qin Yuqing waited behind her with her bike, saying, I talked with Teacher Yu for a while and lost track of time. Zhang Yufei opened the door. Everyone's gone now. I can come to visit you again. But Qin Yuqing's mind was actually wondering, did Qin Shuyao really leave? Let's go inside and take a look. The inside of the house looked the same as in the morning, but the door to Qin Shuyao's room was closed. Zhang Yufei put down her basket. My mom asked me to bring you some eggs to help you recover. Qin Yuqing said, don't lie. Did you buy them yourself? She knew the situation at Zhang's home well. They only kept 2 chickens, which wasn't enough for the family. Usually, Zhang's mother went to the supply store to buy eggs to help out. The money Zhang Yufei used to buy eggs probably saved her many meals. That's why Zhang Yufei had been waiting outside her door. If she carried eggs back home, she probably wouldn't have any left. When Zhang Yufei's lie was exposed, she looked serious and said, if I give you eggs, just eat them. You've lost so much blood, no need for all this fuss. Have you eaten yet? Zhang Yufei awkwardly smiled. I didn't expect you to come back so late. She had just bought eggs after work, not knowing Qin Yuqing would come home so late. Wait a moment, I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Zhang Yufei rushed into the kitchen. You, this injured person, don't move. I'll do it myself. Zhang Yufei was really hungry. At this time, there probably wasn't any leftover rice at home. Qin Yuqing wanted to help Zhang Yufei improve her life, so she naturally didn't let her into the kitchen. Help me tidy up the house. I'll make the noodles quickly. No need, I have leftover bread and multigrain buns, I don't mind. These days, noodles are also good, but Qin Yuqing's family doesn't lack them. Especially after Song Xiumei came, they stored a lot. Some were bought with tickets, and many were stockpiled from the black market. Qin Yuqing took out a piece of pork, sliced it into strips, and quickly stir-fried it to make a meat sauce. There were also some leftover greens at home, which she washed simply. The meat sauce was almost done, so she boiled some water and cracked 2 eggs into it. The aroma was so tempting that Zhang Yufei was distracted from her work. It smelled better than the dumplings eaten during the New Year. Eat, serve yourself. My arm hurts. Seeing the big bowl of meat sauce noodles, Zhang Yufei had never seen such a beautiful dish. It not only had eggs but also greens, looking even better than those in state-run restaurants. What are you standing there for? The noodles are getting cold. I told you. I'm full, and if you leave any, it will all be wasted. From Zhang Yufei's expression, it was clear she didn't want to eat too much. Just consider this my thank you gift for running errands for me last night, saving me in a crisis. At this point, Zhang Yufei didn't mind being polite anymore. She hurriedly brought the noodles to the table. There was also half a plate of shredded potatoes, bought by Qin Yuqing from a state-run restaurant. To hide it, she deliberately set aside half. The leftovers from this morning, I heated them up, cold as fine, Zhang Yufei said, her mouth watering from the tempting smell. She held her bowl and started mixing the noodles. So delicious, Yuqing, your cooking skills are amazing. When did you get so good? Qin Yuqing couldn't say. Most of her cooking skills came from her previous life, where she learned to cook to make a living. Before marriage, she only knew simple dishes. When she entered the Gao family, she was often criticized for cooking. Her job was taken over by her sister-in-law, and with no work, she went to a restaurant to learn culinary skills, studying for 8 years. I've always been good at it, I just didn't want to show off. At this moment, Zhang Yufei was so enchanted by the aroma that she was fully immersed in eating the noodles. While Zhang Yufei ate, Qin Yuqing took the opportunity to check a few rooms. There were some signs of tidying up, but most things were still there, more like she was searching through belongings. Zhang Yufei sighed contentedly, I'm full. This is the best meal I've ever had. Seeing that Zhang Yufei finished everything, Qin Yuqing felt a deep sense of pride as a cook. Without needing to be told, Zhang Yufei took her bowl to wash and also tidied up the kitchen. After finishing her work, she walked over to Qin Yuqing. Is this door locked? Has anyone left? Qin Yuqing snorted. She thought Qin Shuyao had really been scared off. She believed that locking the door would stop her, but this was her home. Zhang Yufei looked at the locked door. Their things are inside. What do you plan to do? If they don't come to get their stuff, I'll sell everything as trash later. Zhang Yufei gave her a big thumbs up. Good job. Go home quickly. Auntie will be worried soon. It's okay. I told my mom this morning that I'd stay a little longer with you. If that shameless cousin of yours comes back, I can help out. The two hadn't sat and talked together for a long time. Best friends always have plenty to say. The clock pointed to 9, but Qin Shuyao still hadn't come back. Yufei, you should go home now. She probably found a hiding spot. Zhang Yufei yawned. All right, I'll go first. Qin Yuqing saw her off, then locked the door again, thinking that hiding would make everything okay. She decided to buy a new lock at the supply store tomorrow. Her home was a place where people could come and go as they pleased. Only Qin Shuyao was the loose end in her uncle's house. It was about time to deal with her. She hadn't forgotten that knife. If it weren't for the police investigating the pension, she might have even thought about trapping Qin Shuyao. Back in her bedroom, Qin Yuqing went straight into her space to exercise and wait for Qin Shuyao. Qin Shuyao was indeed hiding from Qin Yuqing. Today, she went to her father's factory dormitory to see if she could stay there. But before she even reached the gate, the security guard stopped her and took her to the manager's office. She didn't expect the news to spread so fast. The factory leaders already knew about her father's actions. Because the incident was so serious, her father was fired. The factory ordered her to clear out her belongings within 3 days, as they had already given them to new workers. Qin Shuyao felt both ashamed and angry. Her father cared so much about the factory, but these people had already forgotten. Before she could leave, her tea had gone cold. She couldn't find a new place to stay for a while. She sat outside the police station for 2 hours, then saw Qin Yuqing come out and finally dared to go inside. She only saw her mother. Her father was being taken to the bank for verification. Your dad was fired from the factory? Qin Shuyao nodded. They called the factory director last night to explain everything. Song Xiumei felt like the sky was falling. How could she go on? She was still hoping that, at worst, her work might be passed down to her son. Qin Shuyao frowned. What's the point of crying now? Mom, I don't have much time. Quickly tell me, where is all our money? I have nowhere to stay now. I can't go back to the factory and Qin Yuqing won't let me stay. Song Xiumei couldn't hear anything else. Her mind was full of the news that her husband had been fired. Her world was collapsing. There was no hope for life anymore.
Mom, stop crying. Think of a way.
Where did you hide the money? What if our family's assets are confiscated? No, that can't happen. Taking away her pension had almost killed her. The hard-earned money she saved over the years must not be taken away. That was her money, clean and honest money. She didn't trust her daughter, but right now, she had no choice but to rely on her. Song Xiaomei suddenly seemed to remember something. Her eyes lit up, and she grabbed Qin Xiao's hand. Girl, I have a plan. Our family depends on you now. Qin Xiao's eyes brightened when she heard there was a plan. Mom, what's the plan? Song Xiaomei lowered her voice. I forgot to tell you, the Shin family will come the day after tomorrow. You must seize the opportunity. Qin Xiao instinctively tried to pull her hand back. Was her mother crazy? The Shun family knew the truth. If they didn't fight back hard, it would be a miracle. They couldn't rely on the Shun family to help them. Mom, you're not thinking straight. The Shun family won't help us. No, as long as you marry into the Shin family, they will definitely help us. Song Xiaomei looked around and whispered, that little brat from the Shin family doesn't know about this. Qin Xiao's eyelids flickered. She would never marry into the Shun family's trap. She admitted she had enjoyed a few good days, but she knew the difference between a few days and a lifetime. Thinking of her past life, she also felt hatred. If it weren't for the money and the savings account, she wouldn't have come. In her previous life, they relied on the Shun family to live well, but after the Shun family's trouble, they threw her out immediately. She didn't forget. When she saw her parents being taken away, she panicked and didn't know what to do. More than anything, she felt sad because no one was there to protect her from the wind and rain. She was worried that if something happened to them, it would cause trouble for her and make her life difficult. In this time, reputation is very important. Seeing Qin Xingli being taken away by the police, she was scared but also felt a bit happy because someone was standing up for her. But she didn't want Qin Yuqing to find out about the Shun family's problems. She refused to marry, and Qin Yuqing shouldn't marry either. She didn't think she deserved a good life, not even for a day. Qin Shuyao calmed herself and asked, Mom, how come I don't know about this? Song Xiaomei looked down when she heard this. She was afraid her daughter might reveal too much and be seen by that little troublemaker. Qin Shuyao remembered that in her previous life, she saw the Shin family a month later, when Qin Yuqing was already married. That was when they first met. This time, everything was earlier. Song Xiaomei didn't say much, mainly coming to arrange a job for that little girl Qin Yuqing. They originally planned to use this chance to set a marriage agreement and marry Qin Yuqing off early. Then they could replace her with someone else. But their plans were interrupted when they were caught. It's not that we didn't have time to say anything. This time, it's about work. I heard the son of that family is coming. No matter what, you must keep him. Song Xiaomei spoke softly, her fingers subtly hinting to Qin Shuyao. Hearing about the job, Qin Shuyao's eyes lit up. A job in the cultural troupe would be a good opportunity. If she could get it, that would be great. If not, she would cause trouble to prevent Qin Yuqing from getting it. Why should she be a temporary worker earning only 18 yuan after a month of hard work, while Qin Yuqing easily earns over 50 yuan in the troupe? Mom, I got it. Where should we meet? Remember, the day after tomorrow at 11 a.m. at the state-run restaurant. Song Xiaomei held Qin Shuyao's hand tightly. Don't hold back on spending money then. Mom is counting on you. The family only has the daughter outside, and they don't rely on anyone else. After leaving the police station, Qin Shuyao started planning how to secretly ruin Qin Yuqing without anyone noticing. They haven't even met Qin Yuqing before. Should they impersonate her? The idea was quickly dismissed. No, that wouldn't work. She began desperately trying to recall every detail from her previous life's encounters. But as time passed, many details became blurry. Right now, her biggest problem was housing. When it came to housing, her mother had no solution at all. The only solution she saw was to stubbornly stay in Qin Yuqing's house. Of course, she wanted to, but Qin Yuqing wouldn't agree. In just one night, she became homeless. She really wished she had her own place. Like Qin Yuqing, no matter how bad the situation, she always had a place to stay. Maybe that's why women are so attached to having a home. No matter how old or broken, it's a place to belong. Thinking about this, she felt even more jealous of Qin Yuqing. She couldn't get her house easily either, and rushing to buy one wouldn't help. Many people are conservative about buying property, and there simply aren't many houses for sale. Even their own living space isn't enough. Now, finding a place to live has become the hardest problem. Her family's clothes and belongings need a place to be stored. She had finally left the countryside and definitely couldn't go back. After thinking it over, she decided to ask her cousin for help. If nothing else, she could temporarily store her things at their house. Yesterday, her grandparents were quickly taken to Qin Yuqing's home because they had been staying at her cousin's place for a while. At the police station, she learned that those two old people, who were so scared, actually voluntarily said they would give up their pension. They blamed everything on her father, saying it was all arranged by her older brother. They were just given a verbal warning and let go. They didn't wait for her to come out, and left early. If it weren't for her brother needing someone to take care of him, she would have sent those two old people back inside. After all this fuss, Qin Shuyao finally arrived at her cousin's house. It was late, and she couldn't go back. She had to be brave and ask her cousin to stay for one night. Meanwhile, Qin Yuqing finished her workout in the space and drank some spiritual spring water to recover. Her body's fatigue faded away. She tidied everything up but still didn't see Qin Shuyao, knowing she wouldn't be back tonight. She locked the door and went to sleep peacefully, then got up early to prepare herbal medicine. In the morning, as she stepped outside, she saw a few women peeking at the alley entrance. Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, Aunt Lu, and Aunt Zhang, good morning. The women responded with smiles. Aunt Li was the first to speak up because her house was closest to Qin Yuqing's. Qing, I smelled the herbal medicine this morning. Are you okay? I'm fine. I just bled a little. The doctor prescribed some medicine to boost my energy and blood. That's good, that's good. Aunt Zhang nudged Aunt Li, who smiled even more brightly. So, what did the police say? Did you get the money back? From the moment Qin Yuqing saw them, she knew they were definitely trying to find out information. Auntie, the police are still investigating. You know, my great-uncle's family hasn't spent much lately. Whatever is left depends on how much money they recover. Old Aunt Zhang couldn't wait any longer. She took a half step forward, her gray hair trembling slightly in the morning breeze. She smiled with many wrinkles and asked, Girl, how much is the condolence money? Qin Yuqing lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting shadows on her face. These days, the security isn't good, and that money could cause her trouble. Auntie, I don't know either. We'll wait for the police to make the final decision, Qin Yuqing said, pushing her bicycle past them. I need to go to work now. I'll leave first. She didn't want to listen to their gossip behind her back. Old Aunt Zhang spat and said, That girl, she's quite clever. Fat Aunt Lu understood and sighed. Having a little bit of cleverness in the family is good. Aunt Li made a few sounds and looked around mysteriously, lowering her voice. I heard it's this much. She held up and waved them in front of the three women. Old Aunt Zhang's eyes widened. 200. Guess higher, Aunt Li said with a meaningful smile. Add a zero at the end. That was what her husband had told her, so it must be true. 2,000? Oh my God. Old Aunt Zhang gasped, shocked at the amount of condolence money. Her eyes unconsciously followed the disappearing figure at the end of the alley. A glint flashed in her cloudy eyes, and a different thought took hold in her mind. Qin Yuqing escaped the gossip group in the alley and had a peaceful day. When she finished work, she carried her new lock home and saw that her door, which she had locked in the morning, was now unlocked. She pushed the door open and saw Qin Shuyao busy in the kitchen. Qin Yuqing coldly said, Why haven't you left yet? Are you planning to stay in my house without leaving? Qin Shuyao paused while scooping water. Even though she had prepared herself mentally earlier, she almost couldn't hold back. This feeling of being looked down upon was really uncomfortable. She turned stiffly and said nervously, Cousin, please give me a few more days. Once I find a place, I will move out. During these days, I will cook and do laundry for you. Do you think this will work? Qin Yuqing looked at Qin Shuyao with interest. She seemed frustrated but tried to act like she was begging, which made her look like she was very wronged. No. You must leave right now with your things. Qin Shuyao tightly clenched the water basin, her knuckles turning white. Elder sister, I know you're upset, but I didn't do anything wrong. Can't you be a little understanding? I really have nowhere to go now. The factory dormitory won't be available until next month. I don't even have a place to stay. That's none of my business. When your family plotted against me, didn't you feel sorry for me? She couldn't forget that. Last time, their family teamed up to push her into trouble. Qin Shuyao benefited the most, but was the cruelest to her. She was like a poisonous snake, occasionally biting her. Being soft-hearted towards her only harmed herself. She deserved to pay back the debt from last time. Elder sister, I didn't do anything. I don't know anything. Qin Shuyao bit her lip, then walked up to Qin Yuqing and took a handkerchief from her pocket. This is 23.80 yuan. I didn't stay for free. Here's the money. Qin Yuqing wouldn't be fooled. If she took the money and let Qin Shuyao stay, it would cause endless trouble. Soon, she could refuse to leave. With this money, she could stay for 2 or 3 months. When Qin Yuqing asked her to leave, she would just stay in a small corner. Eventually, people would say she was heartless. If you have money, go to a guest house. Get out and don't make me say it twice. If you refuse to leave, I won't hesitate to call the police again. Qin Shuyao's gentle look disappeared, replaced by anger. You want to be so ruthless? You'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. Qin Yuqing turned and walked in front of Qin Shuyao, quickly and decisively slapping her. Qin Shuyao covered her burning cheek, eyes wide with shock, her lips trembling. You dare to hit me? I'm hitting you. Whether you get your punishment or not, I don't know. This is my home. You must leave. Qin Yuqing turned and started packing her things. She didn't want to waste time arguing with her. If Qin Shuyao didn't make a move, she would. She couldn't stand being with Qin Shuyao for another second without losing her temper. If she wasn't afraid of being seen leaving, she would have slapped her a few more times. Qin Shuyao covered her face, still in disbelief. The soft-hearted girl had actually hit her. Realizing this, she suddenly rushed forward, raising her hand to fight back. But Qin Yuqing hugged her bundle, sidestepped her, and quickly moved away. She opened the courtyard gate and threw the bundle outside. What are you doing? Qin Shuyao's voice changed with anger. Can't you see? I'm kicking you out. If you don't hurry, these things will be taken away as trash. Many people were in the alley, some shopping for groceries, stopping to watch the scene at the Qin family again. The bundle wasn't tied tightly, and some clothes fell out. Qin Shuyao saw her new red coat almost touching the dirty water in the gutter. She rushed over like crazy, shouting, Get out of the way! No stepping on it. It was a new coat she bought with her mother a few days ago, and she hadn't worn it yet. Qin Shuyao was overwhelmed. She turned and shouted at Qin Yuqing, Stop! Stop! I'll pack it myself. Knowing that crying and begging wouldn't work, Qin Shuyao hurriedly picked up the clothes on the ground, trying to stop her. The neighbors heard the noise and peeked out. Qin Shuyao quickly grabbed the clothes at the door, where her hidden money was. Everyone, go away. Don't touch it. Qin Yuqing didn't stop. Instead of throwing the clothes outside the gate, she threw them into the yard. Qin Shuyao had already packed several bundles and threw them directly onto the ground. More and more people gathered at the door, surprised at how many things they had for temporary living. Many witnesses remembered that when Song Xiaomei's family first arrived, they carried a bundle. Now 6 or 7 bundles had been thrown out. Over the past 6 months, they had bought a lot, mostly paid for with Qin Yuqing's father's pension. Qin Shuyao, looking disheveled, hurriedly tidied up the bundles. Hearing the gossip at the door, she remembered to close it. Before she could, Aunt Zhang pushed the door frame and said, This isn't your house. Qin Yuqing finished throwing the last bundle, stood in front of the main room, and exhaled. The remaining items were just some scattered small things. Qin Shuyao, before dark, take everything away. If you can't, I'll call Grandpa Wang from the recycling station to come and clear it. Qin Shuyao's eyes were full of hatred. Why was Qin Yuqing so lucky? You will face retribution sooner or later. Our family has never deprived you of food or clothing. Why are you being so ruthless? Qin Yuqing crossed her arms and stood at the door, saying, I think you're sick. Without your family, I could eat and dress much better. Your family wants to ruin themselves, and that's their business. My dad wanted to hurt me, and everyone saw it. None of these things were bought with my dad's condolence money, she loudly declared, so the onlookers would know that her condolence money was almost gone, and she didn't have much left. This red wool coat and those clothes in your bag are worth at least 200 or 300 yuan. An ordinary temporary worker at a textile factory could afford that. I'm not going to count the rest of the bags. The crowd suddenly burst into noise. When they looked closely at the fabric exposed by the bundles, it was clear it wasn't the latest fashion. That fabric was hard to buy, very rare. Usually, it wasn't seen being worn, kept hidden very well. Ever since your family came, every meal has been big fish and meat. I couldn't eat during that time. Your family eats so well. Doesn't that bother your conscience? You keep trying to trick money out of me every now and then. You say your work is far away, so I lent you my bicycle. I walk to work myself. Your family sneaks food at midnight behind my back. Do you really think I don't know? Qin Shuyao's face turned pale and then red as she struggled to reply. You're talking nonsense. That didn't happen. Qin Yuqing sneered coldly. You're talking nonsense? Your mom put the canned snacks she bought in your room that time. If I was lying, dare you let everyone see your room? There's still food hidden inside. It was only in the past 2 days that Qin Yuqing realized why Qin Shuyao would rather sleep in a separate room than share with her. If they shared a room, she couldn't sneak food at night. Qin Shuyao didn't dare let anyone see inside because the box under the bed still hid food. Aunt Li was worried things might get worse, so she stepped into the yard. Let me check first. Others also came to look, but Qin Yuqing wouldn't let everyone in. She immediately scolded. One Aunt Li is enough. There are still many of Big Uncle's things inside. If they get lost, it won't be clear what happened. Qin Shuyao felt dizzy. Since her rebirth, Qin Yuqing had become nervous and shouted all the time. Did she know her parents took the condolence money but didn't give her any? Did she go crazy from the stress? She wouldn't let her go. Wanting to ruin her, she stood in front of Aunt Li and said, My mom takes care of her. What's wrong with spending a little money? Anyway, her mother's reputation was already ruined, so she absolutely couldn't let anyone see the food in the box inside the house. Qin Shuyao used all her strength to stop Aunt Zhang, just as a sudden shout came from the gate. What are you doing? Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a man in military uniform standing at the gate. Seeing the uniform, people perked up their ears to listen for news. Could it be that they found out something? Qin Yuqing asked, Who are you looking for? Zhang Qi remembered his purpose for coming and said, I'm looking for someone from the Qin family. This is the place. My name is Qin Yuqing. Come inside first. Hearing the name, Zhang Qi had an impression. He looked at the crowd watching and then at the yard filled with bundles, hesitated for a moment, and stepped into the yard. Qin Yuqing welcomed him inside. Aunt Li stretched her neck to peek inside. Zhang Qi felt awkward and quickly said, My name is Zhang Qi. Our team leader has a task tomorrow. I'm here to deliver a message. The meeting scheduled for noon tomorrow has been postponed to the day after tomorrow, September 29th in the morning. Qin Yuqing was confused. Qin Shuyao just arrived at the door, feeling nervous. Why did he come at this particular moment? She didn't dare to stop him openly. When Qin Yuqing looked up and saw her guilty expression, she understood what was happening. Based on the timeline from her previous life, this was probably someone coming to deliver work instructions. In her past life, she didn't know this because she always walked home from work, and by the time she got home, it was already dark. By then, everyone else had left. From his tone, it seemed they had already agreed on a meeting time, and if something came up, they would change it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to notify her. Is your team leader surnamed Shen? Zhang Qi thought asking this was a bit silly, but nodded anyway. The time has changed. Where is the new location? State-run restaurant. I understand. Thank you for coming all this way to deliver the message. I was passing by, Zhang Qi said, looking at the crowd outside. Do you need any help? Although he didn't want to interfere, their team leader had instructed him to help if needed. Qin Yuqing was unaware. Zhang Qi had originally called the machinery factory but was told Qin Xiangdong was no longer working there, so he made this special trip. No need, just rushing someone. Zhang Qi had other matters to attend to and didn't stay long. All right, I'm leaving now. As he left, he glanced at Qin Shuyao, who kept her head down and dared not look directly at him. Qin Yuqing came out of the house. Aunt Li eagerly asked, Qing, have you received the condolence money? No, Aunt Li. It was my dad's comrade passing by and wanting to see me and check how I am doing. Aunt Li hadn't noticed earlier, but she didn't think it was money now, especially after such a short time. She vaguely heard about the meeting and stopped doubting. With this distraction, Aunt Li didn't feel comfortable staying inside any longer. Qin Yuqing coldly said, Qin Shuyao, get out of here right now. If Zhang Qi hadn't come, she wouldn't have known about this. She was curious about her work and planned to ask Commissar Song in a few days. She didn't care much about the work in the art troupe, just buying a spot would be enough. Who would mind extra money? All of this was earned with her father's hard work. Qin Shuyao felt guilty and didn't dare stay long. She stood up, stubborn, and said, I'll leave immediately. Wait for me to find a car. Don't touch my things. Qin Shuyao reached the door, angrily said, What are you looking at? Move aside, you good for nothing. She pushed past the women blocking the door, who spat behind her. Qin Shuyao went to the street to find a vehicle to carry her luggage. Qin Yuqing looked at the luggage thoughtfully. Her uncle's family probably had other secrets they were hiding. The condolence money, according to their story, didn't seem to have been spent. Where did they get the money to buy these things? Most of the items in those bundles were new. She didn't believe her uncle's family suddenly became rich. If they really had money, they wouldn't be in such a rush to move here. Thinking carefully, Qin Yuqing suddenly remembered her father's bank book was missing. She hurried back inside to find her parents' account book. There must be clues inside. Even if not, she would know who came and could settle the account later. She searched the entire house but couldn't find it, unless Qin Xiangdong had hidden it. Turning into Qin Xiangdong's room, she searched little by little and finally found a ledger under the bed. Just as she pulled it out, she hadn't had time to look closely when she heard Qin Shuyao returning outside. The ledger was stored in her bag. She left quickly, watching Qin Shuyao carry her bundles upstairs. The onlookers, having lost their entertainment, naturally started to leave. Give me the key before you go. Qin Shuyao angrily pulled the key from her pocket and threw it on the ground. Qin Yuqing was not upset. She had no intention of continuing to use that lock. Move aside, I'm going in to get something. Qin Yuqing shifted aside and followed behind Qin Shuyao. Why are you following me? This is my home. I'm not worried you'll steal my things. Qin Shuyao returned to her room and started packing, not even leaving half a bottle of milk supplement on the table. After she finished packing, Qin Yuqing spoke slowly. Take what you want. When you leave, I'll convert everything into cash. When her parents passed away, her father's comrades bought many health supplements. The most memorable was a box of ginseng, but she never saw those items. They were either given to others or hidden by Song Xiaomei. Hearing this, Qin Shuyao's hands paused. She had already taken the valuable items she wanted. She hurriedly her bundle and went to the yard. Qin Yuqing didn't plan to pursue the missing items, since they were still hiding things from her. At the door, Qin Shuyao pretended to be dramatic and loudly said, You think we're desperate? Our family of 3 earns wages. What's wrong with buying a few things? Qin Yuqing sneered inwardly. With 3 people earning, they still earned less than a single month's salary for others. Qin Xiangdong earned 20 a month, Qin Xingli earned 16, and they never took a penny back. Song Xiaomei often had to supplement them. Qin Shuyao's salary was only 17, so she didn't have much left each month. They also regularly sent money to the countryside to support the younger sibling. Saving money depended on frugal living. If you have money and want to buy something, just buy it. Don't tell me. I only want to count what I'm missing. After speaking, she closed the door and locked it. Ignoring Qin Shuyao outside, who was furious and stomping, She began tidying up each room. She had space to move things around. After tidying up, she found some items. The food boxes Qin Shuyao hadn't taken were also searched. She also found a record book similar to an account ledger kept by Song Xiaomei. After reading it, her brow furrowed. She packed the items into her bag and headed toward the police station. She needed to request a check of her father's bankbook. Zhouang was about to leave work when he saw Qin Yuqing arrive, looking a bit apologetic. "Comrade Qin, you might have to make a second trip this time." Her father's pension hadn't been withdrawn yet. Zhouang had been busy with another case all day. "You misunderstood. I am here to provide clues because I found discrepancies in the household money." Qin Yuqing listed all the suspicious points she could think of, already organized before she arrived. Zhouang looked serious. "All right, I will submit it right away. Please wait a few more days. No rush. I just want to know the truth." "What else are they hiding from me?" Zhouang said seriously. "I will have someone question them. If the evidence is true, Qin Xiangdong has hidden at least 2,000 yuan. When Qin Yuqing returned home, it was already dark. She provided very detailed information, including her mother's account. Now she didn't dare go shopping randomly, worried it might be hard to explain if questioned. After returning, Qin Yuqing continued boiling medicine. She was alone at home, so it was convenient to do anything. The next day was a day off. Qin Yuqing had everything she needed, so she decided to stay home and enjoy some good food. Following the old doctor's recipe, she boiled a chicken. She wasn't in a hurry to eat, simmering it slowly over low heat, filling the house with a rich aroma. Just as the chicken soup was ready and she hadn't turned off the stove, she heard someone knocking on the door. Qin Yuqing quickly covered the pot again and went to the yard to ask, "Who is it?" "Open the door, Qing." "It's Aunt Zhang." Qin Yuqing walked to the door, opened it, and saw Aunt Zhang's wrinkled face smiling like a flower. "Auntie, what's the matter?" "Come in, I have good news." Qin Yuqing didn't want anyone inside right now. She wanted peace and quiet, feeling that Qin Shuyao wouldn't give up easily. Last night, she kept thinking about her past life. She didn't find anything valuable. At that time, she still trusted her foolish uncle's family wholeheartedly. Aunt Zhang pushed her way in forcefully, sniffed the air, and said, "Qing, what are you cooking? It smells so good." In a corner of the yard, a small stove was boiling medicine, but the aroma couldn't hide the smell of the chicken from the kitchen. Next to the medicine pot was a small stool. Qin Yuqing had just been looking at the medicine when she bent down to add some firewood to the stove, then placed the small stool in the middle of the yard. Qin Yuqing didn't respond to Aunt Zhang's words. She asked directly, "Auntie, what's really going on?" Aunt Zhang, tempted by the smell, remembered the matter about the medicine, calmed herself, and pulled Qin Yuqing closer, sizing her up. "You're really handsome." "This is good news, very good news," Qin Yuqing calmly asked. "Aunt Zhang, please tell me what it is. I need to know if it's a good thing." "How old are you today, Qing?" Hearing this question, Qin Yuqing became alert, as if she already guessed what the other person was about to say. "Aunt Zhang, why are you asking about this?" Aunt Zhang's rough hand grabbed Qin Yuqing's slender wrist, applying enough force to leave the red mark. "Your family only has you left. I'm worried about you. You're so thin. What can you do? I'm just concerned for you. Women will marry sooner or later. It's not easy for you to be alone. Getting married early means there's someone to support the family. You wouldn't have to work so hard. I think you and my nephew from my hometown are quite a good match." Qin Yuqing frowned slightly, suppressing her displeasure, and said calmly, "Thank you for your concern, but I am still young and not thinking about these things for now." Hearing this, Aunt Zhang's smile froze on her face. Then she quickly put on a more eager smile. "Oh, you girl, how can you be so naive? Based on your age, you're almost 20. Girls your age in the village are already married, your parents are gone, and no one is looking out for you. I'm just doing this for your good." Qin Yuqing struggled slightly and subtly withdrew her hand, her fingertips curling slightly. "I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't need it." Seeing that she wouldn't respond, Aunt Zhang's face darkened. Her cloudy eyes widened, and her voice raised a few notches. "You, girl, How ungrateful can you be? Now you're an orphan girl with no one to rely on. If someone is willing to take you, that's good. My nephew's family has strong workers who are good at farm work, and they are more than enough for you. You have a house, and when you get married, he can come here. If you don't want to stay here, you can go back to the countryside with him. You won't go hungry. Qin Yuqing's eyes turned cold. She looked directly at Aunt Zhang. Although I am an orphan girl, I won't be looked down upon. I will decide my own marriage. You don't need to worry about it. Since you think your nephew is so good, why are you so eager to target me, an orphan girl? Why not leave me to Chunhua? Chunhua is Aunt Zhang's son's child, whom she brought back from outside. She claims she found her on the road, but everyone knows the truth. She is actually her son's illegitimate daughter, born from his extramarital affair. Mrs. Zhang was stunned by her gaze, then became angry and shouted, "You ungrateful thing! A bad omen that will bring misfortune to your parents, and you still act proud. I want to see who will want someone like you in the future." Qin Yuqing clenched her fists, took a deep breath, but couldn't hold back her anger. Suddenly, she stood up quickly, grabbed the broom by the wall, and started to chase her away. "Get out! You're the real bad luck." Mrs. Zhang was driven out in a hurry, her face full of wrinkles and red from embarrassment. The door was slammed shut loudly, making her jump in fright. Holding her chest, she stood there for a long time, then spat harshly.
Bah!
Just bones, clearly unlucky to have no children. Don't be shameless. When you cry later, remember how precious you think you are. You're cursed to bring trouble to your parents. Qin Yuqing stayed where she was, not moving for a long time. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her anger. She gripped the broom tighter and finally opened the door. Seeing Qin Yuqing, Mrs. Zhang was so frightened she turned and ran. Qin Yuqing stood still, looked around, and saw some people coming out to watch the commotion. They all shrank back and went away. After a long while, Qin Yuqing returned to the yard. All she could hear was the bubbling sound from the medicine jar. She knew there would be more gossip like this in the future, mostly about her house or her pension. They liked to pick on her because she was an orphan girl. She glanced at the nearly finished medicine, turned off the fire, and decisively went back inside. On the way, she remembered the chicken on the stove. She carried a pot of chicken into her space. She took off her clothes, looked at the stitches on her arm, and clenched her teeth as she carefully removed the bandage. She decided not to go to the hospital for a change. She approached the half-full high-grade spiritual spring water, carefully found a small cup, and poured half a cup. She didn't dare drink too much now. Her body was changing too much already. She drank it all in one gulp, waiting for it to take effect inside her. A warm sensation spread from her chest throughout her body. It felt warm at first, then turned into a burning heat, and the pain grew worse. After enduring a wave of discomfort, she was dirty and smelly. She immediately left her space, grabbed the 2 thermos bottles from the stove, and went into the makeshift bathhouse. She filled a basin with water and started to wash herself. Not having a proper bath bucket was really inconvenient. Few people used one these days because space at home was small, and it took up a lot of room. When the 2 thermos bottles were empty, Qin Yuqing felt just a little satisfied. She thought she should get more hot water, but unfortunately, there was none left. Beauty is something that all women cannot resist, and she is no exception. She has a good foundation, but she is malnourished. Over the years, she only cared about staying alive and never thought about dressing up. She turned to look at the wound on her arm. It has healed, leaving only a faint scar. After drinking the spiritual spring water for a while longer, it should be almost invisible. Qin Yuqing looked down at her skin, which was much smoother than before, and her complexion seemed a shade whiter. She quickly changed into clean clothes, went inside to look in the mirror, and her face looked much better, no longer so pale and yellow. Qin Yuqing was very happy. She knew her recovery shouldn't be too fast. Next time, she planned to take the medicine once a week or every half-month. After eating chicken soup and drinking the herbal medicine, she went asleep. She didn't forget the day she was supposed to meet the Shin family. She wanted to be in the best condition. To her, the Shun family was like her lucky fortune, at least for now. Until she met Shin Yuching, her days were peaceful, and no one caused trouble. But somewhere she didn't know, rumors were slowly spreading. Since Qin Yuqing drove Aunt Zhang out of the house with a broom, Aunt Zhang, who was not kind-hearted, held a grudge and secretly spread bad rumors about her. She had kindly helped introduce a matchmaker, and even if she didn't want to, she couldn't hit anyone. As the rumor spread, people said she was really unlucky, and some innocent folks even sympathized with Qin Xiangdong's family. Now she had more labels: bad temper, uncultured, a lonely star, a broom star. Qin Yuqing was completely unaware. Her mind was full of the upcoming meeting with the Shun family. It was hard not to be nervous. This was her first real face-to-face meeting with them, different from just watching from afar before. She wasn't interested in the marriage arrangement, but she would definitely accept any work the Shin family offered. Qin Yuqing deliberately took leave early and went to a state-run restaurant, searching for her target. She found the person she wanted to see at a table in the corner. The other person clearly saw her too, and their eyes met. Shin Yuqing stood out in the crowd. His features were sharp, like a model's face. She had seen him twice before, back when he was Qin Xiao's husband. Qin Yuqing steadied herself, then walked toward Shin Yuqing. He was alone, not with the entire Shin family, so she felt less nervous. Zhang Qi stood up and smiled, introducing Comrade Qin. This is our Captain Shin. Hello, Captain Shin. I am Qin Yuqing. She nodded slightly, her voice clear and gentle, with a hint of just right apology. Sorry for making you wait so long. Shin Yuqing looked up, his dark eyes calm like a deep pond. His gaze briefly stayed on her face before he spoke softly. Hello, we arrived early. Seeing Qin Yuqing come alone made him feel a bit annoyed. He thought it was his father's deliberate setup to make them meet. He had already agreed, so why was he still being pressured? If the situation weren't so awkward, Zhang Qi would want to sigh and shake his head. His team leader was good in every way, except he always kept a stern face. Was he trying to scare away all the young girls? Qin Yuqing didn't care about Shin Yuqing's attitude. She had seen this before in her past life. She was cold and distant to everyone, icy and detached. Anyone asked to marry someone they didn't love would be unhappy. Zhang Qi looked outside the door again. Comrade Qin, are you the only one here? Qin Yuqing nodded. She didn't want outsiders to know too much about her family matters. Zhang Qi, go order a few dishes, Shin Yuqing instructed. His voice was deep and cold, like winter wind passing through pine branches, without any emotion. Zhang Qi smiled and asked Qin Yuqing, does Comrade Qin have any food restrictions? Thank you, no. After Zhang Qi left, only the two of them remained at the table. The silence made the atmosphere awkward. Finally, Shin Yuqing broke the silence. Sorry, I was delayed earlier. Qin Yuqing understood. He was talking about postponing their meeting. For her, it was a blessing. If they hadn't postponed, Zhang Qi wouldn't have come, and she wouldn't have known about the meeting. It's okay. They acted like robots, asking and answering questions. Outside, Qin Shuyao was secretly watching, clenched fists tightly. They had met. In her second life, she wasn't just reborn for nothing. She knew many things, and was enough to change her fate. As long as she endured these few years, he would definitely become someone everyone admired. She glared fiercely, and then turned away. Coming openly was impossible now, so she would do it secretly. This is your work permit, already processed. You can go next week. A simple paper bag was pushed in front of Qin Yuqing. She looked at it without opening it immediately, knowing it was for her work with the arts troupe. Shin Yuqing thought she was upset. There's no available position here right now. If someone transfers, we'll arrange it for you immediately. Qin Yuqing knew Shin Yuqing misunderstood. These days, jobs were like a game of musical chairs. The work with the art troupe is very popular. Being able to get this job shows I've been paying attention and working hard. Thank you. I was worried I might not be able to do it. She's capable at her work, but she doesn't really like it. Shin Yuqing frowned. It seemed they forgot about this matter and didn't ask Qin Yuqing for her opinion. His father mentioned that Qin Weiqian once said her daughter loved singing and had a nice voice. Don't you like this job? Qin Yuqing thought that if she sold the job later and Shin's family found out, it wouldn't be good. So, she decided to tell them in advance today. Shun Yuqing paused. What kind of work do you like? I can help you look for it. Qin Yuqing smiled. No need. I just want to ask, if I don't like this job in the future, can I sell it? A look of surprise flashed in Shun Yuqing's eyes. If the job is yours, you can handle it however you want. Qin Yuqing felt relieved for now. She would go, at least for a few months, to earn some money. Once the situation settles down, she can choose a better option. Zhang Qi came back with the food. Qin Yuqing saw it was all hearty dishes: braised pork, mixed stew, braised fish, fried chicken, 3 bowls of rice, and 5 or 6 steamed buns on a plate. What are you talking about? The food looks really good today. Zhang Qi had been watching the two quietly while shopping but didn't say much. Shun Yuqing interrupted Zhang Qi's chatter. Eat now. Zhang Qi chuckled. Comrade Qin, hurry up and eat. He looked at the two of them. At first, he tried to eat slowly, but he got hungrier and stopped caring about his image. He kept saying, Comrade Qin, I don't usually eat like this. These past few days, I've been following the leader and skipping meals 3 times a day. I've been eating a lot. Qin Yuqing smiled. It's okay. Take your time. Shun Yuqing really wanted to kick Zhang Qi. He was a glutton himself, but why was he blaming him? It was just one missed meal. Shun Yuqing also ate quite a bit, but he ate much more neatly. Qin Yuqing lowered her head, eating her rice quietly. She felt a bit relieved inside. She was worried Shun Yuqing might suddenly ask, what about our marriage, and pretend not to know anything, being nice to everyone. She knew her limits. Shin's family was too high for someone like her to reach. Shun Yuqing's good looks were what she liked, but liking and owning are 2 different things. Gao Xianghua also looked good, but he was not a domestic abuser. Shun Yuqing was cold all day. Thinking about Qin Shuyao from his past life, perhaps she liked to use cold violence. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that was true. The wind scattered the clouds, and he ate his meal completely. Qin Yuqing straightened up. I'll go back to work now, thank you. Shun Yuqing nodded without saying anything. Zhang Qi asked, Comrade Qin, do you need a ride back? No, it's nearby. I rode my bike here. Shun Yuqing silently watched her slender figure walk away. Zhang Qi touched his chin and looked at Shun Yuqing. Captain, are you satisfied? I think this little sister-in-law is pretty good. At least she's not afraid of you. Zhang Qi was following Shun Yuqing on a mission. From what the leader said, it seemed they were looking for Shun Yuqing's future wife, so he was sent to observe his attitude. Most people, when they see their leader, blush or lower their heads and don't dare to speak. Not many are as calm as Qin Yuqing. She didn't realize that Qin Yuqing used all her courage from 2 lifetimes to stay confident. Seeing the silent captain, Zhang Qi felt a strange feeling inside. He had heard about this situation before. This was how they accepted the captain's decision. Shun Yuqing's first impression of Qin Yuqing was neither dislike nor like. He wasn't against marriage, but he wasn't happy about it either. He felt uncomfortable knowing his life was arranged by others, especially by his father. Later, he understood that his life was usually dull. Marrying anyone didn't matter much. After all, they were all women. At least, it wasn't those few women. He was already quite satisfied. Shut up. Go check if anything happened to the Qin family. Before, he only contacted elders from the Qin family. This time, only Qin Yuqing came alone. After completing his task and changing clothes, he rushed over, not knowing what was really going on. When he asked earlier, Qin Yuqing clearly hid something. Last time, they coordinated well, so she wouldn't come alone this time, no matter what. Zhang Qi looked at his cold face. I'll go now. Qin Yuqing returned to her workplace. She took a deep breath after getting off the car, then opened the paper package. Inside were reports about the cultural troupe. She looked around. She was reluctant to leave this place. Besides the lower salary, she liked it very much. Usually, there was no harassment from outsiders. Occasionally, a few people came to pick up documents, but there was no pressure. Actually, She knew deep down that she was able to work here only because Teacher Yu cared about her. Without her, Teacher Yu could manage everything alone. The place will be merged soon, and it would be too late to leave after that. After Teacher Yu finished his lunch break, Qin Yuqing talked to him about quitting her job. Yu Tianhai looked up and asked, "Have you found a good job?" Qin Yuqing had already told Teacher Yu last time, and he told her to look for a new job first. Now that she had decided, she didn't hide it. She pushed the report materials for Qin Yuqing's work in front of Yu Tianhai. After reading them, Yu Tianhai smiled and patted his knee, looking happier than Qin Yuqing. He said several good words. Young people should give it a try. This job is good. Work hard at it. Seeing that Teacher Yu was really happy for her, Qin Yuqing shared her plan. Once I finish my current tasks, I want to leave next week. Yu Tianhai waved his hand and said, "Don't come tomorrow. The work isn't difficult. Rest well at home." Qin Yuqing asked, "Teacher Yu, do I need to hire someone after I leave?" Yu Tianhai shook his head and said, "With me here, it's enough. There are rumors from above, and maybe I won't be needed anymore." Qin Yuqing didn't expect there to be any movement now. No wonder Teacher Yu hadn't been happy lately. When she gently mentioned changing jobs last time, he supported her strongly. Based on how things developed last time, she could hold on for 2 more years. After she left, Teacher Yu might even earn a few more dollars. She planned to visit him more often in the future. She hurriedly finished her last tasks, doing everything she could think of. "All right, go home quickly. I'll be here." Yu Tianhai pushed his reading glasses up his nose and said, "You finished everything. What am I supposed to do? Hurry up and go." Qin Yuqing chuckled. "Teacher Yu, I'll come back often to see you." When she reached the door, she looked back and saw Teacher Yu standing under the dim light, watching her. When she looked back again, he waved his hand. Qin Yuqing rode her bike home, feeling a little sad inside. There weren't many people on the road. When she reached her door, she took out her keys to open it. But the key didn't turn smoothly. It was hard to open. She looked closer and saw faint scratches around the lock, indicating someone had touched it. She quietly unlocked the door, locked it from inside, and knew that now the neighbors all knew only he was at home. Recently, there had been a lot of talk about the condolence money. She had to stay alert, looking at the wall that was as tall as a person, reinforcing it seemed a bit unrealistic. Most neighbors were similar, only she was treated differently. The neighbors still didn't know how to talk about it. He picked up a stick from behind the door and went back inside. He didn't light a fire to cook dinner that night, just took a meat bun from the space as his meal. Meanwhile, Qin Yuqing received the investigation results, and his brow remained furrowed. When did this happen? Zhang Qi ate quickly and finished his noodles. It was just a few days ago. Qin Xiongdong is still investigating. Her uncle's family really isn't good people. We found out about it, and if we hadn't, who knows what would have happened. No wonder she came alone to meet. This matter was indeed a bit difficult. He decided to go back and tell his father first. Zhang Qi wiped his mouth. "Captain, what do you plan to do?" Qin is truly alone now, and many people are watching her. She's just a girl, timid and probably having a hard time. Qin Yuqing remembered the people he saw at noon. So thin they looked like bones, easily blown away by a gust of wind. It was indeed not easy. Zhang Qi kept observing Qin Yuqing, but he had a cold, expressionless face, like an iceberg, showing nothing. Now that she has a job, maybe her life will get better. Zhang Qi shook his head. "Captain, you're definitely wrong about that. I admit you're like this in the military." He gave a thumbs up and continued, "But outside, the dangers are different. Especially among women. She's an orphan girl, with such a good job and a large compensation. Do you know what others see her as? A piece of fat meat, a big piece of meat." Qin Yuqing was surprised. He hadn't thought of that. He believed that with a job, her life would only get better. Zhang Qi finished his soup. "Today, I went to her place to find out. Guess what I heard?" Qin Yuqing shot him a look, signaling him to stop talking. Zhang Qi rolled his eyes. Couldn't he just cooperate? Talking to their captain was really boring. A few days ago, an older woman in her neighborhood tried to set her up with a match. Qin Xiongdong refused. I was curious, so I asked around. Turns out, the man was in his 30s, a widower with 2 kids. Isn't that terrible? I also heard that many people in that area are watching her. Luckily, everyone knows Qin Xiongdong took the compensation money, but hasn't returned it. When the condolence money returned to Comrade Qin, the marriage proposal was almost certain to break through the door.
Poor girl, she didn't know how she would handle it at that time.
Shen Yuqing frowned. How do you know so much? I'm popular with the people, Zhang Qi said proudly. When it comes to gathering information, he's second, but no one dares to claim first. Captain, what do you plan to do? Marry or not? Give a clear answer, so the higher-ups know what to expect. Let's see how things go first. Zhang Qi sighed inwardly. It's just as he thought, heartless and firm. Qin Yuqing had some free time. She stayed at home for 4 or 5 days, just enough to tidy up and rest her body. Her plan was good. After resting for a couple of days, the door of her yard was knocked again. Qin Yuqing was planting her garden. She found it too plain and wanted to plant flowers or vegetables. She hadn't yet cultivated the land, mainly because she lacked seeds. She opened the door latch and saw Aunt Zhang with a basket of vegetables. Her heart skipped a beat. She asked, Aunt Zhang, what's the matter? Aunt Zhang tidied her hair. There was nothing urgent. She just came to sit and chat since she saw Qin Yuqing was at home. At this point, Qin Yuqing could only invite her in. She deliberately looked outside when opening the door. There were a few moving heads passing by. She casually closed the door and went inside to pour a glass of sweet water. Auntie, here's some water. Aunt Zhang looked around. The house seemed to have fewer things than before. She remembered Qin Shuyao leaving that day, taking many belongings, which she could now understand. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yuqing thought some things were unnecessary and took up space, so she threw them away. She preferred a clean, simple space. Too many things made her feel oppressed and insecure. Whether it was to prevent thieves or to keep away evil-minded people, having less at home made it harder for others to plan anything. Auntie, just say what you mean. No need to beat around the bush. Qin Yuqing smiled and nodded. Go ahead, Auntie. Now that you're alone, it's not good to be without someone to look after you. Recently, quite a few people have been asking about you. Do you have any thoughts? Hearing this, Qin Yuqing immediately knew someone was watching her. No matter the era, there are always people thinking about taking advantage of others. Since Aunt Zhang came to ask, she probably received some benefit from someone. Thinking about the other locks and the strange people who recently appeared near her house, she had to be careful. Auntie, thank you. I'm not considering it for now. You know my parents just passed away not long ago, and with all this happening, I'm a bit scared. Auntie's eyes brightened. That's why I say you should find someone who can support and protect you. As a girl, you don't know how harsh the outside world can be. Getting married early, having a man and children makes life better. She hasn't given up on introducing her to a man, but whether the person is genuine or not, only they know. Qin Yuqing frowned. She knew that people at this time only thought about marriage and children. She hadn't heard of any plans to protect property before marriage. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, Auntie, people's hearts are hard to read. My eldest uncle's family usually treats me well, but in the end, they still plotted against me. I still haven't received my father's pension. You saw it too. They spent almost all the money. Even if I get it back, there won't be much left. I can't live on that pile of old clothes. As she spoke, she watched Auntie's expression. When she heard she hadn't gotten the money back, Auntie's eyes changed slightly. Annie, I've had a lot of things to deal with lately. My eldest uncle's case hasn't been decided yet. I'll talk to you after it's settled. Auntie forced a smile. All right, if you change your mind, let me know. I know quite a few people. Okay, Auntie. Qin Yuqing saw Annie off, then leaned against the door, sighing inwardly. Today, Auntie clearly came to gather information. Using her words to say she hadn't gotten her father's pension back might discourage some people. But she still needs to find a way to stop this completely, or she won't be able to live peacefully at home in the future. For now, she could only take it one step at a time. After being interrupted by Sister Li, Qin Yuqing lost her mood to tidy up the yard. She looked at the remaining flour at home, steamed some buns, made some pancakes, and stored them in her space for easier meals when she went to work later. After finishing her chores, it was completely dark outside. Qin Yuqing prepared herself and decided to go to the black market. The family's food supplies weren't low, but she didn't have many tickets. Last time she went home early, so this time she planned to browse more. She wrapped her face tightly and followed the crowd into the black market. Qin Yuqing, hiding in a corner of the black market, immediately recognized Qin Yuqing. No wonder she was so thin. It feels like tying a rope around my waist could make me fly like a kite in the wind. Zhang Qi scratched his face. The ointment he used tonight isn't working well. It's sticky and makes his skin feel uncomfortable. Captain, what are you looking at? Zhang Qi glanced at the crowd. There's no suspicious person there. Why is the team leader acting so strange? Shut up, Qin Yuqing said, pulling back his gaze. He was sure it was Qin Yuqing who came alone. Is that called being timid? No, she's actually very brave. You stay here and guard. I'll go inside and take a look. Qin Yuqing stood up and followed Qin Yuqing, but kept a safe distance. When he saw someone matching the target's description, he gave up on following her and focused on his task. Then he would find Qin Yuqing again. She's small and easy to spot. Most of the time, Qin Yuqing just looks but doesn't buy anything. Suddenly, she stops at a corner where an old man is selling something. Is that milk? Yes, the old man whispers. How much? The price is a little higher than in stores, but she can accept it. Milk is bought with tickets, and she doesn't have any. Seeing the old man's expression, she guesses he's reluctant to sell his milk. Is it fresh? Just delivered today. If her husband hadn't been sick and needed money, she wouldn't sell it. She's saving it for her grandson to drink. If it sells, it sells. If not, she'll keep it for herself. I'll take it, she says. The old man has only a small cloth bag, not much inside. As expected, he only has 5 bottles. They exchange money and goods quickly, then he leaves. Qin Yuqing, experienced, quickly moves through the crowd. She finds a quiet alley to check if she's being followed. Seeing no one, she quickly packs up her things. After wandering around, she finally carries a bag of dried mushrooms home. Qin Yuqing followed a petty thief all the way, found his hideout, and planned to report it later. He's waiting to see if there's a gang involved. Back in the black market, he looks around and spots Qin Yuqing's figure. She's been shopping for a long time, but only bought a few things to take home. Is she short of money? Or supplies? Her condolence money was taken by Qin Xiangdong. Maybe she's short of cash. She might send some money later. She also went to the black market to buy things, probably short of tickets. Zhang Qi watched with concern, suspecting the intelligence might be wrong. The group of opportunists still hasn't shown up. Seeing Qin Yuqing return, he immediately ran over and asked, Captain, if they don't come, will we have to wait until morning? How much money do you have left? About 80 yuan. What's wrong? Give it to me first. Zhang Qi took out the money and handed it to Qin Yuqing. Captain, this is all the money I have. It's not enough to lure the snake out. Watching Qin Yuqing calmly put the money in his pocket and find a corner to crouch quietly, he also silently squatted down. Captain, Qin Yuqing covered Zhang Qi's mouth with his hand, signaling with his eyes. The mouse came out. Qin Yuqing returned home in the dark. Today's harvest was pretty good. If she hadn't been told not to be too showy recently, she would have bought more pork. The smell of cooking could drift quite far. As a single person, she wasn't afraid of being scolded for eating meat every day, but she was worried about attracting attention. She thought about cooking more and storing it in her space. When she wanted to eat, she could just take it out, which was convenient and avoided trouble. All morning, she stewed chicken, fish, and meat, made a pot of lamb soup, fried some crispy pork, and also fried potato slices and vegetarian balls. She was so tired her back almost couldn't straighten, but seeing all the dishes, her smile never left her face. Meanwhile, at the police station's accommodation, Zhang Qi yawned while talking to Qin Yuqing. Captain, I really asked around. Qin Xiangdong has probably given most of the information. The delay was caused by that cross-province murder case. Otherwise, we would have gotten the money back already. Shen Yuqing frowned and asked, when exactly? Zhang Qi scratched his head. I heard them say it will take about 3 to 5 days. But some of the money won't be coming back. It's already been spent. Qin Xiongdong said he has no money left and can't afford to pay. Shen Yuqing nodded, packed the tickets he had received, and picked up the gifts he bought. Come out with me. Zhang Qi turned over and buried his face in the sofa cushion, muffling his voice. I want to sleep. I'm not going. My bones are almost falling apart. He thought everyone had a body as tough as his. After staying up all night and then going to the police station to hand over tasks, he hadn't had a moment to rest. Get up. I'll treat you to a meal later. Shen Yuqing couldn't possibly go to see Qin Yuqing alone. He knew how important a woman's reputation was. All the money has been taken by you. Since you didn't invite me, I am just drinking the northwest wind. Come with me to the Qin family. Zhang Qi turned over and sat up. Are you interested in her? Don't talk nonsense. I just want to take better care of her. If her father were still alive, he would probably be a company commander too. She wouldn't be alone. He had finished submitting his promotion materials. As long as he completed his mission smoothly and returned, he would become a company commander. But just then, something happened on the way. Talking about sacrifice, Zhang Qi lost his sleep. When he thought of Qin Yuqing's weak appearance, he knew she was soft and easy to bully. They didn't know when they could come again. Zhang Qi knew the company commander's family felt guilty about the Qin family, especially the higher-ups. All right, I'll go with you. After a quick rest, the two of them looked for Qin Yuqing. As soon as they entered the alley, they felt many eyes watching them, sizing them up. Shen Yuqing kept a cold face, while Zhang Qi was used to it. Zhang Qi looked at the curious old lady who was poking her head out and greeted her with a smile. Auntie, we're looking for Comrade Qin Yuqing. May I ask where her home is? Faced with Zhang Qi's obvious question, Shen Yuqing really wanted to kick him. Was he trying to waste more time? The old lady enthusiastically pointed the way. Go straight ahead. Do you see that big tree? The 5th house after that is hers. Zhang Qi had been there before, so he knew the way. He just wanted to find out more. The old lady saw her chance and wouldn't let them go so easily. Comrade, what are you here for? Are you here to recover the condolence money? Hearing this, Shen Yuqing frowned. That was not a good sign. Zhang Qi smiled and lied. Auntie, not yet. I heard the money is almost used up, not much left. It's probably because the leaders are worried about Comrade Qin's financial situation, so they sent us to check. Shen Yuqing didn't stop and kept walking forward. When they arrived, he realized that Qin Yuqing's life might be even harder than he thought. Everywhere, they were being watched, just as Zhang Qi had guessed. He didn't know much about women's gossip, but that didn't mean he didn't understand what it implied. How is Qin Xiongdong's family doing? Zhang Qi wouldn't tell the truth. He wasn't stupid. Auntie, I don't know. I'm just a messenger. They carried practical things, everyday food like noodles, eggs, a small bag of rice, and 4 cans of food. Zhang Qi casually said a sentence that stopped those with bad intentions from asking questions. Thank you, Auntie. We need to finish our task first. Zhang Qi caught up with Shen Yuqing, who asked, Do you usually talk easily with anyone? Of course. I grew up among women. Shen Yuqing seemed to remember that Zhang Qi had mentioned he had 5 older sisters, so he silently kept quiet. Qin Yuqing heard the knock on the door. She sighed first, quickly packed her things into her space, leaving only the pig's trotters that hadn't been cooked yet. Qin Yuqing was so used to these neighbors that she automatically asked who was at the door when she heard the knock. Shen Yuqing looked at Zhang Qi, who, feeling the pressure, spoke up. Comrade Qin, I am Zhang Qi. After replying, he also shot a quick look at Shen Yuqing, as if to ask, Who is this visitor? His voice sounds important. Qin Yuqing quickly wiped her hands and opened the door. She was surprised to see Shen Yuqing outside. Why did he come here? Please come in. Qin Yuqing turned sideways to make space, and Zhang Qi moved slightly to let Shen Yuqing go in first. As they entered the yard, Qin Yuqing looked outside when closing the door. She noticed quite a few curious eyes watching. Sit first. I'll go pour some water. They didn't go inside the house. In the middle of the yard, there was a small table with a few small stools. This was a quick setup by Qin Yuqing. She had noticed more visitors lately and didn't want to invite them inside. As the weather gets colder, chatting in the yard is fine, but no one wants to freeze, so they should leave early. Shen Yuqing said calmly, no need. We're leaving soon. Qin Yuqing still found 2 clean cups. They didn't have tea leaves at home, so she thought she should prepare some in the future. She brought out 2 cups of sweet water. Shen Yuqing quickly looked around the yard. It smells so good. Just as Zhang Qi finished speaking, he was poked in the waist. Their leader was really sneaky, taking advantage of Zhang Qi bending down to put things away to attack him. Qin Yuqing didn't see this. She smiled and said, I cooked some pig's trotters. If you're not busy, stay and have a meal. They came specially and, regardless of the reason, it was right to invite them for a meal. She still had some things in her hands, so inviting them to eat wouldn't be a loss. Yesterday, she bought 4 pig's trotters at the black market. She cooked 2 with soybeans, and the other 2 were braised, enough for them to eat. Shen Yuqing, no need. Zhang Qi, all right. Shen Yuqing looked at Zhang Qi, who spoke without thinking and really wanted to slap him. Zhang Qi ignored him, his mind focused on eating. The food smelled delicious, and since he hadn't eaten much today, his stomach was growling loudly. What's the use of saving face? It only leads to trouble. Qin Yuqing smiled and headed to the kitchen. The stew is almost ready. Sit for a bit. How about some rice? Zhang Qi responded smoothly. Anything is fine. Throughout, Shen Yuqing was ignored and watched Qin Yuqing go into the kitchen. He quietly asked himself, what did I say when I arrived? He was just there to return a favor, to give the things and then leave. Zhang Qi was acting foolish. He knew how precious rice was in ordinary families. Was he really that clueless? Zhang Qi muttered softly, who told you not to let me eat? My stomach protested earlier, and I didn't realize it right away. Qin Yuqing had chopped some greens, quickly stir-fried them, then scooped a big plate of chicken from her space and made a side dish with fried vegetables. The cooked rice, stored in her space, was brought out directly, showing the advantage of pre-prepared supplies. Where should we eat? Shen Yuqing definitely wouldn't go inside. In the yard, seeing Qin Yuqing go back and forth to the kitchen twice, Zhang Qi decided to pretend he didn't see anything for a while, letting them build some rapport. Shen Yuqing couldn't sit still. After hesitating, he followed into the kitchen and was surprised to see the table filled with dishes. He remembered the smell earlier and guessed she had prepared everything in advance. But why did she need so much for just herself? Is she inviting others to eat? Watching Qin Yuqing carry out the dishes, he instinctively said, give me some. Qin Yuqing didn't refuse. She still had to carry the dishes out 2 or 3 times. In less than 10 minutes, she brought out 4 dishes and a soup. Zhang Qi's eyes lit up twice as bright. Qin, your cooking skills are amazing. It looks so delicious. The girl with the snail shell looked ordinary. Glancing at Shen Yuqing, if she really became his wife, he would be so lucky. Zhang Qi's hungry stomach had long been protesting. Without hesitation, he scooped a piece of pig's trotter with a spoon. The pig's trotter was soft and sticky, melting in his mouth. He wondered what he had eaten before. At first, he wanted to say many compliments, but now he couldn't say a word, only devouring the food wildly. The chicken was delicious. The wild mushrooms inside were fresh and tasty, and the crispy pork bites were crunchy and unforgettable. Every dish was wonderful. Shen Yuqing initially thought Zhang Qi was exaggerating, but after tasting the food himself, he also fell silent. He had eaten good food before, and he was familiar with the skills of top chefs. Qin Yuqing's cooking was just as good, even better in some ways. Of course, they didn't know that some recipes were improved by Qin Yuqing based on old family experience. Shen Yuqing originally wanted to be polite and leave quickly after finishing his meal, but he ended up eating more. There were 4 main dishes and 1 soup, enough for everyone. Except for some leftover fried meatballs, all the other dishes were finished. After eating, Zhang Qi felt a bit embarrassed. He truly couldn't stop eating. His reason was overwhelmed by hunger. Now full, his mind cleared, and he realized how big his mistake was. But he didn't regret it. If anyone was to be blamed, It was Qin Yuqing's excellent cooking. Comrade Qin, your cooking is amazing. This is the best meal I've ever had. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. That was the highest praise a cook could get. Zhang Qi was definitely a good dining partner and also brought good mood. Afterward, he was about to help clean up, but Qin Yuqing quickly stopped him. No need, let me do it. Qin Yuqing looked at the sky and said, Zhang Qi, wait outside. Knowing something was about to be discussed, he went outside to keep watch. Qin Yuqing felt a bit nervous facing Qin Yuqing alone. His presence was too strong, cold and icy, making her feel like she could be frozen just by being close. Qin Yuqing took an envelope from his pocket. Here, take this for now. I didn't bring much cash because I was in a hurry to come. Qin Yuqing looked at the envelope and then at Qin Yuqing. Was he giving her money?
Was it what she thought?
Seeing that Qin Yuqing didn't take it, Qin Yuqing bent down and placed it on the corner of the table. Qin Yuqing finally understood. I have money. Really, there's no need. Qin Yuqing's calm voice slowly sounded. I didn't know about your uncle before. I only found out this time when he told me that you don't want to marry me and that you want to give the marriage to your cousin. As he spoke, Qin Yuqing kept his eyes on Qin Yuqing, watching her expression closely. In her heart, Qin Yuqing silently cursed Qin Xiangdong from start to finish. How many times had they contacted each other behind her back? How much had they discussed without her knowing?
No, I didn't know about this, she said.
As expected, Qin Yuqing had already guessed this answer before coming, but he still felt a bit pleased inside. So, you don't mind marrying me then? Qin Yuqing froze, unable to follow his train of thought. His straightforward question caught her completely off guard. Marriage? She hadn't even thought about it. Who was Qin Yuqing? A man from a respected family, someone admired by everyone. After being given a second chance at life, she had thought carefully about it. It wasn't about whether she was worthy or not. The gap between them was simply too wide. They lived in different worlds, and she didn't want a life that would exhaust her. I didn't mean that. Before she could finish, a commotion broke out outside. Zhang Qi shouted, Captain, come help. We found the mouse. I never even thought about marriage. Before she could say it, the figure in front of her moved and disappeared. The door rattled loudly as he left. When Qin Yuqing ran over, she only caught a glimpse of his shadow. A few older women standing by the door looked just as confused. Before they could turn to her, Qin Yuqing quickly shut the door. Voices drifted in from outside the courtyard. Wasn't that Hua's husband? Yes, that's him. Did he get into trouble? Qin Yuqing stood there listening for a while, then sighed. She glanced at the envelope on the table, walked over and opened it. Inside were 200 yuan in mixed bills and a thick stack of ration coupons for cloth, meat, and oil. She didn't care much about the money, but the coupons were valuable. She had been worrying about where to get some. Just yesterday, she had wandered around the black market, but hadn't found anyone selling them. Qin Yuqing quickly tidied up the table. She was still waiting for Qin Yuqing to come back, so they could talk things through. They weren't right for each other. She didn't want him to force himself to keep a promise out of gratitude. After finishing her chores, she waited a bit longer, but Qin Yuqing never returned. It seemed he wasn't coming back. I can only wait until the next meeting to clarify everything. Suddenly, I wonder, do they still have a chance to meet again? Maybe not. Not having a chance might actually be better. Once I understood, I felt more at ease. I closed the door, took out a book from the cabinet and slowly opened it. It was a book she asked Teacher Yu to help find, all about traditional herbs. Quite fast, Zhang Qi panted as he ran forward. Qin Yuqing had already pinned the person to the ground. Zhang Qi tied him up, and together they caught the escaped suspect. Zhang Qi clapped his hands. Now we can rest easy. The man was big and strong. Even he didn't behave. Last night, he struggled fiercely to escape, full of hatred and defiance. Qin Yuqing looked at the sky. To chase after the person, they had already left Qin Yuqing's area. Going back was impossible. She said she didn't mind, which meant she was okay with marrying him. If she was his fiancée, he wouldn't mind either. It would also solve his ongoing pressure to get married. That would be good. He looked at the last caught suspect, feeling happier. Shen Yuqing handed the person over to Zhang Qi. Take him back for questioning. Zhang Qi took the man to the police station. They left without a car because they were running personal errands. On the way, they happened to meet police officers doing their work, so they handed the suspect over to them. They felt relieved. Zhang Qi turned to Shen Yuqing. Captain, are you done talking? Maybe you should go back and say a few more words to Comrade Qin. We just finished. Let's go back. Zhang Qi didn't doubt the captain's words. He patted the dirt off his clothes. You know, Qin's cooking skills are really good. If I weren't full, I wouldn't have the strength to chase after her. Shen Yuqing didn't argue this time. It was all true. He had planned to finish delivering the items and then take Zhang Qi to a state-run restaurant for a meal. Thinking about that meal, the taste was really good. He felt a little more fond of Shen Yuqing. But he couldn't understand why her cooking was so delicious, yet he was so thin. Captain, how do you feel about Comrade Qin? Zhang Qi wasn't afraid. He knew their captain looked a bit fierce, a little cold, a little scary. But after spending more time with him, he realized he wasn't that terrifying. I don't dislike her. Shen Yuqing couldn't think of a better word. That was the best he could say about her. He had already learned as a child that women could be scarier than tigers. Zhang Qi scratched his head. Our team leader is really hard to please. Many people are chasing after the team leader, but he keeps rejecting them one by one. Comrade Qin's daughter is known as a great beauty in the entire military district. Everyone can see she has feelings for the team leader, but he always avoids her whenever he sees her. There's also that new translator, Tang, who looks at the team leader with affection. The team leader is blind and doesn't see it at all. Their superior is worried about the team leader's marriage. Whenever someone suggests a matchmaking, the team leader always finds a way to go on a mission. He'd rather suffer in the mountains, cold and hungry, than meet a woman. If it weren't for this special situation, he wouldn't have come to see Shen Yuqing. Team leader, if you don't like Comrade Qin, don't waste her time, Zhang Qi said. He swallowed hard. If the team leader doesn't like her, can he pursue her instead? Thinking about the dishes they ate today, his craving grew stronger. Such a good girl. Good at cooking. If the team leader married her and stayed at home all day, how lonely she would be. It makes sense. With so many excellent people around the team leader, it's normal he doesn't like Shen Yuqing. He was forced to marry her. If it were him, he wouldn't be happy either. Shen Yuqing's sharp features showed no emotion, but his deep eyes were swirling with dark currents. His cold gaze seemed to cut through Zhang Qi. He was finally encountering someone he didn't dislike, but this kid was trying to cause trouble here. Zhang Qi, which eye of yours saw that I don't like her? His voice was low and sharp, like a blade cooled in ice. Zhang Qi straightened his back and stubbornly said, I didn't see that either. Seeing the team leader's increasingly cold gaze, he was very familiar with it. The last time he saw it was when they were chasing down criminal gangs. The team leader had looked at the gang leaders with that same cold stare. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Zhang Qi immediately realized he had said the wrong thing. Team leader, I mean, you're always on missions. If you get married and leave Comrade Qin alone at home, it could be dangerous, he hurried to explain. Shen Yuqing withdrew his gaze. This was something he hadn't thought of, nor expected. Watching the normally composed team leader return to normal, Zhang Qi let out a breath. Is this liking her? He couldn't understand it. Still, he would go back and tell the superior. At least this time, he didn't run away. That was worth celebrating. Shen Yuqing had gained some experience. She didn't dare stay at home during the day because too many people came to inquire. She understands gossip psychology, but she doesn't want to be the center of gossip. Staying at home and avoiding people isn't good, and she doesn't want to deal with it repeatedly. So, she took some materials to the cultural troupe, went to register first, took the initiative, and learned about the situation. In her previous life, she got a job in the cultural troupe and was happy at first, but she blindly followed the arrangements and lived a miserable life. When she stepped outside, she saw 2 or 3 older women under a tree, and she silently thought, they can't see me, they can't see me. Hey, Qing girl. As expected, what she feared happened. Shen Yuqing forced a smile. Aunt Wu, you're busy. I need to go to work now. Hey, don't rush off. What happened yesterday? Why did those soldiers come? Another woman also asked. Ahwa's man didn't come back yesterday. Did you hear Ahwa crying all night? Qin Yuqing wanted to roll her eyes. Whether Ahwa's man comes back or not is none of her business. If soldiers are after him, he must have done something wrong. Can't they think a little? Andy, I'm going to be late for work. Let's talk when I return. Qin Yuqing quickly rode her bike and hurried away. Aunt Wu is like a double-edged sword. When she arrived at the entrance of the cultural troupe, it was working hours. Many people came and went, mostly young and energetic faces. She took a deep breath, pinched her bag, and strode inside, following her memories from her past life to find the registration spot. The door was slightly open. She knocked, and when she heard someone inside say, "Come in," she pushed the door open. Inside, she saw a middle-aged woman with curly hair, holding a prepared cup. She looked like she had just arrived too. Qin Yuqing immediately recognized her, Director Wang. Her heart sank, and she quickly gathered her composure to respond. In her previous life, this woman often made things difficult for her. Her niece wanted to join the performance group, but she, unexpectedly, blocked their way. "Hello, leader. I am here to register." She deliberately emphasized the words leader, as people like to hear nice things. Since there was no one else around, it was fine to flatter a little. She was indeed a small leader herself, so calling her that wasn't wrong. Wang Menglan took the registration materials, glanced at them, then looked up at Qin Yuqing. "You're the new one. What can you sing?" From her appearance, she looked better than her niece. Wang frowned slightly, just enough to be noticed. She met the performance group's requirements. If her voice was good, she would likely be accepted into the group. Outside the window, she could faintly hear someone practicing singing, with occasional sounds drifting in. Qin Yuqing noticed that her tone was not very friendly. She remembered that in her previous life, she was assigned to the vocal music group, always standing at the back row, constantly being a backup, and often ridiculed by others. Later, she found out that she had blocked others' paths from the moment she arrived. It wasn't aimed at her specifically, but at whom? This time, she decided to be smarter. Qin Yuqing lowered her eyelashes and said, "I'm a bit shy and get nervous on stage. Are there any promotional or support staff positions available?" Hearing this, Wang Menglan's face showed a slight smile. She put down her materials, slightly raised the corners of her mouth, and relaxed the wrinkles around her eyes. "Comrade Qin, right? Please have a seat. Let's have a good talk." Her older brother had been urging her these days. Her sister-in-law said there was a young man from the Price Bureau looking for a partner. His family is quite well off, and as long as her niece joins the art troupe, it should be a sure thing. She heard that the boy's family has influential connections. If she can establish this relationship, their family will be considered quite high status in the future. She tried many connections. Finally, she hoped someone from the performance group would transfer out. Before she could recommend her niece, a sudden opportunity appeared. These past few days, she felt uneasy. Then, unexpectedly, someone naive arrived, like a pillow sent to a sleeping head. But she hadn't figured out Qin Yuqing's background. Usually, someone who suddenly appears has powerful backing. She wanted to see if she could offend her. Sitting in this position, reading people's expressions is also a skill. Her friendly words almost made Qin Yuqing uncomfortable. The change was too sudden. Qin Yuqing sat down as told, secretly sneering. She believed that if she joined the performance group, no one would pick on her. In her previous life, at first, they respected her. But once they found out she was an orphan girl, they started bullying her recklessly. If no one had instructed them, she wouldn't believe it. After she got pregnant, they hurriedly transferred her to the sound department. She had to move heavy equipment or listen to noise, which almost caused her to miscarry. When she went home, the Gao family scolded her harshly, forcing her to give her work to her younger sister-in-law and stay home to rest. She wanted to get revenge, but not now. She planned to stay peacefully at her job here in the future, but she had to get through this current hurdle first. Wang Menglan took a sip of tea, watching Qin Yuqing, who remained silent. She thought she was quite patient. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, Leader, do we still have other positions available here? When Wang Menglon heard the question, she pretended to explain, well, the publicity team is full right now. Maybe in a while, there will be an opening. You can go there first to do some chores and learn the ropes. The costume and props team is short-staffed, but it's a bit tiring. Qin Yuqing recalled her past memories and realized she had forgotten such an important thing. She immediately said, then I will go to the props team first. Wang Menglon's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. I don't mind working a little harder. Qin Yuqing knew the props team could be tiring, but she didn't want to offend Wang Menglon right now. Qin Yuqing didn't plan to go to work today, but she decided to visit the prop team first. If she left without saying anything, they might think she was careless. The prop team was in a storage room at the corner of the yard, with yellowing climbing plants on the blue brick wall. Usually, only the room at the very end served as a temporary office. On the way, Qin Yuqing pretended to be curious, looking around. Wang Menglon, in a good mood, mostly talked about how good the prop team was. As they talked, a yawning young man appeared around the corner. Song Lei had messy short hair, with 2 buttons on his uniform out of place, clearly rushing after waking up late. Song Lei, wait a moment. Director Wang, good morning. The young man nodded perfunctorily, with dark circles under his eyes. Qin Yuqing noticed that Song Lei didn't seem very friendly toward Wang Menglon. Wang Menglon didn't care about Song Lei's attitude and asked directly, has your master come yet? He came early. He's been busy these days and arrived very early. Song Lei paused when he saw Qin Yuqing. That's good, she said to Qin Yuqing. I'll take you to meet the head of the prop team. Song Lei seemed to understand that she was bringing a new person and lowered his eyes knowingly. He looked decent and would probably stay quietly in the prop team. Song Lei looked at her with a cold gaze, sneering inside. Over the years, many people used the prop team as a stepping stone, but in the end, they left because it was tiring and dirty. This was why the prop team always lacked people. Song Lei didn't think highly of Qin Yuqing. She was too thin to do much work. Su Lanin was inside organizing costume accessories. She had heard Wang Menglon's loud voice and didn't bother to go out. Wang Menglon shouted loudly outside, Lanin, I brought someone for you. Hearing this, Su Lanin put down what she was doing and slowly came out. Qin Yuqing glanced at the person who appeared. The head of the prop team hadn't changed. I want someone who can work, someone strong enough to carry boxes. This is the person you found for me. Su Lanin looked at Qin Yuqing's slim figure, snorted through her nose, and thought she was scheming. A weak young woman like her wasn't suitable for hard work. Another woman trying to take shortcuts. Qin Yuqing knew there would be prejudice, so she spoke up proactively. Team leader Song, I am very strong. You can try me. Her spiritual spring water wasn't for nothing. In her previous life, she had defeated an abusive husband using it. Wang Menglon was eager to pin Qin Yuqing down here, smiling softly and saying, Lanin, I promise you, this girl is honest and won't let you down. That's settled then. I need to go ahead and handle some things. After saying this, Wang Menglon hurriedly left, not even bothering to greet Qin Yuqing, as if there was some great danger behind her. Su Lanin didn't want to waste words. She nodded to Song Lei and said, Song Lei, make arrangements and see what can be done. Since they would be replaced in a few days, she didn't want to bother explaining. She would wait until after the test. Qin Yuqing. Nobody asked for her opinion. She planned to report today and start work in a couple of days. Song Lei simply said, come with me. Fine, the sooner she starts working, the sooner she gets paid. Song Lei led her to the room next door, kicking open a cluttered bamboo basket. Just organize these clothes and hang them up. During the National Day holiday, many people borrowed clothes. Qin Yuqing nodded. She knew about the holiday. She wanted to come later, hoping to miss it, but looking at the mountain of suitcases, she sighed. She couldn't escape her fate. I understand, she said, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her slender arms. Recently, drinking spiritual spring water had made her stronger, and she could feel her body changing. After saying this, Song Lei left the warehouse. The big space was empty except for Qin Yuqing. Was this a test? Or a challenge? She had little experience dealing with props teams in her past life, and she didn't even remember who Song Lei was. She took a breath, bowed her head, and carefully sorted and stored the clothes. When tired, she drank some spiritual spring water to keep her energy up. Time's up. There's food in the cafeteria, Song Lei suddenly said, almost startling Qin Yuqing. He glanced at the neatly organized props and clothes without saying a word. It was surprisingly tidy. She guessed that maybe it was because it was the first day, so he was trying to make a good impression. The others who came before had been the same. Once they got used to it, they became restless. Qin Yuqing then remembered that the art troupe provided the cafeteria, and the food was pretty good. Since it was free, she wouldn't waste the food in her space. "Thank you, I understand," she said, putting down the clothes. She took her lunchbox from her bag. She had secretly brought it from her space, never expecting to start work today. She stood up and saw Song Lei still standing there. She asked, "Aren't you going?" "I'll go right now." Qin Yuqing didn't walk with Song Lei. First, to avoid suspicion, and second, because they hadn't accepted her. She didn't want to seem overly eager. She wasn't sure how long she could keep this job. Song Lei watched her walk away, feeling a bit confused. She looked familiar, and after thinking about Wang Minlan's introduction this morning, he didn't say much. He just saw her as someone with connections and followed her to the house to get his lunchbox. Everyone received a plain steamed bun, and they could take 2 more corn cakes. There was a dish of pork stewed with potatoes, with bits of meat scattered on top, which was considered a meat dish. The other was a vegetarian dish. Qin Yuqing wasn't picky. She took one of each item. Just then, a group of performers came in, busy preparing for rehearsal and in a hurry. Seeing Qin Yuqing take one of everything, they became a little impatient and whispered, "Taking so much. Will you finish it? Like a pig." They probably want to take it home, so stingy. Qin Yuqing, who had lived through this life, wouldn't let herself be bullied. She turned around and said, "I'm from the props team. I do physical work, unlike you, who need to stay in shape." Qin Yuqing's good mood vanished instantly when she saw the performers. Their faces reminded her of the bullying she endured before. In her previous life, they had all bullied her in some way. She hadn't even started to get back at them, yet they had the nerve to confront her now. This morning, she had just drunk a bottle of milk and eaten a piece of peach pastry. She had been working hard all morning and was starving. Wang Can, hearing she was from the props team, looked away and lowered her head. She was supposed to go to the props team, but her aunt had told her this morning to join the performers. Her aunt had helped swap their jobs. She was told to stay low for now and wait until she established herself in the performance group. If she had a powerful backer, she might be in trouble. Seeing Qin Yuqing look so guilty, she was afraid she would find out the truth. She didn't dare say anything and shrank back. The person speaking she recognized. She had caused her trouble many times in her previous life. A tall girl with a high ponytail, pretty enough, probably named Wu Shanshan. Her mother worked at the health bureau, and she had a relative in Shanghai. She had even gone abroad, and she thought she was better than others. Wu Shanshan often brings snacks to share with them, winning people's hearts. This trick still works well in this era. Most of the performers flatter her, and the young lady points and directs. This is why she dislikes the art troupe. She doesn't find happiness working here, only frustration and helplessness. If it weren't for the salary, she would have quit long ago. She is actually good at singing, but due to the group's exclusion, she never gets a chance. Seeing Wang Ken behind the crowd, she just said she was going to the prop team, and suddenly she was assigned there. Director Wang is quick and efficient. Whether Wang Ken knows her or not, she is very familiar with him. In her previous life, Wang Ken later joined the young lady's loyal followers, relying on Director Wang's influence to bully her. She was forced to clean the entire dance practice hall alone in the prop room. Her costume was damaged, and she was often troubled. Her meals always mysteriously contained extra sand or spoiled food. Even when she tried to hide, she couldn't escape being bullied. The worst time almost broke her leg. Now, Wang Ken looks timid, but only Qin Yuqing knows that this is temporary. Once stable, he will show his true nature. She must find a good chance to remove his threat. Qin Yuqing coldly said, "You've forgotten your manners after just 2 days of eating well." Wu Shanshan didn't expect Qin Yuqing to retort directly, and her face darkened. On her right, a girl with slightly darker skin frowned at Wu Shanshan's displeasure and immediately defended her. "Oh, so you're proud of your strength? Eating so much, aren't you worried about hurting your stomach?" Qin Yuqing was calm and unhurried. She took a slow bite of a plain steamed bun before looking at her. "Don't worry, I have a good appetite and can digest whatever I eat. As for you, to look good on camera, you dare not eat much. When you feel dizzy from hunger, don't fall on stage." Seeing their faces turn red with embarrassment, Qin Yuqing said calmly, "In the end, you'll be the ones losing face." Qin Yuqing didn't speak carelessly. In her previous life, during a public performance, someone fainted halfway through, caused by fasting and weakness. Not only did the performance fail, but everyone was scolded afterward. Some people nearby couldn't help but laugh. Wu Shanshan blushed. They had been fasting these past 2 days. Usually it was fine, but with recent performances and the need to maintain an image on stage, it was more important. She forced herself to reply, "It's better than being reborn as a hungry ghost." Qin Yuqing smiled. Having lived again, she understood that it's better to fight back than to swallow her anger. "As long as I don't waste food, I work hard. And you're not letting me have a proper meal? You say I take food home, but you're so familiar with it. You do it often." Zhang Tian's face turned red. She really did do that often. In the cafeteria, it's allowed to take leftover food home if you can't finish it. Qin Yuqing snorted softly. "You have your hands, yet you smear dirt on others. That's shameless. I'm not eating your family's food. You're just meddling like a busybody. Mind your own business." Wu Shanshan was quite angry. Zhang Tian tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Shanshan, forget it. There are others waiting in line behind us. They're all young girls. Usually they're pampered, but being publicly embarrassed for the first time was hard to handle." Qin Yuqing didn't want to become the focus of attention on her first day at work. The line for food wasn't just the performance team. She decided to stop pushing her luck. She took her lunchbox and found a spot to eat. Her appetite wasn't affected. If this had happened in her past life, she wouldn't dare eat so much, but now she didn't care. She disliked being thin, just bones left. Sitting on the bench, her bones pressed painfully. Since she was hungry, why should she hold back? In her previous life, she watched others diet and followed suit. She was already thin and often dizzy from hunger. Wu Shanshan, angry, shook Zhang Tian's hand away. "What's so arrogant about a broken prop team?" The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. "I'm not eating anymore." She turned around and left in a huff. Zhang Tian hesitated for a moment, then took a plain steamed bun and followed her out. Qin Yuqing watched the two leave calmly. If they dared to cause trouble, she was ready to face them. Song Lei kept watching Qin Yuqing. From the moment she argued with him, he saw her as someone not to be messed with. There were also some idle people, curious to see if Qin Yuqing could handle the situation. In the past, she might have left a bun behind, but today she was especially hungry. Recently, with spiritual spring water and herbal treatments, her appetite had improved significantly. She used to have no appetite for anything, but now everything tasted good. After finishing her meal and cleaning her lunchbox, Qin Yuqing felt a bit sleepy. She had eaten too much. Not yet time for work, so she wandered around the cultural troops' courtyard to digest her food. This afternoon, Qin Yuqing continued folding clothes but hadn't finished tidying up yet. Su Lanin brought 3 people into the warehouse, directing them to move some boxes out and bringing in a pile of messy clothes. Qin Yuqing glanced at them and lowered her head to continue her work. After the boxes were taken away, Su Lanin spoke, "Pick out the damaged ones and hang the good ones." "Okay," Qin Yuqing replied softly. She looked at the messy clothes, feeling her workload increase, especially with the need to sort out the damaged items. She bent down and carried out all the clothes, but a sour, foul smell hit her, making her step back a few paces. Some collars and cuffs were dirty, and they were sent over without being cleaned first. It's clear that nothing is easy, and earning money is hard. The props team doesn't keep many people for a reason. First, she emptied the clothes from the boxes. Qin Yuqing went to the warehouse door to get some fresh air and saw Song Lei carefully wiping some Peking opera headpieces. He was quite meticulous at work. Shouldn't it be their job to switch tasks? Are they bullying the newcomers? When Song Lei sensed her gaze and turned around, Qin Yuqing had already gone back into the warehouse. When the workday ended, Qin Yuqing didn't linger. She slung her bag over her shoulder and headed home. She didn't say anything to Song Lei as she passed by. She knew he was watching the lively scene in the cafeteria. After a long afternoon dealing with dirty clothes, Qin Yuqing felt uncomfortable all over and just wanted to go home and wash up quickly. Su Lanin looked at Qin Yuqing inside the house, feeling a bit upset. She thought this person wouldn't stay long. Qin Yuqing didn't care what they thought. She only did her job. From now on, she wouldn't be a kind-hearted person. As soon as she entered the alley, she saw someone waiting at her door from afar. Two women, one fat and one thin, one of whom had a red armband on her sleeve, members of the street neighborhood committee. What were they here for? Qin Yuqing had encountered them before. Mostly, they came after Gao Xianghua's domestic violence incidents. They visited but didn't rescue her from her suffering. They only said some harmless words, telling her to live well, then left after Gao Xianghua's apologies. In fact, after they left, her situation worsened, and Gao Xianghua even learned how to hide his wrongdoings. "Comrade, who are you looking for?" Qin Yuqing pushed her cart and asked the two. The slightly plump woman forced a smile, her wrinkles bunching at the corners of her eyes. "Are you little Qin, comrade?" "Yes," Qin Yuqing replied with a smile. She still knew how to put on a polite front. "We are from the neighborhood committee. We heard about your situation and came to check if you need any help." She spoke while glancing sideways at the house behind Qin Yuqing. "Feel free to ask if you need anything. I'm fine now, no help needed. Thank you." Qin Yuqing saw that they didn't move their feet and knew they wouldn't leave easily, so she had to open the door to let them in. There have been too many visitors lately, and she is a bit overwhelmed. Why is it so hard to have some peace? Their enthusiasm makes her doubt they have no purpose. Coming with a purpose is really tiring when talking. Qin Yuqing poured 2 glasses of plain water and placed them in front of the two, speaking with deliberate distance. "I don't know how to address you two, comrades. Just call me Aunt Lon," said the chubbier one, pointing to the thinner one beside her. "Everyone calls her Aunt Hua." Hearing this, Qin Yuqing's mind buzzed. She remembered that in her previous life, it was this so-called Aunt Hua who introduced Gao Xianghua, who had a good relationship with Song Xiumei. She had never seen this woman before, but she had heard a lot about her from Song Xiumei, how kind she was, well-connected, capable. Counting the days, if Song Xiumei hadn't gone in, it would be time for her to meet Gao Xianghua for a marriage match. Qin Yuqing's expression grew colder, and her eyes also turned icy. "Aunt Lon, just tell me what you want." "I just finished work and have nothing to entertain you with." Aunt Lon didn't seem to notice Qin Yuqing's attempt to send them away, or perhaps she understood but pretended not to. "No trouble at all. We just came to see you." Despite her words, they had already looked around her place. Aunt Hua frowned when she saw the nearly empty living room. Qin Yuqing pretended not to see. She had collected many things. Calling her home bare is not an exaggeration. After inspecting, Aunt Lon finally spoke. "We've heard about your situation and feel sorry for you. Are you used to living alone?" Hearing this, Qin Yuqing remained calm. What does she mean? "It's something I have to get used to. If my parents are watching over me from heaven, they would protect me." Aunt Lon smiled, a bit forced, then quickly put on an even more exaggerated expression and said the purpose of their visit. "I see most of your house is empty. Aren't you afraid living alone as a young woman?" Is she trying to introduce a marriage partner? Or is there some other purpose? Qin Yuqing sighed and said, "Living alone is better than being constantly worried about by others." "Auntie, do you agree?" This shut down Lon Auntie's attempt to speak. Instead, Annie Hua, who had been silent, spoke up. "I heard that your workplace doesn't pay much. Since there are many empty rooms, you could rent out 2 of them. It would bring in some extra money and give you company. You wouldn't have to be afraid at night." Qin Yuqing looked up and asked, Auntie Hua, have you found someone? Auntie Hua thought she had convinced Qin Yuqing and said, I know a girl around your age. She lives at home but finds it inconvenient, so she's thinking of renting a place. Qin Yuqing lowered her eyes and asked, where is her home? What does she do? What's her name? Hearing the question, Auntie Hua knew she had a chance. Her home isn't far, just a few miles away. She just finished middle school and is looking for a job. Her surname is Gao. She's gentle, sweet-talking, quick to work, and neat. Qin Yuqing guessed who she meant. It was Gao Tingting, her stepsister from the previous life. She was sent ahead to gather information. The Gao family was still calculating, Qin Yuqing thought with a cold smile. They had no money, and now they were scheming about her house. She knew exactly what kind of person Gao Tingting was, lazy and greedy. In her past life, Gao Tingting never had a stable job. She kept quitting, mostly living off her family. It wasn't until her family forced her to give up her job that she finally had a steady one. She only worked there for less than 3 years before being fired for fighting. Later, she opened a snack shop and worked with her. How much rent? Annie Hua thought she had this in the bag. Auntie Lan also chimed in, I have someone too. An older girl just returned from the countryside with nowhere to stay. She's honest and hardworking. You wouldn't mind one more person. 3 people living together, helping each other. That's good. Qin Yuqing smiled, but she didn't believe she was a fool. In her past life, she really was. But in this second chance, she wouldn't be led around by the nose. She knew the girl Auntie Lan mentioned. She had worked hard for her brother in the countryside for 5 years. When she returned, she found her brother was already married. She was kicked out and left with nothing, not even a bed, and caused a big fuss. This girl is not easy to deal with. She directly caused trouble at her brother's workplace, took back her job, and broke ties with her family. Qin Yuqing admires people like that, but she doesn't want to get involved. Her family has been fighting for over 2 years. If such a person moves in, they won't be able to kick her out or live peacefully. Aunt Hua is still testing. About 2 yuan for rent? Qin Yuqing looks at her 2 probing fingers. She really underestimates people, thinking she doesn't know the outside world. Aunt Lan also says, just a place to sleep is fine. You don't need to worry about anything else. The 2 of them treat her like a fool. Qin Yuqing smiles and says, I appreciate your kindness, but as the saying goes, it's easy to invite someone in but hard to send them away. My salary isn't much, but if I save carefully, it's enough. I'm a single girl. If people move in here, and the family keeps bringing others over, it will hurt my reputation. She knows Gao Tingting's tricks too well. If she moves in, the Gao family will probably come here often, and she won't be able to explain herself then. After sending Qin Xiangdong's family away, she wouldn't be so foolish as to invite the Gao family in. That would be really stupid. Do these 2 really care about her? She definitely doesn't believe it. Aunt Lan just wants to get rid of this troublemaker so their area can be peaceful. As for Aunt Hua's arrival, she has to think more about it. It's a bit suspicious. Qin Yuqing's refusal catches them off guard. Aunt Hua quickly reacts. 3 yuan, no, 5 yuan. What do you think? Qin Yuqing looks at Aunt Hua with a cold face. She was suspicious before, but now she's sure there's definitely a problem inside. Even Qin Yuqing's good temper has been worn down completely. Ladies, it's late. Please go back. I won't rent the house. I'm doing well here. You can rest assured. Don't waste your time on me anymore. Go help those who need it more. Aunt Lan's eyelids twitch. This completely cuts off her options. This girl isn't as clueless as the outside world says. She doesn't agree. If she doesn't, it will be hard to handle the old Zhang family's issues. If it gets worse, it will affect her work. Qin Yuqing doesn't care what they want to do. Refusing is the best choice. Her attitude is clear. She's pushing them away. Aunt Lan, proud of herself, looks upset. She stands up and leaves. Aunt Hua remains calm. She turns back at the door and says, think carefully. This is for your own good. Qin Yuqing closed the door in front of them. Aunt Lan angrily turned around and left. She is a good worker in the neighborhood committee. Everyone greets her with a smile, But today she was embarrassed by the young girl and is feeling very angry. Such a bad temper at such a young age. Who would want her in the future? It's true what people say outside. She's a troublemaker. She lives alone in such a big house. Doesn't she find it creepy? We are kind to her, but she looks down on us. Aunt Hua's eyes darkened. Aunt Lon, there's no need to get angry with someone like her. We've done our best. Aunt Lon huffed. I'm not just angry. It's normal for neighbors to help each other. She lives alone in such a big house. It's just empty space. Facing Aunt Lan's anger, Aunt Hua understood well. She took benefits from old Zhang's family and wanted to quickly handle the situation with old Zhang's daughter, worried it might cause trouble if it got worse. She was looking for someone naive to rely on, but this time, she met someone uncooperative. I should go back now. The child is waiting for me to cook dinner. Aunt Hua didn't like complaints. She still had to collect some money. After turning a corner, she saw someone waiting. She looked at the woman, who was wrapped up tightly, and was curious about what she looked like. This woman had come to her a few days ago. She was scared at first, but then she found out that the tasks weren't hard and she could earn money. Because of the money, she agreed quickly to help. Qin Shuyao had sewn a mask herself and put on a headscarf. When she saw Aunt Hua, she stood straight. She deliberately lowered her voice. What's going on? Aunt Hua couldn't see her face clearly and felt nervous. Just pay first. Qin Shuyao reluctantly took out 50 cents. Tell me, did she agree? Aunt Hua took the money and quickly put it in her pocket. No, she didn't agree. She wouldn't even pay 5 yuan for rent. Afraid Qin Shuyao might try to take the money back, she warned. We agreed before. I did my best. If she doesn't agree, you can't take this money back. Qin Shuyao, having experienced similar situations before, didn't care much about 50 cents. Has the Gao family responded? Aunt Hua was relieved to hear she wouldn't have to return the money. It was easy to earn, and she could get it just by saying a few words, so her attitude improved. The Gao family doesn't want to get involved with her. Haven't you heard? Recently, people say she's cursed others. Anyone who associates with her will have bad luck, lose their family, or even die. Qin Shuyao. She doesn't want Gao Xianghua to be with Qin Yuqing for the rest of their lives. Even before taking any action, Gao Xianghua was already unhappy. In the future, only she can be the owner of the chain restaurant. In the past few days, she has researched the Gao family and is quite satisfied with Gao Xianghua. The only person she dislikes is Gao Tingting, who is useless. She hopes to get rid of her before Gao Tingting marries into the Gao family. She has memories from her previous life. After the Gao family became wealthy, Gao Tingting took advantage of her status to gain many benefits from the restaurant. She is not as naive as Qin Yuqing. Such a parasite must be removed early. Qin Shuyao then took out 5 cents. Help me watch the Gao family. Whenever someone proposes marriage to them, tell me, no one can get what Qin Shuyao cannot have. Hua Shun happily agreed. All right, that's easy. If the Gao family is to find a match, they will definitely come to her. Earning this money is simple. Seeing Qin Shuyao leave, Hua Shun quickly asked, how can I contact you? If there's an urgent matter, go to the entrance of the alley building on Dongbian Street. There's an old man bending over on the first floor. Just say that the second aunt sent a message, and I will come to find you. Qin Shuyao will never reveal her true identity. After hearing this, Hua Shun muttered to herself, feeling annoyed. It's so troublesome. For the sake of the money, she endured it. Watching Qin Shuyao walk away, she whispered, there really are all kinds of people. Hua Shun clenched the money in her hand, starting to think wildly. Should she tell the Gao family about the proposal? Or not? Qin Shuyao disappeared from sight, and she hadn't decided yet. Qin Shuyao turned down several alleys before finally removing her disguise and breathing a sigh of relief. In the past 2 days, she had contacted the Gao family. When the old lady of the Gao family heard she was from the Qin family, she refused to see her, saying she was afraid of trouble and even scolded her mother as a troublemaker. The shallow-minded old lady would eventually deal with her. Once she gets her son and trains him well, dealing with this old woman will be easy. She doesn't want to live a hard life. She wants to be the mistress of a business. Now she has money and some advantages. She can't tolerate any hardship. Deep inside, Qin Shuyao was proud of disrupting the Gao family's marriage plans, not knowing that she was actually helping Qin Yuqing solve a problem. She was unaware of this. Now her mind was focused on men and work. She planned to cut off all paths for Qin Yuqing. This was her way of punishing her for stealing her life in her previous life. Over the past few days, she also went to the cultural troupe to gather some news and unexpectedly remembered a major event from her previous life involving the troupe. Luckily, she thought she might have a chance to join the troupe. Qin Shuyao was full of happiness, as if she could already see herself dressed in fine clothes, being driven around in fancy cars, receiving compliments from others. Meanwhile, after Qin Yuqing and the others left, she boiled a pot of water, took a quick shower, and dried her wet hair as she headed to her bedroom. When she entered, she sensed something was wrong. The pillow on her bed was crooked, and her eyes quickly shifted to the wardrobe. Her heart suddenly tightened. The wardrobe, which was tightly closed in the morning, now revealed a corner of fabric. It seemed someone had rummaged through her wardrobe. Her heart sank, and she hurriedly checked carefully, confirming that someone had entered her room. She immediately grabbed a kitchen knife and checked each room one by one, but no one was hiding. Then she went outside to inspect the yard. As dusk fell, she found a few footprints near the corner of the wall. Qin Yuqing stood still, feeling a chill as the evening breeze brushed her neck. She had stored her valuables in her space, so nothing was missing. But she was worried these people wouldn't give up. What if they returned in the middle of the night? Even if she claimed she had no money, she knew she was being watched. How could they believe her easily? The consequences of borrowing someone else's words to reclaim her pension still lingered, bringing trouble upon her. Thinking this through, she pushed her cart and went out to buy some supplies. Qin Yuqing rode her bike, constantly recalling the stranger who appeared suddenly and was locked out of another door. How could she have been so careless? She should have prepared better. All these worries over the past few days made her forget to get ready in advance. Before the shop closed, she bought many things. Pedaling her bike, the bulging bags of supplies hung on the handlebars, and the wheels squeaked as they rolled over the gravel road. Sweat soaked her bangs, sticking to her red cheeks, but she didn't bother to wipe it away. Once home, she quickly locked the door, took a deep breath, and dumped all her purchases on the table: coarse rope, nails, thick wooden boards, a bag of quicklime, and some old pliers she found at the hardware store. She first took out the nails and hammered several rows into the wooden boards, with the sharp tips facing outward, placing them around the yard wall. Then she carried 2 buckets of water and soaked the corners of the wall, making it easier to see any footprints left behind. Thinking about going out tomorrow to get some glass bottles, then smashing the pieces onto the ground. He made a few tripwires with rope and placed them in the yard. He was busy in the kitchen boiling a pot of chili water. The boiling chili water was bubbling fiercely, and the strong smell made her cough constantly. She kept some in the storage room for later use. If someone dared to climb over the wall, pouring this boiling water on them would definitely make them cry for their mother. She sprinkled lime powder on the windowsill and placed an empty bowl there. If someone pushed the window, it would fall, and the noise would wake her up. Qin Yuqing knew she had to be strict the first time. Threatening must be effective. Anyone trying to bully her should think twice about their strength. Finally, she took a kitchen knife and rubbed at a sharpening stone until it gleamed with a cold shine. Satisfied, she took the knife back to her room and hid it under her pillow. After doing all this, she felt a little more at ease. After turning off the lights, she fell asleep holding the knife handle. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by faint sounds. She immediately gripped the knife tightly, listening carefully outside. All she heard was the wind blowing softly. A man's mouth was covered by a companion, and he was yanked forcefully from the iron nail under his foot. He let out a muffled scream of pain. Qin Yuqing heard this clearly. She quickly got up, adjusted the blanket, and carefully opened the bedroom door with a knife in hand. "Ah, sigh, my foot," the man grimaced in pain, teeth clenched. This woman dared to plot against him. Once caught, he would teach her a good lesson. Quiet. Go inside and catch the person. Your foot won't hurt then, a hoarse voice ordered fiercely. Qin Yuqing's heart was pounding like a drum. She forced herself to stay calm, silently moved to the window, and looked out by the moonlight. She saw two dark figures in the yard, clumsily destroying her trap. One of them was limping, clearly injured by a nail. She regretted buying new nails. She should have used rusty old ones. How come this woman's house is full of nails? The injured man spat and limped forward. Suddenly, his ankle was caught by the rope, and he fell heavily, his face hitting the cold ground. My face, the man groaned deeply, supporting himself with his hands. Another accomplice saw what was happening and knew that such a big commotion would definitely wake up the people inside. He didn't bother to be careful anymore. He quickly took a few steps forward, holding a small knife in his hand. He kicked open the door, and Qin Yuqing and the others were waiting for this moment. He had just poured some chilly water and suddenly splashed it at the person entering the house. Ah! The man let out a loud, pig-like scream. He covered his face and staggered backward. The chilly water got into his eyes and nose, making him cry and snot flow. The hot water made his face hurt even more. Qin Yuqing didn't hesitate. She grabbed a stick and rushed out of the house, hitting the man's knee hard. She shouted while hitting, "Help! Someone! Catch the thief!" The man's eyes were burning from the chilly water, and he couldn't open them. He tried to run, but the stick on his body was mercilessly knocked down. Another thief, who was trying to step on him, cut the rope when his partner shouted loudly, then jumped over the wall and ran away. The neighbors heard the noise. Lights in the house turned on one by one. The first to speak was Aunt Lu, who was chubby. "Qing girl, what happened?" Another one ran away. "Everyone, be careful and don't go into your own houses." Since it involved their own interests, they paid close attention. Sure enough, after Qin Yuqing's words, the noise outside grew louder. Qin Yuqing shouted loudly, "Someone help me report the case. We caught a thief in my yard." The man, whose eyes hurt badly, was struggling wildly. Hearing about the report, he tried even harder to break free. "Water. I need water. My eyes." Qin Yuqing pressed down the man under her foot. One thief had already escaped, and she definitely couldn't let this one go. She hit him twice with the stick, then quickly grabbed the rope from the yard, and both men tightly. Soon, people started moving in the alley. The door of Qin Yuqing's house was knocked loudly. She looked at the man on the ground who couldn't move and quickly opened the door, then turned back. "Come in now." Aunt Lu was holding a stick, and her teenage daughter followed behind her. Most people had some kind of tool in their hands. The man on the ground knew he couldn't run away, so he started shouting for help. He felt like his eyes were about to go blind. "Take me to the hospital, please." Qin Yuqing pressed her foot on the man's back and asked sternly, "Why did you break into my house in the middle of the night?" The man clenched his teeth and didn't answer. He was a thief in the middle of the night, probably for money. Someone must have lit a fire, and suddenly the yard was brightly lit. "Oh my goodness!" Aunt Lu gasped and took a deep breath. She looked at the man rolling on the ground, crying out in pain. His eyelids were swollen and shiny, and his face looked like a cooked shrimp, covered with tears and snot. It was so terrible that she stepped back in fear. "Help! I'm going to die. I can't see. Help! I want cold water." Qin Yuqing's cloth shoes pressed on the man's back, and her stick was against his scalp. "Shut up. If you scream again, I'll hit you with this stick and kill you." The crowd suddenly quieted down, all frightened by Qin Yuqing's fierce and tough attitude. Although she was a small, weak girl, her presence was intimidating. "Hey, I think that looks like Ah Hua's younger brother." Someone in the crowd recognized him. Qin Yuqing sneered coldly. She didn't dare to bet whether there was any revenge involved. Someone from behind shouted, "Ah Hua is here." Qin Yuqing and Ah Hua had never spoken before. Ah Hua had married into the family 2 years ago. The new wife rarely went out, and they only nodded when they met. When she heard Ah Hua was here, Qin Yuqing's foot pressed harder on the man's shoulder, and he shouted, "Sister, help. My eyes hurt so much. I think I'm going blind." Help me go to the hospital. Qin Yuqing made a quick decision. She stabbed her stick into Ah Hua's brother's shoulder. Your sister is in on this. You two planned this together. She acted first, and suddenly everything was silent. Everyone turned to look at Ah Hua. A hint of surprise flashed in Ah Hua's eyes. She opened her mouth to explain. No, I just found out too. Her pale lips trembled slightly, and she froze in place. Her panicked look didn't seem fake. She instinctively protected her swollen belly, and her shoes were on backwards. It looked like she had just heard the news and was rushing over in a panic. Qin Yuqing looked at the woman's slightly bulging belly. Was she pregnant? For pregnant women, Qin Yuqing couldn't bring herself to make things difficult for her. She was also worried that the woman might use this to cling to her. Don't come any closer. Just stand there. Someone has already reported this to the police. You can explain yourselves there. Hearing this, Ah Hua trembled all over. She bent her knees and knelt down. Please, let my brother go. He's still young. Please, just this once. I'll kowtow to you. After speaking, she truly bowed her head to the ground, almost hitting her forehead on the hard surface. Qin Yuqing was worried about this move and quickly stepped forward, grabbing her sister Ah Hua's shoulders. Don't do this. If you act like this, I will think you're an accomplice. You just ran away a moment ago, trying to save your brother. If you want him to tell the truth about his partners, he might be able to reduce his punishment. Ah Hua knelt on the ground tightly, unable to be pulled up. Qin Yuqing didn't dare to use much force, as she was pregnant and things had been difficult lately, with frequent accidents. My family only has my brother. Please, let him go. Ah Hua clung to Qin Yuqing's leg and refused to let go. She looked at the man nearby, who looked like a maggot, crying loudly with a hoarse voice. From a hidden angle, she squinted her eyes toward her brother. If something happens to my brother, our family is finished. Please, don't call the police. If he stole something, I will pay for it. Ah Hua was crying desperately, her voice hoarse, her belly big, gasping for breath. Several women nearby looked on with concern. Everyone knew that since she got married, Ah Hua had been gentle and weak, rarely going out and speaking softly. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Qing girl, maybe just forget it. You already hit him. Yeah, you vented your anger. Qin Yuqing couldn't stand this kind of fickle attitude. She pointed at the knife that had fallen at the door. Look carefully. He came in holding a knife. If I hadn't been awake and reacted quickly, I might not be alive now. Can you guarantee he won't seek revenge in the future? If all the uncles and aunts here can promise absolute safety, I will listen to everyone's opinion. But if not, I think we should hand him over to the police. The people who spoke up fell silent. Who dared to make such a promise? The woman who had just spoken shrank her neck and hid among the crowd. He has accomplices. Do you think this kind of person can be left alone? Or do you think your family can handle such things without consequences? Only when it affected their own interests would they be honest. When the danger was on them, they felt the pain. Here they come, the police are here. Ah Hua's brother, who was curled up on the ground, heard the police arriving and started crying even louder. Help! Someone's been hurt, someone's been killed. Unaware, people thought he was the victim. When the police arrived and saw the scene, they also gasped in surprise. No wonder he was crying out so loudly. Help! I need to go to the hospital. My eyes hurt and my whole body hurts. I think I'm going to die. The police looked around at the scene inside the yard. There was a man with a completely changed face, two women, one standing and the other holding onto his leg. Who reported this case? Qin Yuqing answered. It was me. He broke into my house in the middle of the night. One person ran away, but that person was also hurt. He stepped on a nail. He ran from that corner of the wall. Following the direction Qin Yuqing pointed, one officer stepped forward to check. His flashlight shone on the nail trap on the ground. His gaze at Qin Yuqing became a little complicated. It was strange. Someone set this trap in the yard, as if they knew people would come. Another officer looked at the man with a pig-like face and asked, What happened to him? I poured hot chili water on him, Qin Yuqing replied. The crowd gasped again. That was a harsh move. No one asked why Qin Yuqing was boiling chili water in the middle of the night. Then, they looked at Ah Hua, who was holding onto Qin Yuqing's leg without letting go, and asked, "And her?" Since the police arrived, Ahua had been quietly crying. "This is the sister of the burglar. She's begging me to let her brother go." Qin Yuqing looked directly into the police's eyes. "Please let him get up." Qin Yuqing knew a little about the charges. Stealing and breaking into a house are two different crimes. She didn't understand much about feelings, but right now, she was determined to kill him if she had to. They both had knives, and being soft-hearted would only bring trouble. Qin Yuqing pointed to the knife on the ground. If her chili water hadn't arrived in time, the knife would have hurt her. "Everyone come with us to the police station." "No, I want to go to the hospital. I feel like I'm about to die." Ahua stared at her brother on the ground, thinking it might be better if he died. She still cried and begged the police, "Please let my brother go to the hospital first. Even if he's at fault, he shouldn't die for it." The police looked at her and saw that the man on the ground was in a pretty bad state. He immediately told his partner, "I'll take him to the hospital first. You keep searching and bring them back later for a statement." He pointed at Ahua. "You come with us." Ahua was helped up, wiped her tears, and followed behind. Qin Yuqing stood still, watching Ahua leave. She always felt that Ahua was a strange woman, but she couldn't quite explain why. The police asked the witness some questions and then turned to Qin Yuqing. "Why did you set these traps in the yard?" Qin Yuqing softened her expression, returning to her usual gentle look. "Officer, I live alone. I get scared at night and feel unsafe, so I thought about setting some traps in the yard. I didn't expect to actually use them." She then whispered, "Is it illegal to set traps in my own yard?" The police paused, feeling that she wasn't telling the whole truth and was hiding something. "No, it's not illegal." This answer would be the same anywhere. Qin Yuqing watched the officers chasing the suspect, but they hadn't returned yet. She asked, "I didn't see the other person clearly. Do you think they caught him?" The police responded with a question instead of an answer. "Have you made any enemies recently?" Qin Yuqing thought for a moment. She had indeed made some enemies lately, but didn't want to admit it. She whispered, "It's just me at home. A few days ago, my uncle took my father's pension without permission. It caused a big fuss and many people know about it. But I didn't claim the pension myself. Could that be related?" When she mentioned the pension, the police seemed to remember something. This case seemed to be about money. The militia, who had been chasing the suspect, soon returned. "We didn't catch him. Let's continue the investigation tomorrow morning." Since it was dark, it was hard to see clearly, and with so many people around, finding useful clues was difficult. The police looked at Qin Yuqing. "Let's go inside and take a look." Qin Yuqing led the police into her house. There was still chilly water on the floor. The house had few furnishings, and it was easy to see everything. They checked the door and saw signs of forced entry. Near the door, there was a dropped weapon. If the intruder was truly dangerous, Qin Yuqing's safety was uncertain. Earlier, Qin Yuqing said she thought it was a robbery, but the police believed she was lying. Based on their investigation, it seemed like a dangerous situation. The police carefully examined the rooms inside. They noticed that Qin Yuqing was very cautious with the decorations on the windowsill. Qin Yuqing cooperated fully, but was thinking to herself, was tonight's warning enough? The police asked a few more questions, and Qin Yuqing briefly explained what had happened. After recording her statement, the officer said, "Go to the police station early tomorrow to give a formal statement. If it weren't for needing to take the thief to the hospital, they would have taken him away already." The crowd at the entrance was also questioned, and after it was over, everyone gradually went home. After this night, no one dared to underestimate Qin Yuqing again. She looked weak, but her actions were really fierce. After Qin Yuqing and the others left, she couldn't sleep and felt uneasy inside. Tonight's events probably damaged her reputation. When she was questioned earlier, she deliberately said things to let others know she was not someone to be messed with. Many people saw the traps in her yard. Once this matter was over, she planned to remove them and replace them with others. She stayed up until dawn, ate a quick bun, and rode her bike to the police station. When she arrived, only 2 officers were on duty. It wasn't yet working hours. "Comrade, what's your issue?" Qin Yuqing briefly explained the situation. The officer was surprised. "Wait a moment, The person is still in the hospital and hasn't come back. They only learned about the incident after receiving a call, and they mentioned that dealing with the injuries was complicated. What exactly did you do? Qin Yuqing calmly replied, I splashed some chilly water. The officer was momentarily stunned and felt a bit sympathetic toward the young thief. They waited until Zhou Wang arrived. The officers who responded last night hadn't returned yet. Qin Yuqing glanced at the sky. She knew she would be late for work today. Zhou Wang looked at Qin Yuqing with some surprise. Why are you here so early in the morning? Because Qin Yuqing provided additional evidence, Qin Xiongdong also revealed some information. They were still finalizing the compensation funds. Seeing a familiar face, Qin Yuqing felt more relaxed. Last night, a thief broke into her home, and she came to cooperate. Zhou Wang checked and said Qin Yuqing was unlucky, but he also knew she was being targeted. I'll report this later and suggest more patrols in your area. Since you're here, come with me to check on the investigation about the compensation funds. Qin Yuqing immediately nodded. Waiting around all day was pointless. She wanted to know the results of the investigation. Zhou Wang opened his office door, poured her a glass of warm water, and took out a file from the drawer. Here's the situation. Qin Xiongdong said that during the funeral, someone brought 2 small yellow fish as a dowry, but he sold them and all the money was spent. Qin Yuqing's mind buzzed. Gold? Did she hear that right? Her father's compensation was just a small amount compared to gold. Qin Xiongdong's family really had guts. We also contacted the people at the funeral to confirm the matter. Originally, I wanted to hand the item to you personally, but I didn't see you, so I had to pass it to your uncle instead. Qin Yuqing remembered the funeral event. She was always accompanied by Song Xiaomei and thought her aunt-in-law cared about her. Now, looking back, it seems she was actually trying to control her. Can I know who sent it? Qin Yuqing checked the records and found there was no record of the sender. It was likely Qin Xiongdong deliberately didn't record it, planning to keep the gold for himself. The Xiao family from Beijing and the Wang family from Shanghai had discussed this, but they didn't send anyone directly to handle it. This was also the reason for the delay. They called again to verify the situation. Qin Yuqing had no impression of these 2 families, but since they could produce gold, it meant they were not ordinary families. It was normal for them to send someone. I understand. Qin Yuqing just wanted to know who it was, not to bother them. Giving gold was like buying it out, and he understood that. Zhou Wang felt a bit sorry for Qin Yuqing. According to Qin Xiongdong, the 2 pieces of yellow fish hadn't been sold for much, only a few hundred yuan, and had been spent on eating and drinking. The transaction was in the black market, so it was hard to trace. Did my uncle say he sold it? Thinking about the previous life, Qin Yuqing had a bold guess. He was lying. She really wanted to know where the gold was hidden. Zhou Wang didn't expect Qin Xiongdong to lie at this moment. He asked, Are you sure? Most likely, yes. Not long ago, my cousin liked a girl from a different background. Her father was a director in the commerce department. At first, her family didn't agree, but recently, they suddenly changed their minds. I think the gold is probably with them. Are you sure? Zhou Wang asked, unsure. They couldn't just summon people without full certainty. I'll try to find out. Zhou Wang thought for a moment. There was no better way. Be careful and act with discretion. I'll investigate here. If there's any news, I'll contact you immediately. Qin Yuqing nodded. Qin Xiongdong would rather lie than tell the truth. Did he think he could protect his son? Or that a son with a stain could still marry into a good family? It's laughable, so foolish. The remaining amount was some small money. Compared to the gold, it was still a significant sum. Just as they finished talking, there was a knock on the office door. Qin Yuqing looked toward the door and saw the face of the investigator who had come to her house last night. Zhou Wang also knew what was going on and stood up. I'll go with you to check. The leader was very serious about this case, especially since Qin Yuqing was an orphan girl. As soon as they entered the interrogation room, Zhou Wang looked at the swollen face, which looked like a pig's head, and then at Qin Yuqing. He wondered how she managed to look like that. Zhao Hu, tell the truth. Why did you break into someone's house in the middle of the night? What was your goal? Who are your accomplices? Zhao Hu had been taken to the police station. Now, he was very obedient, answering questions carefully. After the questioning, Zhoang frowned. Be more careful recently. I will report this immediately and arrange for people around here. According to Zhao Hu's confession, this was no longer just simple theft. The accomplices who escaped were also repeat offenders. They were part of a gang, and Zhao Hu was actually a new member. They immediately sent people to catch them, but they knew deep down that most of them had probably already run away. Thank you. I will be careful. After hearing Zhao Hu's explanation, Qin Yuqing felt uneasy. She became more suspicious of Ahua. Her man was not a good person, and her brother was the same. Could she really stay pure in such a dirty environment? She rode her bike to the cultural troupe. When she arrived at the props team, she hadn't even had time to enter the warehouse. She saw the team leader, Su Lanin, come out from inside, and her expression was unfriendly. The second day at work, Qin Yuqing was late. She understood that this was not a good situation, anywhere. She had been pedaling her bike desperately. More than 2 hours had passed since the normal start time, and no matter how fast she went, she couldn't change the fact that she was late. She immediately lowered her head and explained, Team Leader Su, I'm sorry. I was delayed by something today. I will find time to make it up and won't delay work. Su Lanin's face remained unfriendly. If you can't do it, don't come. Being late today, being late tomorrow, if everyone acts like you, what's the point of the rules? I don't keep people who are unreliable. If you don't want to stay, pack your things and leave. Qin Yuqing clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and admitted that she was indeed wrong to be late. She forced herself to apologize again. Team Leader Su, I really didn't mean to be late. I will ask for leave in advance next time. She had just arrived yesterday and forgot the office phone number. Su Lanin sneered coldly. Ask for leave? I can't rely on someone like you. If Qin Yuqing still can't see that she's being targeted, then she's really foolish. Now she has stopped pretending to be sorry, and some people shouldn't be spoiled too much. Team Leader Su, I really was delayed by something. I'm late, and I accept the criticism, but you can't just condemn me completely because of being late. If you have any complaints about me, just say so. I can accept and fix them. But you shouldn't accuse me without understanding the full situation. Su Lanin didn't expect Qin Yuqing to talk back and was so angry she lost her words. She turned and pointed at the storage room. All these things need to be sorted today. If you can't finish, don't leave. Qin Yuqing stood still, watching Su Lanin walk out without saying anything. She put her bag away, took out the mask she bought last night, rolled up her sleeves, and started working. While working, she thought about her plans. She disliked Su Lanin, but was everything really her fault? She always felt Su Lanin was a bit strange, like someone who was unhappy at work and took out her frustration on others. In her previous life, she didn't know much about the prop team and had never heard about Su Lanin. Song Lei was in the next storage room. The door was open and they were talking loudly, so he heard everything clearly. He looked at the team leader's back, wanted to step closer to see Qin Yuqing, but then held back. Qin Yuqing was lost in thought, her hands moving quickly. When work hours ended, she immediately took her lunchbox to get food. Su Lanin saw her and felt even more disdainful. She thought Qin Yuqing was just lazy or eating. Qin Yuqing ignored her and followed her own rhythm. She quickly got her food, found a seat, and started eating. Halfway through, she felt satisfied and packed up to leave. At the entrance, she saw someone inside eating and knocked on the door. Uncle, I want to copy the numbers. On her first day, Qin Yuqing had greeted him specially. The middle-aged man looked up and recognized her. They're all on the wall. Just copy whatever you need. Qin Yuqing was cautious. She copied 2 more numbers and then took out a small bottle of chili sauce from her bag. Uncle, I made this. If you don't mind, please keep some to eat. That's not right. You should keep it for yourself. She said she wouldn't take it, but her eyes were fixed on the chili sauce. Qin Yuqing placed it on the table. I made a lot. Please help me finish it. After speaking, she left. Qin Yuqing thought it might be useful to build a good relationship with this person in the future. She remembered that in her previous life, she accidentally overheard him complaining about the food in the cafeteria, saying it lacked flavor and the chili wasn't spicy enough, making the meal tasteless. Since she received the job at the cultural troupe, she had been preparing. Qin Yuqing returned to the storage room, didn't rest, and started working. She made up for an hour at noon, and the time lost in the morning would soon be made up. At night, she wanted to visit the head of the Industry and Commerce Bureau. If she remembered correctly, his surname was Tan. The 2 gold bars should be the bride price promised by Qin Xiangdong. It had been a long time since the incident, and their family should have heard the news, but they hadn't voluntarily handed over the gold. She wondered what they were thinking. She worked until after work hours. Her clothes sorting wasn't finished yet, so she stayed a little longer. She checked the time and locked the storage door. Before leaving, she noted her working hours. She planned to add half an hour tomorrow to make up for her tardiness. She locked the storage door, went to the car shed to get her vehicle, and sped towards the nearby address of the Industry and Commerce Bureau to start asking around. She asked several people but was told they didn't know. Just when she was about to give up and try another day, she saw an aunt returning from grocery shopping. "Ma'am, I want to ask you about someone. His surname is Tan, and he seems to be the director of the bureau. His wife is a teacher. Do you know where they live? Could it be Tan Jiajin? He doesn't live here anymore. He moved out almost 2 years ago." Qin Yuqing was relieved to find someone who knew. She quickly asked, "Do you know where he lives now?" "I'm not exactly sure, but I heard it's near the new village garden. They say he lives in a building there. When they moved out, it was quite a big deal." "Thank you, ma'am. I understand now." The aunt was in a hurry to go home and cook, so she didn't ask why Qin Yuqing was looking for Tan's family. She carried her shopping basket and left. Qin Yuqing looked at the sky. She clenched her teeth and decided to try her luck. When she reached the new village garden, it was completely dark. She looked at several buildings and asked everyone she saw. Both husband and wife had jobs, knew their surname, and had a daughter, so they were easy to identify. "The person you're looking for, I think I know. They live in the building at the back, on the 3rd floor, apartment 302. You can go and see if it's the person you're looking for." The speaker was a young woman. Qin Yuqing thanked her and left. A middle-aged woman nearby pinched her own daughter and said, "You talk too much. What if you cause trouble?" The girl didn't say anything aloud but secretly wished for trouble, as she had long been unhappy with the Tan family. Qin Yuqing hurriedly looked for someone but didn't notice the sounds behind her. The corridor smelled of food. Many old buildings in this era had incomplete facilities. Some people even moved their stoves to the doorway to cook, and the hallway was cluttered with various items. Finally, she found the right place. After confirming the address several times, she knocked on the door. Inside, a woman asked through the door, "Who is it?" "I'm looking for Tan Jiajing." The door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman with curly hair. She looked at Qin Yuqing's empty hands with suspicion and then at her face. "Who are you? What do you want with our old Tan?" Qin Yuqing glanced at the woman and immediately knew she wasn't easy to deal with. "I'm from the Qin family. I came to discuss the bride price." The door was slammed shut right in front of Qin Yuqing, then suddenly pulled open again. The woman said sharply, "We don't know anyone from the Qin family. You got the wrong place. Leave quickly." She hurriedly tried to close the door again. If her earlier actions were just guesses, now her behavior clearly revealed her guilt. Those were 2 gold bars, bought with her father's life savings. She couldn't let them be taken cheaply. She immediately pounded on the door, making loud banging sounds. "If you won't open, I'll just stand here and tell everyone outside." She had plenty of ways to deal with such a proud person. She had prepared herself mentally before coming. As she finished speaking, the door was pulled open again. The middle-aged woman looked at her with a hostile gaze. Qin Yuqing smiled warmly at the woman inside. She wasn't afraid of barefooted people, even if they wore shoes. The woman squeezed out 2 words from her teeth. "Come in." Qin Yuqing stepped inside calmly. As soon as she entered, she smelled the aroma of meat. A middle-aged man sat at the dining table, leisurely chewing his food without even lifting his eyelids, ignoring Qin Yuqing completely. The woman who opened the door shot Qin Yuqing a fierce glare and, without greeting her, turned her hips and went back to the dining table to continue eating, leaving Qin Yuqing standing alone in the living room. If they wanted her to give up and retreat, to give her a warning, a little intimidation, Qin Yuqing's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. For someone who had died once, These tricks couldn't scare her. Qin Yuqing looked around the living room, pulled up a stool to the dining table, and boldly placed it directly opposite Tan Jiazing, sitting down at the table. Tan Jiazhen paused with his chopsticks in the air, squinting slightly before picking up a piece of glossy braised pork. His eating did not slow down at all. Qin Yuqing looked at the dishes on the table: rice, braised pork, pickled cucumbers, eggplant, and fried shredded potatoes. The meal was quite good, similar to what a typical family might have during a festival, but in Tan's family, it was just an ordinary dinner. Next to her sat a girl who had eaten half of her rice. She was secretly watching Qin Yuqing and lowering her head to eat. In her past life, Qin Yuqing had seen her before, but back then she had a perm and was married to Qin Xingli. She looked very different now. She was a pure, innocent girl with straight black hair. "Director Tan, let's talk. You took the bride price, so don't pretend you don't know." Hearing this, the girl lowered her head and dared not eat anymore. She quietly put her bowl down on the table. Suddenly, Tan Jiazhen said, "Yalan, go back to your room." The girl stood up, put down her bowl, and hurried into the house. Qin Yuqing, who had eaten little at noon, now smelled the aroma of food, and her stomach started to protest. "Director Tan, everyone has gone inside. Just say what you need to. I'm in a hurry." Tan Jiazhen looked at her. A young girl with yellow hair was overestimating herself. He calmly added a piece of food to her plate. Qin Yuqing snorted softly, took Yalan's bowl from the table, and poured the remaining half bowl of rice into her wife's bowl. She then stood up, scooped some rice for herself, and directly picked up the braised pork in front of Tan Jiazhen, putting half of it into her own bowl. She lowered her head and started to show off. She had been searching for this person all night, and now she was pressed close to him. She was tired of waiting here. She thought she had no temper, but not making a move was already showing mercy. After a while, Zhao Cuiji finally reacted and shouted, "What are you doing?" Her scream almost shook the roof. Her carefully styled curly hair was trembling with anger. Tan Jiazhen also froze in place. He didn't expect Qin Yuqing to act so out of the ordinary. Normally, when someone was ignored, they would be at a loss. Most would even feel scared, but Qin Yuqing, who was shameless, was the first to do this. Qin Yuqing bit a piece of eggplant and mumbled, "Can't you see? Eat your meal." After saying that, she quickly shoved 2 more pieces of braised pork into her mouth. It was a bit greasy and not cooked perfectly, but she ate it anyway. It was free, so it still tasted good. Watching Qin Yuqing shamelessly pick at the braised pork, Zhao Cuiji felt a twinge of pain. She was reluctant to eat it herself and left it for her husband. She never expected Qin Yuqing to be so brazen. "Stop eating." Qin Yuqing didn't listen. She took another piece of eggplant, mainly to enjoy herself and make others angry. I'm so angry." Zhao Cuiji stopped eating and tried to take Qin Yuqing's bowl away. But before she could, Qin Yuqing stood up, holding her bowl, eating and dodging at the same time. The room quickly became chaotic. Tan Jiazing slammed the table in anger, causing the ceramic bowl's soup to splash out, shouting loudly, "This is not proper." Veins bulged on his forehead as he glared at Qin Yuqing. "What are you trying to do?" Qin Yuqing's bowl was almost empty. This time, she ignored Tan Jiazing, letting him feel that the situation had turned. From the moment she entered, she saw that this family was a dictatorship, and Tan Jiazing made all the decisions. 2 angry looks fixed on Qin Yuqing. She finished her last bite, casually placed the bowl back on the table, and showed a satisfied smile. Amid their impatient expressions, she slowly spoke, "Of course, I want the bride price back. Otherwise, you can expect the police to come knocking." Zhao Cuiji was about to speak, but Tan Jiazing stopped her. "Young lady, I don't know where you heard that, but I want to tell you, this is not going to happen. You better leave quickly, or the consequences will be more than you can handle." If these words had been said in her previous life, they would have scared Qin Yuqing. She had lived longer now and saw through everything. If she angered them enough, she might do something desperate. If Tan Jiazing hadn't gained benefits from Qin Xiongdong, he wouldn't have felt guilty and let her in when she demanded entry. Qin Yuqing also had no real proof. Qin Xiangdong hadn't confessed. She was just bluffing. Qin Xiangdong has already admitted to the gold bar matter. You can choose to hand it over yourselves or wait for the police to search. Tan Jiazing forced a fake smile. Young lady, you can eat your food, but you can't spread false rumors. You know that spreading rumors and framing others is also illegal. He was gambling on Qin Yuqing's courage. A young girl with no backing wouldn't have such boldness. Qin Yuqing sat calmly. Guess where I come from? This information didn't come out of nowhere. The police have already verified the origins of those two small yellow fish, and Qin Xiangdong has also confessed. Of course, you can deny it. I am just one person who sometimes visits your workplace to talk with your leaders. Also, I am not afraid of those who wear shoes when I go barefoot. If you can afford this house, your hands probably aren't clean either. Do you think if you report this, they won't find out anything? Zhao Cuiji's face suddenly changed. If Qin Yuqing really causes trouble, their work will definitely be affected. People outside don't know, but the matter of the Qin family taking the soldier's child's compensation has already spread. It's seen as a typical case for learning. At this critical moment, if their family gets involved, the consequences are easy to guess. Tan Jiazhen's forehead was covered with tiny beads of sweat. He didn't expect Qin Yuqing to be so difficult. Qin Xiangdong said she was just an inexperienced girl, but she clearly knew what she was doing, grabbing at their weak points right away. Are you threatening me? Tan Jiazhen's eyes looked like they could shoot fire. After so many years, this was the first time he felt controlled by a young girl. How is this a threat? I'm just telling the facts, Qin Yuqing replied calmly. You can't show any fear in front of someone like Tan Jiazhen. Qin Xiangdong had been caught for a while, which shows he's either brave or powerful enough to escape safely. He dares to take two small yellow fish, which means he's greedy and definitely not clean. Qin Yuqing knows to stop at the right time. Pushing Tan Jiazhen too hard would be bad for her. People like Tan Jiazhen, if pushed too far, can cause trouble for her easily. They could even silence her, as human nature can change very quickly. Director Tan, you're a well-known person. I've heard about you at the Public Security Bureau. This is a typical case. You wouldn't want to spend the rest of your life covering this up, right? Qin Yuqing spoke while watching Tan Jiazhen's expression change. Seeing his hesitation, she continued, I came to settle this privately. Return the items, and I'll talk to the police. It won't affect you, but if you refuse, I'll have to try another way. Qin Xingli was sent to a farm, and his life is basically over. I don't think you want to ruin your daughter's future for a little money. In her previous life, Qin Yuqing saw Tan Yalan. She seemed well-fed but not happy. Later, she cut ties with the Qin family and stopped seeing her. Rumor has it that after Tan Yalan had her baby, she became mentally unstable. Whether that's true or not, she couldn't say. From the moment she entered the house, she could tell that Tan Yalan was a timid person, just like in her previous life. She was like a puppet with no real power, everything arranged by others. Being suppressed for so long, it's normal to go crazy. Tan Jiazhen snorted. Marriage is naturally decided by the parents. I can't possibly harm her, can I? If it benefits him a little, it's worth raising her all these years. Tan Jiazhen knew very well that his daughter didn't want to marry Qin Xingli, but Qin's family offered a lot of bride money, 2 small yellow fish and 800 yuan more, so it was very tempting. Qin Xingli knew he wouldn't advance further in his career, so he wanted to make some extra money. He liked the girl, but she didn't like him back. The girl who liked him wouldn't help him much, and he didn't have much money to offer. Qin Xingli offered 2 small yellow fish at once, which made him very excited. With this, he might get some influence, maybe even a promotion. Qin Yuqing saw Tan Jiazhen's selfishness. You don't care about your daughter, but marrying her to someone like Qin Xingli, who has a criminal record, might make people think you're not responsible enough and could hurt your reputation. Tan Jiazhen. Compared to his official position, money was less important. His reputation and job mattered more. If it affected his work, it was a no-go. Seeing Tan Jiazhen's hesitation, Qin Yuqing knew he hadn't made up his mind yet. I'll give you a day to think about it. I'll come back tomorrow evening. Giving Tan Jiazhen time was also giving her a chance. Maybe Zhou Ong would have some news by then. Qin Yuqing left the house. not knowing that someone upstairs was secretly watching her through the window. After Qin Yuqing left, Zhao Cuiji whispered, "What should we do now?" Tan Jiazhen hesitated for a long time with a frown. "If we want to keep our jobs, we have to return those 2 small yellow fish and everything the Qin family gave us. That girl is not simple. We should act before the police come." Zhao Cuiji trembled and asked, "Do we really have to return them? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Do you want to lose your job?" Realizing what Qin Yuqing said, he knew he couldn't leave a stain. When he received the items, the Qin family hadn't been involved in any trouble. A few days ago, he checked, and it would take at least 2 or 3 years to clear it. "Why are you just standing there? Go get them." Zhao Cuiji whispered nervously, I will send back 1 small yellow fish." Tan Jiazhen suddenly slapped the table and stood up angrily, shouting, "Who took it? Hurry up and return it. Do you want to lose your job and go to jail? Careless woman, such an important matter. Why didn't you discuss it with me? How dare you decide on your own?" Zhao Cuiji was so frightened she was at a loss.
I
gave it to my mother. My 3rd brother is getting married." Seeing her husband's increasingly fierce expression, Zhao Cuiji hesitated and said, "I'll go and get it back right away." She didn't bother changing her clothes and hurriedly ran outside. Qin Yuqing thought it was already late, so she simply rode her bike to the police station. Inside, it was brightly lit and quite busy. "Comrade, I'm looking for Zhouang." Qin Yuqing had been here often, and her situation was quite typical, so someone immediately recognized her. "He's inside." "I'll call him." Zhouang quickly came out and saw Qin Yuqing. He directly said, "You're just in time. I was about to find you." Qin Yuqing followed him into the office. There were other people inside, so Zhouang didn't bother with the file and said directly, "Qin Xiongdong explained today that the 2 yellow fish were given to Tan Jiazhen. It wasn't him who gave them." Qin Xingli secretly went to Tan Jiazhen without telling him, and they also discussed a cash bride price of 800 yuan. Qin Xingli immediately recognized Tan Yalan. Hearing that Qin Xiongdong received the 2 small yellow fish, he went out secretly to propose marriage. Qin Yuqing gasped in surprise. No wonder the 2 people with such a big age gap could get married. Turns out it was all bought with money. Qin Xingli knew how to handle Tan Jiazhen. Zhouang pulled out the overall bill. Qin Xingli didn't have that much cash. He first gave 200 yuan and the rest will be paid on the wedding day. This is the money Qin Xingli spent on Tan Yalan. Take a look. Qin Yuqing glanced at the list. It included a watch, some clothes, and various gifts, all sent by Qin Xingli over the past few months. No wonder he was short of money. "Officer Zhou, I went to Tan Jiazhen's house today. He also admitted it and promised to give me an exact answer tomorrow. Can you all wait before going to see him?" Zhouang thought for a moment. "Do you want to handle this privately?" Qin Yuqing nodded. "If possible, I don't want this matter to become public. The compensation issue has already caused a lot of fuss, and I don't want to make enemies for myself. If news about the small yellow fish got out, her peaceful life would be over. All right, just do as you said. If you have any trouble, remember to come to us." Zhouang is not an unreasonable person. In fact, he is quite flexible. Since someone sneaked into Qin Yuqing's house last night, he understands Qin Yuqing's situation. They might be able to protect Qin Yuqing for a while, but they can't always be on guard. Although this makes him a bit frustrated, at least it keeps her safe. "I'll have someone take you home." "No need, I can ride my bike quickly and there are patrols on the road." Zhouang didn't insist further. He increased patrols on the way, and Qin Yuqing returned home smoothly. She washed up briefly, then took out a steamed bun to eat. At Tan Jiazhen's place, she only ate a bowl of rice and was barely full. While eating, she counted the buns in her space. They were running out too fast. She needs to find time to restock. Thanks to the warning yesterday, the alley was very quiet. Qin Yuqing had a good sleep. The next day was very smooth, except for working a little during noon. After work, she went straight to Tan Jiazhen's place with 2 gold bars and 200 yuan. She must get them today. As for the gifts she received, if she couldn't get them back, she would forget about it. When Qin Yuqing knocked on the door, it opened immediately. Zhao Cuiji looked less dignified than yesterday. Even if she tried to hide, the The slap marks on her face were clearly visible. In the living room, Tan Jiajin sat on the sofa, smoking, with smoke filling the room. Seeing Qin Yuqing, he pointed to the table. The things are all here. Take them, but keep your promise. If the police come looking for me, I won't let you go. This is Tan Jiajin's true nature. Once he loses the things that threaten him, he reverts to his dominant attitude. Qin Yuqing checked the items. 2 small yellow fish wrapped in oil paper, with a stack of money beside them. She didn't bother to count. She picked up the small goldfish and bit into it to verify its authenticity. In Tan Jiajin's gaze, she carefully stored the gold. Director Tan, please don't mind. I'm just an ordinary person. Only then can I feel at ease. Tan Jiajin's lips twitched at Qin Yuqing's actions. Luckily, he didn't listen to his wife and give a fake. He couldn't be kind-hearted after sending his own uncle to jail. Qin Yuqing bit both pieces and weighed them in her hand, feeling they were fine. Tan Jiajin took a puff of a cigarette. The items are returned to you. Don't come to my house again. Persistent as a ghost, after Qin Yuqing caused a fuss yesterday, someone was already asking about her this morning. Qin Yuqing carefully stored the gold and started counting money again. I've already arranged with the police. No one will come. Everything will be blamed on Qin Xiangdong. Deputy Director Tan can rest assured. I keep my promises. After counting, Qin Yuqing noticed there were 60 more bills. She took them out separately. There are 60 extra. Zhao Cuiji's eyes fixed on the money. Tan Jiajin slowly said, the items brought over have already been eaten. This is the conversion. Tan Jiajin would never leave a handle. The gold bars were returned, so why worry about these small things? Deputy Director Tan is generous. I'll accept it. There's no point in refusing. Qin Yuqing took the money without feeling burdened. Even with the extra 60 bills, it's not enough. Qin Xingli often gives them gifts worth more than this. His salary isn't enough. He's still spending his parents' savings. Zhao Cuiji watched Qin Yuqing put away the money, feeling heartbroken. It's almost as much as her 2-month salary. The family is in need of money right now, and she doesn't want to spend a single penny. Deputy Director Tan, I wish you a happy life. Qin Yuqing left Tan Jiajin's house, clutching her belongings. Zhao Cuiji looked at the closed door and turned to her husband. He clearly could have given less, but why didn't you tell him? You, as a woman, don't understand anything. You're naive and short-sighted. Tan Jiajin took a deep drag of a cigarette. He had someone look into it. Qin Xingli had already explained everything. That girl with the yellow hair left their house last night and went straight to the police. If he didn't pay more, who knew what trouble might follow? As he left the neighborhood, Qin Yuqing was stopped at a corner. Wait a moment. She turned and saw Tan Yalan standing at another corner. Qin Yuqing jumped off her bike and pushed it over to Tan Yalan. What do you want to say? Tan Yalan took a watch from her pocket and handed it to Qin Yuqing.
He gave this to me. Here, take it back.
Don't let him bother me. Qin Yuqing smiled and put it away. Qin Xingli will be sent to a farm. At least for a year. You'll be safe. She didn't have a watch before. This one is branded. She doesn't wear it now. She plans to keep it and sell it later. Tan Yalan let out a deep breath. Qin Xingli kept pestering her at her workplace. She couldn't get rid of him. Others kept joking around, and she felt annoyed every day. Thank you, she said suddenly without much thought. But Qin Yuqing understood what she meant. Life is in your own hands. If you don't fight for it, you'll have to accept whatever comes. Good or bad. You must endure it. Tan Yalan was momentarily stunned. When she saw Qin Yuqing riding away, she suddenly shouted, Wait, don't go yet. Qin Yuqing had no choice but to stop again. Tan Yalan ran a few steps to catch up and whispered, Don't take this road. It's not safe. After saying that, she turned and ran back home, afraid that if she ran a little slower, she might regret it. Qin Yuqing stood frozen, wondering if this was a warning about a possible robbery ahead. She had just retrieved her gold, and now the road seemed unsafe, too much of a coincidence. She might doubt this if someone else said it, but Tan Yalan suggested a different possibility. The Tan family really knows how to play tricks. First, they gave her something, then they took it back. If she lost it herself, she could only accept her bad luck. Qin Yuqing sneered coldly, but decided to stick to her original plan to go home. If it was really someone arranged by Tan Jiazeng, she would take the opportunity to send that person away. If someone is unkind, don't blame me for being unfair. Thinking that the most likely place for an attack was Lu Lane, where most residents had moved away, leaving only a few remote households, which was also her usual route home. With a plan in mind, she pedaled quickly. When she reached Lu Lane, she became more cautious. The alley was complex, and Qin Yuqing rode slowly, paying close attention to the road. She passed a fork and thought she saw two figures. When she turned her head, two young men suddenly appeared behind her. She sped up her pedaling. "Stop, comrade, you've dropped something." Qin Yuqing ignored them. If it hadn't been for Tanya Lan's warning, she might have fallen for it. When people hear such words, they tend to check their belongings instinctively. These guys are really sneaky. Seeing she didn't fall for it, they stepped harder, and someone behind shouted, "Stop her." She looked ahead and saw two more people jumping out from another alley, holding sticks. Qin Yuqing quickly jumped off her bike, letting it fall to the side. She hurriedly took out a packet of lime powder and threw it, then pulled out some hot chili water from her bag. The lime powder exploded into a white cloud in the narrow alley. Qin Yuqing held her breath and pressed herself against the wall. She was trapped in a dead-end alley. To escape, she had to break through one side. "My eye!" A scream echoed in the alley. The person behind was already chasing Qin Yuqing. She turned sideways and threw a spoonful of hot chili water, then took out the last two bags of lime powder from her space and threw them at the faces of the two pursuers. She shouted loudly for help. "Someone, there's a thief and a hooligan." She called out all the words she could think of. There are residents nearby, but not many. At this time, someone should be at home. A stick whistled through the air toward her from behind. Qin Yuqing bent down to dodge, and the stick hit the wall. "Stinky woman, you're asking for it." The stick continued to chase her. Her space was now empty of lime powder. The man in front squinted and blocked her. "I see where you're running. Hand over your stuff." Qin Yuqing bent down, rolled, and her slim body was an advantage. The stick just hit the man behind her. With a muffled sound, the man hit by the stick staggered and fell. Unexpectedly, the attacker hit his own companion. The thief with the stick froze in place. Qin Yuqing knelt down and took the opportunity to pour another spoonful of chili water, shielding her eyes with her arm and retreating. The pursuers were deterred by the chili water. Qin Yuqing hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Someone's been hurt. Help!" Footsteps sounded faintly in the alley. Someone shouted, "They're coming. Run." Qin Yuqing found a stone and threw it forcefully at the figure in the distance, hitting with a muffled thump. "He's here. Don't let that kid run." Qin Yuqing leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Her back hurt faintly. She had been hit with a stick earlier and had waved the lime powder in front of her. The footsteps grew closer. "There's another one here. Tie him up." Qin Yuqing moved to an open area, covered in lime powder and looking very disheveled. "Thank you all. Please help call the police. Someone is already gone." The voice was distant and unclear. She approached and saw a man lying on the ground with a pool of blood. She asked, "Is this person dead or alive?" No one dared to go forward to check, all afraid of the scene. A middle-aged man holding a stick asked, "Did you defeat them all alone?" Qin Yuqing shook her head. "No, I threw lime powder." They didn't see clearly and ended up hitting each other. No one doubted Qin Yuqing's words. A small, thin girl couldn't possibly defeat strong, burly men. Finally, someone bravely stepped forward to check. Still breathing, not dead. Qin Yuqing was brought in, looking dirty and exhausted. In front of Zhou Ong looked speechless. Qin Yuqing awkwardly said, "We've met a lot these past few days." What could Zhou say? Was she brave?
Lucky.
Or just unlucky? In a group of 4, she only got minor injuries. The robbers, one injured and unconscious, was taken to the hospital. 2 others were caught by kind-hearted people, and the last one ran away. "Do you always carry lime powder with you when you go out?" "Yes, I found it useful. It's a bit heavy, but safe." Qin Yuqing knew she would be questioned, so she prepared her answer in advance. She also took out an empty can from her bag. "This is for my chili water." Zhou didn't know what to ask and handed her to someone nearby to question. He went to check on the two unlucky ones. One of them had his face soaked in cold water. Luckily, some people knew how to clean wounds, or he might have needed to go to the hospital again. Zhou signaled with his eyes. The two were brought to the interrogation table. "Tell me, why did you commit the robbery? Was it planned or a sudden decision?" Qin Yuqing also gave her statement. Zhou, after hearing the results, frowned and came to her. "We might need to visit Tan Jiazhen's house. Was it Tan Jiazhen's idea?" Qin Yuqing was concerned about whether Tan Jiazhen was involved and if she could get him into custody. "It's hard to say. They are Tan Jiazhen's brother-in-law. Originally, Xiao Jinyu gave them something, but last night they were called back and they weren't happy about it." Qin Yuqing lowered her head. She didn't believe it. At least Tan Yalan already knew. "Then let's go. I won't interfere with the investigation." He had promised Tan Jiazhen, on the condition that she wasn't harmed. Since he broke that promise first, don't blame her for being rude. She was petty and vengeful. She had only one life. If something serious happened, it would only be her. As long as she was alive, she would fight to the end. "Go to the hospital for a checkup first." Qin Yuqing was helped inside earlier, after being hit. "It's okay. It will be fine in a few days. Let me rest here for a while, and I'll recover. This minor injury is nothing compared to the abuse I suffered in my past life. Drinking some spiritual spring water for a couple of days will make it better. Going to the hospital costs a lot of money, so I might as well save it to buy meat." Zhou was anxious to verify the situation. When he confirmed that Qin Yuqing was fine, he decided to leave. Tan Jiazhen, who was already worried, became more annoyed when he heard the knocking. He shouted to his wife, "Go see who it is." Zhao Cuiji's palms were sweaty. Her eyelids kept twitching, and she felt uneasy. She opened the door and saw police officers in uniform. Her voice became uncertain. "What are you here for?" Zhou asked directly. "Are you Zhao Cuiji? Do you know Zhao Hongba and Zhao Hongsheng?" "Yes, they are my brothers." "What's wrong with them?" Zhao Cuiji's voice trembled as she asked. Hearing the names, Tan Jiazhen inside the house knew something was wrong. He knew what kind of people his two brothers-in-law were. Yesterday, when his wife came home to get her little goldfish, they argued. Now, this trivial matter had even involved the police. It was really unreasonable. Zhou calmly explained, "They were caught robbing. It was you who sent them to do it. Come with us." Hearing that they were taking people away, Tan Jiazhen couldn't sit still. He hurried to the door. He blocked the police and asked, "Comrades, are you mistaken?" Zhou looked at him and saw through his false politeness. His lips curled slightly in impatience. "No mistake. They tried to rob Qin Yuqing's money in Lu Lane and were caught on the spot by nearby kind-hearted people." Zhao Cuiji's mind went blank. She was angry last night and just said a few words. How did her foolish brother really get involved? If she had any hope of avoiding trouble before, now she was at a loss, looking at her husband for help. This can't be true. How could they be caught? That place isn't usually crowded. If it weren't for the police being present, Tan Jiazhen really wanted to slap Zhao Cuiji. She came home crying yesterday because of her injury. He felt a bit sorry for her then, but now she had caused this mess. He understood what was happening. It must be that his wife wanted the little goldfish to come back, and her brothers-in-law didn't like it. His foolish wife came up with a bad idea, and the whole family was unreliable. For his reputation, he could only speak kindly to Zhou. "Comrade police, we've been at home all day and don't know anything about this. Surely there must be a mistake." Tan Jiazhen couldn't let them take his wife away. If they left, what would the people upstairs and downstairs think? He wouldn't have the face to see anyone again. Zhao Cuiji was not only scared but also anxious and lost her composure. Zhou didn't want to waste time. He took out his ID and said, "This is work. Please cooperate." Despite his reluctance, Tan Jiazhen was forced to let Zhao Cuiji be taken away. The corridor was crowded with onlookers. From the moment the police arrived upstairs, some people were deliberately or unintentionally watching. The neighbor across the hall was pretending to water the plants with a porcelain cup, but kept glancing at their house. Tan Jiajin's forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat. He quickly wiped his face, determined to figure out what was happening. He hoped to rescue his wife and didn't care about the crowd anymore. He went inside, grabbed some money and clothes, and hurried out. Qin Yuqing rested for a while, then went to the next office and asked, "Can I leave now? Comrade Qin, you can go home." Qin Yuqing went to the yard, adjusted her bicycle, which was slightly crooked from being thrown too hard. Riding home, she kept thinking that if it weren't for her space, she would be finished. Tomorrow, she planned to add some lime powder and boil more chilly water. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she almost didn't notice the person at the door. "What are you thinking about? Did you not see me, such a big person?" Zhang Yufei quickly helped steady her bike. Qin Yuqing was startled. Zhang Yufei was dressed in dark clothes. The lighting near her home was damaged, probably caused by thieves a few days ago. "Did I bump into you?" "No, I dodged." Qin Yuqing still handed her keys to Zhang Yufei and asked her to open the door. They entered the house one after the other. Zhang Yufei was very familiar with Qin Yuqing's home and saw it was empty. "Why are so many things missing? Some things I don't need." "I've piled them up so I can't hide anyone." Zhang Yufei nodded. "That was good." Was everything okay that night? Zhang Yufei felt a bit guilty for not visiting sooner, as a good friend. That night, she slept deeply. When she heard the noise, she dressed quickly and came out. The situation had already ended. Recently, her factory had overtime work, so she only had time today. "It's fine. I'm strong." Zhang Yufei also smiled. "Yeah, I heard about it." The smile on her face was quickly replaced by worry. Probably Yuqing still didn't know about the rumors outside. Even her mother advised her to stay away from certain people in the future and not bring bad luck home. She really couldn't understand why everyone blamed Yuqing when she was clearly not at fault. "Yuqing, should I come over tonight to keep you company?" After saying this, Zhang Yufei felt a bit regretful, but she also felt sad inside. Qin Yuqing stood still, not expecting anyone to come over, but if Zhang Yufei wanted to, that was okay. She saw it as a chance to influence Zhang Yufei, to prevent her from making the same mistakes as last time. "Would your mother agree if you come over?" Qin Yuqing asked softly, unconsciously rubbing the edge of her porcelain cup. She still knew something about Zhang Yufei's mother. On the surface, she seemed very kind, but inside, she was calculating. She was easy to persuade and lacked her own opinions. Qin Yuqing didn't have much good feeling toward Zhang Yufei's mother. But since she was Zhang Yufei's biological mother, she didn't feel she had the right to criticize. She thought about how her mother loved Zhang Yufei, yet ignored her tragic marriage and even encouraged her to have more children, hoping for a boy. When Zhang Yufei died, her mother cried uncontrollably and caused a scene. Qin Yuqing concluded that her mother's love was limited, maybe more out of guilt than true affection. This made Zhang Yufei hesitate. Now, her mother hoped she would keep less contact with Qin Yuqing. Zhang Yufei was stunned by this and gently fluttered her eyelashes. She should agree. She wasn't fully confident she could persuade her mother, especially since she was scolded earlier that day. Qin Yuqing also saw her difficulty. "Forget it. If you have time to come see me, I'll be happy." Zhang Yufei looked up and forced a small smile. "I'll ask when I get home." Qin Yuqing changed the subject. "Have you eaten?" Zhang Yufei nodded. "Yes, I have. Don't bother me anymore." Qin Yuqing thought for a moment, then went inside to make a cup of malted milk with spiritual spring water. Zhang Yufei looked exhausted. She took out a few cookies and placed them on the table. The two girls sat together, chatting like close friends. Qin Yuqing didn't beat around the bush. "Did you hear some gossip outside?" Zhang Yufei took a sip of her malted milk and nodded. "You know about it." Qin Yuqing looked out the window and said, "Don't worry about me. I don't care. Actually, I'm quite happy. As you can see, I'm doing pretty well now." Zhang Yufei seemed to understand a little, but not completely. Qin Yuqing's condition is definitely better than before. Even when Aunt Li was here, Qin Yuqing didn't seem as lively as she is now. Yes, she looks lively, like she's glowing. It feels like no matter how big the problem is, it doesn't seem to matter to her. "Do you really not care about the rumors outside?" Qin Yuqing shook her head. "I used to care, but now I've let it go." Life is only about 30,000 days long. I just want to live my life happily and comfortably. This was the first time Zhang Yufei heard such words. She hadn't expected it and started counting on her fingers. It seems there aren't many people like that. People might say I'm heartless for sending uncle's family away, but I feel comfortable. I think those who gossip are just jealous of me. My life is better than theirs. Zhang Yufei looked at Qin Yuqing in shock. Is this really the good sister she knows? It feels like she has changed a lot in a short time. Qin Yuqing continued. Yufei, have you ever thought about your life? What kind of life do you want in the future? Zhang Yufei was stunned. She had never thought about these questions and didn't dare to. All she could think of was listening to her parents finding someone to marry and then working hard for a family like her mother did. Isn't that normal? Seeing her expression, it was clear she hadn't thought about these things. Her words would be considered very rebellious in this era. This question hit her like a stone, sinking deep into her heart. Zhang Yufei clenched a ceramic cup, feeling it slightly warm in her hand. Yuqing, what kind of life do you want? Qin Yuqing knew she couldn't say anything too extreme. She needed to slowly influence Zhang Yufei's thoughts. I want to be in charge of my own life. Have money in my hands. I want to see the outside world. If possible, I also want to go back to school. She couldn't reveal that the college entrance exam would be restored in 2 years, but she could talk about studying. She knew Zhang Yufei was good at studying. The two of them used to love visiting the old man Wang's house to find books. Unfortunately, Zhang Yufei studied for 2 years, but her family didn't want to spend money on her anymore. She stopped going to school and just played at her house, learning from her. She picked up quite a bit. In later years, people said Zhang Yufei was very smart and a good learner. Zhang Yufei didn't understand. They were all grown up, so how could they still be studying? Qin Yuqing explained, Yufei, studying doesn't always mean going to school. The knowledge you gain from books is your own. Do you think women are born just to have children and take care of the family? Now men and women are equal. They say women can hold up half the sky. You're working in a factory too. Isn't your work as hard as a man's? Thinking about her past life made Qin Yuqing feel sad. When Zhang Yufei was newly married and pregnant, they had met. She still had a smile on her face then. Maybe that was her happiest time. After she had a daughter and looked at her again, Zhang Yufei looked exhausted and worn out. Later, she saw Zhang Yufei twice on the street, each time holding a child and carrying another on her back. She was young but bent from the weight, and her hair was turning white. If they weren't so familiar, she wouldn't even recognize her. They didn't even have time to talk. The children kept bothering her. She only visited Zhang Yufei's home once and never dared to go again. At that time, she was pregnant with her third child, cooking by the stove with her belly sticking out, trying to comfort her young daughter now and then. She cooked a full meal but couldn't sit down to eat because she hadn't given birth to a boy. She could only eat leftovers from their family. After working hard, she was still criticized by her husband and mother-in-law for being slow. She was there at the time, and her family still showed some kindness. She couldn't imagine what would happen to Zhang Yufei if she didn't go. She would be oppressed even more. Her physical abuse was painful, but Zhang Yufei suffered emotional pain. They truly were close friends through tough times, sharing all the hardships of life. In this second chance at life, she wanted to change Zhang Yufei's future and make it less sad than before. Zhang Yufei's mind was a bit overwhelmed today. She had learned so much all at once. She came to comfort her good friend, but now she felt like she had been given a lesson. But she wasn't stupid. Carefully thinking it over, she realized there was some truth in it. When she went back, she would think carefully. She had never considered what she wanted to do in the future. Right now, she was just following her family's wishes, going to work, waiting for her paycheck, and handing it over on time. She helped with chores when she could, but she couldn't even clearly say what she liked. As a child, she missed school but was beaten and never dared to go again. Later, she wanted to buy a new dress but was scolded and didn't bring it up again. Many such things piled up, shaping who she is now. She is someone who dares not speak up about anything and has lost interest in everything. Qin Yuqing shined her flashlight to Zhang Yufei's home. Watching her silent all the way, she really hoped Zhang Yufei could listen to her some. Near the door, Zhang Yufei stopped and said, Yuqing, thank you for talking to me today. I will think about it carefully. Qin Yuqing watched Zhang Yufei go inside her home. She wasn't sure if it was good or bad. Maybe worse than before? With her around, as long as Zhang Yufei wanted to fight back, she would definitely help her. Turning back home with her flashlight, she realized she needed to restock chili water. She looked at the chili that was quickly running out. Tomorrow, she planned to go home early and visit the market. She put the hot chili water into her space, feeling a little safer. After drinking some spirit spring water, the places where she was hit still ached faintly. Before sleeping, she drank another cup of spirit spring water and then went to bed. In the morning, her pain was much less, almost not affecting her daily life. Thinking about the little yellow fish in her space, she felt motivated. Zhuang told her that the condolence money taken by Qin Xiangdong could be recovered in a few days. With this money, she wouldn't have to worry about her life for now. Her next step was to study and increase her income. She also needed to tidy herself up. Looking up, she believed better days were ahead. Qin Yuqing went to the prop team and happened to meet Su Lanin coming back from fetching water. She greeted her proactively. Team leader Su, good morning. What should I do today? The warehouse assigned to her was already cleaned. Su Lanin didn't smile. Clean the prop room number 3 and organize the items inside. Okay, team leader Su. Su Lanin left with a bit of impatience. Qin Yuqing didn't mind her cold attitude. She opened the warehouse door and saw thick dust. How long had it been since it was last cleaned? She would take a shower when she got home tonight. She covered her head with a cloth and started cleaning the warehouse. At lunchtime, she was covered in dirt and stood behind the performance team while getting her food. She wondered why the performance team was so eager to eat this time, only to see everyone looking tired and lining up to get their meals. I haven't figured out the situation yet when I hear a loud lecture ahead. Eat your fill, and anyone who faints from not eating will not come back. Qin Yuqing almost burst out laughing. This is what happens when you try to lose weight. Coincidentally, the person in front of Qin Yuqing is Zhang Tian. Others can't hear, but she can, and when she turns her head, she sees Qin Yuqing. She feels very annoyed. Meeting her is really unlucky. She hasn't forgotten what Qin Yuqing said that day. Stay away from me. You smell sweaty and dirty my clothes. Can you pay for that? Qin Yuqing immediately frowns and glances at their costumes, which haven't been changed yet. Thinking about Su Lanin's schedule in the morning, she feels a bit upset too. Only you are so noble you don't sweat. Zhang Tian is about to reply when she notices someone approaching, and she quickly falls silent. Qin Yuqing also sees the person coming, her heart beating faster. It's Jiang Lihua, the director of the cultural troupe. In her previous life, she had a hard time in the troupe, and she was also involved. She knew she was being bullied but pretended not to see, allowing those people to humiliate her, even helping them cover it up. Before Jiang Lihua reaches the end of the line, she sees Qin Yuqing looking dirty and immediately stops in her tracks. Qin Yuqing knows she's being looked down on because she's dirty. Jiang Lihua has some cleanliness habits. She deliberately pats the dust off her clothes toward Jiang Lihua, who frowns, and Qin Yuqing feels a little happy inside. Jiang Lihua walks out of the restaurant without looking back. Zhang Tian can't hold it anymore and covers her mouth, turning away. Are you done yet? Is this your home? You're so bossy. You've been wearing the same costume for days. I haven't complained about your sweat smell. So picky. Their training sweat isn't less than Qin Yuqing's. Most costumes are worn during performances, but they also change during rehearsals. For a show, they repeat it over 10 times. They also go on rural tours, usually not washing their clothes. Compared to them, Qin Yuqing is much cleaner. Wu Shanshan stands 2 spots ahead, overhearing their words. Her eyes flicker as she looks at her dirty clothes, thinking about what to do. Lunch is very quiet. The lively performance group now eats like quails, not making a sound. Qin Yuqing doesn't cause trouble either, and works quietly in the afternoon. Near the end of the day, Song Lei suddenly appears. The team leader wants to see you. Qin Yuqing puts down the mop, dusts herself off, and heads to the office in front. This was her first time here. Su Lanin was carefully tending to a set of opera costumes. Team leader Su, what do you want from me? Su Lanin didn't look up. From now on, you're responsible for cleaning the performance costumes sent to us. They need to be repaired if damaged before storing them. Anything beyond repair should be registered with me. Qin Yuqing. She hadn't eaten enough at noon and was hallucinating, or maybe Su Lanin's mind was not right. Team leader Su, are you saying that all borrowed costumes must be cleaned when returned? Su Lanin carefully placed the opera costumes into a box, then turned to Qin Yuqing and said, not all of them. I will tell you later which ones need cleaning and which ones don't. Qin Yuqing held back her anger and asked, then tell me first, which costumes need cleaning? She thought she was being treated like a fool. Most of the costumes borrowed are used for performances, so they need cleaning. But these opera costumes are rarely used during shows and are mostly stored away. Most current performances are rural mobilizations, using convenient, complete military-style uniforms. Su Lanin's words matched Qin Yuqing's thoughts. She was being treated like a servant, as if she had no temper. Team leader Su, why suddenly do we need to clean the costumes? Qin Yuqing held back her anger. She had just arrived and was being treated unfairly.
Sulanjin fronedan happily.
If I tell you to do it, just do it. There's no need for so many questions. Qin Yuqing lowered her eyes. Fine, I understand. Without understanding the full situation, Qin Yuqing wouldn't let anyone find fault with her. Song Lei was standing outside the door and overheard everything. When Qin Yuqing came out, he exchanged a glance with her. After Qin Yuqing left, Song Lei stepped inside and said to Su Lanin, Team leader, is this really okay? Su Lanin shot him a quick look and snorted coldly. What's wrong with it? She's new here. She doesn't understand the rules. She should learn some hard lessons. Song Lei hesitated but couldn't help saying, but there are so many costumes. She's alone. Su Lanin looked up, her eyes scanning him strangely. If you feel sorry for her, then go help her. Song Lei immediately shut his mouth and awkwardly smiled. That's not what I meant. Su Lanin withdrew her gaze, her tone cold. If that's not what you mean, then mind your own business. In the end, Song Lei kept quiet. He wanted to ask why things had changed suddenly when there had been no issues before. If they set this precedent, won't their prop team become like a laundry room in the future? Su Lanin lowered her head, reluctantly touching her opera costume. Seeing her look unwell, Song Lei wisely stepped back, but he couldn't help sighing inside. After Qin Yuqing returned home, she thought carefully and realized it was the prank of the performance group. They came to bother her from so far away, so she wouldn't hold back. If she was having a hard time, everyone else would too. Now, she needed to understand why Su Lanin was so hostile toward her. A few accidental encounters were understandable, but repeated targeting was suspicious. Qin Yuqing returned to the storage room and decided to give up completely. She was done. She leaned on the mop, standing still, looking around. She hadn't been here before, and things weren't good then either. When she heard footsteps at the door, she lowered her head and swayed the mop slightly. Song Lei peeked in. A smile appeared on Qin Yuqing's face. She was waiting for him. As colleagues, she couldn't finish all the work alone. Song Lei wouldn't be spared from trouble. The unlucky ones wouldn't be just her. Even if she was alone, she would drag Song Lei into it. Song Lei had been holding back for a long time, but couldn't resist coming to see Qin Yuqing. Yet, when he got close, he didn't know what to say. Qin Yuqing spoke first. You heard about the laundry issue too? Song Lei nodded. Has this happened before? He looked outside and lowered his voice. No, I checked. It seems the idea came from the performance group. Qin Yuqing had already guessed this, so she wasn't surprised. What she was curious about was why Su Lanin agreed. This clearly wasn't good for management. To put it plainly, it showed she didn't take the prop team seriously. Leader Su seems to have a big opinion of me. Do you know why? Song Lei didn't expect Qin Yuqing to be so direct. He paused and swallowed his words. Qin Yuqing wasn't in a hurry. She looked at the time. She was wearing a watch today. She didn't mind that Tinyalan had worn it before. Every extra second she spent working was a sign of her respect for life. It's okay, if you don't say. This isn't just my job. Everyone will share the burden. Song Lei couldn't quite figure out Qin Yuqing. She was different from those who came before, neither flattering nor trying to please, calm and composed. While he was thinking, Qin Yuqing had already packed up her tools, placed them in the corner, tidied everything up, and was about to leave with her bag. "What are you doing?" Song Lei thought Qin Yuqing was angry and wanted to leave, so he didn't stop her. "It's after work. Remember to lock the warehouse door." As he spoke, the after-work bell rang. Qin Yuqing still planned to go to the market to buy chili peppers. If she went too late, she might not find good ones. Song Lei stood there feeling speechless, thinking this time leader, Su, had met a tough opponent. Su Lanin watched Qin Yuqing's back and clenched her teeth. When the bell rang, she couldn't ask her to work overtime. Qin Yuqing rarely went to the market before, so it felt quite new to her. "Comrade, how much are the chili peppers per jean?" Qin Yuqing's first thought was that they were cheap. Her sense of prices still reflected the last moments of her previous life. "Spicy or not?" "Young comrade, these chili peppers can make you cry if they're too spicy," the vegetable seller joked without anger. The bright red chili peppers caught the eye. Qin Yuqing squatted down, gently touching the red peppers in the bamboo basket with her fingertips. "I'll take the whole basket. Can you give me a discount?" She tried to imitate the bargaining style of neighborhood aunties she remembered. The vegetable seller quickly shook the leaves off her apron and said, "Young comrade, I can't really lower the price. If you buy it all, I'll give you a small change. This is the last batch. Fresh chili peppers are hard to find." Qin Yuqing then remembered that planting vegetables depended on the season. Greenhouses weren't common yet, and the market was state-run with fixed prices. "All right, I'll take the whole basket." In the end, Qin Yuqing also bought some potatoes and radishes. The total came to 4 yuan, 7 jiao, and 3 fun. "I'll charge you 4.7 yuan. Qin Yuqing didn't bargain, feeling that spending less than 5 yuan for a lot of vegetables was a good deal. The aunt helped her tie everything up and lowered her voice, saying, "You need to watch out. There are quite a few thieves in the market." Qin Yuqing thanked the aunt, pushed her cart back, still holding some ration tickets. She stopped to buy a few more things because the weather was getting colder and going out was not easy. More and more people filled the market. Her cart was packed, and she didn't dare to store things openly in front of others. She followed the crowd to leave. Several times someone tried her bag. Luckily, it was tied tightly. She pushed her cart while observing suspicious people around her. Finally, she managed to leave the market, only to find that the rope at the back had been cut. She underestimated the chaos now. At the back, she was carrying 5 jin of mixed grains and 2 jin of noodles. She immediately grabbed the front and pushed the cart forward without looking back. The street was busy with people, and the thieves didn't dare to follow closely. Qin Yuqing turned into an alley, looked back to make sure no one was there, and quickly stored her things into her space while the people ahead hadn't looked back. She rode her bike quickly toward home, feeling scared. She realized she shouldn't buy things carelessly in the future because it was too risky. She took some chili peppers outside to dry and kept the rest in her space to eat fresh. Thinking about how to make better use of her space, she decided to buy some seeds later. Buying seeds nowadays was tricky, so she planned to visit the black market to see if she could find some self-sown seeds. She didn't start cooking dinner. The dishes she prepared earlier came in handy. After eating, she stretched, read a bit, and made sure no one was coming. Under the cover of night, she quietly left her house, reached the black market area, parked her bike, and disguised herself to enter. Food wasn't her main goal. She was after seeds. Finally, she spotted 2 young people guarding a corner. Even with their disguises, their body shapes showed they were young. "How much for the rabbits?" 5 yuan each. Qin Yuqing's mouth twitched. She had just praised the vegetables for being cheap, but now the meat prices had gone up. It was obvious these were wild rabbits from the mountains, probably poached. They bought the rabbits for free and sold them at high prices. The 2 brothers sat nervously for a while. The older one said, "For yuan each. We just caught them this morning, so they're definitely fresh. To sell the rabbits, they told a little lie they caught them last night. I want to buy some other things. Can you get them?" These 2 looked like they were from the countryside. They probably had seeds. What do you want? Qin Yuqing lowered her voice. Seeds, vegetable seeds, or grain seeds, just a little, enough for planting. The more varieties, the better. The older one hesitated, seeming a bit conflicted. Do you still want the rabbits? The younger one asked. Wow, they knew how to bundle sales. Qin Yuqing really wanted to improve her life. If you can get the seeds, I'll pay 7 yuan for these 2 rabbits. How about that? She didn't dare to bargain too much because she wanted the seeds. She had noticed one small rabbit, and the price was fair. Okay, come back here in 3 days. But I can't promise how many seeds or what kinds. No problem. As long as she entered the space, she no longer worried about the quantity issue. Qin Yuqing carried the rabbit away, thinking about peeling its fur to make a vest. After solving the seed problem, Qin Yuqing felt relieved. She went back and peeled the rabbit's skin that night. If it weren't for her past life as a chef, she really wouldn't know how. The next day at work, Qin Yuqing started to slack off. Song Lei kept watching her, curious about what she would do. When it was time to wash clothes, the performance team brought another batch of summer costumes, all piled up at the warehouse door. Qin Yuqing went back and forth several times, pretending not to see. When the lunch bell rang, Qin Yuqing carried her lunchbox to eat. Song Lei couldn't hold back anymore and followed her. Qin Yuqing finished her meal and sat in a corner to eat, a rare sight for someone like her. She had been here for a few days, still alone, not greeting others or making friends proactively. In contrast was Wang Can, who had fully integrated and was joking and chatting with the young women in the performance team. Qin Yuqing only glanced at Wang Can and then looked down to continue eating. A figure appeared in the seat diagonally opposite. Qin Yuqing looked at Song Lei but ignored him. He didn't dare sit directly across from her, worried about misunderstandings. Since the cafeteria was crowded and there weren't enough tables, no one paid much attention. Song Lei hesitated for a moment. What are you really thinking? His silence didn't mean he was stupid. Early that morning, the performance team came to return the costumes, asking about winter costumes, urging to take them out and dry them so they wouldn't delay their winter performances. It was easy to say, but the entire performance group had about 50 people. They changed styles roughly every half month. Although there were only 2 or 3 styles, they had to rotate and one person could manage it all. First, tell me about Leader Su. What about Leader Su? Song Lei, a grown man, didn't want to gossip behind her back and changed the subject, pretending to be clueless. Qin Yuqing bit into her bun. If you don't want to say, that's fine. Then just wait and do the work. She had already decided. At worst, she'd endure for 2 more days, then switch to another position. If Song Lei didn't want to be a good person, she'd take her time. Letting a grown man like Song Lei do laundry? Better to kill him. Song Lei was confident. Leader Su asked you to do it, not me. Qin Yuqing sneered and said, I'm here to work, not to do laundry. If I quit, do you think they can find someone else quickly, who will take over the work then? In her previous life, the prop team was always short-staffed. Even after she left, they still lacked people and kept hiring new ones. No one could stay in the prop team for long. At that time, she thought the work was heavy, but now she realizes there must be some hidden reason. No matter how hard the work is, it should be better than working in the fields. The fact that the prop team couldn't keep workers is quite suspicious. Song Lei became anxious. He forgot to consider Qin Yuqing's departure. You can't leave. That's not up to you. My legs are mine. Song Lei hesitated. Team leader Su isn't targeting you. She's like that, especially holding grudges against young women. Qin Yuqing looked up. Why? Song Lei didn't know what to say. He couldn't exactly say that team leader Su was a bit mentally troubled. After a moment of thought, he said, Team leader Su also has a tough life. Qin Yuqing swallowed her food and said, I don't know if her life is hard or not, but I won't accept suffering. Song Lei smiled. It was clear Qin Yuqing wouldn't be easily bullied. He slowly explained, Team leader Su used to be an opera singer. She had a beautiful voice and was the main star. When she opened her voice, the whole hall would cheer. One day, just before a performance, her dormitory suddenly caught fire. Her voice was damaged in the fire, and she was injured, so she could never perform on stage again. Qin Yuqing listened and made a quick judgment. She thought she might have been affected emotionally or psychologically. Later, she could only train newcomers. Isn't that good? Song Lei sighed. If everything went smoothly, it would be fine. She finally trained a new person, but that person betrayed her to perform earlier, switching to another master. They even falsely accused her of deliberately preventing her from performing, jealous of her talent. As a result, she was reprimanded and reassigned to the prop team. But that wasn't the reason she targeted newcomers in the prop team. Song Lei looked at Qin Yuqing. You just arrived and don't know the full story. Things are more complicated than you think. Team leader Su's skills in opera are undeniable. Some people come to the prop team to learn opera. She teaches them carefully. She probably thought that once they learned, her abilities would be recognized and they could return to the stage. Qin Yuqing had a bad feeling. Could it be that after she finishes her training, she leaves without mentioning Supervisor Su at all? Song Lei nodded. When they train, they promise to say later that Supervisor Su taught them. But outside, they put other people's names on their achievements. Supervisor Su has been away from the stage for too long and isn't well known, so they list her under more famous people to get on stage more easily. But this hurts Supervisor Su's feelings. After that, performances hardly need traditional opera, and no one wants to learn. Supervisor Su was forgotten. Over the years, the prop team became a shortcut to join the acting group. Supervisor Su dislikes people who disrespect art. So when young women come to the prop team, she becomes harsh. She's not like that normally. She's quite kind. Qin Yuqing felt a bit sorry for Su Lanin after hearing this, but that wasn't a reason to make things difficult for her. She wasn't going to pay for others' mistakes. This isn't a good reason for her to be harsh either. She asked Song Lei, how do you know all this? Song Lei didn't hide it. My grandfather knows Supervisor Su. He introduced me to work here. Qin Yuqing looked at Song Lei. No wonder Su Lanin didn't pick on him. He's connected. Knowing this, she understood that Su Lanin has some mental health issues and is a bit twisted. If she tries to trouble her again, she won't hold back and might hurt her feelings. I've told you everything. What do you want to do? Although Song Lei didn't like working in the prop team, he needed the job to support himself. Forget it. As long as you stand with me, we don't have to do this work. Song Lei was still worried. But the acting group. No buts. As long as you firmly refuse to be a good person and side with Supervisor Su, I have a way. I absolutely won't do laundry. Song Lei was very firm about this. If he had to wash clothes every day, he'd rather quit the job. Remember what you said. Qin Yuqing took her lunchbox to wash, and the rest was easy. She waited for Su Lanin to come find her. In the afternoon, after returning home, Qin Yuqing continued to slack off. Song Lei immediately noticed that someone had been sweeping the floor all afternoon but hadn't moved from the spot. Following the principle of a united front, he pretended not to see and deliberately kept his distance from Qin Yuqing to avoid getting involved. When the workday ended, Qin Yuqing rode her bike home. Song Lei admired her. She was truly brave. The new members of the props team used to linger a little before leaving. Qin Yuqing felt happy and didn't care what Su Lanin thought. Tomorrow was a fixed day off, so she planned to relax. As she reached the alley entrance, she saw a military vehicle parked nearby. Her instinct told her it was here to find her. She quickened her pace and, just before reaching her door, saw a figure dressed in army green turning back. Comrade, are you here to see me? The person was a soldier who had been following Commissar Song. He looked up and saw Qin Yuqing. Yes, the Commissar asked me to deliver a message to you. Qin Yuqing had already jumped down from the vehicle. What message? She looked around and saw a few people peeking. The young soldier seemed to notice and said simply, the Commissar told you to go to the military headquarters at 9 tomorrow. There's some news about the last matter. Qin Yuqing immediately thought about studying medicine. She quickly responded, I understand. I will go on time. Thank you. Message delivered. I'll head back now. Qin Yuqing pushed her cart to the door. And curious Auntie asked, Qing, what did they want? Faced with her gossiping eyes, Qin Yuqing forced a smile. Aunt Li, nothing serious. She just asked if I'm doing well. Qin Yuqing pushed her cart into the yard. Aunt Li threw away some rotten vegetable leaves and said, getting more clever. Lou Auntie, who was nearby and chubby, didn't speak. Aunt Lee continued, I guess it's about the Song Shumei family's outcome. A few women started chatting excitedly, sharing many rumors they had heard. After returning home, Qin Yuqing happily cleaned the rabbit. Tonight, she planned to cook 2 dishes, spicy rabbit cubes and braised rabbit. On rest days, most people bought some meat and enjoyed good food. The aroma of her braised rabbit would spread without being too obvious. She started cooking right away. With a swift cut, she prepared the rabbit meat, lit the stove, heated the iron pot, and added hot oil that sizzled at the bottom. Green onions and garlic fried in the oil until golden, then the meat chunks were added with a loud splash, releasing a strong, tempting aroma. The smell wafted out, making people salivate. Every household was cooking, and the mixed scents of other meats filled the air. Everyone was busy making delicious food, so no one came knocking. The houses were tightly shut, and Qin Yuqing found peace. While waiting, she took out some traditional medicine books from her space to read. After eating the freshly cooked rabbit meat, I felt full. The remaining meat was stored in the space. Thinking about studying medicine made me so excited I couldn't sleep. I used the space to release my energy and exercise. In the morning, I woke up feeling refreshed. I rode my bike to the town to buy some small gifts. They weren't expensive, but showed my sincerity. When I arrived at the military headquarters, I was a little early. Commander Qin Yuqing explained her purpose, and was allowed inside. The gate to Song Jianghua's place was half open. Hearing the noise, he looked up and said, Little Qin is here. It seemed they waited for her to arrive, so they didn't close the door. Qin Yuqing carried a paper bag made of brown craft paper and walked in naturally. The door was still half open. Commander Song, I brought you a bag because I know you like tea. She didn't know much about tea but bought the expensive ones, so it should be fine. Song Jianghua waved his hand. I don't need tea right now. Take it back. Qin Yuqing wasn't in a hurry. She deliberately used a paper bag that looked cheap, so it wouldn't cause trouble for Song Jianghua. She placed the paper bag on the corner of the table and casually picked up a porcelain cup. Commander Song, let me brew you a cup to try. 1 bag of tea wasn't a big deal. Even if she opened it, Song Jianghua wouldn't really refuse. Little Qin, don't bother. Last time you wanted to learn medicine, I checked for you. Sit down, and I'll tell you about it. Qin Yuqing put the brewed tea on the table in front of Song Jianghua. Commander Song, go ahead. There's a hospital in the team. I've spoken to Director Wang inside. You can stay and work there. He'll teach you when he's free, so you can work and learn at the same time. Qin Yuqing lowered her eyes. This wasn't what she wanted. Seeing she didn't respond, Song Jianghua continued. I also asked an old Chinese doctor. He's a bit grumpy, but I heard his medical skills are good. He doesn't see patients now, and whether he takes new ones depends on his mood. His real intention was for Qin Yuqing to stay at the team's hospital, where they could help each other. As long as she didn't make mistakes, her life would be fine. But it seemed Qin Yuqing didn't like that. She was very determined. As for the second doctor, he was hard to read. The old man was very stubborn. Song Jianghua tried to visit him personally, but he refused to agree. He only said he would test her, and if she passed, he might consider taking her as a disciple. Qin Yuqing looked up. Commander Song, I want to meet that old Chinese doctor. Where does he live? Capable people often have a bit of a temper. As long as he can teach her real skills, she could tolerate his attitude. All right, I will take you to see him. Commissar Song, just tell me the address. I can go by myself, no need for you to make a special trip. That way, I seem more sincere. Qin Yuqing intentionally said this to hide her true thoughts, not only to prevent Song Jianghua from following her, but also to avoid making him dislike her. If Song Jianghua followed and misunderstood her using her authority, it wouldn't matter if she didn't become his apprentice. The main concern was to avoid affecting him. Okay, I'll go along with you. Here is the address. I already gave a heads up earlier. Song Jianghua tore off a piece of paper and wrote down the address. Qin Yuqing thanked him politely and left. Song Jianghua waited until she was gone, then picked up a cup and took a sip. He paused, looked down at the tea leaves, then picked up the paper package, smiled gently, carefully stored it away, and took another sip of tea. looking content. She is a thoughtful girl who can handle things well. Qin Yuqing bought some items on the way and followed the address to an old house. She tidied her clothes and knocked on the door. An elderly woman with half-white hair, wearing slightly old but clean clothes, opened the door. With a kind and gentle expression, she asked, "Miss, who are you looking for?" Qin Yuqing felt a bit frustrated. She was so focused on coming here that she forgot to ask about the family situation. After some hesitation, she finally spoke. "Grandma, I am here to see Grandpa Xiao. I want to learn medicine from him. I heard about it from Commissar Song." She was a bit nervous, thinking about the mountains she came from. The old woman smiled and said, "So it's you.
Come in."
The car has been moved inside. The old man is in the house. I'll go call him. Nowadays, it's not safe outside. Leaving a bicycle outside could easily lead to it being stolen, which was normal. Qin Yuqing pushed her bike into the yard as instructed. As soon as she entered, she smelled a faint medicinal aroma. The old woman moved quickly. "Old man, the girl who wants to learn from a master has arrived." Qin Yuqing. Xiaorenji came out from inside, looked at Qin Yuqing, and his expression was as calm as an ancient well. While observing Qin Yuqing, she also looked at the old man. He was different from the typical old Chinese doctor. His hair was not completely white, and he had no beard. He looked just like an ordinary person, dressed simply, but his back was straight, and his eyes were sharp. With a closer look, he could be distinguished from an ordinary person. "Young girl, wanting to become my apprentice is not so simple." Xiaorenji's voice was deep and strong. Qin Yuqing immediately calmed herself and said, "Mr. Xiao, I sincerely want to learn medicine. If you're unsure, you can test me first." She didn't say she would become his apprentice right away. Not because she didn't want to, but because testing someone before accepting them is normal. She didn't want to disturb his life suddenly, as that would be impolite. If she showed more humility, she wouldn't seem so pushy. Xiaorenji was a bit more pleased with Qin Yuqing's attitude. When Song Jianghua came, he kept urging him to take a disciple, but he actually felt a little unhappy about it. Being forced to do something always creates a barrier in his mind. "Then tell me, why do you want to learn traditional Chinese medicine?" Xiaorenji's medical legacy had no successor, and he was more anxious and sad than anyone else. His son had no talent and refused to learn. Now, more people were studying Western medicine. When he was young, he also had a few apprentices, but some gave up because the work was too dull, or they only learned half-heartedly with impure motives and poor character. He was truly disappointed. If it weren't for an old friend asking to see him about Qin Yuqing, he wouldn't even want to meet her. "Grandpa Xiao, I just want to learn some skills so I can treat illnesses and help people in the future. I want to do good deeds for my parents. I don't have any grand goals, I just think learning medicine is a good thing that benefits oneself and others." Qin Yuqing couldn't come up with fancy words. That's how she felt, being able to save lives and having a job to support her family. People say saving a life is more valuable than many treasures. If it really works, she hopes her parents and future children will have good fortune. The room suddenly became very quiet. Xiaorenji didn't speak for a long time, but an elderly lady beside him couldn't hold back. "I think it's good. It sounds better than all those fancy speeches." Qin Yuqing could also say lofty words, but they felt empty and insincere. Xiaorenji sighed. "You're quite honest. You know that traditional Chinese medicine is very different from before. Just follow me and learn for a few days. The matter of becoming my disciple can wait a while." This was a sign he agreed. Qin Yuqing nodded happily. She was already satisfied with being taught. Qin Yuqing handed over some malted milk, noodles, and an apple. "Grandpa Xiao, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." The elderly lady was quicker than Xiaorenji and pushed the gifts back. "Young lady, you shouldn't do that. Take these things back. The two of us don't need them." Although the gifts didn't look like much, they were high quality and not cheap. The elderly lady managed her household and understood that nowadays, no family is easy to support. She couldn't accept such valuable items. Qin Yuqing gently held back the elderly lady's hand and said, "Grandma, please accept this." Old Xiao is willing to teach me, and I am grateful. He often comes to visit and bother you. If you don't accept it, I won't come anymore. Xiaorenji didn't say anything. After watching the older and younger person push and pull for a while, he said, "Old lady, please take it." Qin Yuqing happily relaxed her grip. "Grandma, Old Xiao has agreed, so don't refuse. Come inside with me." Qin Yuqing smiled and followed Old Xiao into the house. The interior was simple, with a few baskets near the window filled with herbs. "Tell me, how much do you know about traditional Chinese medicine?" Qin Yuqing shared what she had learned from self-study recently. Xiaorenji took her to the herb baskets and pointed at the herbs, asking how many she recognized. They talked for a long time. Qin Yuqing answered very seriously, knowing that Old Xiao was testing her. The elderly lady secretly watched for a while, feeling reassured seeing them get along well, and then she went back to her own chores. When leaving, Xiaorenji called out to Qin Yuqing, "Wait a moment." She stood still and waited. After a while, Xiaorenji came out holding an old, yellowed medical book. The cover was a bit worn, but the pages inside were very well preserved. Xiaorenji touched the cover with some nostalgia. "This book was my first guide when I was young. There are some simple prescriptions in it. You can memorize them first." He handed the book to Qin Yuqing. "Take it home and read it. Next time you come, I'll test you." Qin Yuqing took the book with both hands, feeling very excited. Prescriptions. Most people hide their knowledge, especially the notes on the side of the book, which are Xiao Grandpa's insights. Those are even more precious. She bowed seriously. "Thank you, Grandpa Xiao, for giving me this book. I won't let you down." Carefully, she packed the book into her bag, feeling more secure keeping it inside her space rather than outside. Xiaorenji was pleased with her actions. The elderly lady watched them with a smile. Maybe this young girl really can inherit the old man's skills, so she won't have to listen to his sighs all day. Qin Yuqing felt very happy. She could only recognize a few herbs, but Old Xiao promised to teach her how to identify more next time. Humming a little tune, she was on her way home when she reached the alley and noticed something was wrong. Everyone was looking at her, their eyes full of gossip. Qin Yuqing got off her bicycle and pushed it forward. From the alley entrance to her house was a bit of a walk, but she didn't see anything unusual. She took a few more steps and met Aunt Lu. Qin Yuqing quickly called out to her. "Auntie, is something wrong in our alley?" Aunt Lu pulled Qin Yuqing to the side of the road and whispered. "Ahua's parents came by several times. I think they don't have good intentions. Be careful." "Auntie, I understand," Qin Yuqing replied. She thought Ahua would be safe, but it seemed trouble was waiting behind her. Qin Yuqing grabbed Aunt Lu's arm. "Auntie, if something happens and I can't get away, please call the police for me." Aunt Lu hesitated for a moment and nodded. "All right, remember to shout loudly if you need help." After thanking her, Qin Yuqing turned her bicycle toward another street for extra safety. When she reached Zhang Yufei's house, she saw Zhang Yufei's mother sitting at the door, mending shoes. She approached and greeted her. "Auntie, is Yufei at home?" Zhang Yufei's mother didn't look up from her work. She just moved her needle and said, "She's not here. You should go back." Qin Yuqing frowned. Something was wrong. Today was Sunday. If Yufei wasn't home, where could she be? Since their last talk, she hadn't seen Yufei again. "Auntie, where did Yufei go? When will she come back?" Yufei's mother looked up impatiently. "Qing, I told you, it's not your business. Is it really appropriate to ask about others' family matters? I'm not trying to interfere. I just want to know where Yufei is. I need to see her. Tell me if you have something to say. When she comes back, I'll let her know." Qin Yuqing was speechless. Should she tell Yufei's mother that if things got worse, she could call the police? "Auntie, I'll come back after Yufei returns." Yufei's mother looked at her, but didn't say anything. She packed up her things, stood up, and went back inside, closing the gate. Qin Yuqing looked back and gave a bitter smile.
She was clearly disliked.
She quickly composed herself. She had seen this kind of attitude before. There was no need to be upset. She pushed her bicycle back home. Just as she entered the yard and hadn't yet put her bike away, she heard crying and shouting from outside the yard. Qin Yuqing frowned. Just as Bo was placed inside, the front door was knocked loudly. My son! Return my son to me! Qin Yuqing's good mood was completely gone. She picked up a stick from the wall and went outside. With a cold face, she opened the door. The woman knocking on the door was startled and stumbled, falling into the doorway.
Who are you?
What do you want to do at my house? Outside, the old man was hunched over, wearing a patched coat with a yellowed collar and worn cuffs. Seeing Qin Yuqing, he ignored the woman on the ground and started shouting loudly, "It's you who hurt my son. Return my son." Suddenly, a weight pressed on Qin Yuqing's leg. She looked down to see the old woman holding her leg. "It's all your fault, Huzi. Return my son." The two elderly people had received a letter and had been rushing day and night. Finally seeing their son, who looked like a pig's head, they almost couldn't breathe from shock. Not to mention they couldn't afford medical expenses. The doctor said his face would definitely have scars. Whether his eyesight would be affected depended on his recovery. When he arrived, her son kept saying his eyes hurt, and he couldn't see clearly. Qin Yuqing ignored the crying and looked around the crowd. She didn't see Ahua, which was quite suspicious. The old man raised his hand to hit her, but Qin Yuqing's stick was pressed against his face. "One more step forward, and my stick won't be gentle." He stepped back slightly, bent down, and grabbed the old woman by the neck, lifting her aside, as if to drink her spiritual water. The old woman suddenly felt her strength leaving her hand and was pushed back, stumbling. "Oh, dear. Someone's hitting people. Who will judge this? My son is still in the hospital. Is there no justice? I only have this one son. Are you trying to kill me?" The old woman sat on the ground, crying and slapping her thighs loudly, her wails loud but no tears fell. Qin Yuqing's patience was running out. Many people around were peeking to watch, but no one came to help. "Your son broke into a house to steal. You should report that to the police. You're causing trouble. I will send you all in. Shut up."
My son is honest.
"He wouldn't do such things." "It must be you little brat, who seduced my son." The old man suddenly rushed forward and snatched the stick from Qin Yuqing's hand. The old woman, seeing this, shouted even louder, "Huzi is still in the hospital. We asked around, and it was you who hit him. You must pay us compensation. I raised my son with hard work and tears. You heartless person, pay for my son's injuries," she yelled. Qin Yuqing sneered coldly, realizing they were just here to ask for money. Everyone watching stayed silent. When Ahu was taken away, they all saw that Qin Yuqing was the one who hit him. It made sense for her to pay. Qin Yuqing didn't move. She stared at the old woman rolling on the ground. "My poor son was beaten so badly. This is like taking our lives, forcing us to die," she said. Neighbors came out and started whispering. "She's a bit pitiful. Yes, she's been in the hospital for days." Qin Yuqing listened to the quiet talk around her. She wasn't surprised. These people are like that, no brains when they go out, and they change their minds easily. The old woman, hearing someone support her, shouted even louder. "The doctor said my son's face is ruined. He can never recover. How will he find a wife in the future?" This was expected by Qin Yuqing. If she didn't leave some marks with the spicy chili water, all her effort would be wasted. The crowd sighed. Thinking about how badly her son was taken away that night, they couldn't help but step back. They all felt Qin Yuqing had been too harsh. Qin Yuqing casually grabbed a shovel from the door. The old man seemed ready to hit her with a stick, but she acted first. She aimed at his arm and struck. With a quick and forceful swing, the stick was knocked to the ground. Qin Yuqing kicked the stick away. The old man, realizing what happened, covered his arm and shouted, "You hit me. You're trying to force us to die." Qin Yuqing slammed the shovel into the ground hard. "Do you know what self-defense is? If you keep spreading rumors, you might be sent to reform school. No one wants to go to reform school these days." Her voice quieted a bit. When the two elders arrived, they had already been scolded. When they caused trouble at the hospital, they almost got taken away. But they couldn't swallow their anger, especially after seeing their son so badly hurt. They just wanted to get some money to pay for his medical bills. "If you think it's unfair, go report it to the police. I'll cooperate with the investigation." If the results show you're just causing trouble, you'll be sent to reform school. Qin Yuqing looked around and said, if anyone spreads rumors or causes trouble without reason, it's still gossip. Everyone will be sent to reform through labor. Think carefully before you speak. The people watching the scene felt embarrassed and lowered their heads, not saying anything. A few who were shy quietly left. Qin Yuqing lowered her head and said, you're not young anymore. Today, I won't pursue this matter. But if it happens again, I will personally take you to the police station. Your son is usually honest at home, so how come he caused trouble just a few days after coming to the city? The police won't arrest the wrong person. Think about who might have led him astray. Are they trying to harm him intentionally? Qin Yuqing always felt that Ahua was stirring things up. The elderly couple came here to cause trouble for no reason. Even if their daughter was pregnant, she wouldn't stay indoors all the time. Whether they were innocent or deliberately causing trouble, Qin Yuqing was determined to make things worse for them. After what just happened, she had a guess. These two elders seemed to be acting tough and loud, but they weren't very brave. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have snatched her stick and hesitated before hitting her. Instead, he trembled and looked for an opening. Living longer made her more curious about strange things. Ahua seemed suspicious. Something was off about her. Get out of here. Qin Yuqing's face turned cold as she shouted sternly. She looked around and said, leave now and I won't pursue this. Otherwise, I will take you to the police. The old couple, seeing they couldn't get any advantage, spat and left for their daughter's house. Qin Yuqing quickly picked up the stick that had fallen on the ground, turned around, closed the door, and locked it. Her mind was searching for information about Ahua. She checked but found nothing useful. In her previous life, she was already married into the Gao family by this time, so she had never experienced this. She reminded herself to be more careful in the future. Those who can harm others are often the ones easiest to overlook. A barking dog that doesn't bite is like Ahua. She always gave that feeling. There was a sense that she was hiding, waiting to suddenly come out and bite her. Qin Yuqing shook her head, trying to forget about these thoughts. Since she couldn't calm her mind, she didn't have time to read. She decided to do some work and make some food. She rolled up her sleeves and started kneading dough. When the flour was not enough, she added some mixed grains. After kneading, she placed the dough in a bowl to rise. She also added some potatoes and greens, washing them in the bowl. A faint knocking came from the door. Qin Yuqing frowned and stood in the yard. The person at the door did not respond and continued gently knocking. Qin Yuqing nervously picked up a stick, carefully grasped the door latch, and slowly pulled it open. Open the door. I am Iron Pillar's mother. Her voice was very soft. If Qin Yuqing hadn't been close, she wouldn't have heard it. She immediately opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Iron Pillar's mother hurried inside, looking outside with suspicion, then closed the door behind her. Annie, do you need something? Iron Pillar's mother was also a person with a hard life. Her husband was killed in a mining accident, but she was lucky to have a kind mother-in-law who helped raise the children and treated her like her own daughter. Ching Ching, I don't know if I should come, but I think you should know about this. Auntie, what is it? Iron Pillar's mother grabbed Qin Yuqing's hand tightly. Please help Yu Fei. She might not make it. Qin Yuqing's mind suddenly went blank. Auntie, please explain clearly. Qin Yuqing then remembered that their two houses were next to each other. When she returned from Zhang Yufei's house, she seemed to see Iron Pillar's family, with the door half closed. She didn't look closely at the time. Yang Sulan hesitated and whispered, "This happened last night. I heard Yu Fei's family arguing, and it seemed like they even fought. I haven't seen Yu Fei come out all day today. I feel uneasy. Annie, didn't she say she was visiting relatives? No way. I kept the front door open all day and didn't hear any noise. Their family was very quiet. On weekends before, Wang Chuanmei would definitely be at home calling Yu Fei to work. Today, she hadn't heard anything all day. Yesterday, I think I heard Yu Fei being beaten. She was crying badly. I didn't dare to go and check." Yang Sulan, a widow without a husband, was very cautious in her actions, afraid of getting into trouble she shouldn't. If Yu Fei hadn't often helped take care of Iron Pillar, she wouldn't have come here at all. Hesitating, Yang Sulan said, "When you went out this afternoon, I was in the yard. I heard her mother scolding in the yard at noon, saying she just got a beating and was hiding inside pretending to be dead. I was listening from the yard, but I might not have heard everything clearly. I just feel uneasy." Wang Chuanmei had seen how fierce her man could be. A few years ago, Yu Fei was almost killed when he hung her up and beat her. Luckily, at that time, Wang Chuanmei's father-in-law was still around, scolding him and stopping him from killing her. Rain Fei just barely survived that time. She stayed at home for more than half a month after that, and after that, she never dared to interfere in other people's affairs again. She heard Rain Fei crying painfully and ran over to help, but Wang Chuanmei scolded her for meddling and accused her of trying to her husband. Today, she hesitated for a long time and didn't dare to ask the neighbors, but she was really worried about Rain Fei. Qin Yuqing sneered coldly. No wonder Zhang Yufei's mother had to kneel at the door to mend shoes. She probably didn't want people to come into their house and deliberately blocked the door.
Thank you, Auntie.
I'll go over again later. Yang Sulan walked to the door and then turned back. Ching, please, Auntie is begging you. Annie, I won't tell anyone about this. I'll handle it myself, if there's a problem. You should leave now. Qin Yuqing knew that Yang Sulan could make a trip because she had probably struggled with herself for a long time.
Yang Sulan nodded gratefully.
She wasn't sure if it was good or bad. If it had been a while ago, she definitely wouldn't have cared about this matter. But in the past few days, seeing Qin Yuqing's behavior, she thought making a trip wouldn't hurt. She wanted to try what if it worked. She also wanted to know how Rain Fei was doing. Thinking about the screams from last night, she always felt uneasy. Yang Sulan first peeked through in the door. Seeing no one outside, she quickly slipped out, taking advantage of the darkness to leave. Qin Yuqing stood in the yard, thought for a moment, then went inside to get a basket. She placed a few eggs inside, then took out 4 mixed grain buns and a small bowl of salted vegetables from her space. She first went to the intersection and found a militia member. "Comrade, can you help me?" Qin Yuqing explained briefly and took 2 militia members to Zhang Yufei's house. "Comrades, if there's nothing urgent, you don't need to come out. I'll knock on the door first." The 2 militia members stayed a few steps behind, hiding in the darkness. Qin Yuqing knocked on the big door. "Andy, I'm here to see Rain Fei and bring some food." Wang Chuanmei was really annoyed. The whole family sat inside the house in silence. Rain Fei, that stubborn girl, suddenly had a fever. She was thinking about whether to go out and get some fever medicine. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she was getting spoiled. It was just a few hits. She had hit her before, and she still worked hard. Wang Chuanmei muttered, "Annoying thing." Outside, Qin Yuqing kept knocking on the door. The neighbor, Yang Sulan, stood nervously in the yard listening. Zhang Laifu frowned. Go tell them to send her away." Wang Chuanmei stood up, walked to the yard, and responded, "Stop knocking. She's coming now." Qin Yuqing took a step back, calmed her emotions, and watched as the door was pulled open. "Auntie, Yu Fei has come home? I steamed some buns and thought Yu Fei might bring lunch, so I brought some over. The food factory has a cafeteria, but you need to pay for tickets." Usually, Wang Chuanmei couldn't afford it, so most of the time, she asked Zhang Yufei to bring leftover food. Wang Chuanmei first looked at the basket Qin Yuqing was carrying and reached out to take it. "Give me the stuff." Qin Yuqing pulled back and said, "Auntie, where's Yufei?" "I want to see him." Wang Chuanmei impatiently said, "I told you, he went to visit relatives and hasn't come back." Qin Yuqing didn't believe her.
"He has work tomorrow."
He took leave, and relatives usually don't stay away all day. Their family was very stingy. They wouldn't let Zhang Yufei skip a day of work. "It's none of your business. Leave the stuff and go now." Ignoring her, Qin Yuqing pushed the basket toward Wang Chuanmei and squeezed into the yard. She had been to Zhang's house before and knew Yufei lived there, so she headed straight to Yufei's room. Wang Chuanmei panicked, pulling Qin Yuqing back to stop her from going inside. "Get out. Who told you to come in?" Afraid Qin Yuqing might see the truth, Wang Chuanmei shouted, "Man Song's father, come out quickly and stop her." If Qin Yuqing still couldn't see what was going on, she truly had no sense. Suddenly breaking free from Wang Chuanmei, Qin Yuqing quickened her steps toward Yufei's room. Zhang Montsong rushed out first, blocking Yufei. Yufei kicked Zhang Montsong's thigh, making him stumble back 2 steps. She had wanted to hit Zhang Montsong for a long time, an ungrateful traitor. Montsong's father, come out quickly. That little brat hit our son. Wang Chuanmei shouted loudly in the yard, her voice sharp enough to pierce the roof. Several nearby families heard her, and came out one after another. Qin Yuqing shook off Wang Chuanmei's hand, which was grabbing her clothes, and hurried toward Yufei's room. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of her chest. Despite the loud noise, she hadn't heard Yufei speak, which made her more anxious. She vaguely saw a lock hanging on Yufei's door. A shadow suddenly darted out from the main hall. Zhang Laifu's face was red and swollen. Get out of my house. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Yuqing stood still and shouted. Yufei, are you there? Give me a sign. No, I won't agree. I'll kick the door down. How dare you? This is my house. Get out now. Zhang Laifu acted like the owner and tried to chase people away. There was a loud bang inside as something fell to the ground, and everyone outside heard the noise. Zhang Montsong stood firm with a grim face, feeling a dull pain in his thigh. Qin Yuqing hadn't used much force when kicking him. That kick still hurt quite a bit. He really wanted to hit that little troublemaker. Qin Yuqing couldn't hold back anymore. Help! Brother Militia! She quickly took a bag of lime powder from her space and threw it at Zhang Montsong. While he was distracted by the lime, she rushed to the door and kicked it open with all her strength. The door was weak and fell off, crashing to the ground. Zhang Laifu's face turned red with embarrassment. He grabbed a nearby shovel and swung it at Qin Yuqing. Just then, a loud shout came from outside. Stop! 2 militia members entered the yard and saw the scene, their faces darkening. What are you doing? If they kept going, they might seriously hurt someone. Zhang Laifu was so scared, he dropped the shovel. Comrades, this is our family matter. Qin Yuqing ignored the commotion inside. She pressed a switch on the wall, plunging the room into darkness. This was to save electricity. She hadn't turned on the power for Zhang Yufei's room. She took a flashlight from her space. When she turned it on, the small room was lit up. Zhang Yufei was lying on the bed, her hand hanging over the edge. There were broken pieces of a bowl on the floor, probably from the noise earlier. Qin Yuqing stepped closer and saw Zhang Yufei with messy hair and a pale face, as white as paper. Yufei, wake up. Qin Yuqing hurriedly patted her face, but only heard faint groans. Someone call an ambulance. She's about to die. Qin Yuqing only knew a little about medicine. She couldn't diagnose the exact problem, but knew Yufei needed urgent hospital treatment. Outside, the militia members saw Zhang Yufei barely breathing and were startled. I'll go find a stretcher. Passing by Zhang's family, she shouted sternly. Everyone get down. While no one was looking, Qin Yuqing took some spiritual spring water from her space and fed it to Zhang Yufei. Yufei, hold on. I'll take you to the hospital right away. Wang Chuanmei heard they were taking her to the hospital and suddenly panicked. Going to the hospital would cost a lot of money. I won't go to the hospital. I'll ask the barefoot doctor, she said. Nobody move, the militia officer ordered sharply. Wang Chuanmei obediently stayed still, afraid to go inside the house, but she was anxious and worried. It wasn't because she was worried about her daughter's condition, but because she was concerned about the money. Qin Yuqing didn't dare move Zhang Yufei, afraid of making her injuries worse. When she heard Wang Chuanmei's words, she got very angry. Even at this moment, she was thinking about saving money. To them, Zhang Yufei's life seemed so cheap. They wanted to go out and kick her a few times but didn't dare leave her side. A cart was borrowed, and some militia members came along. 3 middle-aged women entered and saw Zhang Yufei on the bed. They whispered, "What a tragedy. The wooden board is here. Help me, ladies." Be careful. The 3 women worked together to lift Zhang Yufei onto the wooden board. Qin Yuqing supported the front, and the last woman, who was walking behind, took the blanket from the bed. They placed the board on the cart. Qin Yuqing glared fiercely at the Zhang family members. Wang Chuanmei shrank back under her gaze. Hold her steady. We're leaving now. Yang Sulan watched the cart being taken away, silently praying for protection. May the gods bless us. May the gods bless us. Suddenly, one of the women helping said, Old Zhang's family also needs to send someone who will pay for the medical expenses. I'll go call someone, Qin Yuqing said. Qin Yuqing was busy at the hospital. The results of the checkup came back, but no one from the Zhang family showed up. One of the women who had been with her all along was furious and cursed. Old Zhang's family really has no conscience. They hurt their own daughter so badly. She sighed heavily. Yu Fei is so unlucky. Even after such a serious injury, her mother didn't come. She's like a piece of flesh that fell off her own body. Qin Yuqing said nothing, just looked at the doctor's results. It was estimated that she had broken 2 ribs, her leg was fractured, and she had numerous bruises. The injuries were severe.
Thank you, Auntie. You can go home now. I'll stay here and watch over her, she said.
The women helping wanted to leave, but hadn't been able to. When they heard Qin Yuqing, they nodded quickly. All right, my husband is waiting for me. Since it wasn't their own family matter, helping as much as they did showed they had a kind heart. Qin Yuqing leaned against the corridor and let out a deep breath. Was it her fault that Zhang Yufei was hurt? It was her fault, all her fault. She shouldn't have said those words. Even until dawn, Zhang Yufei was still not awake. Qin Yuqing went out to inform the nurses and doctors. Then she went to the arts troupe to ask for leave. Her bicycle was still at home, so Qin Yuqing had to run back and arrive at the troupe just in time. Team leader Su, I would like to take 2 days off. Su Lanin raised an eyebrow. You've only been working a few days. Qin Yuqing didn't want to argue early in the morning. Team leader Su, my cousin is in the hospital. No one is there to take care of her. She's still unconscious. I didn't mean to skip work. She tried to make her story closer to the truth, hoping it would go more smoothly. But Su Lanin didn't agree with Qin Yuqing. Is there no one at her home? If she needs you to take care of her, don't make excuses if you want to slack off. Qin Yuqing just wanted to go to the hospital early. The Zhang family hadn't visited her all night, and she didn't think they would today either. As long as you approve my leave, I'll just consider it me taking a break. Qin Yuqing looked directly into Su Lanin's eyes. If she didn't get the leave, she would have to find someone else. Song Lei cleared his throat. Team leader Su, just approve it. I saw Qin come out of the hospital this morning. I'll do extra work these next couple of days. Su Lanin looked at Song Lei, snorted, then opened a drawer and took out a leave slip. Qin Yuqing knew Song Lei was helping her as a sign of goodwill. She accepted this favor, planning to return it when she had the chance. After receiving the leave slip, Qin Yuqing headed straight to the hospital. She had breakfast in the carport, sneaking out some food while it was less crowded. When she arrived at Zhang Yufei's ward, she heard voices. The other patients' family members were there, quietly chatting and taking care of their loved ones. But Zhang Yufei's bed was lonely and a bit sad. Qin Yuqing quietly approached and sat down. As soon as she did, Zhang Yufei opened her eyes. Yufei, you're awake. Are you feeling uncomfortable? I'll go call the doctor. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Yufei started crying. It's okay now. It's all over. Everything will get better. Qin Yuqing held her for a long time to comfort her. Only then did Zhang Yufei stop crying, her eyes full of tears as she looked at Qin Yuqing. Thank you for saving me. Don't mention it. We're just helping each other. Qin Yuqing opened the food she brought. Eat some porridge first. I asked the doctor. You need to rest and take good care of yourself. She didn't have surgery, but she couldn't move around. After the fever and inflammation went down, she could go home and recover slowly. Zhang Yufei hadn't for all night. Her fever went down, and she was very hungry. Since she was locked up, she had only half a bowl of porridge. Qin Yuqing took out some food, and Zhang Yufei carefully held her bowl and ate bite by bite. Qin Yuqing quietly told the doctor some important notes. After Zhang Yufei finished eating, Qin Yuqing slowly asked, Yufei, what exactly happened? Why are you hurt like this? Zhang Yufei almost started crying again but held back. My brother liked a girl. When his family talked about the bride price, I said a few words. Qin Yuqing felt worried. Zhang Monsong was so young, and he was already thinking about getting married. But according to what happened before, it was about the same time. Maybe in the past, Zhang Yufei didn't speak up and she wouldn't have been beaten. What does your family want? The girl wants 3 chickens, a loud drum, 200 yuan, and a gold bracelet, Zhang Yufei said with a sad smile. You know our family situation. We can't afford all that. They decided I should marry someone first, and they would exchange the bride price for my brother. I didn't agree, so my dad hit me. Qin Yuqing checked the time carefully. It was about the same as before. Most families can't afford that much money. They waited over half a year and then went to that family, which favors boys over girls. Yufei, what are you thinking now? Zhang Yufei shook her head. Qing, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't want to marry anyone. I don't want to marry a man who doesn't understand anything. I'm scared. She was afraid of meeting a man like her father, someone who would hit her just because he wanted to. But if she didn't marry, what could she do? Where could she go? Qin Yuqing didn't speak. She knew how complicated this was for Zhang Yufei. It was really hard for her to decide what to do. She was probably feeling very worried and didn't know where to start. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yuqing decided to tell Zhang Yufei about the current situation to help her clear her mind. Yufei, listen to me. Last night, I and some militia members broke into your house. Many people probably know about it. Your dad is probably being held by the militia. Your mom will definitely come to ask you to free your dad. You need to think carefully about what to do. Zhang Yufei was very confused right now. She just wanted to hide somewhere and not think about anything. Seeing that Zhang Yufei couldn't listen at all, Qin Yuqing sighed heavily. She knew she didn't have much time left to help Yufei. Yufei, listen carefully. There are only 2 choices now. First, use this chance to save your dad and go home to fight for your rights. But I can't promise you won't face the same problems again. Second, completely leave this family and become independent. Everyone in the hospital room looked at Qin Yuqing after she spoke. A young girl like her saying such bold words was surprising. Zhang Yufei froze. These thoughts were too scary for her. When she was beaten and couldn't move, she had thought that it would be better if her parents were gone, just like Yuqing, and she could live her own life. But that was just a thought. She was too afraid to actually do it, and she didn't know how. Qin Yuqing continued, even if your brother doesn't marry that woman, he will marry someone else. The bride price will still be paid. If you don't stand up, you'll still be drained. Like last night, I could help you once, but I can't do it every time. Thinking about it still scared her. The doctor told her last night that she had an infection and a fever. If she had come a little later, her brain might have been damaged, and no one could guarantee the outcome. If Yang Sulan hadn't secretly told her, she wouldn't have known. Zhang Yufei lowered her head and thought. Over the years, she had earned at least 300 yuan, but she didn't even have the right to spend 2 yuan. Where did her money go? To pay for her brother's school, to help her grandmother's family, and her father also shared money with uncles and aunts. Everyone else got money, but she didn't. She was locked in her room, in pain and begging her mother for medicine. Her mother refused to spend a few cents and scolded her for being dramatic and wasting money. She said, if it hurts, that's how you learn. It seemed her only value was to earn money for the family. When she looked up, Qin Yuqing saw her eyes change. Yufei, will you help me? Yes, we're good friends. Yufei, I can't leave this family for now. Can you help me think of what to do? Stop giving your salary to them. Save your money yourself. Only with money can you have the strength to leave. This time, you can ask your parents to write a promise. At least if you want to get married, you should have a say. The rest depends on you. Since you didn't go to work at the food factory today, I will help you ask for leave later. Jobs are hard to find right now, so she couldn't afford to lose her job. When it comes to work, Qin Yuqing suddenly had a bold idea. She quietly whispered a few words into Zhang Yufei's ear. Let me think about it. Qin Yuqing nodded and said, I'll ask for leave for you. Rest assured at the hospital. I'll pay for your 3 days of hospitalization. After Qin Yuqing left, Zhang Yufei lay on the hospital bed, frantically planning. As she thought, her eyelids fluttered, and she hadn't fallen asleep when she heard a commotion in the corridor outside. The nurse's voice grew closer. Family members of patients, please do not make loud noises. This is a hospital. She was very familiar with that loud voice. If not her mother, then who? She slowly closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Qin Yuqing, following Zhang Yufei's wishes, took leave but didn't ask for too many days, only 5. She would figure out the rest later. On the way back, she packed some food at a state-run restaurant. When she returned to the ward, she was shocked. The floor was a mess. 2 family members of patients were helping to tidy up. Zhang Yufei's hair was messy, and there were clear handprint marks on her face. Yufei, what happened? Who came? Her lips were still stained with blood, but she smiled happily. My mom came, but I sent her inside. Usually such incidents were just family disputes, and a few words of education would let her go. But damaging hospital facilities and disturbing other patients was considered causing trouble. Yufei had never felt so relieved before. In the morning, the people in the ward thought these 2 young girls were ruthless. But by noon, their opinions changed. It wasn't the girls who were ruthless, but their family members. Seeing Yufei's face now, there was more sympathy. Qin Yuqing put down the packed food and quickly took the broom. I'll do it. You all rest. Young girl, you've had a hard day too. Rest quickly. Since last night, Qin Yuqing had been busy running around. Everyone saw her effort. Old lady, let me do it. I'm young. Qin Yuqing deliberately circled around and carried back a few boiled eggs. She divided 2 eggs for each bed. These days, eggs were considered nutritious, and Qin Yuqing's actions were quite generous. This can't be accepted. Look at that girl, she's so thin. Keep the eggs for yourselves. Grandma, just take them. Consider it compensation for the trouble earlier today. It disturbed your rest. Qin Yuqing lowered her stance and spoke kindly, quickly gaining goodwill. Someone asked about Zhang Yufei's situation. Guided by Qin Yuqing, Zhang Yufei started to complain about her hardships. It was all true, just slightly exaggerated. Her tragic fate touched people's hearts. I thought you could live a good life in the city. It's not as good as our village. In the hospital room, a middle-aged woman sighed. She had fallen into a ditch while working in the fields. Her family was not wealthy, but still insisted on bringing her to the hospital. Compared to Zhang Yufei, she considered herself lucky. Zhang Yufei sniffed quietly and said, I don't understand why they treated me that way. They share the same mother, but why are they treated differently? Maybe she would never understand this in her lifetime. Qin Yuqing was busy. She wanted to help Zhang Yufei's family, but didn't know how. So she decided to ask Zhou Ong. Zhou Ong saw Qin Yuqing and said, You're just in time. It saves me a trip. The money is ready, but cash isn't convenient. We set up a savings account for you. Qin Yuqing was surprised by their thoughtfulness. When she saw the 4,300 yuan on the statement, she paused. Is there really that much? She estimated it herself and thought it was less than 4,000. It's actually 3,983 yuan in total. The remaining money is a small gift from our colleagues. Don't worry, we've discussed it and the money is definitely safe. Do you have a list of donors? I want to keep it. Through several interactions, Zhou Ong understood Qin Yuqing's personality. This is the list of donors. Qin Yuqing carefully kept the list, knowing that refusing wouldn't help. She thought about finding a way to thank them later. After putting away the list and the savings account, she felt relieved. The money was finally back in her hands. Qin Yuqing looked up. I also have one more thing to ask you about this time. Qin Yuqing explained Zhang Yufei's situation, and Zhou Ong offered a few suggestions. Thank you. I'll go back now. On the way home, Qin Yuqing wasn't very happy. Even the joy of receiving the condolence money was somewhat diminished. Helping Zhang Yufei's family was not easy. It mainly depended on Zhang Yufei herself. Carrying some food to the hospital, she heard noise before entering the ward. Zhang Mansong, with a fierce look, stood in front of Zhang Yufei's bed. Hurry up and let them release Dad and Mom. I already told my aunt and uncles. Qin Yuqing clenched her fists with the food in her hand. Just as she was about to go in, she heard Zhang Yufei speak calmly. Are you planning to marry Xiujuan Mansong? Qin Yuqing withdrew her foot, speaking calmly to show she was clear-headed and capable of handling things herself. If she couldn't, she would step in. Zhang Mansong heard about the girl he liked and became a bit calmer. Zhang Yufei spoke softly, which Zhang Mansong liked to hear. Qin Yuqing waited outside the ward until Zhang Mansong left before going in. Seeing Qin Yuqing, Zhang Yufei wanted to get up. Don't move. The doctor said you should rest well. Yuqing, I think staying here is useless. I want to go home. Zhang Yufei also felt sorry for the money. She had no money herself. All her expenses were paid by Qin Yuqing. Today, she asked the doctor, and they had already spent 36 yuan since she was admitted, almost 2 months' salary. She felt uneasy about staying longer. All the money has been paid. There are 2 more injections. After that, we can go back. She was already infected, but her fever had gone down. Who knew what would happen next? Spending a little money to stay safe was worth it. Qin Yuqing gently helped Zhang Yufei up. Once you're healthy, you can earn money. Do you want to keep working with your health bad? Zhang Yufei bit her lip, her eyes moist. Thank you, Yuqing. There's no need to be so polite between us. I want to discuss something with you. Zhang Yufei stammered several times. Just tell me. As long as I can help. I want to stay with you for a while after I leave the hospital. She was worried she couldn't stay at home anymore and wanted to see how her kind brother would react. She asked Qin Yuqing with a brave face. Qin Yuqing was also thinking about giving Zhang Yufei some time to rest and recover. I need a companion. You coming to stay would be perfect. We can live together and chat at night. Thank you. Zhang Yufei choked up. She couldn't help but cry. She had been in the hospital so long, and none of her relatives had come to see her. Her mother and brother did visit, but only to criticize her. We've already said we're close. There's no need to thank me. Everything will get better. Qin Yuqing also told Zhang Yufei what Zhouang had said, and the two quietly discussed a plan. 2 days passed quickly. Qin Yuqing left breakfast early and went to work. She first went to the props room to check on Song Lei's recent situation. Song Lei yawned, and Qin Yuqing was still amazed. The guy looked like he was always half asleep. She seriously suspected he was sneaking around at night. Song Lei, have there been any recent updates? Song Lei shook his head. Same as usual, the performance team borrowed some props. Did Supervisor Su mention anything about doing laundry? Qin Yuqing thought she was not around, so Su Lanin would have asked Song Lei to do the laundry. If it happened, it was either aimed at her or just ignored. Qin Yuqing spent the whole morning in the storage room. It was rare to have peace, so Su Lanin didn't bother her, and she was relieved. When the lunch bell rang, Qin Yuqing went to get food. She hurriedly carried her lunchbox to the hospital and was surprised to see a figure at the entrance. Her anger was so strong that she recognized the person at a glance. How did that Gao Xianghua come here? Dressed nicely, like he was waiting for someone. Could it be that Gao Tingting joined the arts troupe? Not to mention, Gao Tingting does look good. She shook her head, thinking it was unlikely. Their family has no connections. If they had, she wouldn't have lost her job in her past life. The only possibility was that Gao Xianghua liked the young women in the arts troupe.
His taste hadn't changed.
Qin Yuqing looked back several times, but saw no one else. There wasn't much time for lunch. She rode her bike to deliver food to Zhang Yufei. If Gao Xianghua was really chasing women, he would come again. When she arrived, Zhang Yufei had just finished an injection and was lying next to a woman in another bed, chatting. Why are you here? I told you not to come. I ride fast. I brought you food. Eat it while it's hot. She took the food out of her bag. It was from the cafeteria and some homemade dishes, enough for both of them. Qin Yuqing ate a few hurried bites and then left quickly. At the door, she paid special attention but didn't see Gao Xianghua. She greeted the security guard, who responded more warmly than before. The chili sauce was not wasted. When the work shift ended, Qin Yuqing stayed with Zhang Yufei for dinner. There were some fruits on the bedside table, probably brought by someone. Qin Yuqing didn't ask, but Zhang Yufei spoke first. I'm planning to forgive them. I already told Mansong. For now, I will go back home to live. Didn't you say you would come to my place? Why did you change your mind? Qin Yuqing frowned, worried that Yufei might be upset again. Zhang Yufei forced a small smile. Today an aunt came. She has no children, and I heard she wants to adopt me. I think I will agree. She also paid for 2 more days of her hospital stay and asked me to wait for her news. Qin Yuqing's mind wasn't very clear. In her previous life, until Zhang Yufei died, this aunt had never appeared. Being able to stay a few more days to stabilize Yufei's health would be the best. Is your aunt reliable? Do you know anything about her? Zhang Yufei Yao shook her head. I don't know much. I just found out today. She's my grandma's younger sister, and she's the only one left in her family. She wants someone to take care of her in old age. Her husband died over 10 years ago. Her son went missing when he was very young and hasn't been found. Her daughter also passed away in an accident a couple of years ago. Coincidentally, I can't stay at this place anymore. Even if it's worse, it's better than this trap. She has already gone back with Mansong to see my parents to discuss the adoption fee. Qin Yuqing was silent, unsure of what to say. How did your aunt find you? I've never heard of her before. I just found out today too, Zhang Yufei said with a slight smile. It's quite a coincidence. If my parents hadn't been arrested, and if my relatives weren't spreading rumors everywhere, she wouldn't have heard anything. Recently, she's been looking for someone suitable, and she thought I was a good fit. Where does your aunt live? She said she lives in New Village Garden. Qin Yuqing's eyes lit up. Living there meant her conditions were probably decent, and maybe this was a good chance for Zhang Yufei to make a change. I think it's worth trying. Even if it's not perfect, it's not worse than this mess. If you want, I can ask around for you, and I can get some proof or guarantees to keep you safe. Zhang Yufei nodded. Yes, please ask for me. I don't want to be involved with them anymore. She was afraid they might cause trouble again and take her back home. Hearing Qin Yuqing say this made her feel more at ease. Count on me. I'll ask right away. Qin Yuqing quickly stood up, eager to help her good friend get out of that draining family situation. After thinking for a while, she decided to find Zhouang. This time, Qin Yuqing was more satisfied with the answer, as it could be officially notarized. She shared this good news with Zhang Yufei. Zhang Yufei was happy but also nervous. Yuqing, what if they ask for too much money? Zhang Yufei knew her parents' greedy nature. The aunt wasn't someone she absolutely had to have. Don't worry. Your aunt probably isn't an ordinary person. Everything depends on effort. If she really wanted to adopt you, she would find a way. Don't forget, you still have me. Being able to pay for Zhang Yufei's hospital stay and quickly discussing the adoption fee shows she has some skills and kindness. Qin Yuqing isn't short of money now. If money could solve problems, she would spend it to give her good friends a better life. Zhang Yufei nodded, but felt uneasy inside. She really wanted to leave this family. She hadn't thought about this before, but since Yuqing pointed it out, the more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. She couldn't sleep well that night. She would probably find out what was happening tomorrow. Qin Yuqing felt happy for Zhang Yufei, but mostly thought about Gao Xianghua. Before seeing him, she only felt anger. When she saw him, that anger was hard to hold back. She returned to her space and looked at the cup on the stone table, carefully pouring out a small amount. She wanted to become stronger. The spiritual spring water in the pond wasn't as powerful as the one upstairs. Qin Yuqing drank the spring water again. After some effort, she felt relaxed and her strength seemed to increase. She started running in her space, punching, lifting stones, and doing squats to train. She wanted to find a chance to catch Gao Xianghua. Looking at the empty ground, she suddenly remembered the seeds she ordered. She had been busy with Zhang Yufei's matter these past 2 days and forgot. She put on a coat and rode her bike straight to the black market. She arrived too late. Not many people were buying things. Qin Yuqing went straight to the seed stall and saw 2 people packing up. The younger one turned and said, "You're here." "Sorry, I was busy yesterday and forgot," Qin Yuqing whispered. "Did you bring the seeds?" She opened her bag again and took out a small packet of seeds. "I brought more yesterday. You didn't come, so I brought less today. What kinds of seeds are they?" "Several types, all labeled." Qin Yuqing opened the packet. It had cabbage, peppers, and others. Each was individually packed, showing they were careful. "I want all of them." "Name your price." "All of them for 5 yuan." That price wasn't low. These seeds cost more than meat. But right now, she had no way to buy seeds. Seeing Qin Yuqing hesitate, the younger one quickly recommended, "There are rare seeds here that we can't buy elsewhere. My family hasn't dared to plant them. It's not that they don't want to plant them, but they're afraid of being caught and causing trouble." "Let me see." Qin Yuqing looked at the label that said early red, a type of tomato seed. It was indeed rare. Tomatoes are seldom seen in the market. "What else is in your bag?" "Wild vegetables from the mountain, mushrooms I picked, and some duck eggs," the younger one explained, and the older one opened the bag to show Qin Yuqing the goods. Qin Yuqing checked the items. They looked good and fresh. "I want all of it." "How much is it in total?" 8 yuan. Qin Yuqing didn't bargain and asked, "Okay, can you give me the bag too?" In a hurry to leave, she forgot to put the bag in plain sight. Now, taking it out from her space would be too obvious. The older one hesitated slightly and agreed. All right. Both quickly finished the deal and left swiftly. No one wanted to stay long in this place, afraid of getting caught. Qin Yuqing was excited. She could finally grow vegetables. This would save money, and if she couldn't eat them, she could sell them. When she got home, it was almost 3 o'clock. Qin Yuqing forced herself to sleep. She woke up late again the next morning. Without an alarm clock at home, she hurried to wash up and delivered breakfast to Zhang Yufei, barely having time to say a few words. "Wait for me to come at noon." Qin Yuqing pedaled her bike hard, and when she saw the gate of the art troupe, she finally relaxed. She caught a glimpse of Gao Xianghua walking away. Before entering the gate, the work bell rang. Seeing the security guard wave her to come in quickly, Qin Yuqing grinned and greeted him. "Uncle, good morning. I'll park my bike first." The guard outside smiled and shook his head, clearly indicating she was late. Panting, Qin Yuqing ran into the warehouse. Song Lei glanced at her, silent and busy moving things. When he returned, he saw Qin Yuqing squatting inside, eating a bun, becoming bolder. Qin Yuqing didn't mind Song Lei's gaze. Her mind was full of Gao Xianghua. Today, she was sure Gao Xianghua was here to see someone off. As for who, she would have to wait and see. "Today, I need to tidy up this warehouse. Supervisor Su will check it." Song Lei spoke before Qin Yuqing could slack off, mentioning today's task. Qin Yuqing nodded perfunctorily. "Got it." When the lunch bell rang, Qin Yuqing quickly ran outside. Su Lanin saw her and muttered, "Hurry up, you hungry ghost." Qin Yuqing took her food, got on her bike, and headed to the hospital. When she arrived, she saw that there was already lunch on the table next to Zhang Yufei. But Zhang Yufei didn't move. She was lying on the bed looking sad. As Qin Yuqing got closer, she saw that Zhang Yufei's eyes were red. "Yufei, what's wrong?" "Yuqing, you're here. The adoption plan fell through. My parents want 600 yuan for the adoption fee." The big demand for the adoption fee was not something she could easily pay. "Is there no room to negotiate?" Zhang Yufei shook her head. Qin Yuqing sat down and asked, "Yufei, if I asked you to give up your job, would you do it?" "What do you mean?" "Your parents are asking for a lot because they think you can earn money. If you give up your job and stay at home doing nothing, do you think they would be happy?" Yufei felt hopeful again.
She had forgotten about this.
She had even wanted to use her job to keep her younger brother. How could she be so foolish? She hadn't thought of this before. She was so confused. "As long as I can leave that home, I am willing." At worst, she could do part-time work, like washing clothes for others. Qin Yuqing got her confirmation. "Do you know where your aunt lives?" "I'll go see her today and talk to her." She also wanted to find out more about this mysterious aunt. "I know," Yufei said, reaching under her pillow and pulling out a piece of paper. "She left it for me when she left, saying I could find her if I needed anything." Qin Yuqing looked at the address. "Got it. I'll go there after work." After leaving the meal, Qin Yuqing rode her bike back to the cultural troupe. Before she even entered the gate, the security guard called her. "Xiao Qin, come here. Someone sent you something." Qin Yuqing pointed to herself. She had just arrived, so no one should know her yet. "Uncle, are you sure it's for me?" Lu Jigang put away the chili sauce and asked carefully, "Isn't your name Qin Yuqing?" "That must be right." Qin Yuqing gently kicked her bike, and the spring in the stand made a sound. She parked her bike in a corner of the guardhouse. Looking inside the guardhouse, she saw a small military green package with a piece of paper attached, bearing her name. Uncle, do you remember who sent this? Lu Jigang is a retired soldier and doesn't like to joke around. A young man in uniform, quite handsome. His name is Zhang Qi. His name is also registered here. Take a look. When Qin Yuqing heard the name, she didn't need to check the registration. She knew it was her. Thank you, Uncle. He's looking for me. Qin Yuqing picked up the package and asked at the door, Uncle, do you still like spicy sauce? Talking about the spicy sauce, Lu Jigang's mouth watered. Little Qin, I want to ask you something. Can you bring me a bottle every 2 weeks? I'll pay you. He hesitated, thinking that if he asked for a bottle every week, Qin Yuqing might not like it. He decided to be economical. Uncle, it's just a bottle of spicy sauce. You can reimburse me for the peppers next time, and I can make 2 bottles at once. Qin Yuqing knew that if she didn't accept money, Lu Jigang wouldn't keep asking. Her own peppers hadn't grown yet, and she needed to buy some. All right, it's settled then. Qin Yuqing took the package back. Zhang Qi had sent her a package for no reason. She wondered what was inside. Back at the warehouse, she found a pair of scissors and opened it. Inside were 2 packs of biscuits, a box of chocolates, a wool scarf, and a letter. She opened the letter. Inside were money and various notes. The paper had only a few words, mostly bullet points, similar to the rules hanging on the wall. It was signed by Qin Yuqing. After reading, she felt a headache coming on. How did it turn into a proposal? When did she give Qin Yuqing the wrong impression? There was no address, so she didn't know where to send a reply. Even if she tore the letter to pieces, it wouldn't solve the problem. Qin Yuqing sighed deeply. She could only wait for Qin Yuqing to come and clarify. The letter said he would arrive in about a week. She looked at the snacks he brought. None were cheap, and decided to keep them. She carried the package inside. Song Lei saw her, but it wasn't practical to put it into the space now, so he repackaged it and set it aside. Near the end of the workday, Su Lanin came to the warehouse where Qin Yuqing was working and took a quick look around. Tomorrow, go clean the warehouse next door and pick out some dirty performance costumes. Qin Yuqing agreed verbally, but thought to herself, all the performance costumes sent here are dirty, which batch isn't? Okay, Leader Su. Su Lanin looked at Qin Yuqing and then left the warehouse. Song Lei, who was moving things, heard her and, after she left, hurried into the warehouse, looking anxious. Why did you agree? What did I promise? Leader Su asked you to pick out dirty clothes, meaning to wash them. How could you agree? Qin Yuqing snorted and said, picking and washing are not the same thing. With me here, what are you afraid of? What do you want to do? Give me a heads up in advance. Song Lei couldn't see through Qin Yuqing and was worried about getting involved. You don't need to worry about that. Just wait and see. I definitely won't make you wash. Seeing he couldn't get any information, Song Lei had no choice but to leave reluctantly. He planned to watch closely tomorrow. After hearing Su Lanin's arrangements, Qin Yuqing stopped working and looked worriedly at the package. When work was over, she quickly rode her bike to Shinsun Garden. The last time she came for gold. This time, she came to see Auntie Zhang Yufei. She followed the address to the door number, knocked twice, but no one answered. A neighbor who was returning looked at Qin Yuqing and said, You're here to see Grandma Wu. She hasn't come back at this time. When will she be back? Probably in half an hour. Qin Yuqing wanted to ask more, but the neighbor was busy and went inside with groceries. She could only stand at the door waiting. This building was a bit far from the Tan family, and she didn't know their current situation. She wasn't in the mood to investigate and just waited in the corridor. The smell of food wafted through the hallway. Qin Yuqing, who usually ate little, was feeling quite hungry now and wanted to find something to eat. She looked down and saw an elderly woman. She examined her carefully. Simple clothes, tidy hair, carrying a cloth bag, walking slowly, probably because of age. When the woman reached the stairs, Qin Yuqing was pretty sure she was the person she was looking for. Wu Bijuan saw a stranger girl standing at her door. Miss, who are you looking for? Qin Yuqing stood straight and said, Hello, Grandma Wu. I am a friend of Yufei Zhang. I want to talk to you. Wu Bijuan hesitated for a moment and then opened the door. Come in and talk. Inside, the furniture wasn't new but was neat and clean. It was clear she lived well, much better than the Zhang family on the surface. Grandma, I heard you wanted to adopt Yufei. Wu Bijun raised her hand to stop Qin Yuqing. I used to think about it, but not anymore. Qin Yuqing observed Wu Bijun's expression carefully and asked cautiously, Is it because of money? Wu Bijun sighed. I've looked into things these past few days. Their situation is a bit complicated. I'm old now and don't want to cause trouble by going home. Qin Yuqing hesitated. Grandma, Yufei isn't easy to handle. I know you're kind-hearted. I have a way to help you. Do you want to hear it? Go ahead and tell me. Wu Bijun has a good impression of Zhang Yufei. If things work out, she won't need to bother others anymore. Qin Yuqing repeated what she had discussed with Zhang Yufei earlier and added, 200 yuan, do you think that's okay? If there's extra money, I'll cover it. And please don't tell Yufei about this. Wu Bijun thought about her money and said, If what you say can really be done, I can accept a little more money. Grandma, I'll also get a notarization for you, so that Zhang's family won't bother you in the future. That would be perfect. Qin Yuqing shared her ideas, discussed the details with Zhang's family, and then got up to leave. When she was about to reach the door, Grandma Wu spoke, just this once. If it doesn't work out, don't come to see me again. Wu Bijun had considered adoption, not only with Zhang Yufei. Recently, her friends helped her find 2 others, and she planned to visit them tomorrow. Qin Yuqing tightened her grip on the door handle and softly replied, Okay, I understand. Wu Bijun's personality was a bit cold. She didn't like trouble. She wasn't sure if Zhang Yufei's decision to be adopted was a blessing or a curse. But that was Yufei's choice, and she could only do her best to help.
Take it one step at a time.
Later, she returned to the hospital to inform Zhang Yufei of Wu Bijun's decision. They exchanged quiet words, mainly Qin Yuqing worried about Zhang Yufei and her future interactions with Wu Bijun. Zhang Yufei had been beaten up and seemed to have come to a realization. Yuqing, it's okay. She's difficult, but she's only one person. It's better than me supporting a big family. I really dislike myself. When I leave home, I can live well on my own. Qin Yuqing didn't try to persuade her further. Zhang Yufei had her own reasons. They exchanged a few more words, and Qin Yuqing returned home before the streets became too empty. As she entered the alley, she saw suspicious figures near her house. The streetlights finally came back on after a few days. Qin Yuqing clenched her steering wheel tightly, staring at the figures. The stone pavement on the road made noise unavoidable. The sneaky shadow heard the noise and immediately ran away. It didn't see the person's face clearly, but the alley where it disappeared led to Hua's house. When passing by the alley, she became alert, afraid someone might suddenly jump out. She had a bad experience last time in Lu Alley. She carefully crossed the alley, glancing sideways. No one was there. Since they disappeared so quickly, they probably went into the courtyard of the house. Could it be Hua's house? After returning home, she closed the courtyard gate, thought for a moment, changed into a dark-colored outfit to disguise herself, and quietly went out. Qin Yuqing walked along the wall, listening carefully at each house. She didn't hear anything useful, mostly family talk about fetching water or gossiping about household chores. When she reached Hua's house, she listened closely. The yard was very quiet. Through the door, she saw only a faint candlelight, no electric lights at all. That was normal. Even though they had electricity, some people still preferred to use kerosene lamps or candles to save on electricity bills. Qin Yuqing waited for a long time, but didn't hear anything useful, so she decided to leave. Some things can't be rushed. If she had the courage, she would go directly to the door. She wasn't afraid of trouble. Back home, she locked the doors and windows, went into her space to plant some vegetables. The sooner she planted, the sooner she would harvest. When tired, she sat on the ground and recited her medical formulas. She had been busy these days and had little time. Soon she would rest, and if she couldn't answer questions, it wouldn't matter much. What she feared most was not being accepted by Grandpa Xiao. A sudden sense of danger filled her. Qin Yuqing only planted some simple radishes and cabbages for now. She decided not to plant more seeds for the time being. Studying was more important. Addicted to studying, Qin Yuqing drank spiritual spring water. When she stepped out of her space, she realized it was already 4 a.m. She decided not to sleep and continued memorizing and copying medical formulas. To save time, she ate a steamed bun and a bowl of porridge in the morning before going to work normally. At the art troupe's entrance, she saw Gao Xianghua again. The person standing beside him was very familiar. It was Qin Shuyao. She wasn't working at the cotton mill anymore. How did she come to work at the art troupe? And what were she and Gao Xianghua doing behind her back? Qin Shuyao probably thought Gao Xianghua was a future rich man and was trying to get close to him early. If that was true, that was great. Gao Xianghua was just a wolf in sheep's clothing. It would be best if they cut ties completely. She wouldn't have to waste effort. Qin Yuqing got off the car early, secretly placing a bottle of chili sauce into her bag. She pushed the cart forward, watching the two people standing nearby, feeling sick to her stomach. Qin Shuyao had left their home and was now wearing fashionable clothes, looking like a wealthy young lady. Qin Yuqing was the opposite, very simple and plain. Her parents had passed away, and she had been observing a 3-year mourning period. She didn't dare dress up too fancy to avoid gossip. Qin Shuyao waved goodbye to Gao Xianghua, swayed her hips proudly, and walked into her workplace with her head held high. Gao Xianghua looked like a caring bird, watching her leave with a raised neck. Qin Yuqing, holding back her anger, lowered her head and walked forward, afraid that if she looked too long, she might lose her temper and kick her. At the door, she saw Lu Jigang sitting inside with a teacup. She knocked on the door. "Uncle, I've left the chili sauce here for you." This time, the bottle was much bigger than before, using a can jar. "Here, take this money." Lu Jigang was already prepared. When he saw the chili sauce, he handed it over directly. Qin Yuqing looked at the stack of change, at least 2 yuan. She reached inside and took out 2 mao, small coins, that's enough. Chili is cheap. Lu Jigang still wanted to give her more money, but Qin Yuqing took a step back. "Uncle, if you keep doing this, I won't bring you anything next time. You should check the market. 2 mao can buy a lot of chili." People came and went, and Lu Jigang didn't insist further. "All right, I'll listen to you." Qin Yuqing smiled and put the 2 mao into her pocket. "Uncle, when you finish eating, just let me know. I'll come to pick up the jar. I've also cleaned the jar from last time." Lu Jigang picked up a glass container from the table and handed it to Qin Yuqing, who took it easily. "Uncle, we're hiring again recently. I saw a very pretty girl just now." "There's no new hire, but we do have a new person. She's from the scriptwriting department. I heard Director Wang personally brought her in. She's been working for 4 or 5 days." Qin Yuqing nodded with a smile, tidied the jar, and said, "Uncle, I need to go to work now." She pushed her cart inside, quickly thinking. She guessed that Qin Shuyao was using her previous experience. With New Year's approaching, everyone was writing scripts, but good ideas were rare. In her past life, Qin Shuyao married Qin Yuqing and watched a military performance. The scripts for those performances were much better than local ones, and even if she didn't copy them exactly, they would still shine brightly. Qin Shuyao is quite clever, finding herself a good job, writing scripts and choreographing, much better than working as a temporary worker at the cotton mill. Qin Yuqing calmly enters the warehouse, feeling that Qin Shuyao probably won't stay quiet for long. Recently busy with Rainfai's matters, she hasn't paid much attention to the arts troupe, but she knows she needs to be more careful. Song Lei watches Qin Yuqing, who is lost in thought inside the warehouse, and asks from the doorway, "What are you thinking about?" Qin Yuqing looks up and asks, "Has anyone come to ask about me these past few days?" "Not really, but the performance group has been coming more often. Before, they rarely saw anyone for 3 or 5 days, but now they come once or twice a day, either to borrow props or change costumes. They seem to be running around quite a lot." Seeing that Qin Yuqing isn't speaking, Song Lei glances behind him and notices Su Lanin hasn't come out. He lowers his voice and asks, "What do you want to do today?" Qin Yuqing waves her hand and says, "I have my own plans. You stay back a bit. I don't want you to get caught in any trouble." Song Lei steps back a few steps. "All right, I'll go do my work." The director team asked him to deliver some performance props today, but he hasn't finished organizing them yet. Qin Yuqing walks over to where the costumes are stored, casually picks out a few, and places them into a woven basket in the middle of the warehouse. She then moves behind the clothing racks, finds a suitable spot, and begins reading a book, while also memorizing a new medicine recipe. The warehouse is quiet all morning, but Song Lei is worried. He keeps glancing at Su Lanin, who is busy taking care of her costumes and seems unaware of Qin Yuqing. He quietly breathes a sigh of relief. When the lunch bell rings, Qin Yuqing stretches lazily, grabs her lunchbox, and rushes out. She quickly gets her food and rides her bike to see Zhang Yufei. Last night, Zhang Yufei told her that she didn't need lunch delivery but didn't mention anything about dinner. At the hospital, Zhang Yufei slightly raises her bed and looks out the window with a calm expression, lost in thought. Yufei, come eat. Zhang Yufei turns her head to look at Qin Yuqing. From her expression, Qin Yuqing can tell something's wrong. What's wrong? Is something not going well? Zhang Yufei forces a smile and says, maybe this is just my fate. Before she finishes speaking, Grandma Wu comes in carrying a water jug.
Seeing Qin Yuqing, she sighs.
Child, I've done my best. It's just not meant to be. Grandma Wu decides to change her approach. Qin Yuqing's arrival is just right. She explains everything clearly, so there's no need for anyone else to come back. Qin Yuqing quickly took the warm water bottle and asked, Grandma, is there any difficulty? Under Qin Yuqing's watch, Grandma Wu sighed. I can give money, but I don't have an industrial ticket. That's really impossible. Not only are industrial tickets hard to get, but even if I spend money, I have to wait, and there's no guarantee I can buy at a good price. I don't want to trouble others to exchange tickets. It's better to find someone directly. Qin Yuqing remembered that the ticket sent by Shun Yuqing included some industrial tickets. She looked at Grandma Wu and asked, Grandma, is there anything else difficult besides the tickets? Grandma Wu sat on a stool. No, I can come up with 300 yuan. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, I have the tickets. If you really want to adopt Yufei, I will pay for the tickets. Consider it my gift to Yufei. Zhang Yufei was stunned. I can't accept that. Qin Yuqing turned to glare at Zhang Yufei, signaling her to be quiet. Then she said to Grandma Wu, Grandma, as long as you agree, I will go home now to get the tickets. Once you settle everything and write the adoption agreement, I will help you with the notarization. Qin Yuqing could see that Grandma Wu's legs were not in good shape. She took care of the small matters, and Grandma Wu would likely treat Zhang Yufei a little better. The Zhang family probably needs the industrial ticket for the dowry, like a bicycle or a sewing machine. Wu Bijian was a bit skeptical. Could there really be such a kind person? Really, Yufei is just a friend of mine. She helped me before, so I naturally want her to have a better life. When I see Grandma Wu, I think she's kind. You definitely won't mistreat her. Wearing a flattering hat, everyone likes to hear nice words. The rest can be discussed later. Wu Bijian looked at Zhang Yufei and said, Girl, are you sure? My wife may not be very capable, but she's not unreasonable. She cares about her conscience. Qin Yuqing also looked at Zhang Yufei. She needed her approval. Zhang Yufei nodded under their watchful eyes. Auntie, I agree. I can do chores, I'm not greedy, and I will definitely respect you in the future. Qin Yuqing said nothing and watched as the two talked back and forth. She then left the ward, went to the bathroom, and took out 2 industrial tickets from her space. She forgot to ask how many were needed, so she took them first. After wandering outside for a while and realizing the lunch break was almost over, she hurried back into the ward. Grandma, I only have 1 ticket here. How many do they need? Perhaps Aunt Wu was in a good mood, and she said with a slight smile on her face, Yizhang, my wife is not easy to deal with either. Qin Yuqing smiled and handed over the work ticket, but Aunt Wu didn't take it. Keep it for now. I need to find someone later. I discussed with Yufei, and she still has to write an understanding letter this afternoon and gather the relatives of the Zhang family. You helped a lot this time. As an old lady, I can't find someone trustworthy. Could you please come and be a witness? Wu Bijian has seen many people in her life. She saw that Qin Yuqing was reliable, decisive, and trustworthy. Qin Yuqing glanced at Zhang Yufei, who also looked hopeful. She couldn't bear to refuse. Andy, may I ask, roughly, when are you planning to hold the event? Probably on the weekend. It's easier to gather people then. Qin Yuqing thought for a moment. All right. She then said, I have something to do tonight, so I won't come. If she helped on the weekend, she needed to inform Grandpa Xiao in advance, so he wouldn't wait in vain. Zhang Yufei waved her hand. You don't need to come. I will be discharged today. All right, I'll go first. Auntie, once you and Yufei have discussed everything, I'll come to find her later. After being discharged, Qin Yuqing kept a low profile, which eased some pressure on Zhang Yufei. If outsiders saw her, they might gossip. She hurriedly rode her bike back, but was a few minutes late. Lu Jigang hid inside the house, pretending not to see her. Qin Yuqing jogged all the way and saw Su Lanin standing at the warehouse door as she turned a corner. Song Lei winked at her. Qin Yuqing decided to stop and walk over calmly, greeting with a smile. Team Leader Su, you called me? Sorry, Team Leader Su, I was a few minutes late bringing food to the hospital. She spoke first before Su Lanin could scold her. She was angry about being late, but even more annoyed about Qin Yuqing's slow work pace. Where are the dirty clothes you picked out? Qin Yuqing pointed at the basket with a few clothes inside. A few wrinkled jackets were half draped over the basket's edge, clearly indicating they were there. Su Lanin pointed at the hanging row of clothes. I think all these are dirty, Qin Yuqing muttered to herself. Of course they were dirty. She wasn't blind. Really? Team Leader Su, I don't see it. She then deliberately leaned forward, tilted her head, and pretended to examine the clothes carefully. Su Lanin trembled with fear. As soon as she saw Qin Yuqing, she couldn't help but get angry. I said it's dirty, so it's dirty. Wash all of these for me. Qin Yuqing was not upset. She obediently agreed. Okay, I'll do as you say, Leader Su. Outside, Song Lei listened carefully and almost couldn't hold back from rushing in. He couldn't tell where the footsteps were coming from and hurriedly ran away in a panic. She had promised not to wash, but after just being scolded, she quickly gave in. Su Lanin suspiciously looked at Qin Yuqing. Don't play tricks on me. Qin Yuqing smiled at her, picked up 2 pieces of clothing from the rack, and threw them into the basket. Seeing her working, Su Lanin snorted and left. Once Qin Yuqing was gone, she went to the back to continue reading. Song Lei, eavesdropping outside, finally dared to enter the warehouse after listening for a while. The warehouse was very quiet. Where was everyone? Comrade Qin, he whispered softly, afraid to speak loudly. Qin Yuqing peeked out from behind the clothes. If there's nothing else, just leave quickly. Song Lei didn't know what to say. He was considering whether to confront her directly, which was indeed dangerous. He quickly slipped away. Qin Yuqing was anxious because she had to visit Grandpa Xiao tonight. She was busy memorizing the prescription, not the kind of person who could take a test and suddenly realize she didn't know anything. No wonder she was so anxious and irritable. Su Lanin stayed in the office for nearly 2 hours. When she didn't hear any movement, she came out suspiciously to listen. Just then, Song Lei was carrying a folded fan and heading toward the warehouse. He was startled and looked at the warehouse Qin Yuqing was responsible for. He hurried a few steps to put away the goods. Su Lanin had an old injury on her leg and moved carefully and quietly. Seeing the scene inside the warehouse was exactly the same as when she left, she couldn't hold back any longer. Qin Yuqing, come out now. Qin Yuqing sighed, put away her book, and stepped out from behind the clothes rack. Leader Su, are you looking for me? I told you to wash the clothes. What are you doing? Qin Yuqing looked at her innocently. Leader Su, I was just waiting for your instructions. I told you to wash the clothes. Why are you waiting? Do you want me to wash them? Qin Yuqing smiled and said, How could I dare let Leader Su wash the clothes? That's definitely my job. Stop talking back and go wash the clothes. Qin Yuqing's face darkened. Leader Su, your brain isn't working well. What am I supposed to wash with? Where am I supposed to wash? There are so many clothes. Where do I hang them after washing? Tell me, there was no soap or place to wash the clothes. Did she have to make her own? Su Lanin hesitated and didn't think much about this matter. She just wanted Qin Yuqing to experience some hardship, as there was no previous example before. Now she felt a bit stuck. Qin Yuqing crossed her arms and looked at Su Lanin. Leader Su, you probably didn't even think of these basic arrangements, right? Su Lanin would never admit it openly. Admitting it would be like admitting she's not capable and unfit to be the team leader. She was most afraid of being questioned by others. We can't finish washing today. We'll do it tomorrow. She turned and left. Qin Yuqing smiled slightly and went back to memorize her lessons. Su Lanin started to get a headache. If she really had to do laundry, especially with soap, she would need to report it for approval. Once reported, she'd have to show results. If she failed, she'd be in trouble. She knew very well that this plan was unreasonable. She just wanted to tease Qin Yuqing for a few days and definitely wouldn't let the higher-ups find out. Suddenly, she felt overwhelmed, like she was shooting herself in the foot. Qin Yuqing didn't care that Su Lanin was also worried. She had 3 more prescriptions to memorize. She looked at the time, packed her things, and waited for work to end. She wasn't eager to leave work. Her thoughts were problematic. As she pushed her car to the door, she heard someone call out, "Comrade Qin over here." Qin Yuqing followed the sound and saw a familiar face. The timing was perfect. "What's the matter with you?" Zhang Qi grinned as Qin Yuqing approached. Soon, she would be called sister-in-law. "Well, the team leader has a task and can't come back these 2 days. But the team leader's father will visit, so I wanted to let you know in advance so you won't be caught off guard. This was a special approval from the team leader for the task." Zhang Qi had rushed over, without even eating. Qin Yuqing felt overwhelmed. First, Shan Yuqing hadn't been dealt with, and now her boss was coming. She, a regular person, couldn't handle the pressure of meeting such important figures suddenly. Maybe there's some misunderstanding. Can we delay the meeting for now? Qin Yuqing spoke the words she hadn't said before. Or I can write a letter for you to take back. Zhang Qi was clever. It was obvious that her team leader hadn't managed to handle the situation, and she was bragging that everything was fine. "Comrade Qin, I'm just passing the message. I need to rush back soon, so I might not have enough time." He couldn't say that the team leader was gossiping. When he returned, he almost argued with the higher-ups because of Qin Yuqing. He was almost an old bachelor and wanted to get married, but he couldn't let this message mess things up. Qin Yuqing sighed. "When will the old chief come?" "This weekend, at the state-run restaurant, noon at 12 o'clock. Why is it always scheduled for the weekend?" It seems weekends are considered lucky days. She didn't dare refuse Qin Yuqing's father, so she could only nod and agree. "May I ask who else will be there that day?" Zhang Qi scratched his head. "Usually our squad leader should come too, but he's worried he might not be able to get away." People were gradually leaving after work, and Qin Yuqing didn't want to stand at the door talking all the time. She said, "Let's walk ahead." Zhang Qi drove his car and parked nearby. As they walked, Qin Yuqing asked, "May I ask, what is this visit for?" "Probably about proposing marriage or engagement, but I don't know the details." Zhang Qi didn't dare say too much. It was obvious that Qin Yuqing was interested, but she was indifferent. Only their squad leader didn't understand the situation clearly. Qin Yuqing thought to herself, as expected. She couldn't understand why Qin Yuqing, with such good conditions, would choose someone like her. It was the same in her previous life. Although she married Qin Shuyao, their social statuses were worlds apart. She didn't want to trouble Zhang Qi. She knew she had to discuss this with Shan Yuqing herself. "Will your squad leader's mother come this time?" Qin Yuqing was worried about this. Since she was coming, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to speak openly.
"No, she won't."
"The squad leader's mother works in scientific research and doesn't have time." Hearing this, Qin Yuqing felt relieved. Zhang Qi, worried about leaving a bad impression, explained, "The squad leader only sees his mother a few times a year." "I understand. For the sake of the country's greater good, it's admirable." Qin Yuqing wished she could work all day so she wouldn't have to deal with any mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts.
Ugh.
Where did that thought come from? She quickly retracted it and said seriously, "I've noted it down. Thank you for delivering the message." Qin Yuqing didn't ask what Qin Yuqing was busy with. If he could come, he wouldn't have sent Zhang Qi. Suddenly, Zhang Qi's stomach growled awkwardly. Qin Yuqing was surprised. Zhang Qi's face turned bright red. I haven't eaten yet because I was busy. Qin Yuqing felt sorry for Zhang Qi. It seemed like he was always hungry every time they met. She looked at his bag and quietly put her hand inside. She transferred her lunchbox to her space and took out some food. Here, take this and fill your stomach first. Zhang Qi didn't know what food was wrapped in oil paper, but a faint aroma was coming out. He wanted to refuse, but his stomach growled unluckily. Then I'll accept it, he said. It's what you deserve. I'm going back now. I have something to do today, Qin Yuqing replied. Qin Yuqing didn't want to be watched. Many people had already gathered around, some glancing at them intentionally or unintentionally. Mostly because Zhang Qi was in military uniform and driving a car, which was quite rare these days, so he looked very eye-catching. Zhang Qi also noticed this. He opened the car door and sat inside, quietly unwrapping the oil paper. A delicious smell of meat wafted out. He realized he shouldn't have been so careless. Seeing more and more people gathering around, he used strong willpower to start the car and leave. After finding a quiet spot, he opened the oil paper and saw it was a meat sandwich with an egg inside. His mind was torn, but in the end, his hunger won. He took a bite, and the taste made him tear up with happiness. The oil paper wrapped 3 sandwiches, which was quite luxurious. He thought about saving one for the team leader, but by the time he realized, only half remained. Looking at the half in his hand, he hesitated. The team leader definitely won't eat leftovers. It's not good cold either. The team leader will eat it later, he thought. After convincing himself, Zhang Qi had no psychological burden and ate the last half. Qin Yuqing didn't make many meat sandwiches, mainly because of a lack of ingredients. They made only 6 in total, and she gave away half at once. When they arrived at Grandpa Zhao's house, Qin Yuqing also packed 2 for the old man to try. The door was opened by Grandma. Old man, Qingqing is here. She turned her head and called out to the people inside, then smiled and greeted Qin Yuqing. Come in quickly. Qin Yuqing brought some pickled vegetables and 2 meat sandwiches, mainly for daily eating. Grandma, I made a little myself. Don't be picky, she said. You're just coming over. What are you bringing? Grandma Xiao replied. Xiaorenji came out from inside. Qin Yuqing had mentioned her study time earlier, but she didn't expect him to come early. Grandpa Xiao, have you eaten yet? You're just in time. I just brought the food to the table. My wife is adding some rice. Let's eat together, he said. Qin Yuqing came to ask for leave, not to eat, so she quickly waved her hands. Grandpa Xiao, I've already eaten. I brought some meat sandwiches for you to try my cooking. She didn't want to waste time and immediately explained her purpose. Grandpa Xiao listened but didn't say anything. Instead, he asked about Qin Yuqing's studies. Qin Yuqing thought to herself that when she arrived at the teacher's door, she would inevitably be asked about her homework. Luckily, she had prepared in advance. After a quick check, Xiaorenji was quite satisfied. She hadn't been lazy, which was good, but she was a bit disappointed she couldn't identify medicinal herbs over the weekend. Grandpa Xiao, this was an accident. If I finish my work early, I'll come over this afternoon. Let's see how you're doing. Xiaorenji didn't say she couldn't come. Since she was willing to learn, he also wanted to teach her. Right now, he was quite pleased with Qin Yuqing and wished he could teach her all his knowledge. Qin Yuqing was about to leave when Xiaorenji stopped her. Tell me more about your friend. What's her situation? Qin Yuqing knew about her friend and felt no pressure talking about her. Xiaorenji thought for a moment. Don't leave yet. Come inside with me. Xiaorenji invited Qin Yuqing into the house. An elderly woman and a young girl began discussing her injuries. Grandma Xiao saw the scene and knew they were going to teach, so she put the food on the stove to keep warm. After so many years, finally someone was willing to listen to the old man's stories. She secretly hoped Qin Yuqing would stay long enough to learn. Qin Yuqing took 3 packs of medicine and put them into her bag. Thank you, Grandpa Xiao. They were doing one-on-one teaching and she received 3 packs of medicinal herbs for free. Her best friend was also her first patient. Qin Yuqing felt this trip was very worthwhile. Before she could say goodbye, there was a knock at the door. Grandma Xiao went to open it. She guessed it was Zhao's son returning home, so Qin Yuqing quickly prepared to leave. Xiaorenji asked, "Won't you stay for dinner?" "Grandpa Xiao, I've already eaten enough." Qin Yuqing hadn't eaten much, but she wasn't hungry. She was hungry in the afternoon from studying, so she secretly ate some in the storage room. She still didn't feel hungry now. At the gate of the yard, she heard a man's voice. "Someone's here." Grandma Xiao smiled and lowered her voice. "Quiet, don't disturb your dad. He's with the new apprentice." Hearing this, Xiao Huaibua immediately fell silent. It was good to have a new apprentice. He wanted to thank the person who had saved him from trouble. Now, he wouldn't have to listen to his father's nagging. Qin Yuqing left the main hall. Seeing no one outside except Grandma Xiao, who was pushing a cart, she said her goodbyes at the door. "Grandpa Xiao, Grandma, I'm leaving." Xiaorenji stood at the door for a long time without entering the house. The old lady rearranged the dishes and specifically put the meat sandwich brought by Qin Yuqing into a plate, along with a small bowl of pickles. Xiaorenji entered the room and saw the new food on the table. He deliberately asked, "What is this?" The old lady smiled and teased, "Your apprentice is showing respect. Try it quickly." Xiaorenji sat down and then remembered his unworthy son.
Where is he?
Why is there no sign of him coming back? He's gone to pick up Sejong. Xiaorenji snorted. He knew exactly what kind of person his old man was. She quickly took some food to cover her mouth. "Try it quickly." It was brought by Miss Qing. Xiaorenji looked serious, but the corners of his mouth betrayed his feelings. He took a bite, squinted his eyes, and stopped talking. The old lady relaxed, knowing that her son always got angry and refused to eat when he came home. Halfway through the meal, she remembered her husband. "Old lady, you should try some too." Because of her cooking skills, she decided to keep Qin Yuqing. She planned to find a good day to officially accept her as a disciple. Qin Yuqing hesitated for a long time holding the medicine bag, but decided not to go to Zhang's house. She was afraid that if she delivered the medicine, Zhang Yufei wouldn't have time to prepare it. Grandpa Xiao also said that the medicine was only for later recovery, and it was okay to take it a couple of days late. Qin Yuqing kept thinking about what Grandpa Xiao had taught today. When she got home, she grabbed her pen and started taking notes. She believed that a good memory is nothing compared to a good notebook. Late at night, she couldn't hold on anymore and fell asleep immediately. Her biological clock woke her up. After hurriedly washing up and eating a little, she was glad she had prepared enough food earlier, which saved her time. Feeling full and energized, she left for work. Before leaving the alley, she met Aunt Zhang returning from the morning market. Qin Yuqing hadn't spoken yet, but Aunt Zhang spoke first. "Qing, why do I feel like you've become more beautiful these days?" Her skin looked much fairer, her face was rosy, and her overall spirit was very different. "Aunt Zhang, I look the same as before. You've just bought groceries." "I'll go now," Aunt Zhang called out loudly, making people on the street turn to look. Becoming more beautiful is good, but she didn't want to be the center of attention. When Qin Yuqing reached the entrance of the cultural troupe on her bike, she ran into Qin Shuyao. This was their first meeting at work. They looked at each other back and forth, with sharp eyes that could kill. It was probably a battle that had already caused mutual damage. Qin Shuyao clenched her teeth in anger. It had only been a short time since they last met, and Qin Yuqing looked so much fairer. She seemed more beautiful than before. It must be because she had a good job that made her so proud. Thinking of something, Qin Shuyao quickly turned around. She saw Gao Xianghua still standing there. She hurriedly waved and took a few steps inside, afraid Gao Xianghua might see Qin Yuqing. If he liked her, it would ruin her plans. Gao Xianghua could only belong to her in this life. If Qin Yuqing knew what Qin Shuyao was thinking, she would probably laugh herself to death. Seeing Qin Shuyao change into another outfit, Qin Yuqing felt more comfortable, regardless of her parents' lives or deaths. Last time she went to find Zhou, she heard that she was sent to the farm for reform, and it would be a few days. Qin Shuyao was really bold. She was suffering there while she was here dating. Qin Yuqing entered the main gate and saw Qin Shuyao waiting for her up front. They had already torn their masks off, so there was no need to pretend. Qin Yuqing pushed her cart forward without looking sideways. Qin Shuyao couldn't hold back anymore. She stopped Qin Yuqing and said, "From now on, we don't interfere with each other. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." A few days ago, Qin Shuyao went to the performance group of the cultural troupe but didn't see Qin Yuqing. She thought she hadn't come. Now that she saw her today, she had to warn her. Qin Yuqing paused and looked at Qin Shuyao, sneering, "Qin Shuyao, do you want to compete with me for everything? What are you afraid of?" How pitiful. But inside, she was thinking, you better stay far away from me. Don't be so cheap as to come to my hands.
I don't have time to deal with you now.
After saying that, she pushed her cart toward the shed. Qin Shuyao was angry and annoyed because of Qin Yuqing's words. She felt nervous and worried she might argue back. She stared angrily at Qin Yuqing's back, wishing she could cut her into pieces. Qin Yuqing put her cart away in the warehouse and walked over. She was in a bad mood after such an unlucky morning. She knew Qin Shuyao's personality well. If she behaved herself, she wouldn't be Qin Shuyao. When she arrived at the warehouse, she saw Song Lei unusually early, and he was in a very good mood. Her mood worsened even more. Everyone else was happy, but she was left out. Her mouth moved faster than her brain. "So happy today? Any good news? You forgot today is payday, but you won't get paid until next month." Song Lei realized and scratched his head awkwardly. Qin Yuqing had only been here a few days, so her salary would be paid next month. He looked forward to this day every month. Qin Yuqing said that everyone she met today looked very happy, probably because it was payday. She was busy and forgot about this detail. She knew that the performers group earned more money, but she didn't know how much the warehouse staff earned. "How much do we get paid here?" "Team leader Su seems to get 36 yuan, but I only get 27 yuan. Song Lei said he gets 27 yuan, but his expression showed he was quite satisfied. Qin Yuqing felt upset after hearing this. She didn't expect the pay difference to be so big and wondered if she remembered incorrectly. In her previous life, her first month's salary was about 39 yuan, not including benefits or allowances. She remembered it so clearly because she had never earned that much before. Even though her salary increased later, the first month left a stronger impression. "Song Lei, how much do you think I can get?" "Don't worry. Even if it's less, we don't have many options here. It should be at least 20 yuan. It was a shocking realization for Qin Yuqing, and she felt like all her efforts these days had been wasted. She couldn't help but ask, "Is the salary for the performance group the same as ours?" Song Lei's eyes suddenly became complicated. "Definitely not. They get more allowances and have rankings. That's why so many people want to join the performance group." Seeing Qin Yuqing silent, Song Lei warned, "You better not have any bad thoughts. That's not a place for you. Don't forget, team leader Su wouldn't agree either." Qin Yuqing nodded and saw Su Lanin's figure. She turned and went into the warehouse, cursing herself for being so stupid. How did she forget to ask about the salary? She thought they were about the same, but Song Lei's words reminded her. In her previous life, she had directly joined the performance group, which wasn't the lowest rank. She started higher than others, so her salary was higher. Working is for money, and Qin Yuqing felt it was necessary to find time to ask the finance department about it. The gap was too big, and that was unacceptable. She vowed not to suffer losses this time. Salaries are paid in batches, and it was the afternoon when the props team received theirs. Qin Yuqing was slacking off, and surprisingly, Su Lanin didn't cause trouble. Qin Yuqing thought, money really can make people happy, but she wasn't feeling happy. Ever since she found out about the salaries, she felt restless and annoyed. She wanted to see the accountant, but today was not the right time. With so many people, there was no chance to talk to them, and she didn't even have the energy to memorize prescriptions. Especially during lunch in the cafeteria, everyone was talking about salaries, which made her feel even worse. Perhaps because it was payday, Su Lanin disappeared after lunch, and Song Lei was waiting outside, looking distracted. Qin Yuqing entered the storage room and hid behind a pile of props to go into the space. She needed to vent and lift her spirits. She picked up and started digging the ground. The cabbage she had planted earlier had already sprouted, and the growth cycle inside the space was shorter than outside. This time, she planted some chili peppers, but she didn't stay too long. She listened carefully outside the space, but there was no sound. She went outside for a walk and saw Song Lei still fiddling absent-mindedly with the prop box outside. Su Lanin's figure appeared around the corner, and Song Lei looked very alert. Qin Yuqing was hiding at the door of the storage room and heard Su Lanin say to Song Lei, "You go." After saying that, she went straight to the front office without asking Qin Yuqing anything. Near the end of the workday, Qin Yuqing made a decision. She wanted to ask the accountant about the wages. When leaving work, Qin Yuqing lingered near the car shed, then turned and went to the finance office. There were two people waiting at the door. They were both collecting their salaries. Qin Yuqing followed behind, keeping a respectful distance. When they were alone, Qin Yuqing knocked on the door. The accountant inside didn't look up and said, "Department name, prop team Qin Yuqing." The accountant flipped a page in the ledger, frowned, and looked up. "No, you're new here?" Qin Yuqing nodded cautiously. "I just started at the end of the month. This month, no. Next month, yes." "Go back." When no one was around, the tired accountant finally relaxed. Qin Yuqing took the opportunity to hand over 5 candies. "Accountant Zhang, can I ask you about the wages in the prop team?" Zhang Guofu looked at Qin Yuqing, put away the candies. Although he was an accountant, he had many children at home and was the only breadwinner. Life was hard, so he never bought candies. He was tired and annoyed after a long day, but this girl was clever and could talk a bit more. He still had some time. "It depends on your position and level. But for new members in the prop team, it's usually about 24 yuan. When Qin Yuqing heard the amount of money, her heart sank. It was too little. She thought it was only 2 or 3 yuan, but this was more than 10. No wonder the prop team couldn't keep people. Anyone would feel unfair. "Where can I see the job level?" Zhang Guofu took a notebook nearby. "It's all there. If there are any changes, just bring the note over." Qin Yuqing's sharp eyes caught the last new name, Wang Can, and her heart sank. "Wait, why is her name on this? I arrived earlier than her." Zhang Guofu looked at the payroll sheet, which indeed had the name added just a few days ago. "Your report probably hasn't gone through yet. This is a relative of Director Wang. She came in person, so it was faster. Don't worry, you'll be reported before next month." Qin Yuqing stared hard at Wang Can's work level, which was the same as her entry level in the previous performance group. She didn't believe in coincidences and felt a bad premonition. Zhang Guofu grew impatient. "All right, your salary next month will be fine. Finish work and go home quickly." He clearly wanted her to leave. Qin Yuqing took out a few candies and tried to flatter him. "Accountant Zhang, I'm new here and not familiar with these procedures. Who do I report to? Who should I find?" Zhang Guofu glanced at the candies and then at Qin Yuqing. He didn't expect this young girl to be so generous. Her family must be well off. He became a bit more patient and explained the process and who to look for. "Thanks, Accountant Zhang. I'll go now." Qin Yuqing turned around, her face darkening. Her steps were correct. She had initially reported to Wang Menglan. The problem must be in how she submitted the report. Looking at Wang Ken's technical level, it clearly replaced her position. Why would Wang Menglan dare? Or was it just a coincidence? In her previous life, she didn't care about Wang Can's salary. She had given Wang Menglan her employment recommendation and registration documents, but she had no proof. Now, asking Wang Menglan would only lead to denial or alerting others. She suppressed her impulse and planned to meet Wang Menglan's superior. According to Zhang Guofu, the final employment documents would go to him. After he reviewed and signed, the HR department would receive the new employee information. Qin Yuqing pushed her bicycle home, her mind full of salary issues. No matter the time, people always compete. She was naive. She walked home in silence, passing 2 or 3 unfamiliar faces in the alley. It was normal to have relatives visiting, and unfamiliar faces were common. Lately, Qin Yuqing feels like there are too many new faces. She pays attention, calmly goes home, and locks the door. Once inside her space, she drinks a cup of spiritual spring water to soothe her throat. She prepares herself because if she wants to rejoin the performance team, she must make a strong impression. She remembers the training for the performance team. With her body now improved by the spiritual spring water, she moves more flexibly and dances easily. When she gets tired from dancing, she studies medical formulas and reads medical books, making sure she doesn't waste a minute. The next day, Qin Yuqing returns to her usual routine. She learns about the props team situation and decides she won't do extra work and will stick to her schedule. Near the Cultural Troops building, she sees Wang Menglan walking with a man, talking about something. Wang Menglan looks anxious. Qin Yuqing puts on her mask, rides her bike, and follows behind a few steps, keeping a distance where she can hear them, controlling her speed. Director Wang, we need to follow the rules. It's no use coming to see me, the man says. Section Chief Liu didn't say this before. How am I supposed to explain it when I go back? Wang Menglan replies. Director Wang, I'm just following the rules. The approval was temporary, and I don't have the authority to make it permanent. Don't come to me, he says and quickly walks away, leaving Wang Menglan disappointed and hesitant to chase after him on the busy street. Yesterday, she received her salary and realized she was anxious. It's all her fault for being impulsive before. She didn't expect things to be so complicated and resents Section Chief Liu for not being flexible. Qin Yuqing quickly overtakes them, not knowing the details, but noticing their disagreement. This is good for her. At the gate, she encounters Qin Shuyao again, this time from behind. She sees Yu Guangzhong Gao Xianghua walking away in new clothes. Qin Shuyao is always there to see her off. She has her own ways. At noon, the cafeteria is quieter. The performance group's rural outreach show has ended. When Qin Shuyao enters the cafeteria, she immediately attracts many glances. Qin Shuyao enjoys this feeling. She deliberately arrives at this time, puffs out her chest, and finds an empty table to sit at. Qin Yuqing finds her pretentious attitude disgusting. Just as she closes her lunchbox and gets up, she sees Wang Menglan sitting at Qin Shuyao's table with her own lunchbox. Qin Shuyao greets her with a smile. Qin Yuqing suddenly loses her desire to leave and sits back down, opening her own lunchbox. Qin Shuyao flatteringly asks Director Wang, do you want some soup? I can get it for you. Wang Menglan was waiting specifically for Qin Shuyao. She stood outside for quite a while. If she hadn't listened to Qin Shuyao's words at that moment, she wouldn't have been easily convinced by her brother. She used a fake report card for her niece, thinking it didn't matter much if she changed it. Lu Wenjie insisted on following the rules, saying that if the documents were incomplete, he wouldn't approve it. There was a big difference between temporary and permanent workers. She now hoped Qin Yuqing's family had no one around, so she could easily manipulate the situation. Thinking about the scene during registration, she quickly went to the props team, probably because she was naive and inexperienced. Her main worry was about the salary payment. If there was a big gap, she might be caught. She was also worried that someone clever in her family might cause trouble later, risking her job. She had submitted the documents and didn't dare withdraw them. If she did, it would clearly show she had done something wrong. There's no need. I want to talk to you, Qin Shuyao said. Thanks to Wang Menglan's help in connecting her to the arts troupe, she was polite. Director Wang, please go ahead. Is the Qin Yuqing you mentioned really an orphan? Yes, her parents have both passed away. Does she have any other relatives who are close or capable? Qin Shuyao's hand holding the bun tightened involuntarily. Probably not. She wouldn't praise Qin Yuqing. Regarding the Shen family, they weren't married yet. Without her parents' involvement in this life, and with Qin Yuqing being naive, she might have already been abandoned. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any progress after so long. Wang Menglan got anxious. What do you mean probably not? Think carefully before you say that. She lost control of her emotions and raised her voice slightly, attracting the attention of nearby people who looked over. Wang Menglan immediately hushed her. Let's go outside to talk. Qin Shuyao felt annoyed. She had just taken the chance when the women from the performance group weren't around to show off, but now she was being pulled away. She felt unwilling. But she didn't dare offend Wang Menglan. She hadn't established herself yet and would need her support in the future. Reluctantly, she closed her lunchbox and followed Wang Menglan out. Qin Yuqing sneered coldly, guessing that what they were talking about probably involved her. She thought Qin Shuyao wouldn't be honest. After they left the dining hall, she closed her lunchbox and followed behind. Wang Menglan pulled Qin Shuyao to a corner by the roadside. Qin Yuqing glanced at the spot but realized she couldn't get close. She looked at the two people, then turned and went to the section chief's office. She knocked on the door and, hearing permission to enter, pushed the door open. Lu Wenjie had just finished eating. His lunchbox was still unwashed. Seeing a stranger, he asked, "Comrade, what can I do for you?" Qin Yuqing stood inside the door and didn't step forward. "Section Chief, I am new here. I want to ask if there are any problems with my employment documents. If everything is okay, when can I join the performance team?" Lu Wenjie frowned. Joining the performance team isn't something you can do easily. There are standards for the people inside. But looking at Qin Yuqing's appearance, she really looked good. Qin Yuqing was confident and let Lu Wenjie examine her. Recently, she had been nourished by spiritual water, and she felt like she had transformed. Last night, she practiced dance and mostly regained her feeling. She wasn't worried about the assessment. She believed she was qualified for the level Shin family applied for. She was sure her current state was much better than when she first joined the team. Lu Wenjie didn't think much. He assumed she was new and didn't know the rules here. "Girl, the performance team has quotas. It's good that you have this idea. Prepare in advance. When there's a recruitment exam, you can sign up then." Qin Yuqing pretended not to understand. "Section Chief, I reported directly to the performance group. I've been here for a while, but I've been kept in the props department. When will I be transferred? I'm worried that if I wait too long, my talent might decline." Lu Wenjie became serious. "Comrade, what is your name, and when did you report here?" Qin Yuqing answered one by one. When Lu Wenjie heard her name, he frowned. He had never heard of Qin Yuqing before. The dance group had just reviewed someone last week, and it was a special approval. The situation was the same as Qin Yuqing described, but the name didn't match. "Do you have any proof?" "Section Chief, I handed my registration documents to Director Wang. There was another person in the office at that time. He arrived a bit late. I don't know if he heard our conversation, but I registered at the security office when I arrived. Maybe they remember me. You can also assess my basic skills." Qin Yuqing didn't mention that she could check the initial proof records, as that would be too troublesome and would require asking the Shin family. Lu Wenjie thought for a moment, then opened a cabinet and took out a file. He examined it carefully, then cross-checked the details with Qin Yuqing. He found some suspicious points and immediately closed the file. "Comrade Qin, you should go back first. This matter needs to be investigated." Qin Yuqing timidly asked, "How long will that take? Everyone who arrived later than me has joined the performance group. I am anxious." Qin Yuqing intentionally said this because she can't afford to delay her salary next month. She must get every penny. Today at noon, Su Lanin looked at her with a strange expression, probably thinking about troubling her again. Lu Wenjie hesitated for a moment. "Next week, next Wednesday, come find me. He needs to verify this matter carefully. If his suspicions are correct, he has also been used. But the documents he signed are real, so he needs to think carefully." "Okay, Section Chief." Qin Yuqing politely left the office, watching how Lu Wenjie handles things. From the way Lu Wenjie checked her registration details, it's clear that Wang can really replace her. She has heard of someone taking someone else's university spot, but now she's being replaced at work too. Isn't she worried about getting caught? Wang Menglan really thinks she can do whatever she wants. She still thinks she's easy to bully. Today, Qin Yuqing was testing her on purpose and prepared for the worst. As a newcomer, it's hard to tell if she's being protected or not. Before reaching the storage room, she saw Su Lanin sitting outside, enjoying the sun. Qin Yuqing tiptoed closer. She thought, sure enough, Su Lanin was waiting for her. "Team leader Su, what's the matter? Starting this afternoon, find the summer performance costumes you brought and take them to the backyard dormitory for cleaning. Leader Jiang has detergent and soap." Qin Yuqing looked at Su Lanin coldly, knowing she hadn't been up to anything good these days. She also knew that if she sent her to the dormitory, don't blame her for causing trouble. "Team leader Su, am I the only one here?" Su Lanin raised an eyebrow, rolled her eyes, and looked mean. "Of course. Are there any other idle people here? Team leader Sue, I've checked. In other places, when the art troupe encounters this kind of issue, the performance team members usually clean and hand over the costumes. If you set this precedent, our props team will definitely be short-handed. Are you sure this management method works? Am I the team leader or are you? If I ask you to do it, do it. If you can't, then leave. Qin Yuqing sneered coldly. Don't blame her for shooting herself in the foot. She doesn't plan to stay in the props team anyway. Money is definitely her goal. She hopes Su Lanin will regret her decision today. Even if she can't stay in the art troupe, she will cause chaos. Everyone will be unhappy together. When Song Lei heard she wouldn't be allowed to wash, he stayed far away, pretending to help but worried about getting involved. Qin Yuqing didn't expect much from Song Lei. She looked down at Su Lanin and smiled softly, saying, "Okay." She went straight to the warehouse, found a small stool, sat outside to enjoy the sun, and closed her eyes to memorize her prescription. Su Lanin couldn't stand Qin Yuqing's attitude. Seeing her relaxed and carefree, she got even angrier. She shouted sharply, "Who told you to rest here? Why aren't you working?" Qin Yuqing slowly raised her arm, glanced at the time, and said, "Team leader Su, it's not work time yet. Do you get paid for overtime?" Song Lei hid inside the warehouse, truly impressed by Qin Yuqing's boldness to speak her mind. Su Lanin hadn't felt so frustrated in a long time. Her dark feelings started to grow wildly. She snapped, Qin, someone is looking for you outside." Two voices spoke at the same time. When Su Lanin saw who was coming, she stopped speaking. Qin Yuqing looked at Lu Jigang, stood up slowly, and replied, "Uncle, I understand. I'll go right away." At this time, the person looking for her was probably Zhang Yufei or someone from the Shun family. She couldn't think of anyone else. Anyway, she had already spoken. Qin Yuqing grabbed her bag, slung it over her shoulder, and walked out confidently. Unexpectedly, Lu Jigang was still waiting there. She quickened her steps and asked, "Uncle, who is looking for me?" "It's still the young man from last time. I think he's in a hurry." Qin Yuqing thought to herself that she was just passing by, so she didn't mind the hurry and sped up her pace. Lu Jigang whispered, "I heard it sounds like a quarrel?" "It's nothing. It's work arrangements. Our team leader used to sing opera when she was young, so her voice is like that." Qin Yuqing kept a cautious mind. Lu Jigang was a retired soldier, honest and upright. She couldn't afford to let him find out about any trouble behind her back. If he got a bad impression, it wouldn't be worth it. All right then. Lu Jigang had worked here for 7 or 8 years and knew the staff situation well. He was quite familiar with Su Lanin's condition. As soon as they stepped out the door, they saw Zhang Qi standing by the car. Seeing Qin Yuqing didn't greet him immediately, but looked toward the car, she understood. Qin Yuqing jogged a few steps. It was almost time for the afternoon shift, and people were returning home, peak time. She walked while reaching into her waist bag to organize her things from the space. The car door opened, and Qin Yuqing got out. Qin Yuqing quickened her pace, but her legs stopped. She wondered how she had time for this when she was supposed to be busy with tasks. Zhang Qi pushed Qin Yuqing and ran to sit under a nearby tree. Both of them spoke at the same time and looked at each other. "Go ahead first." "You go first," again they said in unison. Qin Yuqing, despite being thick-skinned, felt a little shy. Qin Yuqing cleared his throat. "Tomorrow my dad will come. Don't worry. I've told him everything in advance. If something comes up that can't wait for me, don't make quick decisions." While Qin Yuqing was speaking, she looked at Qin Yuqing carefully. He hadn't even had time to change his clothes. Were those dark spots blood? "Are you not going tomorrow?" Qin Yuqing nodded and explained. "A comrade was injured and taken to the hospital. I'm passing by. Here, take these." He opened the car door and took 2 mesh bags from the back seat. Qin Yuqing wanted to say she didn't want to get engaged and that they weren't suitable, but before she could speak, 2 mesh bags were put into her hands. Qin Yuqing saw that Qin Yuqing hesitated to speak, but knew his time was tight. "Wait until I return to talk about it. Don't make quick decisions." Zhang Qi had already received Qin Yuqing's signal to come back and immediately stood up. Qin Yuqing blurted out, "You haven't eaten yet, right? I have some food here." Take some with you. She didn't like owing people anything, but she couldn't push Shin Yuqing away. She placed the mesh bags on the ground and started taking out steamed buns, eggs, a small bag of crispy meat, and a jar of pickled vegetables. If there was more, it would seem suspicious. Qin Yuqing looked into Shin Yuqing's eyes and said, I really have something to tell you. I'll wait for you to come back. Shin Yuqing nodded, and that, I'll wait for you to come back, made his heart tremble.
No one had ever said that to him.
Zhang Qi sat in the driver's seat but glanced at the back seat. He was hungry. He had only nibbled on 2 dry biscuits yesterday afternoon and had been holding on until now. Shin Yuqing opened the paper wrapping, picked up a bun, and found it still warm. He slightly frowned.
Did she not eat?
Did she give her own food to them? Captain, give me a bun. Shin Yuqing took a bun and put it in Zhang Qi's mouth. They had chased the suspect all night. Although they caught him, 2 teammates were injured and had to be taken to the hospital. They didn't have time to eat. They still had to rush back, pry open their mouths, and find the contact person. Qin Yuqing thought about her steamed meat buns, 6 eggs, and the small bag of crispy meat, which were barely enough for them to eat. There isn't enough food, and there's nothing I can do. Her bag is just too small. Watching the disappearing car, we didn't say much before she left. Qin Yuqing stared silently at the items in her net bag. She came here just to say a few words and to bring herself some food. She emphasized twice not to make any hasty decisions. She also didn't want to get engaged. That's great. She turned around and headed back. She hadn't looked carefully earlier, but now she saw what was inside the bag. Canned food, noodles, and some snacks weren't a big problem, but there was military-grade canned meat, which wouldn't look good if others saw it. She stopped by the roadside, and while packing her bag, she secretly put the canned meat into her space, leaving only noodles and snacks outside. Even so, someone still glanced at Qin Yuqing's hand. Hesitating, Qin Yuqing thought about skipping work. But she thought if she left today, it would be too easy for Su Lanin. She went to the door, looked inside, and saw only Lu Jigang. She touched her bag and took out a box of canned meat, which should hold some special meaning for him. She opened the door and placed it on the table. Uncle, here. Lu Jigang wanted to return it when he saw it, but Qin Yuqing had already carried her things inside. She carefully hid the special canned meat, since she hadn't had a chance to eat this since leaving the army. She carried her things back, and Su Lanin was still sitting at the warehouse door, watching what Qin Yuqing held, her face still annoyed. There were about 10 minutes before work started. Qin Yuqing didn't bother to greet her and went past Su Lanin inside. Passing by the warehouse managed by Song Lei, she looked inside. Their eyes met, and Song Lei awkwardly looked away. Qin Yuqing ignored him. She understood people like Song Lei. As long as he didn't cause trouble for her, it was fine. But he didn't understand. Trouble for one is trouble for all. The pond isn't just her fish. Others are involved too. She wasn't a fish herself and was about to leave this bad situation soon. Back home, Qin Yuqing put her bag down and took out a piece of milk candy. She wasn't in a good mood, so she ate something sweet. Thinking about what to do next, she planned her next steps. She didn't move, but Su Lanin did. She came in front of Qin Yuqing and said, "Stop dawdling here." Today, she wanted to supervise Qin Yuqing carefully and see what tricks she might try. Qin Yuqing smiled and stood up. Team leader Su, just wait. I'll go borrow a car. She sidestepped around Su Lanin and headed outside. Su Lanin's sharp voice came from behind. Borrow a car for what? Qin Yuqing pointed to the clothes inside the house. There are so many. Of course, I will send them over. Do you think I can carry each piece by myself? How about you, Leader Su? Could you help carry them? Song Lei was hiding nervously in the warehouse, too scared to move because the smell of gunpowder outside was too strong. No need for a car. This afternoon, you can wash 20 pieces. 1 basket will be enough. Using a vehicle would definitely attract attention, and it would be hard to explain later. That stubborn girl is doing this on purpose. Qin Yuqing turned around and sat back on the small stool. Then I might as well quit. Leader Su, find someone else. Qin Yuqing was confident that Su Lanin wouldn't dare to fire her. At most, she would complain. That was exactly what she wanted. Today, Song Lei finally saw that Qin Yuqing was not someone easy to deal with. Before, he thought she was just difficult. She wasn't afraid of trouble and didn't seem very interested in her work. Unlike him, who was worried about losing his job, she seemed to have a kind of vitality he couldn't understand. She could survive anywhere. Su Lanin was really at her wit's end. She trembled with anger.
Fine.
If I can't boss you around, don't regret it. Fuming, Su Lanin went off to complain. She couldn't afford to use her. She could only go back and forth from where she came. Leader Su, you'd better talk to the boss about replacing me. If you can't, you'll see me every day. I'll be waiting for you. Qin Yuqing knew very well that Su Lanin would probably just go to Wang Menglan to complain and ask to transfer her. Would Wang Menglan agree? Probably not. She was probably already feeling stressed. She didn't think scheming against Su Lanin was mean. After all, Su Lanin had bad intentions toward her. After the others left, Song Lei hesitated and finally spoke up. Qin Yuqing didn't bother to look at him. She patted her and went back to the warehouse. She understood the importance of protecting herself, but she didn't want to get too close to someone like him. Song Lei sighed and sat in front of the warehouse door, lost in thought. She waited until the end of the workday, but didn't see Su Lanin come back. Qin Yuqing carried her things home. She didn't have time for internal conflicts. Work issues should be handled at work. Tomorrow was very important to her. When Qin Yuqing was almost home, her car turned into an alley near Zhang Yufei's house. The gate was closed, and there was no movement inside. She hesitated to knock, but then stopped herself. Zhang Yufei's mother definitely wouldn't let her in. After thinking for a moment, she went next door and knocked on Yang Sulan's door. Yang Sulan opened a small and saw it was Qin Yuqing. She opened the door a little more. Madam, have you heard any news these past few days? Yang Sulan glanced outside and whispered, Yesterday, they brought the clan elder over. They were all inside and I didn't hear what they were talking about. Thank you, madam. Qin Yuqing pushed her cart and left. Seeing Yang Sulan hurriedly closing the door, Qin Yuqing wanted to ask if she had seen Yu Fei, but she swallowed the question. Yang Sulan won't see Zhang Yufei today. She can only wait until tomorrow. After returning home, Qin Yuqing felt distracted. She kept herself busy, finally steaming a pot of buns. There were only 2 potatoes left at home, and no meat or vegetables had been bought these days. She planned to buy more ingredients tomorrow, then went into her space. She had set up a small area to grow tomatoes, thinking how nice it would be to eat fresh tomatoes in winter. Her mood instantly brightened. Qin Yuqing worked for a long time and finally felt too tired to move. Thinking about tomorrow's meeting, she boiled some water, took a shower, and forced herself to sleep. Perhaps because of worries, she woke up early. She changed into clean clothes, cooked some noodles, ate, then rode her bike out. Passing by Ahua's alley, she casually glanced and saw a man's back as he left. Now, she had developed a conditioned reflex. She couldn't tell if she had left Ahua's house. According to Aunt Zhang, Ahua had sent her parents away after their quarrel. She still had some questions for the old couple, but it seemed she wouldn't get the chance. Qin Yuqing hurried to Aunt Wu's house. Aunt Wu had already gotten up and greeted her warmly. Girl, you're here. I'll make you some red sugar water. Don't bother, Auntie. I've already eaten. When are we leaving? She was in a real hurry. She still had to meet Qin Yuqing's father at noon. I'll go get the money. Let's go. Qin Yuqing took the industrial ticket from her pocket. Here, Auntie. Aunt Wu quickly took it. Girl, wait. Auntie will save enough money to pay you back. No need, Auntie. You helping Yu Fei escape from trouble is enough. This ticket is my gift to her, a new beginning. Don't worry. I like Yu Fei very much and will treat her well. Perhaps because of some blood relation, Aunt Wu always felt Yu Fei resembled her daughter a little. Aunt Wu had difficulty walking and moved slowly. When she arrived, Qin Yuqing had already made up her mind.
Come on, Auntie.
I'll help you up and I'll push you. No, I can't. I'll go ahead and find a tricycle. Qin Yuqing had already secured a soft cushion on the back seat. If she coordinated with Grandma's steps, they could walk until noon. Grandma, you go up first. We'll find a tricycle ahead and then come down. This time, Grandma didn't refuse. Qin Yuqing carefully tilted the vehicle, deliberately finding a spot with stones to help Grandma step up easily. Grandma, just hold on to me. Sit comfortably. Qin Yuqing pushed the cart forward. There were tricycles along the way, but they were all busy delivering goods and not convenient to use. After walking most of the way, they finally found one. The driver helped Grandma down, and Qin Yuqing rode behind, quietly breathing a sigh of relief. Luckily, she didn't let Grandma walk alone. She prayed that the adoption process would go smoothly. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and she wondered if she could quickly change into clean clothes when she got back. When they arrived at Zhang Yufei's house, 2 people were already inside. Zhang Yufei's mother looked very bitter and glared fiercely at Qin Yuqing. What are you doing here? Our family doesn't welcome you. If it weren't for this troublemaker, their family wouldn't be in this mess. She was grounded, her husband was suffering, and she hadn't even settled the score with her yet. Now she was showing up at their door. Qin Yuqing didn't speak. It was Grandma who spoke first. It was my wife who invited her. Where is Yufei? Wang Chuanmei kept quiet, afraid of Grandma, worried she might spread rumors back to her family and damage her reputation. This was also what Qin Yuqing wanted to ask. She heard faint sounds inside the house and quietly said, Grandma, I'll go take a look. The door opened. Yufei was still wearing the clothes she had on when she went to the hospital. Now, they looked wrinkled and crumpled, her face pale and yellow, with no trace of color. She looked worse than when she was in the hospital. Qin Yuqing quickly stepped forward to support Yufei. What happened to you? You should lie down first. Yufei shook her head. No, I want to leave early. Not everyone is here yet. I brought some things. You should eat something to fill your stomach. Yufei's lips were chapped and peeling. It was obvious she hadn't eaten. When she mentioned food, tears started falling from her eyes. Since returning from the hospital, her mother hadn't let her eat. She was sarcastic, saying she was no longer part of their family and that their food wasn't for outsiders. She had no money and was not fully recovered, so she couldn't even leave the house. She went hungry for 2 days. On the first day, she could drink some cold water, but starting yesterday, she wasn't allowed to drink any water at all. Qin Yuqing was glad there was some reserve in her space, but didn't dare take too much. Just 2 eggs and a bun. I'm going outside to fetch some water. She took an empty bowl to the water jar, secretly using warm water from her space, and carried it back inside. Zhang Yufei took the bowl and started drinking. Watching her look so hungry, Qin Yuqing remembered how miserable Zhang Yufei's life had been in her past life, which was also related to her family. Even her own family looked down on her, so her husband's family wouldn't treat her well either. She looked around and asked, Have you packed everything? Zhang Yufei nodded and pointed to a small bundle at the foot of the bed. Besides a few clothes, she didn't seem to have anything of her own. All her belongings in this house could fit into that small bundle. Qin Yuqing reached out and picked up the bundle. Hearing the noise, she guessed everyone had arrived. Let's go see. It should be starting now. Anwu turned her head and saw Zhang Yufei, looking weak. She frowned. How did it get like this? Wang Chuanmei lowered her head silently. Zhang Laifu and his son turned their heads away, avoiding looking at Aunt Wu and Zhang Yufei. Qin Yuqing knew that arguing about this wouldn't help, so she said directly, Aunt Wu, just talk openly. Yufei is weak and needs to rest as soon as possible. Aunt Wu's face suddenly turned serious. She looked at the 2 old men beside her and said, You too, be witnesses. We've finished talking. The oldest man looked at Zhang Laifu and asked, Have you all decided? Zhang Mansong anxiously looked at his father, signaling him to agree quickly. Zhang Laifu's face was stiff. It was like selling his daughter. Hard to say out loud, but if he didn't sell her, his son wouldn't be able to marry. Even if they found a family for Yufei, they might not pay so much. After thinking it over, it seemed worth it. Though the family would lose a worker, the daughter-in-law could step in right away, so he felt more at ease. Agreed. The elder spoke first. Then let's proceed as discussed. He signaled Aunt Wu to give the money. Aunt Wu slowly said, Words are not enough. Let's make it official with a written agreement. I, your wife, Can't be easily fooled. Zhang Laifu clenched his fists. The clan elder has already come. If you're not satisfied, what kind of agreement do you want? Grandma Wu snorted. With my old bones, how many more years can I live? When I pass away, if you refuse to acknowledge it, who will my daughter turn to for comfort? This money is all I have saved for my funeral. There's no official record or change of household registration for an adopted child. The elderly man who had been silent nodded. That's right. Let's do it this way. Laifu, you write a note, and later, Yufei will be officially removed from the Zhang family. Hearing about being removed, Yufei surprisingly felt a bit relieved. Laifu didn't want to write it. He had thought that once the old lady passed, if he spoke kindly, the girl might come back. He had raised her for over 10 years, and blood relatives should be more important than outsiders. Seeing Laifu's reluctance, Grandma Wu spoke bluntly. Could it be that I was right? You two are working together to cheat me out of my money. The two elders invited from the ancestral hall looked embarrassed when called out directly. They had always been honest, but now they felt like they were being accused of something shameful. They also lost their good attitude toward Laifu. Come on, Laifu, hurry up and write. Qin Yuqing whispered to Yufei. The more people know about this, the better. The neighborhood committee has always been loud. How can they be left out of this? The elders of the clan didn't care about the neighborhood committee. If something serious happened, they would definitely side with the Zhang family. Qin Yuqing rode her bike straight to the neighborhood committee to explain, then brought two members back. They all had bikes, so it didn't take long. When Qin Yuqing and her people arrived, Wang Chuanmei's face darkened completely. She kept saying that this little troublemaker was no good, with a mean heart. In front of so many people, she couldn't curse openly, so she seethed quietly, glaring at Qin Yuqing with a fierce look. Seeing her mother like that, Yufei was scared. Whenever her mother showed this expression, she knew she was about to suffer. Qin Yuqing didn't mind. Since she had already offended her, she didn't care about this small matter. The elders of the Zhang family didn't expect the neighborhood committee to come directly. Their faces darkened immediately. Laifu, what do you mean? Do you not trust us? No, I didn't invite them, Laifu quickly explained. Grandma Wu understood immediately when the people entered. My wife invited them. We need a witness. You're from the Zhang family, and this girl is not very talkative, so her words don't count. Zhang Mansong didn't dare say a word. He shrank to the back, feeling that having his parents involved was already enough shame. The clan elders also snorted. It's already written. If there's no problem, just sign. Grandma Wu reached out her hand. Let me see. She couldn't understand, so she pretended to look around and then handed the paper to Qin Yuqing. Old lady, your eyesight isn't good. My daughter, take a look. Qin Yuqing took the paper and deliberately showed it to two neighborhood committee members, and they looked at it together and whispered to each other. Grandma, it's better to add one more sentence, saying that in the future, the two families will have no contact, cut all ties, and even write a formal letter of disownment to be notarized. Qin Yuqing wanted extra protection, proof of adoption, and a formal disownment letter. Old Lady Wu nodded. Yes, that's good. From now on, I will take Yufei away. Whether she ends up begging or gets rich, it has nothing to do with you. At this moment, Zhang Laifu also looked at Qin Yuqing with suspicion. A young girl causing trouble in their family. Seeing Zhang Laifu's gaze, Zhang Yufei trembled involuntarily, feeling she had caused trouble for her good sister. She blamed herself. Qin Yuqing knew from the start that helping Zhang Yufei would lead to this situation. She wasn't afraid. She saw it as repayment for the kindness Yufei showed her, risking her family's scolding to take care of her. She believed in repaying kindness and revenge for wrongs. She wouldn't interfere with Yufei's future, but this time, she would see it through. Under pressure, Zhang Laifu added Qin Yuqing's words. The neighborhood committee staff said, 2 copies, but since today's matter is complicated, make an extra copy for the record. Zhang Laifu didn't expect that a young girl would cause such a big problem for him. After writing the disownment letter in humiliation, Zhang Yufei tremblingly pressed her fingerprint on it. Everything was done. Old Lady Wu took out the money and the receipt. 300 yuan per industrial ticket, no shortchanging. Everyone was stunned when they heard the money, quite a lot. Zhang Mansong was worried that Zhang Yufei might forget. You promised you can't go back to work at the food factory. Later, you tell the factory director, and Wenwan will take your place. Even the neighborhood committee members gasped. That's a job, even if it's temporary, earning over 10 yuan a month. This family is really ruthless. Just now, they signed the disownment letter without blinking, making it seem like Yufei was heartless. It looked like she was forced to live this way. Zhang Mansong was so angry, he almost fainted. How could he say such things? The work would be gone sooner or later. Couldn't they wait until she left? Zhang Yufei had long lost hope in her family. I understand. I won't go back to the food factory. Grandma Wu carefully packed away the remaining items, stood up, and helped Zhang Yufei to leave the Zhang family house together. Qin Yuqing carried a bundle and followed behind. The door slammed shut behind them. No one argued. At least Qin Yuqing didn't take it to heart. She thanked the neighborhood committee staff at the door, exchanged a few words, checked the time. Already 11 o'clock. Grandma, Yufei, wait here. I'll find a tricycle for you. One needs rest, and the other has trouble walking, so expecting them to find a vehicle isn't realistic. Before Zhang Yufei could speak, Qin Yuqing rode off on a bike. It was noon, and many people were out running errands. She chose a decent, spacious bike, negotiated the price in advance, and paid. Grandma Wu handed Qin Yuqing the adoption papers and the documents about severing family ties. Girl, how do you do the notarization you mentioned? Grandma, I'll pick up those papers from your house later. You and Yufei go back first. I need to find someone. She was eager to meet Qin Yuqing's father. There wasn't much time left, not even enough to change clothes. If she delayed any longer, she would definitely be late. Grandma Wu didn't doubt and patted Qin Yuqing's hand.
Girl, thank you.
Qin Yuqing noticed Zhang Yufei wanted to say something, but she didn't have time. Yufei, go back with Grandma first. Rest well. I'll visit you later.
We can talk then.
Zhang Yufei nodded. She really felt weak and dizzy. After the two got into the car, Qin Yuqing waved goodbye, rode her bike, and turned into another alley to take a shortcut toward the state-run restaurant. She hurried and finally arrived at the restaurant on time. She quickly spotted Qin Yuqing's father. His car was conspicuous, and beside him stood a young man in casual clothes, standing tall like a pine tree, probably a security guard. Qin Yuqing took a deep breath, stepped forward, and asked, Comrade, do you know Qin Chief? Qin Yuqing's letter mentioned his father's name. With a bit of courage, she didn't dare call him by his first name directly. Are you Qin Yuqing, comrade?
Please follow me.
Qin Yuqing obediently followed behind, passing through the lobby and directly entering a private room at the back. This was a clear example of social class difference, just a door apart, two worlds. As soon as she entered the room, she saw a middle-aged man in casual clothes. His commanding presence, built over time, made people feel intimidated without him needing to show anger. His face, somewhat similar to hers, made her even less willing to get close. She finally understood why Qin Yuqing always kept a cold face. With a father like that, it's no wonder his son rarely smiles. Hello, Commander. Qin Yuqing didn't think she was qualified to call him uncle or elder. She knew her place and didn't have such a big ego. Shin Bingwen's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He quickly greeted Qin Yuqing, Xiao Qin, come and sit here. He thought to himself, no wonder that young man agreed to marry so easily this time. He must have liked the girl's beauty. He used to deny liking pretty girls. This was clear proof. He wanted to talk about adoption, but it seemed hard to bring up. He had planned to discuss it with the girl first. When his son suddenly agreed to marry, he was happy, but also worried. Qin Yuqing slowly stepped forward. The door behind her was closed, making her feel more nervous in the enclosed space. Xiao Qin, don't be nervous. Don't call me Commander.
Just call me Uncle Shin.
Qin Yuqing nodded but felt it might be rude, so she quickly replied, Hello, Uncle Shin. Shun Bin Gwen responded quickly. The little girl was more charming than the boy, and her voice was pleasant. After greeting each other, neither knew what to say. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Qin Yuqing's face almost froze. She had to think of something quickly. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, which broke the awkward silence. The knocking sounded like heavenly music. As dishes were brought in one after another, soon the table was full of food. After the meal was served, the waiter quickly left. Qin Yuqing didn't want to eat. She just wanted to find out what was going on and leave after she knew. Shin Bin-wen told Qin Yuqing, "Order some rice first. Let's eat and talk." The cold atmosphere was somewhat eased by the food, making things less awkward. Without giving Qin Yuqing a chance to refuse, she had to pick up her chopsticks and quietly eat the food in front of her. Shin Bin-wen noticed the girl was nervous. He felt a bit annoyed that his wife didn't come along, and tried to think of something to say. "Is your work going well?" Qin Yuqing thought to herself. I wouldn't dare say it's not going well. She could handle it. She was grateful to have this job. "Uncle Shun, everything is going smoothly. Thank you for arranging this job for me. It's not just an arrangement. You deserve it. The organization provides some support for the children of martyrs." He just mentioned it briefly and occasionally went to check on them. "Have you met my son?" Qin Yuqing responded, "Yes, I have. What do you think of him?" Shin Bin-wen stared closely at Qin Yuqing's face, trying to see her reaction. Qin Yuqing thought carefully and replied, "He's pretty good." She didn't have the right to find fault. Honestly, Shin Yuqing is a good person. He's a bit cold, but he handles things well. He's also handsome, with a good family background. Everyone speaks well of him. Shin Bin-wen felt relieved. It wasn't a lack of feelings. He could put the idea of her being his adopted daughter aside for now. His son finally agreed, and if he messed things up, that fragile father-son bond could be lost. He didn't want to give up on that. His cold-hearted son could definitely do something reckless. This time, Shin Yuqing said, "You two are going to get engaged. I came to ask what you think. Don't worry, I will make sure you get everything you deserve. I will arrange everything properly." He paused and added, "Your father sacrificed a lot for me. Even if you don't agree, I will still treat you like my daughter." He almost said, adopted daughter. When Shin Bin-wen heard Shin Yuqing say they could get married, his first thought was that this kid had bad intentions. Seeing that she was an orphan girl, he thought she might be easy to manipulate. He was worried Shin Yuqing might delay her, so it was better to officially adopt her as a daughter. With him around, he could ensure the girl's life would be smooth. So, he firmly decided to adopt her as his daughter. His son was determined to get married, and they even argued over it. Qin Yuqing. What should she say? How should she respond? She could simply say she didn't want to marry, but from Shun's tone, even if she refused, there would be other options. Suddenly, she remembered what Shin Yuqing said yesterday. Don't agree too easily. That was the meaning. She could just throw the problem back at him. Qin Yuqing gathered her courage. "Uncle Shin, honestly, I don't think we are a good match. Brother Shun is too outstanding, and I am too ordinary. But he said everything is negotiable. I want to wait until he comes back so we can discuss it properly." They had only met a few times, and they hadn't spoken much. They weren't close. At most, they just nodded at each other. Shin Bin-wen didn't expect her to say that. He was momentarily stunned, then a smile spread across his face. "All right, you two discuss it first. When he's ready, have him tell me the result. I will handle the wedding arrangements with his mother. I will make sure you're satisfied." Qin Yuqing. Her step was a bit too big. It's better not to speak too much. The more she said, the more confusing it became. She decided to wait until Shin Yuqing returned to discuss further. They had a casual chat afterward. Shin Bin-wen didn't feel comfortable talking about marriage and relationships with a young girl like her. He had other matters to attend to. "I just heard about your eldest uncle recently. We overlooked that." The rest of the conversation was very ordinary, mostly about Qin Yuqing's life. After the meal, she learned a little about the Shin family, and her pressure eased a bit. Before leaving, Shin Bin-wen took out an envelope. Qin Yuqing felt a headache coming on. She finally understood where Shin Yuqing's habit of casually giving money came from. "Uncle Shun, I've already received the condolence money. I don't need more money. I can't accept these. Take it. We're family eventually, and I didn't bring you any gifts. If you like something, go buy it yourself." Qin Yuqing. Her words were quite bold. They weren't even officially related yet. When she arrived, she also came empty-handed, which seemed a bit rude. If they weren't so unfamiliar, Qin Yuqing would have appreciated this kind of gesture of giving money upon meeting. But her position was awkward, so she couldn't accept it. After refusing several times and unable to withstand Shin Bingwen's stern expression, she carefully accepted the money and then handed it back to Shin Yuqing. "Uncle Shin, do you know when Brother Shin will come back?" She almost called him by his full name. She said they weren't close, but Shin's family seemed eager for her to marry, which made her suspicious. Qin Yuqing thought about her past life, where she was sent away for reform. Could it be that they already knew the news at this time? The more Qin Yuqing thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She started to worry. Were they planning to use her to carry on the family line? Were they treating her as a tool? She also remembered how Qin Shuyao married Shin Yuqing in her previous life. Even when Shen's family had problems, she didn't get pregnant. Could it be that Shin Yuqing was infertile? It wasn't just about physical health. Perhaps Shin Yuqing was injured during a mission. In this era, such things happened often. Suddenly, Qin Yuqing had a realization. No wonder he had such good conditions but couldn't find a wife. It must be some hidden issue. Who would marry a good girl from a normal family if there was a secret problem? She understood. She understood. Her heart sank. She thought they might be using her as a shield. If that was the case, it was manageable. Afterward, she felt more relaxed during the conversation. When they parted, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Based on Shin Yuqing's father's words, Shin Yuqing's current task will probably take another 4 or 5 days. During these days, he will focus on personal matters. Qin Yuqing looked at the sky and hesitated for a moment. She went to the market to buy some vegetables, now more experienced. She brought a bag in advance and tied all her purchases to her bike handlebar. Since she went late, there was no meat left. Qin Yuqing thought it was necessary to visit the black market. Getting meat is a big problem, and she must find a way to solve it. She doesn't have time to queue every day for meat, especially with limited supplies. She had a ticket, but didn't dare to buy too much, fearing she might attract attention. She bought 2 jin of snacks at the supply store, then biked to find Grandma Wu. She wanted to settle their matters, so she could enjoy her simple life peacefully. When Grandma Wu opened the door, she whispered, "Yu Fei is asleep." Qin Yuqing also lowered her voice, carried her things inside, and brought the medicine prepared by Uncle Xiao. "Grandma, give me those things and also the household register. I will go to the police station for help. It might take a few days." She had asked in advance. Zhouan was not working today, so she would go to see him another day. Getting it done won't be a problem. Qin Yuqing didn't dare to stay long. She explained how to prepare the medicine, left some snacks, thanked Grandma Wu for her hospitality, and hurriedly left. Before dark, she wanted to visit Grandpa Xiao to learn more. When Qin Yuqing knocked on the door, a young man opened it. "Who are you?" "I'm learning medicine from Grandpa Xiao." Xiao Huaibua immediately relaxed, glad she arrived just in time. "Please come in. I'll help push the bike." "My dad is inside." Before she could speak, someone snatched her bicycle away. She looked suspiciously at Xiao Huaibua and started calling out in the yard. "Grandpa Xiao, I'm here. Hurry and come in." Xiao Renji's face eased a little, and Grandma Xiao also sighed in relief, coming out to greet her. After exchanging greetings, Qin Yuqing went inside. Xiao Renji asked, "Have you been reading these past 2 days?" Qin Yuqing took out a small notebook. "I read some parts but didn't understand everything. I wrote down what I couldn't understand." "Which parts?" "Let me hear." Xiao Huaibua squatted by the stove, helping to light the fire. Seeing his son like this, Zhao's mother couldn't help but sigh. She said nothing and silently continued cooking. After resolving her remaining issues, Qin Yuqing listened to Grandpa Xiao talk about pharmacology for a while. During dinner, she insisted on leaving and asked, "Grandpa Xiao, if you finish work early, can I come to see you? Anytime you want." Qin Yuqing smiled and replied, "If nothing's happening on Wednesday, I'll come after work. I've got a few things to take care of these days." She thought carefully. The most important thing now was to improve herself. She had no connections, so she could only learn some skills to help herself. In the future, there probably won't be many big problems, so it's better to learn more now. After returning home, she first read a book for a while, then started cooking. There wasn't much cooking oil left at home, as she used a lot last time frying food. Qin Yuqing planned to go to the black market while the weather was still tolerable. When it gets colder, she wouldn't want to go out at night. She tidied up, put on a mask quietly, and left without being noticed. After she left, two heads peeked out from the alley, watching her walk away. Qin Yuqing took her bike into a quiet corner and entered the black market. Her eyes quickly scanned the stalls, looking for what she needed. This time, she didn't see her brothers, but she saw 3 people selling meat together. There wasn't much on display, maybe about 4 or 5 pounds. Qin Yuqing knew that usually they hide larger amounts nearby. "What kinds of meat do you have?" The man whispered. "Pork and beef." She wasn't sure if she could buy beef, but she just asked casually. The sellers probably wanted to sell their goods quickly. Qin Yuqing's eyes lit up. Beef was hard to buy normally because of restrictions. To find some now was lucky. She quietly asked, "Is it sick cattle?" She didn't want sick cattle. The man shook his head and lowered his voice. "Work oxen. Fell down the hill and broke its leg. It can't be cured. If it could be cured, no one would want to kill the ox." In her past life, Qin Yuqing worked in a restaurant. She knew whether the meat was fresh or not just by looking. "I want to check the meat first." The man turned to discuss with the 2 behind him. Soon, a strong man came out of the alley. "How much do you want?" When she heard about the beef, she already had ideas for how to cook it: braised beef, tomato beef stew. But when asked about the price, she suddenly remembered to ask, "How much per jin?" 1 yuan 20 with a receipt, 1 yuan 50 without. Qin Yuqing immediately became alert. The price was definitely higher than at the supply store, but beef was rare and the black market price was still reasonable. "I want a lot, no receipt needed. Please give me a discount, but I need to inspect the meat first. If it's good, I'll buy it. How much do you want?" "About 100 jin." Rare and hard-to-find beef, Qin Yuqing naturally wouldn't miss out. The supply from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative is limited and seasonal, so it's hard to get. She has space to store it. If she wasn't worried about having too much, she could buy it all herself. The man looked her over from head to toe and didn't expect her to be a big customer. "Follow me." Qin Yuqing followed the man, turned down 2 alleys, and entered a rundown yard. Inside, there was dim candlelight. If the man hadn't been leading silently, she might have thought it was a human trafficking hideout. They pushed open the door, and in the center of the room was meat. 2 young men squatted on the ground, dividing it. The cowhide was placed aside. It looked like the cow was slaughtered today. Qin Yuqing squatted down to look. It was fresh, not a sick cow. "I want the meat." "Name your price." Xie Zhenhua examined Qin Yuqing. "Are you sure you want 100 jin?" The 2 young men dividing the meat looked up, surprised by the number. They quickly sold half of it. The money they spent on buying calves was covered. Qin Yuqing was determined to buy. The 2 men started bargaining. In the end, the man gave her 5 cents off per jin. Qin Yuqing's mouth twitched. He was really stingy. But she still agreed reluctantly. She pointed to the part she wanted, and someone divided the beef. 116 jin. I'll count it as 115 jin for you. Qin Yuqing did the math. "I also want those pig's feet and some pork to make it up to 200 yuan. I'll find a cart." Seeing how straightforward Qin Yuqing was, Xie Zhenhua personally cut the meat. That way, he had an explanation when he went back. His father told him to watch the cow's injuries. When he got to the city, he slaughtered the cow. If he didn't buy the calf back, his father would break his legs when he returned. Qin Yuqing left a deposit of 50 yuan. "Pack the meat for me. I'll go get a cart. Guys, if there's no bookshelf here, add one. 2,000 spots, and I can't be the only one." After Qin Yuqing left, the 2 young men started talking. "Brother Hua, is she opening a shop with all this meat?" "That's none of your business. Just get to work." "Brother Hua, I was thinking if she's opening a shop, then our meat will have a sales channel in the future." They also didn't want to stay here like thieves. As the weather gets colder, Xie Zhenhua thought, that doesn't seem right. Qin Yuqing took a walk around and found a quiet, empty spot. She pushed her bike aside and took a few extra ropes for backup. When they returned outside the yard, she knocked lightly and went in. The beef was already packed, and the pork was still being wrapped. The three of them helped load the meat onto the bike, tying 2 sticks to make it easier to carry. Do you sell live animals? Qin Yuqing thought that buying animals all the time wasn't a good idea. It might be better to raise some. She had a yard and space. Her mother used to dislike dirt and was afraid that poultry would eat too much grain, so she didn't want to raise any. But some neighbors kept a few animals, just a small number. Xie Zhenhua thought for a moment. It depends on the timing. Sometimes you can catch live rabbits. The weather now isn't good for chickens and ducks to lay eggs, and even if they do, it's hard to raise the chicks. Qin Yuqing suddenly remembered the idea of hatching eggs. She slapped her forehead. How could she forget about hatching eggs? Everyone was startled by Qin Yuqing's quick action. She quickly explained, I was wrong just now. Do you sell chicken, duck, or goose eggs? How many do you want? Qin Yuqing didn't need many for hatching, about 20 or 30 of each. She wanted to help her pregnant cousin improve her nutrition. It was an easy lie, no one would check. Xie Zhenhua thought for a moment. Eggs are easy to get, but duck and goose eggs are a bit more difficult. Maybe I can't get that many. It's okay. Feel free to take as many as you need. They agreed on a time for the next exchange. Xie Zhenhua helped Qin Yuqing push her bike to the door. A young man following behind whispered, Sister, is your family running a restaurant? Qin Yuqing understood what he meant. They probably thought she was buying a lot of meat. No, there's a family celebration. I'm just sharing some with relatives. Adam looked a little disappointed. After this sale, he didn't know when he would get another chance. Xie Zhenhua thought it was normal. Qin Yuqing pushed her bike around a few corners, looking around. Seeing no one, she entered the space with her bike, untied the ropes, and put the meat away. Then she pushed the bike out and rode home on the empty one, speeding along without any load. When Qin Yuqing got home, she put her bike away. Just as she was about to step inside, she sensed something was wrong. There were footprints in the lime powder she had sprinkled outside. Someone had entered the house. She picked up a stick leaning against the corner of the wall and nervously entered the house. She immediately turned on the light switch, but found the lights didn't turn on, so she quickly stepped back. Someone had cut the power. She reached into her pocket and took out a flashlight, shining it inside the house. The beam of light swept across the room. Her heart was pounding, and she swallowed nervously. She wasn't afraid of seeing a person, but she was scared that someone might suddenly jump out of the darkness, making her heart jump. Unknown dangers are the scariest. The light moved across the living room, and everything looked the same as before she left. But the footprints at the door told her someone had been inside, and not alone. Who's there? Come out. I know you're hiding inside, Qin Yuqing called out loudly. The house was empty, with no response. Gathering her courage, Qin Yuqing slowly moved inside. Her bedroom door was slightly open, even though she had closed it tightly when she left. Holding her breath, she pushed the door open carefully with her stick. The light scanned every corner, but no one was there. Only the wardrobe remained unchecked. Her heart beat faster, and her palms were sweaty. She glanced at her bed, which had been turned over, and saw the window wide open. She took a deep breath at the bedroom door, listening to her own breathing. She carefully examined the room. The drawer of the bedside table had been pulled out. Although it was closed, the contents were sticking out. She hesitated but then entered, poking open the wardrobe with her stick. No one was inside. Footprints were visible on the windowsill. The intruder had probably left. Qin Yuqing shone her flashlight around the house again and again, finally finding a candle. She lit all of them, illuminating the entire house. She checked the flashlight to see why the power was out and discovered the external wiring had been cut. Looking at the messy bedroom, Qin Yuqing fell into deep thought. Should she call the police? How could she explain where she had been so late? Not calling the police? Maybe they would become even more reckless. She had just removed her trap a few days ago, and now something had happened so quickly. Someone had been watching her all along. Thinking of this, Qin Yuqing's heart sank. The feeling of her territory being watched and invaded was hard to shake. She suspected a stranger who had recently appeared nearby, but she had no proof. Clutching her stick tightly, she lost all her sleepiness. She checked the house and found that half a bottle of milk and a cookie left outside were missing. The thief really didn't leave empty-handed. Other valuables were too big to carry easily and hadn't been touched. The valuable items she stored in her space, probably targeted for her pension. This time, they didn't find the money, so they knew she was carrying it with her. Will they come after her next time? She was afraid to sleep, so she entered her space and took a short nap inside. Early in the morning, she went to work as if nothing had happened. When she arrived at the warehouse, she thought Su Lanin might cause trouble for her. She prepared herself. When it was past work hours and no one was there, Song Lei went to ask about her and came back to tell Qin Yuqing. Team leader Su was robbed yesterday when she went out. She was slightly injured, so she won't come for a few days. Qin Yuqing didn't expect such good news. It seemed her plans had worked. Who robbed her? I heard it was someone who was watching her on her way back from buying groceries. Team leader Su already has a leg problem and can't run fast. Her old injury flared up this time. Qin Yuqing felt a bit of schadenfreude. Was this punishment for her constant troublemaking? With the boss not around, the two of them were lazy and kept watch over the warehouse. Usually no one came here anyway. Qin Yuqing, tired from last night, quickly tidied up and packed some boxes in the warehouse. She took out a thin blanket from her space to rest again. Song Lei hesitated but didn't dare to look for Qin Yuqing after sitting outside for a long time. Qin Yuqing was awakened by the ringing of the meal call. She folded her blanket, stretched lazily, and went to get her food. After eating, she asked someone for leave. Since Su Lanin wasn't there, she went to find Wang Menglan. It was intentional. She knocked on the door, but when she entered, Wang Menglan wasn't there. Qin Yuqing had to ask another person for leave. Comrade Zhao, I need half a day off. Zhao Jinshu asked mechanically. Reason? My house was robbed. I need to go back and check. Zhao Jinshu paused, opened a drawer, and took out a leave slip. Go ahead. Qin Yuqing took out 2 pieces of milk candy and placed them on the table. Thank you. She wanted to leave a good impression for future inquiries. Then she went to the Public Security Bureau to find Zhou Ong. I'm here for notarization. Can you help me get in touch with the right person? Zhou Ong was free and took her to meet the responsible person. Qin Yuqing experienced how having connections made things easier. After everything was arranged, Zhou Ong saw her out. Qin Yuqing handed over the snacks she had prepared earlier. Zhou Ong said seriously, I can't accept this. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, It's not from me. Grandma Wu asked me to bring it. She said it's a gift for good luck. Please enjoy some sweets. Qin Yuqing specifically bought a bag of candies, and no one would mind if she shared them. I won the candies. You can take the rest back. Qin Yuqing was there for an errand, and many people saw her. Eating 2 pieces of candy was normal, so Qin Yuqing didn't insist, and took her snacks back. I have one more thing to ask. How is Ahu? What was your verdict? She always felt that the break-in at her house last night was related to the same accomplice who escaped last time. Zhou was caught off guard and asked, Are you talking about Bian Hu? Qin Yuqing only knew that others called him Ahua or Ahu. Hearing his full name for the first time made her shiver. You mean Bian Hu, the one who was caught in my house last midnight? Yes, him. You even splashed chili on his face. Zhou thought she had forgotten and teased her on purpose. Qin Yuqing trembled all over, her voice trembling as well. What is his sister's full name? Zhou sensed something was wrong and asked, Do you know something? Did something happen? Qin Yuqing's mind was a bit chaotic. Her past life was confusing, but she remembered one thing very clearly. The man-eating flower Bian Yulan, who killed her biological parents, was the leader of a criminal gang with 70 or 80 members. They committed many crimes, stealing, kidnapping, and robbery. Over a dozen people had died at her hands, and she estimated that hundreds of women and children had been trafficked through her. If not for a woman escaping and reporting the crime, Bian Yulan's gang wouldn't have been caught. It took the police 3 years to arrest her. She knew this because, at that time, she was beaten almost to death and lying in the hospital. The woman in the next bed had her child kidnapped by Bian Yulan's accomplices. She cried and cursed, and the whole ward was talking about Bian Yulan. If Ahua was Bian Yulan, her situation would be dangerous. Recently, many unfamiliar faces had been wandering around their alley. Are you okay? Zhou Ong noticed Qin Yuqing looked unwell. She leaned against the wall to catch her breath, her mind racing. Comrade Zhou, you haven't told me Ahua's full name yet? Just call her Bien, Ahua. These days, people say a name is easier to remember. No one would care if her name was changed like that. Qin Yuqing didn't breathe a sigh of relief after hearing the name. The surname was very rare. What if she changed her name? Carefully recalling her past life, she remembered the name of her village, although the reports did not mention her changing her name. Perhaps she forgot, but she clearly remembered her village's name. Comrade Zhou, where is Bien who originally from? I didn't handle that case. If you want to know, I need to look it up. Qin Yuqing hesitated.
Comrade Zhou, please check.
I have something important to tell you.
Zhou An nodded.
All right, come with me to my office. Qin Yuqing followed behind, determined to find out Bien Hu's home address. Zhou Ong found the file. Lingshang Village. It's a poor area. Qin Yuqing confirmed that Bien Ahua was Bien Yulan.
How far had she gone?
How many people had she hurt? Qin Yuqing didn't know any of this. I have something to report. After hearing Qin Yuqing, Zhou Ong looked serious. Why didn't you report it earlier? Qin Yuqing lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. I went to the black market last night. I was afraid to report it, in case I got questioned. Zhou Ong remained silent. Everyone knew about the black market, but no one dared to speak openly. It was shameful, and even the lightest punishment involved some form of ideological education. I'll take my colleagues to your home to check. Qin Yuqing nodded. This was a matter of life and death. She didn't care about exposing herself at the black market. Her home didn't have many valuables, and she wouldn't admit to buying anything. In the afternoon, Qin Yuqing brought 2 police officers to her house, attracting curiosity from the neighbors. They gathered at the door, peeking inside. Qin Yuqing didn't damage anything at the scene. Zhou Ong looked at the cut wires carefully and asked, "What time did you leave? When did you come back?" "I left around 11 o'clock and returned about 1 o'clock.
Zhou Ong didn't know what to say.
How could such a young girl be so brave? He also thought Qin Yuqing was lucky. She avoided being caught at home. The consequences of being caught would be hard to imagine. Qin Yuqing quickly added, "I regretted it halfway. I was a little scared. I didn't go into the black market, so I just came back." Another officer went inside to check the records and then asked, "Did anything get stolen from your home?"
No, Isheka.
Nothing is missing. It's better not to mention the little food that was lost. Besides the mess, her house was now so untidy that even mice would leave with tears. Zhou Ong went to check the corner again. This time, there were no nailed boards, but the ground was damp. Fortunately, Qin Yuqing had been watering the surroundings every day, so her footprints were very clear. She crouched down and measured her shoe size. Zhou Ong had a rough estimate in mind. Thinking about Qin Yuqing carrying a large sum of money, he felt a bit worried. "I'll go find someone to fix the circuit first." Qin Yuqing nodded. Her mind was full of Ahua. With such a big thunderbolt nearby, she couldn't sleep peacefully. She didn't have solid proof, so she only hinted to Zhou Ong a few words. Hopefully, Zhou Ong would take it seriously. She had to find a way to get rid of Ahua, at least to catch her red-handed. Now that Ahua was pregnant and staying mostly at home, it was hard for ordinary people to connect her to the mastermind behind the scenes. The person fixing the circuit arrived quickly. After repairing it, they also checked the surroundings as Zhou Ong instructed. "Be more careful in the future. Report any suspicious activity immediately." Zhou Ong lowered his voice and paused. "Don't go to the black market anymore." Qin Yuqing nodded eagerly, promising she would never go again. They had enough meat and food for now. Qin Yuqing wouldn't take risks. Her priority was to eliminate the danger around her. "I'll go out with you." Zhou Ong was puzzled. Qin Yuqing explained, "I'm taking leave to get a notarization for Grandma Wu. I want to send it over early so I can feel at ease." Zhou Ong understood and said nothing more. Qin Yuqing went out with them, at least to avoid questions from neighbors. She was a bit overwhelmed by all the gossip. When passing by the alley where Ahua lived, She couldn't help but glance inside. Sure enough, she saw Ahua standing at the door, looking in their direction. But there were other people in the alley too, all craning their necks to look out. Ahua standing at the door didn't seem out of place. Qin Yuqing always felt like she was being watched. Who would believe that the greatest danger was hidden right beside her? What's wrong? Zhouang noticed her gaze and asked. Nothing. Qin Yuqing replied, lowering her head and pushing her cart as she walked beside Zhouang. Without evidence, Zhouang might not believe her. Everywhere she looked, there were people watching her. Was Ahua the only suspicious one? How could she go back? After seeing no one, Ahua turned around and went home, carefully closing the door behind her. Inside, she told the two men, "For now, don't come here. You can leave tonight." The man sitting on the stool was unhappy. "Just let it go. I found out that woman has 2 small yellow fish, and she's carrying at least 5,000 yuan. Ahua gently touched her belly and sat on the bed, speaking softly. "The police are here. It seems you don't want to live. You didn't succeed last night, so she's on alert. Wait until the danger passes before acting. Next time, just tie up that girl directly." The man gritted his teeth in anger. Who would have thought she would carry money with her? He regretted not following Qin Yuqing. No one knew about it that night, which made it easier for them to strike. They were careless and missed a good chance, thinking she would leave the money at home. Ahua's eyes were dark and unclear. If she really carries money with her, we can attack her on the street. First, find out her route to work. The two men immediately prepared to leave, but Ahua stopped them. "Hold on. Wait until nightfall. Are you sure you don't want to send someone?" Zhouang asked Qin Yuqing at the alley fork. "No need. It's broad daylight now, and I can ride my bike quickly." Zhouang was worried. To those thieves, Qin Yuqing was just walking money. "Don't take the small paths." "Thanks, I understand." Qin Yuqing mounted her bike and headed toward the new village garden. Zhouang watched her go, standing in place. "Team Zhou, how should we report this?" "Leave it to me. I'll talk to the director." Qin Yuqing's identity was special. Until they caught the person and confirmed evidence, they couldn't do much. If they announced too loudly, it might attract more thieves. When she arrived at the new village garden, Qin Yuqing remembered she was empty-handed. There were people on the road, so she didn't dare openly take things from her space. "Forget it. If I come empty-handed, I come empty-handed." Qin Yuqing comforted herself. She was there to deliver a notarization, so it wasn't really empty-handed. Before she could knock, the door opened. Qin Yuqing greeted with a smile. "Grandma, are you going out?" "No, Yufei saw you through the window. Come in quickly." After Qin Yuqing entered, Zhang Yufei just came out of the house. The smell of medicine was strong inside, indicating it had been simmering for a while. "Qin Yuqing, you're here." Zhang Yufei's eyes suddenly brightened. Qin Yuqing saw that Zhang Yufei looked better than before and felt a little relieved. She quickly took out the notarization and household registration from her bag. "Grandma, it's ready." "Please keep it." Zhang Yufei was surprised. "So fast?" "Let me see. Did you take leave on purpose to come here?" Qin Yuqing smiled. "There was no one to watch over me, so I just came out." Seeing the smile on Zhang Yufei's face, Qin Yuqing felt it was worth it. Grandma Wu watched the two talk, then went inside and brought out a cup of sweet water. Qin Yuqing didn't refuse. After running around, she was a bit thirsty. "Yufei, rest well. I'll come to see you again in a few days." "Grandma, I'll head back first." "Why so hurried?" "Stay for dinner first." Qin Yuqing wasn't quite used to this and couldn't eat much, feeling something on her mind. "Grandma, maybe another time. I snuck out and still need to go back." When she said this, Grandma Wu and Zhang Yufei didn't want to keep her. Grandma Wu took a handkerchief from her pocket. Qin Yuqing immediately understood her meaning. "Grandma, are you trying to give me money?" "I won't come again, if that's the case. Yufei is my good friend, and I should help her." Qin Yuqing hurriedly said goodbye and headed straight to the state-run vegetable market, still aiming for chili peppers. They were cheap, strong, and easy to buy. Buying more wouldn't raise suspicion. If someone asked, she'd say her family liked spicy food and was stockpiling for winter. She also bought a few rubber water bags. Last night's black market trip gave her new ideas. They could be used for artificial incubation. She had seen this before in her past life, and now she could try it herself. Passing by the meat stall, there were a few large bones left. Perfect for making bone soup with noodles. It wasn't expensive, so she bought all of them. Pushing her cart out of the market, she started putting her hand into the bag, slowly transferring items into her space. By the time she reached near her alley, she still had about 7 or 8 jeans of chili peppers. Despite precautions, she was still caught by an auntie in the alley. Ching Ching, what exactly happened? Qin Yuqing sighed, thinking of a good excuse. No secrets with you all. Yesterday, my house was robbed again and they even damaged the wiring. She told them openly about what she could see. Aunt Lee loved to ask questions. Did they find anything? Qin Yuqing shook her head. The police didn't find anything. They just told me to be careful. Ladies, you should watch out too. If there are strangers, be cautious. They might be scouting. She knew her strength was limited, but with so many people living here, they must be afraid of theft. She believed in the power of the community, especially trusting these gossip-loving women. Aunt Lu pondered for a moment. There have been a lot of new faces lately. Did the police say anything else? They just told me to be careful and stay alert. If you're all fine, I'll go home and start pickling chili peppers. Qin Yuqing saw them whispering and took the opportunity to slip away, feeling that at least someone was paying attention to the unfamiliar faces here. Just as Qin Yuqing left, Aunt Lee looked around and said, Do you think they are after the money? The condolence money should have arrived by now, right? Fat Aunt Lu glanced at Aunt Lee and said, That has nothing to do with us. Maybe they are eyeing your family. Aunt Lee glared and said, What are you talking about? They only steal from your family. Fat Aunt Lu snorted and said, Watch your words. When Ching Ching's mom was alive, she helped your family a lot. She had long disliked them, always talking behind their backs, as if others wouldn't be upset if nothing happened to them. Seeing them about to argue, someone nearby quickly stepped in to stop the fight. Fat Aunt Lu carried her basket and went home. Aunt Lee kept talking, pretending to be good. Who knows what you're really thinking? Don't be angry, Aunt Lee. Let's keep talking. Aunt Lee was so bold because her husband was somewhat capable. Aunt Lee adjusted her clothes and, seeing some compliments, looked lively. Let me tell you, that girl is tricky. If someone steals from her, she deserves it. Did you know that old Zhang's daughter in the alley behind was sent away? I heard it was that girl, Ching Ching, who did it. People nearby, eager for gossip, quickly gathered around. Really? And there's also talk about May not going out these days. Qin Yuqing returned home and sighed. She wasn't afraid of being alone, but she was worried about the continuous trouble from others. The last batch of chili peppers was almost dried, so Qin Yuqing started making chili water again and washed the beef. She thought it had been a while since she visited Teacher Yu. Today she planned to cook something and deliver it tomorrow. Most people in the alley could smell the meat late at night, which disturbed their sleep. Some cursed and got up, saying, Who's so inconsiderate, sneaking around and stealing food at night? After hearing the noise, Qin Yuqing put the cooked meat sauce into her space. She also took out the marinated beef and covered it. She did it on purpose. At most, she would be scolded twice at night. During the day, if not scolded, she might face blocked doors. Looking at the 2 large pots of boiling chili water, Qin Yuqing felt more at ease. She decided to sleep in her space for a few days. In the morning, Qin Yuqing rode her bike to work. As she left the alley, she felt like someone was watching her. She looked around but saw nothing unusual. It was rush hour with many people coming and going, making it hard to tell. Qin Yuqing was cautious and slowed down her car on purpose, making sure someone was watching her. When she saw a breakfast shop by the roadside, she stopped to buy a vegetarian bun and a steamed bun. While eating, she looked for the person watching her. She saw a thin man, about 1.7 meters tall, who seemed to stand out in the crowd. Qin Yuqing leaned against the breakfast shop, took a bite of her bun, and casually glanced at the man. Taking advantage of the busy street, she quickly got on her bike and turned into a side street. Her pursuer's gaze finally disappeared. Qin Yuqing wasn't happy about losing him. Instead, she felt a bit worried. Was he planning to attack her? She decided she needed to visit the police station again. She took a detour and arrived at work on time, sweating and still catching her breath when she reached the warehouse. She saw Song Lei looking upset, arriving later than her. "What's wrong with you?" Qin Yuqing asked, thinking his face looked so gloomy. She almost thought something bad had happened to his mother. Seeing Qin Yuqing, Song Lei guessed she didn't know what was happening and slowly said, "Maybe we will have a new team leader soon." "How do you know that?" Qin Yuqing looked at Song Lei again. He seemed to have good information sources. Song Lei pointed inside the warehouse. Qin Yuqing followed him in. They had been chatting outside during work hours, which was a bit unprofessional. Last night, she visited Leader Su, who was badly injured. Qin Yuqing was surprised. She thought the injuries were just scratches, and a few days of rest would be enough. How serious was it? He was hospitalized. It will take at least 2 or 3 months to recover. His family has already reported it to the police, saying it didn't seem like an ordinary robbery. Qin Yuqing immediately thought that Su Lanin had made enemies. With her sharp temper, anyone would want to hurt her. She was ready to act. It seemed the heavens were on her side. She wasn't the only one who disliked Su Lanin. "You mentioned earlier that there might be a new team leader. Do you know who it is?" "Why can't it be you?" Song Lei had said before that he had worked there for 5 years and was considered experienced. After Leader Su left, he thought he might be qualified. He shook his head. "I'm just a temporary worker, so I don't have that right. If a new leader comes, maybe our jobs will be at risk." "You're a temporary worker?" Qin Yuqing was surprised. She rarely saw temporary workers who had worked so long. She started to understand Song Lei's worries. The new leader might target temporary staff. No matter where or when privileges exist. Song Lei looked confused. "Aren't you?" Qin Yuqing remained silent. She really didn't want to upset Song Lei. "My job hasn't been approved yet, and I can't even be considered a temporary worker. In 1 more day, she would know the result." She wasn't sure how Director Liu's investigation was going. Song Lei felt more balanced and thought, no wonder he dared to challenge Supervisor Su. "Don't worry, you've been here so long and are experienced. No one knows this place better than you. Even if there's a new team leader, they will keep you." But Song Lei still felt uneasy. He had been here so long mainly because of Supervisor Su. Most people wouldn't stay, only he could because of his grandfather's connections. Now, Supervisor Su might not return soon, and it could be hard for him to come back later. If he lost this job and had to find another, he wouldn't know what to do. Qin Yuqing saw Song Lei silent and didn't want to comfort him. She was busy with her own thoughts. "I'll go work now. You can watch the front." Qin Yuqing went into the warehouse, hid behind some clothes, and took out a medical book to read. The warehouse was almost tidy, and without Su Lanin's deliberate troublemaking, it felt very relaxed. When she went to the cafeteria, Qin Yuqing paid special attention. She saw Qin Shuyao holding 3 lunchboxes, hurriedly leaving after getting her food. Was she running errands? Thinking about the scriptwriters, she heard they had been working overtime recently. The script was almost finished, and the ideas were very good this time. There was no need to ask about these news. The young girls in the acting team chattered nonstop during lunch, and listening a little was enough. Without Su Lanin for a day, Qin Yuqing felt very comfortable. After work, she rode her bike to see Teacher Yu. As soon as she entered, she saw the office light on. She knocked on the door. "Teacher Yu, I came to see you." Yu Tianhai looked up, adjusted his reading glasses, and smiled. "Come in quickly. Are you getting used to the work?" "Yes, I am." Qin Yuqing sat down quickly and started organizing materials. "Leave it to me. You've had a long day too." Qin Yuqing smiled and said, "I'm not tired. I feel uncomfortable just sitting around." Yu Tianhai was older and worked more slowly. Luckily, there was no rush. Qin Yuqing stayed for about 2 hours, helping to organize everything. She looked at the time, and Yu Tianhai started to send her off. "It's getting dark. Hurry up and go. I'll finish the rest." "Teacher Yu, this is my homemade meat sauce.
Try it."
"I'll go back now. I'll come to see you when I have free time." Qin Yuqing didn't dare to go back too late. She went to find Zhou Ong and saw the work pressed down by Teacher Yu, which she couldn't help but start working on. This time, when she returned home, there were no unfamiliar faces in the alley. Maybe because it was late, she greeted acquaintances on the street and then left without trying to flatter anyone. She knew what others said about her behind her back and didn't want to embarrass herself. Qin Yuqing went inside to boil water, carefully controlled the temperature, and filled rubber hot water bags. She placed 2 in a basket and covered them with 2 pieces of cloth. In the evening, she started selecting fertilized eggs under the lamp. The space could stay warm, making it a good place for incubation. She thought that in 21 days, little chicks would hatch. Then she wouldn't lack meat to eat. Wintertime, a pot of chicken stew with mushrooms would be perfect. Just thinking about it made her drool. Because the seeds were planted too densely, which affected growth, Qin Yuqing began working again. She pulled out some plants and transplanted them to a new area she had prepared. The indoor light stayed on all night. She spent a little money to buy peace of mind, making those with bad intentions hesitate a bit more. Single women, no matter the era, find life easier. In the morning, Qin Yuqing woke up, turned off the light after leaving the space, and ate a bowl of noodles with some braised sauce and beef. Feeling full and satisfied, she knew she had a tough day ahead. While it was still quiet, Qin Yuqing left early. Before leaving, she sprinkled water around the yard and arranged the house so she could notice anyone entering immediately. This time, she didn't notice anyone following her. When she arrived at the cultural troupe, she greeted Lu Jigang with a smile. "Uncle, good morning." After the people went inside, Lu Jigang looked at the clock on the wall. He was surprised to see her so early. He wasn't used to it. At the warehouse area, Song Lei also arrived. Qin Yuqing picked up a medical book and started reading. Song Lei still looked unwell, looking very listless. Qin Yuqing glanced at him, but focused on her reading. She thought she just needed to take care of herself. She planned to visit Lu Wenjie at noon. She couldn't concentrate on her books later, so she tidied up the warehouse a bit. If it weren't for Su Lanin targeting her, she would be working properly. Finally, the bell for lunch rang. Qin Yuqing took her lunchbox to get food. When she entered the dining hall, she heard people whispering. Her instincts told her something was wrong, so she moved closer to those people. "I heard they took someone away by the police." "Really?" "I saw it myself. When they were taking him, I was getting water, and 3 people came. It's not clear yet, but I noticed she hasn't been herself these past few days, acting distracted and absent-minded." Qin Yuqing listened without understanding and felt uncomfortable. She quietly asked, "Who are you talking about?" Usually, Qin Yuqing keeps to herself. Suddenly speaking up surprised everyone. Only staff members are in the cafeteria, and no one hesitated much. Someone quick to speak blurted out, "Director Wang." Qin Yuqing immediately became alert. Could it be about her? Could such secret dealings involve the police? Usually, internal matters are handled within the organization. Since she doesn't work much, she's not familiar with these things, but she knows about food safety. Qin Yuqing stopped speaking and listened carefully. Someone whispered, "Jin Shu is here. She's in the same office. You should ask her. I'm afraid to go." "You go. If Director Wang gets into trouble, she'll definitely step in." Qin Yuqing thought the same. Zhao Jinshu, with a cold face, quickly went to the window, got her food, and left with her lunchbox. Qin Yuqing sat in a corner of the cafeteria, thinking about what to say when she goes to find Lu Wenjie. Everyone in the cafeteria was whispering about Director Wang, talking about various things. Qin Yuqing lowered her head and ate, realizing rumors can really hurt people. She prepared herself mentally and went to find Lu Wenjie. After knocking on the door, she entered smoothly. The situation inside was not what Qin Yuqing expected. Not only Lu Wenjie was there, but 2 others, one she didn't recognize, and another was her old acquaintance Jiang Lihua. "Hello, leaders," she said, standing quietly in place. There were 3 of them, and they couldn't just greet Lu Wenjie alone. They used a general greeting. Lu Wenjie pinched her brow, surprised that Wang Menglan had caused her such trouble. They hadn't finished investigating Wang Menglan, and she had already called the police. They were discussing what to do when Qin Yuqing arrived. Lu Wenjie pointed to Jiang Lihua. This is Captain Jiang from the performance team. Hello, Captain Jiang. Introducing her was the right move. Qin Yuqing guessed they were discussing her joining the team. Jiang Lihua looked Qin Yuqing up and down. She had forgotten about the previous cafeteria incident. She looked good, but judging by her clothes, she didn't seem suited for dancing. It was also inappropriate to be in the office. Qin Yuqing glanced at Lu Wenjie. Not objecting was the same as agreeing with what was written in the report. She nodded and said, "Yes, then just sing a song for me to hear." Jiang Lihua was worried about the rehearsal. She felt something was missing. She thought she could get through New Year's Day, but the new year meant facing various leaders. She wanted to improve and not embarrass herself. Qin Yuqing cleared her throat lightly, adjusted her voice, and sang a song the performance team had been practicing recently. Her voice was clear and gentle, echoing in the empty office. Jiang Lihua suddenly clapped loudly, startling the teacup water to splash out. "With such a good voice, you all keep her in storage?" I knew the higher-ups wouldn't send a fool here. When Wonkin reported in, she was happy at first, thinking he was experienced based on his rank. But as soon as he performed, he was useless, just an outsider. She wanted to curse, but when she found out he was Wang Minlan's nephew, she could only hold her anger inside. It was like swapping a prince with a commoner. Her promising talent was sent away. Jiang Lihua took a deep breath to calm herself and asked again, "What about the dance?" Qin Yuqing didn't speak, but proved her ability. Her clothes weren't suitable for big movements, so she did a few simple moves. When she bent her back during a back bend, it formed a graceful arc. When she raised her leg, her toes stretched straight, showing her flexibility and grace. Her solid basic skills proved she was the right person. Jiang Lihua clapped excitedly. "Tomorrow, you go directly to the performance team." "No, this afternoon. Come with me to get your costume." Qin Yuqing felt a bit dazed. She didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Last time, people didn't like her, but this time, their attitude had changed completely. They seemed to admire her, which felt very strange. She instinctively looked at Lu Wenjie. He still hadn't solved her report issue. Jiang Lihua followed her gaze and glared. "There's still people in the storage. If not, move Wang Can over. He needs to be taken away today." Lu Wenjie's expression stiffened. His mouth twitched twice. He looked at a middle-aged man who had been silent all along. Seeing him nod, Lu Wenjie forced a smile and said, "Comrade Qin, don't worry. You'll join the performance team soon. We'll handle the procedures." Qin Yuqing bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, leader." She didn't dare ask more and followed Jiang Lihua out of the office. After the door closed, Lu Wenjie finally spoke. "Director, what about Wang Minglan? Is it true?" The middle-aged man glanced sideways and said, "Even the police came. There can't be a fake. The person who went in must have revealed her." Lu Wenjie sighed. "Why do you think she targeted Su Lanin from the prop team? They usually get along well." Seeing the director frown, he quickly realized he said the wrong thing and added, "So, what about Wang Minglan? And her niece? How should we handle them?" His voice grew quieter, and he looked guilty. Qin Yuqing had been with the prop team for nearly half a month. If it weren't for someone coming to ask, they would still be in the dark. There's a meeting tomorrow to discuss it, but she can't keep the office director position. Lu Wenjie nodded repeatedly, but inside, he thought Wang Minglan was finished. She was so clueless. Jiang Lihua directly took Qin Yuqing to the performance team and explained to the practicing members, "This is the new member. Let's give her a warm welcome." Qin Yuqing looked at the surprised faces, kept her expression calm, but felt very happy inside. "Haha, sister is here now. Just wait and see." After some back and forth, she finally returned. This time, she was smarter. The most shocked was Wang Can. Seeing Qin Yuqing, he even felt a bit scared. He heard during lunch that her aunt had been taken by the police. He was feeling anxious when Qin Yuqing arrived. Was her replacement exposed? What would he do in the future? Wang Can wanted to quickly establish himself in the performance team. He kept using his aunt's identity, which worked well. Many people were willing to be friends with him. Today, after hearing that her aunt was taken by the police, his eyes changed strangely. Qin Yuqing didn't miss Wang Can's struggle and sneered inwardly. She saw him as a double-edged sword. When Wang Menglan brought her convenience, she knew a backlash would come someday. Qin Yuqing looked away and listened as Jiang Lihua made arrangements. She was familiar with the performance team, having been there for over 2 years. The most annoyed was probably Wu Shanshan. Just as she was thinking of ways to trouble Qin Yuqing, Wu Shanshan suddenly appeared in front of her. Dressed in a dance costume and with her hair, Qin Yuqing's features immediately stood out, beautiful and captivating. Feeling inexplicably jealous and uneasy, Wu Shanshan said, "Captain Jiang, this is a critical time. If she suddenly joins, she will definitely fall behind on the progress." Jiang Lihua had long considered that she wouldn't let Qin Yuqing be treated as a spare. She still had a 7-person script that was quite challenging, and she was always missing someone who could sing and dance well. She couldn't give up rehearsing the group song and dance just for a small script she had been preparing for a long time. Qin Yuqing's appearance solved her problem. Wu Shanshan didn't know Jiang Lihua's plan. If she knew that Qin Yuqing would be the main character from the start, she would be so angry she might faint. Usually, she was the center of attention in the team. "I have my own plans for that. Qin Yuqing won't rehearse with you. I will arrange other training for her." Hearing Jiang Lihua's assurance, Wu Shanshan looked up defiantly at Qin Yuqing. Jiang Lihua first selected 6 decent candidates from the backup team. "You 6 start practicing the new dance moves from now on. Begin with free stretching exercises. I will check on you later." Jiang Lihua was eager to go back and find the script. She wanted to report 2 performance programs at once, increasing her chances of winning awards. Qin Yuqing didn't cause trouble and went to a corner to stretch. Wu Shanshan's small team gathered together and started whispering. "Shanshan, how did the team leader let her in?" "I don't know. She must have used some tricks." Wu Shanshan watched Qin Yuqing stretching and whispered, "Now that she's here, we still have a say." Her little follower immediately understood. "Shanshan, leave it to us. We will make her regret coming in." Qin Yuqing stretched while watching the small group gathered together. A small clique causing trouble, probably targeting her. She had already thought of a plan. Wu Shanshan didn't dare to confront her directly, but she kept glancing at Qin Yuqing practicing alone with her 7 teammates. Qin Yuqing made several mistakes and was scolded by the teacher for the choreography. "Wu Shanshan, what's wrong with you? You can't keep up with such simple synchronization? If you can't do it, go to the back." Wu Shanshan was publicly embarrassed, bit her lip in frustration, and apologized. But inside, she blamed Qin Yuqing for distracting everyone. Her appearance had caused her to lose focus. Qin Yuqing saw Jiang Lihua holding the script for 7 flowers, and she couldn't help but twitch her lips. It suited the era's aesthetic. It was probably about 7 girls dedicating themselves to the war effort with singing and dancing interwoven. The 7 stood together as Jiang Lihua explained, "I will demonstrate the moves later. Watch carefully." Qin Yuqing remained calm, while the other 6 people were full of energy. In the group performance, they were just extras or substitutes who didn't get to go on stage. But everyone was willing to perform from start to finish, even with fewer people. As long as they did well, they would be remembered. They practiced very seriously. Qin Yuqing memorized the moves and started practicing slowly. After 3 repetitions, she was almost perfect. Jiang Lihua watched her with admiration and couldn't hide her smile. The other 6 saw how quickly Qin Yuqing learned and also practiced hard. They might be slow, but they were diligent. Jiang Lihua kept watching her, and Qin Yuqing couldn't slack off. She had to repeat boring movements. Luckily, it was just practice, so she didn't need to put much emotion into it. Finally, after work, Qin Yuqing was soaked in sweat, as if she had just come out of water. At the changing area, she took out new clothes from her locker and put them on. She greeted Jiang Lihua and then went to the warehouse. Her bag was still there. Song Lei thought Qin Yuqing had taken another day off and was alone in the warehouse, feeling bored. He also heard that Director Wang had been taken away. When he saw Qin Yuqing come in, he was surprised. "Didn't you leave?" "Of course. Starting tomorrow, I won't be coming here anymore. Probably no one will chase you away now." The warehouse was empty except for Song Lei. Whoever came, there was no one to do the work. So, Where are you going? Are you quitting? Qin Yuqing smiled brightly. To the performance team. If you have free time, be sure to tell Supervisor Su that I've joined the performance team. After saying this confidently, she left with her bag. Song Lei watched her go, thinking only about the performance team. Did she get in? Did she really get in? If Supervisor Su found out, she might be furious. Qin Yuqing was the fastest to join the performance team. She rode her bike to Grandpa Zhao's house. The old man had dug out some herbs from somewhere and was busy arranging them. Grandma, this is my homemade meat sauce. I brought some for you. Qin Yuqing didn't give her a chance to refuse and said, I'm going to find Grandpa Zhao. She saw this as her learning fee. She wasn't officially apprenticed, but if someone was willing to teach her, she felt she was gaining a lot. As she got closer, she realized Grandpa Zhao had probably gone out specifically to pick herbs for her. There weren't many herbs hanging in the sign, but there were many types, more than 10 varieties. She immediately focused and started learning seriously. Shaoranji stood up and said, That's enough for today. If you have no plans this weekend, come to learn from the master. He spoke casually, but his heart was uneasy, worried that Qin Yuqing might refuse. Really, I will come on time this weekend. Even if the sky fell, she would come. Grandma Zhao was in the yard, and hearing this, her mood improved a lot. Shifting her attention was better than sighing all day. Qin Yuqing returned home easily, feeling that everything was moving in a good direction. She was happy and wanted to have a small drink. Speaking of alcohol, her home didn't have any. She glanced at the sky. It was already late today. She would buy some supplies another day. The next morning, Qin Yuqing sprinkled lime powder at the door before leaving, which had become a habit. As she left the alley, she felt the familiar sense of being watched again. Qin Yuqing was annoyed. She left late again and didn't want to go to the performance team too early. Not everyone had a place to stay. About 2/3 of the team members lived in dorms. Qin Yuqing took a deep breath and started to sneak around again. She switched from stealing at night to tracking during the day. She needed to find a way to catch them all at once. She wasn't afraid of thieves stealing, but she was worried they might keep thinking about her. She was pretty sure that Ahua was the man-eating flower from her previous life, who had been caught. Having someone like that nearby was a big hidden danger. She wanted to deal with these people halfway, but she only had chili water, which was too obvious. She needed a different skill that could save her life and be hard to notice. She thought of a remedy and became more eager to learn. Joining the performance group left her little time to slack off. She could only use the mornings and noon. If it weren't for her low pay and Su Lanin's targeting, Qin Yuqing would actually enjoy staying in the prop team. She turned a corner, just relieved to have shaken off the tracking. But not long after, she sensed another gaze fixed on her. It was more disgusting than before. Qin Yuqing suddenly looked back and saw a middle-aged man riding a delivery tricycle not far behind her. When he saw her turn around, he grinned with a lecherous smile. Qin Yuqing felt a wave of disgust. Whether it was coincidence or unintentional, it made her feel uneasy. She couldn't understand why this kind of person hadn't been caught yet. The law against hooliganism hadn't taken him in. The man's tricycle was still loaded with goods. Qin Yuqing quickly pedaled her bike to put some distance between them, then circled around and arrived before the work bell rang. Before entering the rehearsal hall, she heard the sounds of practice from inside. Qin Yuqing sighed. Another day of sweating has begun. After a whole day, Qin Yuqing felt like her bones were about to fall apart. Luckily, she had spiritual spring water. When tired, she secretly took a sip to refresh herself. As for her 6 teammates, they were all relying on their perseverance to keep going. Qin Yuqing actually admired them a lot. After work, she pushed her cart and headed outside. In the crowd, she saw Gao Xianghua. He was standing by the roadside, looking quite presentable, but his eyes kept wandering over a young woman nearby. Some habits are hard to change, she thought. Looking at him again felt like an insult to her. Qin Yuqing got on her bike and left. Gao Xianghua's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw her. His skin was very fair, but she didn't get a clear look at his face. Early in the morning, Qin Yuqing went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy an alarm clock. She had been too busy before and was afraid to sleep after waking up a few times. She also bought 2 pounds of eggs with her ticket. Most of her eggs had been used for incubation, and only a few remained. Then she strolled around the vegetable market, bought some vegetables, and slowly headed home. Before reaching the alley, she saw a man standing against the wall at the alley entrance. Qin Yuqing immediately recognized him as Shin Yuqing. He had a tall, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted figure. Leaning against the corner, he looked unremarkable, but anyone passing by couldn't help but glance at him. His appearance was too eye-catching. Shin Yuqing's eyes were slightly lowered, as if sensing her gaze. He looked up. Their eyes met. Qin Yuqing felt a bit embarrassed to pretend she hadn't seen him, so she pushed her cart a few steps forward. Shin Yuqing strode toward her and said, "Let me treat you to a meal. Guys, please add a bookshelf. I want my stories to have a home too, please, Mrs. and Lords. Take me in." Qin Yuqing thought to herself, this brother really speaks straightforwardly, direct, and to the point, without any beating around the bush. At a state-run restaurant. Shin Yuqing nodded. Qin Yuqing glanced at the sky. She had been delayed outside for a while. If they went now, there probably wouldn't be good food left. How about we go to my place? After saying this, she felt it might not be appropriate. She was used to speaking casually and didn't want to eat leftovers. State-run restaurants closed early and had poor service. She quickly explained, "I got back late. If we go to the state-run restaurant now, they'll be closing soon. You probably have something to discuss, and it's more convenient to come to my place." This time, she didn't even bring Zhang Qi. It definitely wasn't just about having a meal. The two of them walked back to the alley side by side, instantly attracting many glances. Qin Yuqing seemed to understand why Shin Yuqing didn't come into the alley to wait for her. The gossiping aunties even deliberately greeted her. "Qing Qing, you're back from work." They spoke to her, but kept their eyes on Shin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing quickly interrupted them. "Andy, haven't you finished cooking yet? Uncle, haven't you finished work and gone home? Just a couple of days ago. Old man Wang's joints hurt. Is he feeling better now?" They couldn't seem to mind themselves. Usually, when they called her a bad luck charm, they weren't this enthusiastic about greeting her. Qin Yuqing was busy trying to outsmart the gossipers and had no time to pay attention to Shin Yuqing. Finally, they reached home. She quickly opened the door, turned around, and saw 5 or 6 children following behind. "Go inside first." Shin Yuqing pushed the cart in, and Qin Yuqing suppressed her mischievous thoughts. She really wanted to scare these little kids into tears. "Go home now. Your mom is inside making delicious food. If you're late, it will be gone." The children were easy to fool. Hearing there was good food, they happily ran home. Qin Yuqing remembered that in her previous life, 4 or 5 children from this neighborhood had gone missing. Now she thought it was probably Ahua's doing. She turned back, and Shin Yuqing had already placed the vegetables and eggs on the table in the yard, standing nearby. It seemed that if she didn't tell him to sit, he could stand all day. "Go inside and sit. It's a bit cold outside." This wasn't long ago. Qin Yuqing didn't care what others said about her outside. Her reputation was already like this. How much worse could it get? Shin Yuqing was dressed in military uniform. The others didn't dare spread rumors about soldiers. Qin Yuqing picked up the vegetables and went into the kitchen. Shin Yuqing followed behind her. "Do you need help?" "No need. The kitchen is small, and I can do it faster myself." If he came in, she wouldn't be able to take things from her space. Shin Yuqing didn't go into the kitchen or the house. He stood in the yard looking around. Soon, he spotted some faint footprints and glanced at the damp soil nearby. Then he turned and opened the door to go out. Qin Yuqing was cooking and didn't hear any movement. When she carried out the dishes, she found that Shin Yuqing was gone. The door was slightly open, and he had left. Was he annoyed because she was slow at cooking? But she had already taken 2 dishes from her space, cooked a bowl of noodles, and stir-fried some cabbage. Just as I was debating whether to go out and take a look, the door opened, and Shin Yuqing came back from outside. Seeing Qin Yuqing holding dishes and locking the door, he said, "Let me do it. Go to the kitchen and bring in that bowl of noodles." As soon as he entered the kitchen, he smelled a strong aroma of meat. The scent was coming from the sauce in the small bowl. Shen Yuqing looked at the meat on the noodles and immediately recognized it as beef. Qin Yuqing went to get a bowl and chopsticks, returning twice to set all the dishes neatly. Let's eat first. Qin Yuqing wasn't sure if Shen Yuqing was hungry. She was hungry herself after practicing all afternoon, and her energy was almost gone. Shen Yuqing glanced at the beef sauce she brought over. Qin Yuqing noticed his gaze and said, "This is the beef sauce I made earlier. Try it. It was made with a little braised broth but not much." She just took out the noodles and mixed them with the beef sauce, which gave it a special flavor. Qin Yuqing personally served a bowl for Shen Yuqing, worried he might feel embarrassed. Shen Yuqing looked at the 3 dishes on the table and felt that Qin Yuqing was like a magician, cooking faster than they did in the cafeteria. There was potato stew with beef, vinegar-flavored shredded cabbage, stir-fried pork with green peppers, and a pot of noodles. How did she manage to do all that? Watching Qin Yuqing bow her head to eat her noodles, Shen Yuqing also ate silently. The taste was truly unforgettable. He thought to himself that someone who cooks such delicious food probably has a kind heart. After finishing one bowl, Qin Yuqing felt a bit shy to ask for more. She pushed the bowl forward and said, "I can't eat that much. The noodles can't be left over." With something filling her stomach, Qin Yuqing started to speak. "A few days ago, I met your father." Shen Yuqing paused his meal. "What did he say to you?" "Nothing much. He just talked about the engagement, saying it was your idea, and asked me to discuss it with you." Shen Yuqing nodded. "Whatever you want, I will satisfy it." Qin Yuqing wanted to pry into Shen Yuqing's mind. Big brother, who agreed to this. Maybe you're a little overconfident. Seeing Shen Yuqing put down his chopsticks, Qin Yuqing realized that he always stopped eating when he spoke. She decided to keep quiet. "Let's eat first and talk properly after." Qin Yuqing lowered her head to pick at the food. Shen Yuqing could sense that Qin Yuqing was unhappy. Did he say something wrong? He had only said 2 words. It seemed fine, but she was angry? Is being angry a problem? Where is the issue? Was it his tone of voice? He still didn't express himself clearly, perhaps lacking sincerity? Qin Yuqing didn't realize that Shen Yuqing still had many tricks up his sleeve. She was thinking about how to politely discourage him later. She had considered that even if Shen Yuqing couldn't have children, there would still be differences between them. Right now, she didn't want anything else. She just wanted to live peacefully in her small corner. Shen Yuqing was well trained by the army. After dinner, his dishes were so clean that they didn't need washing, and he ate all the food, even not picking out the scallions. And Qin Yuqing doubted that if licking the plate wasn't considered impolite, Shen Yuqing might even lick the soup from the plate. She was also glad she controlled her portion. If she didn't, maybe he wouldn't say anything even if he was full. Qin Yuqing sat still, and Shen Yuqing took the initiative to clear the dishes. Qin Yuqing didn't stop him. His straightforward manner was good, but it lacked a bit of lively energy. She sighed. "Leave it for now. I'll wash later. Let's talk." Shen Yuqing didn't listen and started working on the dishes. "We can talk while doing this, no time wasted." Qin Yuqing didn't like to delay. She directly said, "We're not suitable for each other." Shen Yuqing paused while washing dishes. "Did I say something wrong just now and make you upset?" Qin Yuqing was surprised. She didn't expect Shen Yuqing to say that. He stopped washing and turned to look at her. "You were angry just now." No wonder he was trained by the army. He could sense even the smallest displeasure. That was impressive. His feelings were so delicate, yet his cold face didn't match that. Qin Yuqing sighed. "You didn't say anything wrong. I just feel I don't deserve you. There are too many differences between us." This time, she just wanted things to be simple. Shen Yuqing's family wasn't something a lonely girl like her could easily attach herself to. Shen Yuqing's eyes were deep. "You are worthy. More than enough for me." Qin Yuqing was stunned by Shen Yuqing's words, feeling a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. At first, she thought Shen Yuqing was just joking, but his sincere eyes didn't lie. Could his acting be that good? Is this what training in the army is for? Shen Yuqing lowered his head and continued washing dishes. The sound of running water and clinking porcelain couldn't drown out the irritation rising in Qin Yuqing's heart. Indeed, sincerity was a deadly weapon. She admitted she was momentarily overwhelmed. Qin Yuqing finally managed to control her emotions, and Shin Yuqing finished washing the dishes. She wiped her hands clean and stood opposite Qin Yuqing. Before speaking, her eyes suddenly shifted to a spot, and Qin Yuqing looked in that direction. From the corner of her eye, she only saw half a head. Someone was sneaking around the wall to listen in? Qin Yuqing. Shin Yuqing left a quick remark. I'll go check outside. Qin Yuqing called out to stop him. He was really a thief, but he wouldn't choose this time. It was obvious he was trying to eavesdrop on the gossip from the women around, clinging to the wall to peek and listen, such thick skin. Let's go inside to talk. Shin Yuqing stayed where he was. She was worried that if they went inside, she might say something unfavorable about Qin Yuqing. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Or, do you want them to hear what you're saying? Shin Yuqing's ears turned slightly red. Definitely not good. She obediently followed Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing poured a glass of water and decided to speak openly. You know my situation. Now I am the only one left. My father's sacrifice has nothing to do with anyone else. You've already given enough. Marriage is a big thing. It's not something you get out of guilt. I believe if my father is watching from above, he wouldn't want to see all this. It's unfair to both of us. You have a bright future, and I am just an ordinary person. We're not suitable to be together. Shin Yuqing looked at Qin Yuqing, his fists clenched tightly. I don't want to marry you out of obligation. It's my own choice. He paused, then added, You are very good. Qin Yuqing thought for a moment and finally understood what he meant. Is this a confession? After a long struggle, she spoke cautiously. What do you think is good about me? She almost said, What do you like about me? Was he thinking I'm pretty naive? Or maybe he's not physically strong and saw me as easy to control. Shin Yuqing's situation made it hard not to doubt his motives. Everything about you is good. Your personality, your temper, your looks, and you can cook, he hurried to add, fearing she wouldn't believe him. Everything about you is good. You're the best I've ever met. Qin Yuqing chuckled inwardly. She also thought she was pretty good. But Shin Yuqing said that, and she felt something was off. I don't believe no one has pursued you. I've heard that people like you are very popular. Shin Yuqing said firmly, no, he didn't like anyone else.
He wouldn't admit it if he did.
I will treat you well. If I do something wrong, you can tell me and I will change. Even Qin Yuqing's usually good temper was annoyed, and her temper wasn't very good to begin with. She couldn't understand him, no matter how hard she tried. Shin Yuqing looked at Qin Yuqing, who remained silent for a long time, and spoke softly. It's not just you. There are others too. At least, you don't dislike me. Qin Yuqing let out a breath, feeling that this was more reasonable. Does your family often pressure you to get married? Shin Yuqing nodded honestly. Yes, but I haven't agreed. Why not? I don't like it. They have their own reasons. When he was a child, he didn't understand. Now he does. The people who flatter him all day aren't truly fond of him, nor are they his real friends. They act friendly in front of him, but behind his back, they can betray or slander him. He also dares not to provoke girls. Once he gets involved with someone more difficult than a burr, they stick to him again after he tries to shake them off. He's the one who ends up being scolded or punished. When Shin Yuqing said this, his face rarely showed a hint of relaxation. Qin Yuqing didn't know what Shin Yuqing had been through. Do you dislike me? Qin Yuqing was caught off guard by Shin Yuqing's sudden question. This person really doesn't know how to be tactful. Not exactly. You're good. I just feel there's a gap between us. In terms of appearance, character, and family, there's no fault. Just looking at how he always follows rules, he's not really bad. If she had to find a flaw, it would be Shin Yuqing's stubbornness. Shin Yuqing could tell from her subtle rejection that she didn't want him. A voice inside him kept reminding him that if he backed down this time, there might be no future. He hadn't felt this kind of impulse in a long time. The last time was 10 years ago, when he left his parents against their wishes to go to the Northwest. After we get married, I will apply to work near you. Qin Yuqing. Listen to what you're saying. She was talking about the difference between people, not distance. With her limited understanding, she really doubts how he became a team leader. Shin Yuqing's brow furrowed slightly, as if he remembered something. Do you have someone you like? He overlooked the most important thing. If Qin Yuqing liked someone, he would be the bad guy. It's normal for her to refuse him. Qin Yuqing felt helpless for the first time. No. Shun Yuqing relaxed his brow. Me neither, Qin Yuqing internally thought. Who asked you that? Let's try it. I will protect you. If you still dislike me, then I will leave. Qin Yuqing felt a strange ache in her heart. She didn't know where this feeling came from, but hearing Shin Yuqing's almost pleading voice made her feel upset. Someone with his status shouldn't speak to her in such a tone. They haven't known each other for long. Qin Yuqing hesitated for a long time, thinking again and again, but she couldn't find anyone better than Shin Yuqing. Maybe she can be a bit reckless. If they break up later, she will have had such a wonderful boyfriend, and it will be something to be proud of. After Shun Yuqing finished speaking, he nervously clenched his fists under the table, waiting for her decision. Qin Yuqing nodded slightly. Then let's be a couple. Shun Yuqing smiled slightly. Okay. Qin Yuqing was a bit surprised. She realized he could smile, and it looked quite nice. She understood why some people would do silly things just to make someone smile. Two strangers, after agreeing to be a couple, fell into a long silence. You're not safe here. Shun Yuqing broke the silence first. He couldn't stay too late here. It might ruin Qin Yuqing's reputation, but some things had to be said. I know. The police have already come. Since dinner started, Shun Yuqing kept looking at the lime she had sprinkled. Did he notice something? What did they say? They haven't caught anyone yet. They told me to be careful and stay alert. Based on his earlier observations, Shun Yuqing concluded. It's a gang. There should be their hideout nearby. Qin Yuqing didn't expect Shun Yuqing to say it so easily. Can you tell? Yes. The footprints are different, at least 3 people. There were footprints on Qin Yuqing's wall, thanks to her sprinkling water or lime at home. To an outsider, it seemed useless, but to someone like Shun Yuqing, who relied on detailed investigation, it was clear evidence. Qin Yuqing didn't hide anything. It should be fine for now. The police just came a couple of days ago. They won't show up again. Shun Yuqing sensed something and asked, Do you suspect anyone? So, your suspect is that Ahua? This time, Qin Yuqing felt nervous, thinking that Shun Yuqing also didn't trust her and believed she was talking nonsense, overly anxious. She politely reminded Zhou Ong that Ahua is not an easy woman. He had already investigated and confirmed that Ahua is innocent. The man was caught, his parents didn't care for him, he had no family support, was pregnant, unemployed, and living a hard life. She knew she couldn't say anything about Ahua in front of Zhou Ong without evidence. Qin Yuqing nodded. I have no proof, but I feel something is off about her. Ahua's too low-key, mostly staying at home except for grocery shopping, rarely seen outside. Shun Yuqing said, Sometimes, intuition is right. Stay away from Ahua until you have proof. Qin Yuqing nodded, seeming to believe what Shun Yuqing said. I'll stay here these days. Can I treat you to dinner after work tomorrow? Should I pick you up? Shun Yuqing asked cautiously. Qin Yuqing didn't want to bother. Whether Shun Yuqing rode a bike or drove, their destination was the state-run restaurant. Just wait for me at the restaurant. I'll ride over quickly. Shun Yuqing looked a bit disappointed but nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you. Seeing the sky darken, Shun Yuqing stood up. I should go now. Qin Yuqing saw him to the door, and at Shun Yuqing's request, she first closed the door. When Shun Yuqing reached the alley intersection, thinking of Qin Yuqing's words, he turned around and headed toward the alley where Ahua lived. The alley was occasionally passed by people, and 2 or 3 children were playing at the entrance. It was getting dark, but Shun Yuqing still found a half-dried, muddy footprint on a wall ledge. It wasn't very clear, but at the time, someone must have stepped in very wet mud. It hadn't rained recently. Only near Qin Yuqing's yard wall was damp. Maybe the person who ran earlier was hiding inside. He couldn't be sure this was Ahua's home. He forgot to ask the exact location. Qin Yuqing sat at the table, sighing deeply. How had she been drawn into Shun Yuqing's plans? All right, she admitted she was a little curious about Shun Yuqing, but not love. Just curiosity about him as a person. Being disturbed by Shun Yuqing, she lost her motivation to study. After washing up, she went straight to sleep. The alarm hadn't gone off yet, but Qin Yuqing was already awake. She looked at the time, 4 a.m., and stretched her body before reviewing her medication notes and pharmacology knowledge. To avoid being watched again, she left home 20 minutes early for her shift. These past few days, Qin Yuqing had been under close surveillance, which left her feeling anxious. Whenever she sensed someone staring at her for more than a minute, she would take a different route. Qin Yuqing, dressed in plain clothes, blended into the crowd and frowned. Had he been discovered? His tracking skills shouldn't be so poor. Soon, he noticed something unusual among the busy people. Someone was following Qin Yuqing. He quickly approached one person. The follower stopped halfway and turned in another direction. Qin Yuqing hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow the man. He saw the man finish breakfast on the street and stroll toward the black market area, a place known for its complex layout. Without hesitation, Qin Yuqing moved ahead, hiding in an alley. He quickly subdued the man, twisting his arm behind his back and demanding, "Who told you to follow her?" I don't understand what you're saying," the man stammered. Qin Yuqing tightened his grip, causing the man to cry out in pain. "If you don't talk, I'll break your arm. No one will know if I kill you here." Having seen many people, Qin Yuqing could tell right away that this man was not an honest person. He was involved in shady dealings.
Please.
Be gentle. I'll talk, the man pleaded. Someone paid us to watch that girl, to find out her work route. That's all I know, he admitted. Qin Yuqing snorted coldly. He stepped on the man's ankle slightly, making him panic. Don't step on me. I'll tell you everything. The man explained that the girl had a lot of money, and someone wanted to get it from her. Since her family's patrols made it hard to attack her directly on the street, they planned to do it when she was alone. If they succeeded, Qin Yuqing and his team could also share the reward. Frowning, Qin Yuqing realized that unless he eliminated the gang, Qin Yuqing's safety wouldn't be guaranteed. Come with me. He took the man to the police station. This was not something he could handle alone. Qin Yuqing shook off her pursuer, feeling annoyed. The route she followed was getting longer. No matter how many detours she took to get to work, it was always the same few streets. After changing into her training uniform, she entered the training hall. Zhang Lihua arrived earlier than Qin Yuqing. Seeing her come in, Zhang Lihua waved and handed her some sheets of paper. Sing these lines, she said. Qin Yuqing silently looked at the sheet music. After recognizing the lyrics, she hummed the tune softly, becoming familiar with it. Zhang Lihua's gaze never left Qin Yuqing. She was doing it on purpose. Captain Jiang, that's enough. Qin Yuqing cleared her throat and started singing. Her pitch was perfect. Zhang Lihua's eyes smiled like a crescent moon. You can read sheet music. I know a little, learned it on my own before, Qin Yuqing modestly replied. This was thanks to the hardships they faced last time. To better integrate into the performance team, she paid for a music teacher to teach her. Not only could she read sheet music, but she also composed and wrote scripts. She learned everything she could. Zhang Lihua was very pleased, which made things easier for her later. Practice as I told you later, supervise their movements, and I will correct them later. Qin Yuqing sighed. Zhang Lihua was relieved, but it made her feel hated. She could imagine Wu Shanshan and her groups jealous, twisted faces even with her eyes closed. There was no way around it. She wanted to stay low-key, but her strength didn't allow it. She couldn't hide. Her rest time would probably be shortened in the future. Seeing the 6 people gathering around her, she didn't want to talk at all. Her temple twitched with annoyance. To reduce the number of practice sessions, Qin Yuqing practiced very seriously. She had to be serious. From earlier, Zhang Lihua watched her the whole time. The new program was added suddenly, and they didn't have much time left. To perform perfectly, they had to keep practicing and adjusting. The 7 of them had different skill levels. Zhang Lihua wanted to see quick results, so she didn't even have time to guide the previous musical drama. There were other teachers helping, but she was the only one guiding the 7 girls in the group, which also helped her gain recognition, even if they only got 3rd place in the New Year performance. Qin Yuqing felt bitter inside. She knew Zhang Lihua's personality well. She was a perfectionist. Now that she was focused on them, laziness was impossible. After a whole day, it felt like she had been pulled out of water. Even at noon, Zhang Lihua kept pulling her aside to give instructions. It was tiring, but it reduced trouble. Wu Shanshan didn't have time to cause problems for a while. Zhang Lihua seemed to know everything in advance. One side rested, the other practiced. One side practiced, the other rested. They worked separately. They didn't even have time to sit and talk, let alone argue. Wu Shanshan didn't have time to cause trouble, but her hatred only grew. Why was it that as soon as she arrived, Captain Zhang gave her a solo rehearsal and made her the lead? Qin Yuqing felt completely drained and urgently needed energy. She pushed her bicycle and hurriedly left the cultural troupe. As soon as she stepped out, she saw that tall figure. She quickened her pace and asked, "Why are you here?" Qin Yuqing didn't want Qin Yuqing to feel too much pressure. This morning, he reviewed the case files again, along with the recently captured Wang Sanma. He interrogated several people all morning. Some were involved in theft, deception, and even human trafficking. He was working with the police chief to question suspects, while Zhou was busy catching others. Most of those caught were small-time crooks. The real mastermind behind the surveillance has not yet appeared. Everyone in the police force knows one thing. Qin Yuqing is being watched. Someone is interested in the money she has. It's okay. I just happened to come here while walking, Qin Yuqing said with a slight smile. She was exhausted. Her strength had been drained by Zhang Lihua. Will you bring people? She asked, looking at Qin Yuqing expectantly. Qin Yuqing swallowed hard and replied, I haven't before, but I can try. Qin Yuqing didn't want to take a single step further. If it weren't for the spiritual spring water that helped her recover, she would have collapsed from exhaustion in the training hall. Her body had shown signs of weakness from intense training. She hadn't felt it in the props team yet, so she thought she was fine. She handed her bicycle to Qin Yuqing and said, Go slowly first. I'll go up. Qin Yuqing took a few running steps, then agilely sat on the bike, naturally gripping Qin Yuqing's waist with her hands. The bike wobbled, and Qin Yuqing stiffened, controlling the direction. His waist felt as if it was on fire, burning intensely. Her delicate hands, despite being covered by clothes, seemed to touch his skin. The warmth passed through the fabric, making him catch his breath. Hold on tight. Qin Yuqing's voice was lower than usual, and his Adam's apple moved slightly. Qin Yuqing responded softly, her voice so gentle it was almost carried away by the wind. She was too tired to speak. If Qin Yuqing didn't come, she would have wanted to cancel. When she felt the firm muscles under his clothes, her fingertips involuntarily curled. Realizing this, she quietly loosened her grip and gently adjusted her clothes, avoiding contact with Qin Yuqing's muscles. Her hair was blown by the wind, some strands brushing against Qin Yuqing's back. Luckily, it wasn't summer. There's a pothole ahead, Qin Yuqing warned, his voice a little hoarse. Surrounded by people leaving work, there was no way to avoid the puddle, so I had to ride over it. Wow! Qin Yuqing just responded when the bike suddenly jolted. She gasped and involuntarily leaned forward, her chest hitting Qin Yuqing's back firmly. Her arms instinctively wrapped around his waist. In that moment, both of them froze. Qin Yuqing only felt a soft sensation on his back, and her arms tightened around him. His ears turned red visibly, and his palms sweat as he held the handlebars. His muscles responded naturally, guiding the bike smoothly. I'm sorry. Qin Yuqing hurriedly let go and grabbed his shirt again, her cheeks burning as if they were on fire. Her careless words had caused trouble again. Why does she always say whatever comes to mind? She's so stubborn. She doesn't think before acting. People might think she's deliberately trying to cause trouble. Her heart was pounding wildly inside her chest, almost bursting out. Just now, she clearly felt the outline of Qin Yuqing's back, strong and warm. He's really fit. There should be six-pack abs under his clothes. It's okay. Qin Yuqing cleared his throat, trying to sound normal. You hold on tight. It's safer that way. Qin Yuqing bit her lip and hesitated for a moment. Carefully, she wrapped her arms around his waist again, this time keeping a little distance. Occasionally, bumps on the road made her body involuntarily press against his back. Qin Yuqing was riding very slowly, much slower than usual. He suddenly wished the road could go on forever, with no end in sight. Have you felt anything strange on your way to work these past few days? He asked, trying to distract himself and avoid falling. Qin Yuqing hesitated. If I tell you someone's been following me, do you believe it? Since when? Probably since the last time I saw the thief. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm overthinking. Qin Yuqing's words became less confident. It's hard to convince someone based on just intuition. Most people wouldn't believe such vague things. Since this morning, Shen Yuqing had noticed Qin Yuqing avoiding something. He felt a little sorry for her. She had been through this before, but she couldn't tell anyone, so she had to suffer in silence. No wonder she looked so tired. Always tense and alert isn't healthy. You did the right thing. You should trust your instincts. Qin Yuqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Do you believe me? You're so silly. No one else does. Feeling unconditionally trusted feels so good, like the whole world is doubting you, and then someone appears and says, I support you. Who doesn't believe? Do you know who I mean? To hear Shen Yuqing clearly, Qin Yuqing instinctively leaned closer to his back, unable to see the slight smile on his face. Yes, I know. The second police team, Captain Zhou. That's right. You often work together. He's actually quite nice and has helped me a lot. Shen Yuqing disliked Zhou even more now. No wonder his work was poor, he was wasting effort on the wrong things. He paused. If I transfer over in the future, you won't need to ask him for help. You're transferring? Will you agree if I do? Qin Yuqing remembered that in the previous life, this never happened. After marriage, Qin Shuyao followed Shen Yuqing with the military. There was a moment of silence. Shen Yuqing seemed annoyed, as if he had said the wrong thing, and was about to explain. A voice came from behind. If I don't agree, you won't transfer. Even if I don't agree, I will transfer. We're dating. Qin Yuqing really wanted to jump out of the car now and see Shen Yuqing's expression when he said that. How could he say such words with that icy face? She was very curious. Qin Yuqing blushed shyly and teased, Who are you dating? You promised yesterday. You can't go back on your word. Qin Yuqing also felt playful. If I go back on my word, what will Captain Shen do to me? Shen Yuqing was silent for a moment. Chase you until you agree. Shen Yuqing was determined. Once he decided something, he would throw himself into it. If he didn't hit a wall and bleed, he wouldn't stop. Chasing a wife isn't shameful. It's much better than being single. Qin Yuqing felt warm all over, as if her face could fry an egg. This person was quite the contrast. Almost there. Take your time getting out. Shen Yuqing slowed down. Qin Yuqing carefully jumped out of the car, locked it, and they both entered the state-run restaurant. Sit first. I'll order food. Qin Yuqing chose a clean table. When she looked to the side, she saw what seemed to be a young couple. On the right was a family, and everything seemed fine. After finishing, Qin Yuqing chuckled at herself, realizing she had developed a conditioned reflex. She looked up to find Shen Yuqing's figure and saw him in line for food. Her face immediately darkened. Among the people in line was Gao Xianghua. She didn't expect to run into Gao Xianghua while having a meal, especially since he was standing right next to Shen Yuqing. Qin Yuqing glanced around but didn't see Qin Shuyao. She found it hard to believe that Gao Xianghua had another trait, being stingy. He wouldn't come to a state-run restaurant alone unless it was for something important. She was so focused on looking around that she didn't notice Shen Yuqing returning. Why are you looking at me? Shen Yuqing carried a bowl of rice and returned with a plate of stir-fried eggplant. The other dishes are still being prepared. You can eat some rice to fill your stomach first. Qin Yuqing didn't insist. She was really hungry. During peak meal times, the state-run restaurant served food quickly. There was braised pork, soy sauce beef, a whole braised fish, and a stir-fried vegetable dish. 2 bowls of egg drop soup were soon brought over. Qin Yuqing was about to say she couldn't finish it all and was too hungry, but then she thought about Shen Yuqing's large appetite and decided to stay quiet. She was also quite hungry. Shen Yuqing noticed Qin Yuqing's gaze. Not to your taste? What else do you want to eat? I can order it. No, I think it's a bit much. It's not too much. I'm worried I ordered too little. He didn't know Qin Yuqing's favorite foods, so he ordered some recommended dishes. Qin Yuqing didn't hold back either. She pretended to eat sparingly, as if she was starving herself. If she couldn't enjoy her meal, being together wouldn't be fun. She had no oil or water on her, and after a whole afternoon of training, she was starving. When their dishes were served, the people at the neighboring tables looked over. Just the two of them eating so lavishly seemed quite extravagant. The young couple at the next table only had a plate of greens in front of them, which made the contrast a bit awkward. A child at the table on the right saw this and sniffed. "Mom, I want to eat braised pork too." The mother quickly covered her mouth and moved the child's plate to hide the braised pork from view. Qin Yuqing was immersed in her meal and didn't pay attention to the surroundings. Braised pork with rice was a perfect match. Shen Yuqing watched Qin Yuqing keep grabbing braised pork, then got up. Qin Yuqing asked, "Where are you going?" "To get another serving of braised pork." "Sit down. These dishes are enough." "Do you think I'm a pig?" After eating a bit, Qin Yuqing felt energized and was willing to talk. Shen Yuqing obediently sat down and said, "You're too thin. You should eat more. Can't become fat all at once. Take it slow." Qin Yuqing also knew she was thin. Recently, her diet had improved a lot, and she ate meat every day. Maybe because she had been underfed before, she didn't gain weight even now. Qin Yuqing took a piece of beef and tasted it. It was pretty good. In this era, there wasn't much technology or tough work. Next to them, a woman watched Qin Yuqing eat happily, drooling over the meat. She looked at her boyfriend, who only ate vegetables and even had to count them. She felt uncomfortable and could only nibble on her rice slowly. "Not as tasty as what you make," Shen Yuqing said after trying the marinated beef. He hadn't tried Qin Yuqing's marinated beef before, but he had tasted her stew beef. His instinct told him that her marinated beef must be better than this. "Good taste, just a little worse than mine. I'll make some for you to try later." Almost regretting his words, he bit his tongue. His words flew out before his brain caught up. He couldn't stop himself from praising her, and he felt happy. Shen Yuqing smiled and said, "Okay." Qin Yuqing was eager to change the subject. "How long can you stay here?" "About 5 days. Originally, he planned to leave after 3 days, but after discovering Qin Yuqing's situation, he felt uneasy not to handle it himself. No matter how Zhouang promised, he wanted to be involved in the investigation himself. Qin Yuqing nodded, understanding. Suddenly, she remembered that her father had given her money last time, but forgot to mention it yesterday. Your dad gave me some money last time. Can you help me take it back?" "No need. Just consider it a gift for meeting." Shen Yuqing paused. "Just take it. He doesn't have anywhere to spend it anyway." Qin Yuqing. She was a bit curious about how wealthy Shen Yuqing's family was. Was it really okay for him to say that as a son? They were almost done eating. Qin Yuqing finally looked up and saw a familiar figure running in, panting. Qin Shuyao was a little annoyed. She couldn't catch a cab on the way here. She had walked over, but today Gao Xianghua had something to do and didn't come to pick her up. Gao Xianghua had already ordered the dishes and was sitting diagonally across from them, separated by a table. Gao Xianghua waved his hand. "Yao Yao, over here." Qin Yuqing heard the voice and changed her expression before walking toward Gao Xianghua. Shen Yuqing noticed Qin Yuqing's gaze and turned to look. Seeing it was a woman, he quickly looked away. "Do you know her?" Qin Yuqing nodded, with a smile that seemed a little strange. Shen Yuqing asked uncertainly, "Are you not on good terms?" "Yes," Qin Yuqing whispered. "She is my uncle's daughter, Qin Shuyao, the one almost arranged for you to marry." Hearing this, Shen Yuqing felt uncomfortable all over. Luckily, he hadn't said anything inappropriate earlier. "I don't like her." Qin Yuqing's smile was gentle, but Shen Yuqing could feel an odd chill. "I just want to be with you." Qin Yuqing's smile froze on her face. He said it so openly, and his voice wasn't quiet. Shen Yuqing felt a strong sense of danger and made a show of loyalty in his mind. "I'm serious. I only like you." Qin Yuqing didn't have such a thick skin. She cleared her throat softly. I understand. Hurry up and eat. After you're done, we can leave." Shen Yuqing picked up his chopsticks and started eating the leftovers quickly. Qin Yuqing was worried he'd overeat, so she whispered, If you can't finish, don't force yourself. Shin Yuching looked up and asked, "Want to watch a movie? I'll treat you." The girl at the next table looked almost ready to cry. She thought, without comparison, there would be no pain. She had wanted to see a movie for a long time, but her partner kept making excuses. Either something came up or the tickets were sold out. She finally bought a ticket, only for him to say his car broke down halfway and she had to wait outside the cinema until it was over. "Today? Is that okay?" Shen Yuqing asked hopefully. It was a last-minute idea for him. Qin Yuqing hadn't watched a movie since her rebirth. She missed it a lot. Shen Yuqing ate faster, and Qin Yuqing sipped her soup slowly. "I want to eat braised pork ribs. Didn't I tell you to buy it earlier?" Qin Yuqing heard Qin Shuyao complaining and looked up with a playful smile. Watching her was more interesting than the movie. When Qin Shuyao entered, she was busy looking for Gao Xianghua and didn't notice Qin Yuqing. Now she was turned away from Qin Yuqing so she wouldn't see her. Qin Yuqing glanced at their table. Both dishes were vegetarian. One was stir-fried greens that had turned discolored from time, and the other was tofu stew, with a small plate that looked like a corn pancake. Gao Xianghua tried to flatter her, saying, "Yao Yao, I'm also late. The dish is sold out, so let's just make do today. Next time, I'll definitely buy it for you. There's no ribs, but braised pork is fine." "It's so plain, how can I eat that? I'm almost exhausted today and just want a good meal." Qin Shuyao pretended to be cute, but she was quite angry inside. If it weren't for the future, she'd want to throw this plate of food at Gao Xianghua. It's obvious he just thinks it's too expensive. Gao Xianghua looked around nervously, afraid others might hear, and smiled flatteringly. "Since you came late, the braised pork is gone." At this time, the braised pork was indeed finished. They didn't make much tonight, but Gao Xianghua wasn't just arriving now. Qin Yuqing was very familiar with this sneaky move. Gao Xianghua always acted like this. If he brought out a plate of braised pork now, he'd eat it faster than anyone. He'd rather go hungry than spend money, but he was willing to spend on himself. If he wanted to eat, he'd pay without hesitation. Such a selfish man. Qin Shuyao snorted coldly inside. She wasn't as stupid as Qin Yuqing. She knew how to handle men. Lately, she had been holding in a lot of anger from being around Gao Xianghua, and now she didn't care anymore. "I'm not eating anymore. If you want to eat, you eat." Qin Shuyao put down her chopsticks. "Since you ordered it, it must be what you like. Take your time." Gao Xianghua's face darkened. His eyes turned cold. That mean woman was trying to flatter him and even giving him orders. If she didn't have some money and ability, he wouldn't bother with her. He was so excellent that he should be with the woman at the next table, fair skin, gentle, and probably very attractive. But unfortunately, he already had a partner. She was just for fun, not for marriage. She ate too much and ordered so many meat dishes. Such a wasteful woman. The man next to her was also a fool, letting a woman eat so well. Qin Yuqing's face turned cold. She didn't know what Gao Xianghua was thinking, but it wasn't good. His eyes showed clear malice. That scumbag had nothing good in his heart. Shen Yuqing glanced at Gao Xianghua. "You really dislike him." Qin Yuqing noticed the change in his expression. She remembered this person. When he ordered food earlier, he had been following her and even talking to her. He just ignored him. Such a scumbag. But he's a perfect match for Qin Shuyao. Shen Yuqing didn't quite understand, but he knew that being called a wasn't a good thing. "Let's go now." Someone had upset Qin Yuqing. He couldn't ask them to leave, but they could choose to walk away. Qin Yuqing glanced at the table. There wasn't much food left, but it wasn't completely finished either. She looked up and asked, "Are you full? Then wait for me outside. I'll go say goodbye." She wasn't afraid of offending anyone. Since those two unpleasant people were here, she wouldn't let them feel comfortable. Shen Yuqing didn't ask questions. He simply followed her instructions, stood up, and went out to get the car. Qin Yuqing waited until he left before slowly standing up. Gao Xianghua watched her walk toward him, feeling restless. She looked even more beautiful up close. He used to think Qin Shuyao looked nice, but compared to Qin Yuqing, the difference was huge. Qin Shuyao suddenly seemed ordinary. Even though she wore fine clothes, They lacked elegance on her. Qin Shuyao noticed Gao Xianghua's gaze and turned to see Qin Yuqing. Her heart sank. Why was that woman here? Could she be interested in Gao Xianghua? Qin Yuqing smiled and greeted her. Shuyao, what a coincidence. I almost didn't recognize you. Qin Shuyao couldn't show her true feelings in front of Gao Xianghua. She had always acted gentle and kind around him. Before she could speak, Gao Xianghua asked, Shuyao, who is this? Qin Yuqing quickly answered before her. I'm her cousin. Then she smiled at Gao Xianghua. He touched his chin and said, Shuyao, you never told me you had such a beautiful cousin. Qin Shuyao clenched her teeth in anger. That woman was doing this on purpose, trying to attract Gao Xianghua, that smooth-talking man. To be fair, he did have a handsome face, the kind that looked delicate and charming. Qin Yuqing still remembered that Qin Yuqing was waiting outside, so she didn't want to stay long. Pretending to be concerned, she said, Shuyao, is this your new boyfriend? Qin Shuyao almost lost her composure. What did she mean by new boyfriend? She was clearly trying to make things awkward. She knew Qin Yuqing had come just to upset her. Gao Xianghua, still staring at Qin Yuqing, didn't catch the tension and replied foolishly, We've only been seeing each other for a couple of days. Qin Yuqing sneered inwardly. A couple of days? It had clearly been longer than that. What a dishonest man. Never sincere, no matter the time. Qin Yuqing looked down at the dining table and deliberately said with surprise, Yao Yao, why are you eating these dishes? Usually at home, you eat meat every meal. If Auntie knew you're eating this kind of food now, she would definitely feel sad. She could be sharp, but she didn't want Qin Shuyao to feel too happy. She guessed that Qin Shuyao probably wouldn't dare to tell Gao Xianghua about their family matters, especially about being sent to the farm for reform. Gao Xianghua was about to ask about Qin Shuyao's mother. Qin Yuqing seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at Gao Xianghua, saying, I remember you came quite early. Why did you order these dishes for Yao Yao? Could it be that you didn't want to share? Yao Yao loves sweet and sour pork ribs. There were a lot back then, but you didn't order them for her. Hearing this, Gao Xianghua's face immediately changed, and his calm expression showed signs of being caught. Qin Shuyao stared at Gao Xianghua tightly, knowing he was playing tricks. Gao Xianghua hesitated, not expecting Qin Yuqing to expose him and make him feel embarrassed. He glanced at the red slogan on the restaurant wall about hard work and thrift, as if finding a lifeline, and said, Now isn't the time to waste. I and Yao Yao are both progressive young people, so we should lead by example. Qin Yuqing sneered inwardly. This man was still so good at making excuses. She then pretended to suddenly realize and said, Oh, I see. But I just saw you eating a braised fish. You said you're a grown man, and even if you're hungry, you should wait for Yao Yao to eat together. This was pure nonsense from Qin Yuqing. She was just focused on eating herself and hadn't paid attention to Gao Xianghua, only vaguely remembering that he seemed to have taken a chopstick. Gao Xianghua panicked instantly. The braised fish was fake, but the stir-fried pig liver was real. He only ordered half a portion to satisfy his craving. He quickly explained, Yao Yao, listen to me. I didn't eat the braised fish. It must be that your sister saw it wrong. At this point, he had no good feelings left for Qin Yuqing and wished he could slap her. Why was this woman spreading rumors? He still relied on Qin Shuyao for his job, and he couldn't afford to offend her now. Qin Shuyao was already hungry, and now she felt even more upset inside. You actually ate alone? Do you even care about me at all? Qin Yuqing saw that the provocation was almost done and said, You all eat slowly. I'm leaving now. Gao Xianghua didn't care about others' opinions and raised his hand to swear. Yao Yao, I really didn't order the braised fish. Believe me, he was eating pig liver, and even if he swore, he couldn't touch him. Qin Shuyao was still angry. But you came early and deliberately didn't order anything for me. You ignore what I say. She was embarrassed in front of Qin Yuqing, the little troublemaker, and her anger couldn't find a way out. Qin Shuyao angrily stood up. Gao Xianghua saw her leaving and also got up to follow, no longer caring about losing face. Yao Yao, listen to me. Seeing Qin Shuyao go to the ordering area, Gao Xianghua sat back down, waiting for Qin Shuyao to add more dishes. Qin Shuya looked back to find someone to pay, then glanced at Gao Xianghua sitting back, and sneered. 1 bowl of meat wontons.